Minecraft, loading new world. Enderstar, Chapter 201, Training with the Machine. Once the Guardian saw me, it quickly swam down, trying to get someone, which made me confused. Aren't they all connected to Alexa? Why would it need to go back and report? Since I already arrived at my destination, I decided to break the portal and jump into the water. I didn't drink a potion this time, but it wasn't necessary since I already had water breathing on my helmet, making this journey possible. After I swam a few blocks, a huge eyeball greeted me, making me take out my sword, remembering something unpleasant from last time I met it. But this time I didn't feel sleepy or the effects of mining fatigue, which meant that he wasn't here to kill me. Hello? The Elder Guardian continued to look at me with its big eye, then slowly blinked. How am I supposed to interpret this? Seeing my confused reaction, he rolled his eye and turned around, signaling me to follow him with the tail. Since when did you get so expressive? It was weird to see the nightmare creature so docile, but I followed it nonetheless. After we went deep and it got dark, his huge eye blinked and light came out like a flashlight. Well, that's convenient. We swam in the dark canyon until we arrived at the huge netherite door. Just as I was about to stop and wait, the door disappeared right in front of me, like it wasn't even there. How did it do that? Was it some kind of enchantment? Or maybe it used something similar to command blocks? For now, I didn't know the answer, but I passed the invisible barrier into the glass dome. Welcome back, sir. How was your journey? That voice made me tremble a little, reminding me of the Wither. It was okay. I was lucky enough not to meet with the Wither or the Mad Prince, so I got here quickly. I'm glad to hear that. The Wither body was amazing to control. I don't think I'm able to replicate anything similar, even if I use all of my energy. That's impressive, taking into account the fact that Alexa had absorbed a few stacks of soul sand. It was able to survive a hit from the system after all, but I'm already regretting the decision I made. The body is indeed powerful, since it can keep itself from decaying with that powerful energy source. Are you talking about the Nether Star? My data shows that you've mentioned this item before. Can you please tell me more about it? From what I know, you get that item after you defeat the Wither. Unfortunately, it's not that useful by itself, and you can only craft one thing with it. A beacon. I don't have anything in my database related to this. Well, since you didn't know about the existence of the Wither, there's no surprise you don't know anything about the beacon either. You have to make a pyramid with different ores and put the beacon on top. Afterwards, you select one of the options for a status effect and pay the price of any ingot. Once all of that is done, in a certain radius, anyone can have the selected effect. That sounds like a powerful generator, and I don't think it's best used to have permanent buffs. I don't know about that, but since the Wither is much more powerful than I remembered, then maybe the effect of the beacon would be more powerful as well. Unfortunately, the only way to find out is by destroying the Wither you made in the underground city. Every test I made was met with failure. What do you mean every test you made was a failure? Don't tell me. You tried to make another Wither? Affirmative. Are you mad? Why would you even attempt that? Didn't you see how dangerous that was? The whole city was killed. I'm sorry if I made you mad, but this would help me grow much faster than previously anticipated. But no matter how much I tried to recreate the form you did, nothing seemed to work. I've been together with Alexa for so long, but I never realized that it doesn't care about what I think unless it's connected to itself. What a selfish machine. I don't know if it's such a good idea to bring it to the top now, but what else can I do? I still need its help to defeat the Wither and get home in this lifetime. Why are bad things coming one after another now? I don't know. Maybe the system stopped the process, or the heads that I used were that special. After all, one of them was the head of a king, and I only beaten him by luck. That could be possible. I don't like what I'm hearing. The conversation, it's going in a direction I don't like, and I didn't expect this from Alexa. I should have known something was up when it kept insisting that the Viligers were still eligible to get to its main base. While I'm the only one with authority over it, I'm not someone who can change what it's programmed to do. Why do I keep making bigger and bigger enemies? Is it because I get my nose in people's businesses? But how is that possible? I don't even have a nose. I was getting distracted. Let's get back to the main point. Well, I came here to ask you the methods you spoke about to level up my skills faster, and if you think I have a chance of getting my wish fulfilled if I meet the system. With the recent influx of energy, I can afford to create for you the books with the necessary steps. As for the meeting with system, I can't predict its reaction since I don't have enough data about it. Out of thin air appeared thick books that fell into my hands. Once I opened them, I saw detailed instructions on how to get to the last level on each skill except trading. Thank you. As for the system talk, I was wondering if there's an item that would make it think of me as someone else. There's no such item in my database, so that try is a bust. Do you think I would be in danger if I meet the system this way? There shouldn't be any danger, since the system is known to reward people when they achieve such heavy tasks. The worst it did was ignore the person who it did not deem suitable. That was reassuring to know, but it's not something guaranteed, so I'll have to plan something for that as well. What do you plan on doing now, since I want to focus on raising my skills? The Wither tried to reach me through the portal you opened, but I was able to stop the attempt. I was thinking I should come up with a plan to trap for further studies. You're very confident for someone who lost the battle last time. It's true that in the last encounter, I was taken by surprise, but this time I'm close to the main body, and my power is much greater than before. I can't deny that. You are very powerful as long as you have the energy and stay in the dome. But what you're fighting against isn't a human or any other simple creature. Instead, you're going to fight with the Wither, the creature that took a hit from the system and survived. Did your main goal change while you were exploring the world with me? Negative, sir. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. In the end, I could only let out a sigh and shake my head. Just don't underestimate the Wither, or you could end up losing and being possessed. The supercomputer went silent suddenly. Did it not consider the fact that it could lose itself? That was a lot of arrogance coming from a machine. Your worries have been noted. I was starting to get tired of this already. Do you know where Violet is? We got separated when the explosion happened, and I wanted to ask you if you could make a compass that would point me to her like it did to the general's men. I've been wearing the netherite armor for a while, so that would break the connection. But for the past few days, I've visited places that she's familiar with, so she should know how to get to them. With how many portals I opened in the overworld, I'm sure she had plenty of opportunities to find me. Negative. But I can still sense the connection between you two, even though hers is in a place I can't reach. What does he mean by a place it can't reach? It's not the afterlife, isn't? No, she was dead, the connection would have been lost, so that means she's most likely in another dimension. Maybe somewhere in the nether. That could be possible since I closed the portal recently. I looked at the dome of glass, trying to discern what time of the day it was. Unfortunately, the temple was too deep underwater, and I couldn't see the time of day. But when I came here, it was around noon, and if I stayed for a few hours, that would mean the pearl would get destroyed in 3 more days. Until then, I have to stay here and do some training. But I can't do normal training with a supercomputer right besides me. It would be a wasted opportunity. That's why I decided to learn how to use the crystal. Since I need a new body, this would be the best time and teacher to start learning such complex subject. I would be teleported away in about 3 days. In the meantime, I want to learn how to use the crystal better. Do you think you can help me? Ordered received. Then Alexa made me a crystal and I got right to work. Alexa created different types of small life forms, and I had the task to edit them. It started small, like fishes without a tail or a bunny without a leg. My job was to take the existing tissue from them and grow the missing parts. It was harder then, it sounded like, since Alexa created those poor animals imperfect. It's harder to heal them then if they were injured, and I had to bring it back to the previous state. Slowly, I got from rabbits to cows and even iron golems. The iron golems were especially interesting to study on, since their body are made with metal but are still registered as living beings, making me able to change their form to make it stronger or weaker. I made a mental note with this experiment since I think I can make my own army of iron golems with them, and who knows, maybe a sentient one. The final test was trying to change some blocks that are organic, like wood and mushrooms. But I didn't get the chance to stay too much on this subject since it was much harder than the other ones and my time was running. After 3 days, the pearl place in Undying House was broken, teleporting me by surprise. Pearls are such convenient ways to travel, no matter where you are. I even asked Alexa if I could modify a pearl so a human can use it permanently like an Enderman. But from what it told me, the Enderman species is already a being modified by the crystal or something similar to it. It's so modified that it surprised Alexa, who previously thought you could mold flesh indefinitely. In short, the Enderman species is the perfect life forms when it comes to teleporting. Alexa couldn't make something better even if it tried to. But this makes me wonder what's so special about Violet. She was able to pass the normal form to something more evolved. And where was she? Chapter 202. Training Arc. I was suddenly teleported into the Nether, besides Undying, who looked at me with a raised eyebrow and a golden axe in her hand. Hi there, I heard you got into trouble recently, and quite a big one as well. Hey Undying, good to see you as well. Yeah, but I'm trying to fix my mess, that's why I'm going on a training arc now. How are doing? Glad to see you're still the same from all of those encounters. We're doing fine, just thinking about what gift to take to Bobby's wedding. Do you have any ideas? So she was worried for me as well. Probability thinking that I'm going to isolate myself. But how can I face the people from the Coral Kingdom if I'm going to run away from the mess that I made? As for a wedding gift, I don't think Bobby would have anything specific he'll want. Mine is special on its own, and I really want to see their reaction, but I could give them a few suggestions. You already know how to make netherite tools, maybe you can give them a sword since it's more powerful than diamond. That's a good idea. I'll have to check and see if we could buy some ingots from the brutes. After she thanked me, she turned and left to prepare the gifts, leaving me all alone. Oh right, I should break the pearl as well. On my side, I had a bag tied to my pants, and inside this small bag was a pearl. With careful movements, I opened the bag and turned it upside down for the pearl to fall to the floor. Once the pearl broke, a lovely ally appeared in front with a cute expression. Sometimes it's hard to believe that this little creature is actually a dangerous machine. The world truly is a place filled with mysteries. But this ally was different from before. When I was practicing with the crystal, I realized that I could make the Blue Angel much durable. So with the help of the supercomputer, we took some flesh from the iron golem and merged it with the ghostly flash of the ally. I don't fully know how that happened, since Alexa did most of the work, but the result speaks for themselves since this body is much more durable and even able to defend itself. Now Alexa isn't a defenseless creature anymore and can enter the attack squad. Satisfied that Alexa got safely here, I decided to change my armor to one of gold. Alexa told me it couldn't feel the location of Violet, so I thought she would be somewhere here in the Nether. That's why, to make it easier for her to find me, I decided to stay in the safety of the tribe and spend my day in golden armor since I only needed the cooling effect. I'm planning on building myself a bunker here in the tribe. What about you? So like usual then. I chuckled at its predicament and went right to work. I already got permission from Undying to make my own home, so I went a little to the side of her house and started to dig down. My nether banker is not going to be big, or at least not big in comparison to my other projects. I still need a few rooms where I'll store my enchanting table, chests, brewing stands, and crafting room. The first room would be the lobby or the entrance to my new home. I dug 50 blocks deep and made a large empty room. This process was easier but also harder than normal, since I could break the netherrack blocks instantly but had problems with the lava pools. It got so dangerous that I had to put back my netherite armor so I wouldn't die by accident. Maybe I should have brought a fire resistance potion. But the first part of the plan was done, so I took out some redwood and started to put the frame of the room. The block palette for this room would be redwood, quartz, mushroom lights, and blue lanterns. I don't like the creepy vibes they give to the room, but the cooling effects are too good to pass on. So I decided to use them sparingly, but kept them away from my bedroom. The next room would be the one that has the enchaining table. I didn't plan to make it big, just a few bookshelves on the wall and the enchanting setup in the middle. Of course, I didn't forget to put a few anvils on the side with a grinding stone. Next was the brewing room, and like the previous one, it was relatively small. It had 4 brewing stands, 2 on the right and on the left, At the end of the room was a small farm for my nether warts, so I wouldn't accidentally run out. The harder part of this was getting the necessary water for potion making. Since in the nether you can't store water for too long, the people use strider milk instead. I was surprised at first with how well this worked, but this is also the reason there aren't a lot of Paishans in this tribe. It's better to drink the milk itself than to waste resources for a potion. You could argue that a splash potion would do better, but not everyone appreciates the milk being used this way. It's seen as a luxury than something you can use every day. The problem was that I needed a lot of milk if I wanted to level up my brewing skill, and I don't think I'd get it here since we don't have enough striders for that. But I'll leave that problem for future me. For now, I'll concentrate on the room itself. Next was my bedroom, and I decided to make this room small as well, since I don't plan on staying here for too long, and it's not like I can gaze out the window to enjoy the view. The room only had a bed and some other furniture, since I planned to make a separate room for storage. The next one was the final room, and the second largest of them all, the crafting room. Since this skill requires a lot of materials, I need a lot of storage. That's why this room would also have the job of storing all of my items in the nether. The design of the room was simple, as I used blue wood for the main color, and I took this opportunity to use something that I should have done a long time ago. Hide my chest from the system. One of the first questions I asked Solomon was about the secret of his storage system, since it would have been impossible to store this much forbidden knowledge without the system interfering. The solution is quite easy. Surprisingly, first I needed to place the chest down, and on top of the lid, I had to write a certain formula with redstone ink. In comparison with the enchantments I usually do, this felt like a walk in the park. It was so easy that it was hard for me to believe that it worked. You can tell the distance. I didn't even enchant this chest, so I thought the mad scientist lied to me. Is this how it worked? It sounds so simple that it doesn't feel real, but sometimes the right answer is the easy answer. The Viligers are truly the descendants of the ancient civilization. You could only come to this conclusion after you studied the system closely to make a fake one. With the mystery solved, I continued with the rest of the room and stored whatever items I had on me. With this, the underground base was done. A huge lobby that was more like a hall was connected to all the rooms in the house. I was quite proud of what I did and even wanted to brag to the others, but I'll have the chance to do that later. For now, I'll have to concentrate on the important stuff. So today I'll officially start my training arc, with the enchanting skill being the first one. I opened my skill tab and saw that I was level 8 in enchanting, and I was already halfway done. The most efficient way to increase it is to print level 5 enchants, and I'll most likely do it for this level, but the next one would be the long-awaited one. At level 9 I can put the magic resistance on my armor, and with this I would be able to resist any attack an evoker would hit me with, and most importantly, the potion effects. From what I understand, even that wither bomb was a magical attic. I don't think I'll be able to tank if it happened again, but I should be able to survive his deadly lasers next time we'll meet. Not only that, but there's are a few enchantments that I wanted to try for my sword, and with the help of Alexa, I should be able to make the most powerful armor in this world. So for the next few days, my time was spent printing pages, then placed them in books that ended up on the enchanting table. If I didn't need the enchant, I would put it in the grindstone and get my XP back. After a hard day of work, I would go eat on the surface and try to gather information on the nether to see if anyone has seen the wither. Unfortunately or fortunately, there wasn't an upcoming invasion with black skeletons, but I did hear that the Mad Prince was preparing for a great war, which made everyone nervous, including me. Did he want to attack the fortress of the Stone Kingdom, or did he find the wither and decided to challenge it? Nobody knew the answer when I asked, so with the day fulfilled, I went back to my underground base and got some rest. And for the next few days, I continued like this, making me able to finally reach level 9 in enchanting. I was quite excited when I saw the change in my skill tab. I was so happy that I decided to make the enchantments right there, ignoring the sleepiness that was getting to my head. After I made a book for each piece of my armor, I quickly put it on, feeling the effects. Do I feel more colder than usual? Was the heat of the nether also magical? I didn't know the answer to that question, and it wasn't important enough for me to search for it. But with my first goal done, I decided to throw a party with the whole tribe. It was the best time I had in a while that I only regretted in the morning since I broke my promise of not drinking. But for the rest of the day, the smile couldn't leave my face. Chapter 2, 103. Get the Totem. POV. Daniel, it's been a few days since we left Trader House, and the reason we left is still unknown to me. When I woke up the next day, he was already gone, and Mary told me that he had something urgent to do and left. I thought that would be the best moment to explore his base and look for hidden chests, but Mary was very persistent on us leaving as soon as possible. I think those two have some kind of relationship and they don't trust me enough to let me in their little group. But that wasn't a problem, since I knew the location of the base and I could come back anytime I wanted. We traveled for a day and arrived at a village that was managed by Trader, and was a lot bigger than I expected. It was closer to a town than a village, and it even had an iron golem as a guard. The villagers were very welcoming and gave us a house without any questions. Trader was lucky to meet such nice villagers, first thing he came to this world. Speaking of trading, I've done my part of the mission even if I died. Do I still get the special trade? Just as I was thinking that, a tab appeared in front of my eyes, making me raise an eyebrow. On the tab, there was only a single trade, and it required me to pay 10 blocks of diamond, gold, and iron for an unknown item. But I could guess what the item was from the shape of the shadow and because I made a deal with the system. Nevertheless, the price was too much for me at the moment, so I'll have to put this for later. Just as I was about to start trading with the villagers to get my armor back, a group of rough-looking villagers came looking for us. Oh, Hero Merry, did Sir Trader come as well? Unfortunately, no, he had some work to do and couldn't come, but if you have a message for him, I could pass it next time we meet. Ah, there's no need to worry, miss. We only wanted to give our mine taxes since they started to gather, but I guess we could put a few more chests besides. So Trader was taxing the villagers in here. It was an ingenious plan if you think about it. Since you can't make iron farms with them, this would be the second best thing. But if they need to put extra storage, that means they have a lot of ores just sitting in a chest. And didn't I die because Trader did something stupid? Shouldn't I be compensated for all the items that I lost in that fight? I mean, he is such a rude person, not giving his juniors some iron armor to get here safely. He just abandoned us in the middle of the night. Hey Mary, this place looks very fun. I think I'll explore around for a while. Okay, just don't accidentally hurt anyone, since the iron golem would punish you. Oh, I know that already. I'm not a beginner to make such mistake. So for the next half an hour, I asked around the village where the mine was and what other facilities Trader had in this village. From what I was told, he didn't have a house in here. The only place that was remotely his was a hole underground that was usually left alone under the orders of the village chief. And the mine was a little further away from it. How lucky of me. Since Trader's hole was in a remote part of the village, I was able to sneak inside without anyone seeing me. And once I was inside, I was a little disappointed at what I saw. Sure, the place had a few chests here and there with some valuable items, but everything was made with stone and dirt, which was a vast difference from his main base. I explored some more and found a nether portal, which looked much different than what I saw in the game. Once I tried to pass the obsidian frame, I was hit by a wave of heat like I was in a sauna. Not expecting that, I quickly went back to the overworld and looked at the portal with different eyes. I need to make some preparations. Next time I'll visit the nether. After exploring the hole some more and not finding anything new, I decided to take what was valuable and went to visit the mines. From what the villagers told me, the mine wasn't guarded by anyone since the ones who used it were the miners. And when I arrived at the beautifully decorated mine shaft, I was proven right. It took a lot longer to find the common room in the mine than it was to explore Trader's tunnels. But when I found it, I didn't regret spending that time looking for it. There I saw a double chest filled with iron, copper, gold, and diamonds. I can't believe they paid him so well. I wonder how long has this been staying here to get this full? But now I had a problem. The villagers knew the chest was filled with those ores, so if I took a few stacks, they would notice it. Then an idea comes to mind. I looked around to get some wood and made a few chests. Then I placed them next to each other. Once that was done, I took all the ores from the previous chest and split everything into their categories, from the iron chest to the diamond chest. Of course, since everything was split now, I could take a few stacks and nobody would even know, unless they memorized the exact number of ores. And even if they did, it's not like they would suspect me. I just got here, and I don't plan to stay for long. Now I was richer than ever before, but had a new problem. Why can't I make the diamond blocks? Who would have thought that I had to be level 7 in the crafting skill for me to make a diamond blocks? With my level, not even gold is an option. How am I supposed to buy the mystery totem if I can't make the blocks? Ugh, I have to look for someone with level 7 in crafting now, and who knows how much I have to pay for it as well. What a pain. Maybe Mary is high level enough to do this. I should ask her next time we meet. Worst case scenario, I'll visit a few cities so I won't get any suspicious people on my back. With the perfect crime done, I left the mines and tried to appear in front of many villagers so I would have an alibi in case things go bad. I talked with them, traded, and even told stories from my adventures. We stayed in this village for 2 days, and nobody seemed to realize the missing items. After we rested and got some good equipment, we continued our journey to the capital. There, I got the chance to get my special totem. Wow, the capital looks amazing. I know, right? And this is not even the palace. They live in a separate area but are very connected. Do you want to visit the castle first, or visit the city and explore it? Either way is fine since nobody expects us. The walls of the city looked impressive, and it was hard to believe that it was made by mere villagers, truly a fascinating sight to behold. But I wanted to get the totem as fast as possible, and Mary told me that there's someone who can help me at the castle, so that's why we'll go there first. I think we'll visit the castle first. I'm sure you want to visit your friends in there. She seemed to be saddened by my choice. Did I make a mistake? We arrived at the castle, and as promised, it was an amazing sight. The walls were tall, the guards were looking seriously from all over the place, and the garden was blooming with its beautiful flowers. That was until a man came screaming towards us with a few panicked guards behind. "My love, you're finally back. I haven't seen you in months. I thought you abandoned me for the dry deserts." The well-dressed villager came running towards Mary with open arms ready to hug her, only to be stopped by a shield in his face, making his huge noise even bigger. "Second Prince, I told you to leave me alone, otherwise I would truly leave this kingdom because of you." What an amusing sight to see. They must have a story behind it, and I couldn't stop smiling with how funny the situation looked. The guards arrived and dragged the depressed prince while apologizing to us. I could guess why her expression was so sad when I chose to come here. We walked further into the castle until we arrived at a huge room where a dozen well-equipped guards were surrounding us, and in the middle stood a throne with the king on top. "Hero Mary, I'm happy to see you back. Did Sir Trader come as well?" Trader was more respected than I anticipated. I wonder what he did to get this popular. "No, Your Majesty, Trader couldn't come with us today, but he promised he'll participate at the wedding next month." Suddenly, everyone let out a sigh of relief, like they just heard that their abusive parent won't be coming home today. What did Trader do to get this kind of reputation? "Hey Mary, why are they acting like this?" I whispered. Well, Trader may have threatened the royal family to control their army and may had blown up a bomb in their backyard to save his friend. Man, Trader is another level of the bad guy. Why isn't he hunted by the kingdom then? Is that why he doesn't like to show his face and hides behind the armor? Yes and no. While he is reckless, he usually solves most of the problems and gives something back and more, making people confused if they should hate him or love him. That's why most of them end up being afraid of him, since whenever he comes, a disaster follows. That man managed to traumatize the whole kingdom in 2 years. That's an amazing achievement, to say the least. As I was thinking about this, Mary told the king my story, how I was another hero sent by the system, and how the zombie lord was killed while the Shadow Lord's warehouse was unknown. The king was happy to hear such good news and was ready to throw a party to celebrate the end of one calamity that terrorized the kingdom for so long. Seeing the man in such a good mood, I decided to take this opportunity and ask for someone who can craft with diamonds. Mary was surprised by the sudden request, but the king was happy to let me borrow their craftsman. With a smile on my face, I met the villager in question and gave him the smelted ores I had. He was impressed by my riches, but didn't question where I got them from. Soon I had all the necessary blocks to purchase the totem, and when I made the trade, a huge light appeared in my hand that took the form of the totem. Once the light went off, I could finally see the awaited item, but it was a little different than what I expected. Why is it purple? It had the same shape as in the game, with the exception of the color. Suddenly a note appeared in the air, and on it were written some instructions. When I read it, I was impressed by what I had in my hand. If this totem is broken, it would teleport me to a set location, and if I want to repair it, I had to pay the same price as I did to summon it. And if I wanted to get a new totem, it would have another unknown effect that could be better or worse. But I could never have more than one special totem at a time. As I expected, whenever the system gives something, it's always amazing. Chapter 204. In the End. POV Violet. I felt like I was floating in the darkness, but this kind of darkness wasn't scary or hurtful. Instead, it was a warm embrace that made me calm and happy. But a part of me was screaming to wake up. A part of me complained that I wasn't completed. But why should I leave such a comfortable place for the real world? Why do I have to give up this for the uncertainty of the future? Suddenly, an image came to mind. It took the shape of a human, a good-looking one. I felt warm thinking about him. Just thinking about our adventures and how good it felt when I hugged him from behind made me feel like I was complete. Then I felt pain in my chest. I knew this human. It was my human. Where was my human? I woke up in a hurry, trying to feel the connection to my human. The connection was still there, which meant that he didn't die, or at least he didn't die for good. But it was too far for me to feel where he was. Did he wear his netherite armor? While I was thinking of ways to get back to my human, I looked around and quickly realized that I recognized this place. Back? Home? But how was that possible? Father told us that if we leave this place, we won't be able to get back anymore. Around me, there were floating white islands all over the void. And everywhere I looked, there were Endermans and Enderwomans who looked at me with curiosity. But those Endermans were different from the ones in the overworld. Everyone in here was smart enough to speak and build. Those were my family. A feminine voice spoke into my head. It's been so long since I met with my fellow people that I forgot we communicate through telepathy. Here in the void, we don't use our mouths to speak, and the only reason we have them is to absorb more void energy in case we're being threatened and get ready to attack. When I was in the overworld, I had to manage my energy with careful precision, otherwise I could end up unconscious, which is very bad for the Enderman species. You can't afford to fall asleep in the end, since you could teleport into the void to your death. Slowly, more and more family members teleported beside me, looking at me with curiosity. I even saw some children's who were non-existent in the overworld. I felt a warm feeling in my chest, seeing everyone after such a long time. The reason I left this place was because I was bored and didn't have anything else to do. Father was always busy with his research, and I always wanted to see more of our old world. That's why I trained to become suitable enough to be let into the overworld. After some hard work, I got the permission from Father, but with the condition that I would never be able to get back, even if I found the block of my fate and wanted to give it to my future partner. I didn't care about blocks that much, even though I knew that I would change my mind in the future. As for a partner, I didn't think I'd be able to find another member of my family in that world, since not a lot of them chose to go there, so I was prepared. Soon a large crowd gathered around me, looking with excited eyes. They were all thinking of the same thing. Since we can't die by old age, that means we are immortals. That's why everyone knows everyone, making it a tight community, no matter how big the family got. There were very few events that happened here, such as the birth of a new family member or someone leaving the void. That's why my mere presence in here was like a chest filled with rare blocks that everyone wanted to get their hands on. Knowing that I wouldn't be able to escape them, I let out a sigh and told them some of the adventures I had while I was away. They were interested in every word I used to describe the world, at how the people reacted when they saw me, and especially surprised at the existence of another Enderman species that wasn't as smart as us. It's been a while since I had so much void energy in my core, and because of that, I didn't get tired no matter how much I spoke, making the discussion go on for an unknown amount of time. It could have been an hour or weeks, Nobody had anything better to do, so they sat beside me as I told them more stories. Some of them were even convinced to try their luck in such a dangerous world, which made me happy and worried for them. While I wasn't with my human, I only pranked the villagers to my amusement. But I knew that I was always playing with fire if I did too much. I was still able to be killed after all, and once I found my human, the danger seemed to increase by tenfold. I was happy at the adventures we went through, but I don't appreciate it when he kept getting hurt. But that's why I had to be there with him. I had to protect my human from all dangers while also keeping myself entrained. But how did I get here? I thought Father told me we can never get back here again. Did I accidentally teleport here after the explosion? But that can't be possible since I've never done it before. Everyone went silent and looked at the Enderman who spoke. Everyone knew it was talking with me, even though he didn't use a name. Nobody had a name in the family except for Father. Whenever we talked through telepathy, we connected to the members we wanted to. Plus, we used a different telepathy wave for each person we interacted with. It was similar to names, but also different. Everyone nodded their head, understanding what I was referring to. With this, I was finally free from the clutches of my family and teleported from island to island towards my destination. In my home dimension, there was more void energy in the air, and if I held my mouth open, I could teleport up to 1,000 blocks. And with my new form, I think I could go much further than that. But that wasn't enough of a reason for me to rush towards my father. I wanted to enjoy the view of my hometown. I teleported for a while until I arrived in front of a huge tear in the space. I sent a wave of words towards the block portal, and suddenly I was teleported into a huge room. Ben and Extanabo. The room went silent for a moment, and I got closer to the huge shadow in the middle of the room. There stood my father, 10 blocks tall with 2 horns on his head. His eyes were tied shut, and in his chest was a huge eye that looked similar to an ender eye. Father was chained to 2 obsidian towers that held him in place, and on top were crystals that held him in place. But this didn't seem to bother him, as he looked right at me with a big smile on his face. It was hard to believe that over a dozen bites per second was not enough to catch his attention. The eye in his chest looked towards the small creatures, and all of them froze on the spot before transforming into endstone statues. Brutal as always. Well, a lot happened in the past few years. Some things were good, while others were bad. Just out of curiosity, I opened my third eye and looked at my father. This was a mistake, as what I was seeing in front of me was similar to a god. All I could see was darkness and void, but what scared me was the overwhelming pressure that it gave. The eye from the chest looked at me as I closed my third eye from the pain. Father kept talking while my headache was leaving. As always, he was the smartest man that I ever knew. Not even the human that trapped us was smart enough for him. I don't remember telling him about my human or my name. Did someone else tell him? That question made my eyes open wide in surprise. Father just smiled, finding my reaction amusing. I felt like my mind was emptied in one moment. My human has been searching for 2 things since I've met him: the reason he's here and a way to get home. I didn't expect Father to be the one who holds the answer to both of those questions. I care about my human more than anyone in those worlds, but I don't like my human to suffer, no matter the intention. This was the first time I yelled at my father, so I was somewhat scared. Instead of getting mad, he began to laugh out loud, making the whole POC dimension tremble from his voice. That would make sense, but that didn't answer my question. I didn't know I could teleport between dimensions. Maybe I could use my ability to get him back to his old world. That was a shame. I'm sure my human would have loved to get home, and I wanted to see his world as well. What does he mean? I'm the strongest Ender woman that ever lived. My face went purple thinking at those ember-easing moments. I'm sorry, my human, but I'll have to join you a little later than anticipated. Chapter 205. The Wedding. POV. Bobby. I looked nervously in the mirror at the man dressed in a beautifully purple robe. There were golden emblems all over it, telling the history of the royal family and its potential future. On my head, I had a farmer's har filled with colorful flowers and sticks of wheat, representing the humble beginnings of this kingdom. Today was a special day, one that I never expected to happen after my exile, but after some ups and downs, I was here, ready to take the hand of the princess as my wife. Just thinking about this made me blush a little. So Bobby, it's time to go. One of the servants opened the door and gave me the good news. I took a deep breath and looked one more time in the mirror before leaving the room. I walked down the hallway that was decorated with purple flowers and servants bowing as I passed them. It was weird to be in the center of attention for so long. Soon I was out in the garden, where dozens of guests were already talking with each other and eating the delicious food on the tables. I recognized a few faces in the crowd, some from my academy days, while others were nobles that I met while I worked at the castle. But most people I didn't recognize. Most likely they've been invited by Elizabeth and her father. Today's mission would be a little tiring, since it was my duty to have as many connections as possible. I had to do this for myself, and in case Trader got himself in trouble again. Speaking of him, I don't see his face in the crowd. Did he wear his magical armor? It's a shame if he did that, but I do understand the necessity to hide from the system. I went to talk with a few guests, keeping my smile and trying to greet as many people as possible. As the host, this was my responsibility, and my wife was working overtime already. Bobby, man, you look like you haven't slept in a week. What happened? I turned towards the voice that I quickly recognized. Froggy, I'm glad to see you as well. How's the party for you? I prefer. If I was in my workshop right now, but it's better than dealing with all the drama back home. So overall, it's good. I wasn't the only one who got a promotion in the past few months. Froggy was a core member of the Witches clan. He was the person that was working hard to make it better for everyone. He signed a contract with the royal family to send regularly unique potions every month. In exchange, we had to allow the witches to participate in our academy. And if they did a good job and caught someone's eye, they could even work for them. This was a long-term program to integrate the witches into society with high chances of success. Because he made so many contributions in such a short time, he was soon chosen to be the head of the clan. Of course, this wouldn't be possible if he didn't try his best and have so much success. Did you see Trader by any chance? No, that's what I wanted to ask you as well. Do you think he has the creepy armor on? If he didn't greet Froggy, that must mean he's not here. Did he forget about the date? Or is he in another situation where he's not able to come? I let out a disappointed sigh and talked a little more with Froggy before moving towards others. Just as I was about to meet with Elizabeth, space started to bend in the air, making everyone at the party stop and look at the unusual phenomenon. As I was seeing that, a thought came into my mind. Trader was going to open a portal in the middle of the party. That stupid man. The fortress was only a few dozen blocks away. Why did he make another one? But to my relief, no obsidian frame appeared. Instead, 3 people strangely dressed fell from the sky. Wow, wow! Ugh! The trio hit the ground with a loud bang, but luckily no one was underneath them, so only they got hurt. As for who dared to crash my wedding, it was none other than Trader himself with Blue and Undying. I had to stop the guards who were quickly getting ready to arrest them and looked at the trio with a mad look. Sorry, Bobby. It wasn't my intention for this to happen. I think I put the wrong coordination and ended up in the sky. I only wanted to surprise you. I wanted to be so angry at him, but I couldn't, since this was something I expected him to do in the first place, so the only thing I could do was laugh out loud. Good to see you, friend. I thought you wouldn't come. How could I miss the wedding of my best friend? His casual demeanor always made me smile, bringing back memories from the time we were adventuring together. I looked at him and saw that he was wearing something strange again. He had some black pants with a white shirt and a black jacket on top with something dangling from his neck. Undying wore a beautiful red dress that covered her left leg, letting the other exposed. It had sharp teeth and tusk as ornaments that made it all look like it came from a tribe, but still had a charm of elegance. Looks like someone told her that she doesn't need to bring the hog head, since I could see her face and red hair dancing in the wind. Blue, like his name, wore a blue robe with enchanted language and images of different kinds of potions. All of them stood out like a pink sheep with a mustache, but we all could feel the elegance of their choice. Now come, you already got a lot of attention. Do you want to stay in it until my wedding ends? They all quickly followed me as we joined the crowd. Some of them looked with worry, while others with curiosity at their entrance. But the ones who knew the people greeted them with a smile, and just like that, the atmosphere returned to normal. Bobby, I almost forgot to give you the gift. I turned around and saw the trio again, but this time they had something in their hands. Blue had a green potion, Undying had a black sword that I saw Trader use, which took me by surprise, and Trader had a golden statue. The potion would increase my thinking speed for an hour, and the sword was, as expected, something much stronger than the one made of diamond. Crazy Trader, I'm sure he must have suggested this to them. I don't think he realizes that this sword could cause a war to start, and it wasn't even enchanted yet. As for the statue Trader had, it was called a totem. That totem can bring you back to life from the dead and give you regeneration, plus a few extra hearts to sacrifice in case you're hit again. Not only that, but you'll have speed 4 for 10 seconds, so you must get out while the buff is in effect. My mind went blank, trying to process what he was talking about. I'm sorry, I heard you say that this thing would bring me back to life, but that can't be true. How could such an item exist? You heard right, my friend. This totem can take the final hit from you, make you almost invincible for a few seconds. I hope you never have to use this, but keep it in your inventory just in case. My hands already began to tremble with the item in my hands. It was so bad that I thought I would drop it and break it. I can't accept this, Trader. You must hold to it. I'm sure you need it more than me. Is this how you came back to life from the Sultan's party? But I saw your corpse in front of me, so I don't think it had the same effects. Plus, if anyone would hear that I have this in my possession, I don't think I'll be able to sleep with my eyes closed anymore. Every noble and assassin would come after me. Why do you have to do something crazy every time we meet? Don't worry, I already have a few more for me and for my friends. Not all of them have the special effects, but just the fact that it brings you back to life, it's enough. Please don't speak, I can't take this anymore. POV, Froggy. Trader sure knows how to make an entrance. How did he even appear in the air like that? Did he have some other abilities that he didn't tell me besides not dying? No, if he could teleport whenever he wanted, we wouldn't been stuck at the palace for so long, so it must be one of the crazy items that he thinks are normal. I saw how he and his small group went to speak with Bobby, only to see him getting more pale with each conversation. After Trader spoke with him, he was almost as pale as me. It was quite a funny to see. But looks like I was next on the chopping board since my friend seemed to notice me as well. Froggy, long time no see. How are the elders doing? I hope they don't take advantage of your kindness. There's a high chance they are, but it's not like I didn't like to help the clan, so I don't mind. No, why would they do that? And speaking about elders, Flora wants to meet with you for some special potions. Flora's potions were truly something to admire. I know we are not limited by the system with skills, but I feel that her potions are something beyond level 7. I tried to ask her about this, but she kept smiling while telling me not to worry about this. Even though I was technically her boss, she still treated me like a child. Oh, I have to visit your place as well then. I think I'll upgrade your chest while I'm at it so the system wouldn't be able to see them. As always, he spoke crazy statements like it was nothing. We talked some more about our adventures and funny stories. Mine weren't as exciting as his, but he was very happy to hear them nonetheless. Our conversation was suddenly intruded by the sound of a bell, which made everyone silent and looked at the podium. Ahem, everyone please get to your seats so the ceremony can start. A well-dressed man yelled, and everyone went towards their seats. Music was suddenly in the air, and 2 men dressed in elegant cloths slowly walked the way towards the altar with a pillow that had pearls in their hands. I recognized one of them being the king, but didn't know who the nervous man was. And why were they holding pearls? They soon arrived at the altar and turned towards the crowd. Then the music stopped. Today we are all gathered here to celebrate a special occasion. We are here to witness the end of an old life and start a new one. Today we are here to see a woman. The king then broke the pearl, and the princess suddenly appeared in a beautiful red dress with a regal face. And a man. The other man broke the pearl as well, and Bobby aped besides the princes with a nervous look but still determined. Those 2 chose to leave their parents' side and become one. Bobby, do you take Elizabeth Mending as your wife and queen? Yes, I do. Elizabeth Mending, do you take this man as your husband and king? Yes, I do. With the power gifted to me by the system, I now declare you husband and wife. May you two have a long and happy life. Everyone broke in cheers as the newly couple kissed. Chapter 2, 106. Time passed. I was on top of a nether hill, looking at the bastion beneath me. It was one of the bigger ones I've seen, with a lot of brutes walking up and down, patrolling the walls. But those brutes were different from the others. All of them were 3 blocks tall, with black skin and empty eyes. It was a recently discovered phenomenon that brought confusion throughout the nether. And the reason soon showed itself in the form of a black skeleton. Yes, this bastion was occupied by the Wither, or more exactly, it was under his flag. For some reason, it started to conquer one settlement after another and enslave the people inside it. Once they were corrupted by its power, they grew more powerful but became mindless beasts like the skeletons. There were a few exceptions, those who pledged their loyalty to the Wither in exchange for power and keeping their sanity. Those people were the ones managing the bastions where the Wither wasn't present. As for the reason all of this happened, Alexa theorized that it tried to take over the Nether system like itself. There's a chance it managed to steal some memories from Alexa while it was first in control, but didn't have the necessary knowledge to make a base for itself. That's why he tried to gather an army for himself to attack the Nether Kingdom. He does have the strength to make an ungodly amount of skeletons, but he can't make them smart. For that he needs the people of the Nether who aren't all willing to join his side. The plan was great. He tried to invade Alexa from the last connection he knew and slowly gathered his army to attack the other nation. But on both fronts, it failed. Alexa could always feel the shift in space and stopped any attempts of portal forming, and because of its vast energy, its domain was much bigger than the first time we met. What's even funnier is that the Wither wasn't strong enough to fight the system seriously. So he could only attempt to make portals in Alexa's domain of control, otherwise the system would appear instantly and deal with the Wither if he dared to cross the obsidian frame. As for his army gathering, it began with great success, only for the Mad Prince to find out about it and quickly dispatch his army against the settlements he conquered. Surprisingly, the Brute's army overwhelmed the Wither's army. No matter how big the bastion was, the prince's army always won. The only battles the Wither won were the ones he participated in, and even those it was more like he defended his base than defeating the opposing army. The Wither was powerful by itself and even a good commander, but the Mad Prince seems to be a beast on his own. It was reassuring to hear that my mistake didn't mess up the whole world, but that didn't mean I sat down and rested for the past 7 months. I've been training non-stop and made great progress. And today I was going to test my training by taking over this infested bastion. I put my spyglass down and took a deep breath. This spyglass was more special than the others. It was enchanted. Whenever I looked through it, I could see at great distances and knew the exact coordinates of that place. I took those coordinates and noted them down in my book. Then I took out my red ink and wrote an enchanted square with the coordinates I just got. This should be enough. The next patrol team is going to arrive in 5 minutes. Plenty of time to take over the bastion. With the preparations done, I drank a few potions and placed a pearl in the center of the square. Besides the square was a smaller one, connected by a thin red line. Inside the small square, I placed a lapis ore, which quickly turned to dust, making the whole formula glow a faint red. As the light got to its peak, the pearl disappeared, and suddenly I was on top of the walls. This was one of the big findings from my training. After I maxed out my level in enchanting, I concerted on the more unique enchants of the ancient civilization, and one of them was a teleporter. That was what I called a portable enchanting. The reason for that is because you don't need an enchanting table to make it work, and it has the properties of teleporting something at the exact coordinates you set. Unfortunately, you can't teleport living beings, so I couldn't become a knockoff Enderman. But pearls are not considered living beings, which meant that I placed one in the square and teleported myself that way. Alexa was impressed with my ingenuity and even praised me. I looked down at the interior of the bastion and saw a large army of black skeletons and a dark throne with a brute on it, who was laughing by himself while playing with gold. Just as I expected, this place is infested with corruption. The only reason it hasn't been dealt by the prince is because it's too far in the border. That's why I chose it instead. I took a device out of my inventory and threw it in the middle of the skeleton army. The device hit the head of a soldier and then on the floor, making a loud noise. Everyone turned towards it and looked with confusion. Suddenly the device turned on, making a low beeping sound, and then a huge dome appeared above the army. The sentient brute panicked and ran out of the blue dome right on time as the item started to take effect. This device had one job, and it was to slowly attract everyone towards it. The skeletons tried to run away from it, but couldn't since these items worked like water. You could outrun it if you were a human, but if you were a mob, it would have stopped you or brought you towards it. The first step is done. Next, I took out a white potion and threw it in the middle of the crowd. As it hit the skull of the skeleton, it broke and white flame began to spread all over the crowd. Those flame were special, since it was a combination of regeneration and a flame potion. That's why this was the best method to attack a group of undead, since it would spread everywhere as long as there were undead nearby. The fire continued to spread, and the skeletons died one by one until everyone was just charcoal. You! How dare you destroy the army given to me by the Wither? I'll kill you for this. While the fire worked for the undead, the corrupted brutes were not considered undead, which would result in healing them if I threw the white potion. And while I dealt with the majority of the army, they were just foot soldiers. The corrupted brutes were the elites. They came at me with great speeds, so the device wouldn't stop them even if I threw another one, but I was prepared for this. From my bundle bag, I took out 3 mini iron golems and threw them on the ground. Once they hit the floor, they locked like normal toys, but 1 second later, they grew back to their original size and looked at me for the next instruction. Defeat the brutes while I'll deal with their boss. They all turned towards the wave of enemies and began to attack, decimating everyone in their way. As for how I managed to put the golems in my inventory, it's another result of my research in enchanting. Since golems are technically living beings and not at the same time, the enchanting tattoos were much more compatible than the ones for Mary. But I could only put 1 permanent enchant, and I choose to make them smaller and more portable. When you pass the 8-level mark at any skill, you get some pretty wacky recipes. The bundle is one such item that makes my inventory a little bigger, even though it's specialized for individual items. Perfect for my portable army. As the golems became the perfect distraction, I turned my eyes toward the brute who was controlling everything from a safe distance. Unfortunately for him, I was on top of the walls, so he couldn't see that his army was decimated in great numbers. Otherwise, he would have run. Not only that, but because of all the fighting noise the golems were making, he lost sight of me, making my next action easy. On my back, I had a red cape filled with enchanted language. The man was around 30 blocks away from me. If I jumped from this high, there's a chance that I'll survive at half a heart and not be able to walk for a while. And writing another teleportation circle would take too much time. That's why I was going to use the cape to get to him. I jumped off the edge towards the ground. Gravity did its job and brought me down faster and faster until I grabbed the cape by the edges and spread it like wings. When I did that, all the momentum began to die down until I reached the ground with no damage received. This cape was the result of me, trying to create an elytra with no success. Phantoms existed in this world, but only in cold biomes, and Alexa didn't have any recipes for the magical wings. That's why I tried to recreate the effect, using enchantments with some success. This cape was specially made from dyed hogskin and enchanted with feather falling. And since the cape had such a large surface area, it acted as a parachute. And no matter what height I'm falling from, I can always land safe if I spread my wings. Unfortunately, that's the only thing they did, since I couldn't travel in the air like with the elytra, but it was still a good item. While I did land safely on the ground, the brute leader now saw me for my quite big entrance. You're the one who made all this mess. How dare you attack this place? Do you realize who you're up against? I didn't see a reason for me to continue this conversation, so I began to run towards him with my sword out. The brute cursed at me and took out his shield and weapon, ready for a fight. In my right hand I had the sword, and in my left hand I had some blocks, and as I was getting closer to him, I began placing the blocks, making a staircase. The man got spoked for a moment and raised his shield to block my attack. But I switched the blocks with a pearl and threw it right behind him. I managed to hit the shield with my legs before I was teleported, and right as I did that, I slashed the man's behind, leaving a burning scar. The brute jumped forward in pain and began to yell and curse while putting out the fire. I found out that the fire aspect enchant had the addition ability to inflict a lot of pain to my enemies. That's why you needed a special permit in the overworld to use it. Good thing I wasn't there. The man managed to put out the fire faster because of his armor, but he still took some damage. "You bastard! I'll kill you! Ah!" I was getting teared of his cursing, so I threw a dark potion towards him, making him catch on fire once again. But this time he died in a few breaths. This potion was another dangerous one, since it was a combination of instant damage and fire. This combination made the flames more deadly and harder to put out, making a good weapon against any kind of armor. Solomon and Blue had a bleast coming up with these. The battle was over, and the golems almost finished up as well. A battle that required a whole army was dealt with only one person. I would say that this was a great success. It's time to meet the system. Chapter 2, 107. Meeting with the system. I looted whatever was valuable from the bastion and used a teleporting square to get back home. Once inside, I let out a big sigh and placed everything in this respective chest. Then I took out some iron ingots and began to tend to my golems. While I could make others if needed, it wasn't an option I wanted to use. Since enchanting golems was hard, I couldn't use a book to enchant them and be done. Instead, I had to write the enchanting language on their iron skin. Then go through a long process of waiting for the enchanting table to figure out what exactly it was scanning. And sometimes the enchanting would fail, making me look for the minuscule mistake. For now, I had a full bundle bag of them, and it was enough to deal with anything that come my way. With the golems healed, I put them back and went towards the surface. On the way there, I passed a few rooms that weren't here a few months ago. Since I was stuck here for so long, I used that opportunity to decorate some more, making it more welcoming. As I was progressing in the crafting skill, I made a few additional rooms to test the new items, such as the block that would take out an item from the inventory. I tried to see if I could make it portable or take more than one item, but with no success. And the room where I tried the new weapons. There were a few unique ones at level 8, but all of them were at iron level, making them interesting, but not practical enough to replace the netherite sword. I arrived at the tribe that remained unchanged. Since I decided to concentrate on training, I didn't go on a spurge to renovate this place, which was probably for the best, since the people here like to live a simple life, and with my buildings, it would become more than that. I walked towards the giant tree and opened the door with ease. I've been here so often that I would feel uncomfortable if I had to knock on the door again. The living room seemed to be empty, which probably meant that Blue was already in the basement doing some experiments with the mad scientist. Not having any reason to wait, I went downstairs only to see Solomon working on one of his projects together with Alexa. But no Blue in sight. "Hey Solomon, where's Blue?" "Huh? Oh, it's just you. That young man just left me alone and went on a date with his wife. Can you believe that? Why would he do something so pointless when he could uncover the secrets of the world with me?" I don't know if he was jealous that Blue found someone or annoyed that he's alone now. As for Blue, he got married to Undying 5 months ago. When we went to Bobby's wedding, they were in awe at the ceremony, and Blue got the courage to ask Undying out when they arrived back home. It was a funny sight to see, especially at the beginning when they didn't know how to act towards each other. But then it got annoying as they became more lovely and acted as a couple. For some reason, it made me bitter, and Solomon had to suffer even more since he lived in their basement. Poor man. But I didn't trust him enough to be let out of leash. Of course, that's why I'm here. Since Blue and Undying were gone, Alexa was supposed to watch over the mad scientist, but unfortunately, I didn't trust Alexa enough not to be persuaded by the mad scientist to join his side. That is why the real guard was calmly sleeping in the corner of the room, unbothered by the noise we were making. The guard was Hogchop, who got very big in the past few years. He is so big that we needed to make a new entrance just for him so he could go outside. He was pretty popular in the tribe, which resulted in him getting lots of treats from everyone, making him more big than anticipated. But his strength can't be denied. Since he had so much mass, his attacks really hurt. And since he grew up with a potion maker, he was surprisingly strong against magic. Most failed experiments ended up in his stomach, making him the most eco-friendly trash can. Finally, some good news. I hope you brought a sample. I smiled and put the chopped bits of the leader on the table. What's with this lump of coal? I'm sorry, but the black flames were more powerful than anticipated, and this is the result. Tisk, and he was supposed to have minor fire resistance from the Wither's blessing. Let's see if I can salvage something from all of this. While the mad scientist complained a lot, he was actually excited, since this was something new to the world that not even the ancient civilization found. And he would be one of the first to uncover its secrets. While you two have fun, I decided I'll be stepping into the overworld. Both of them stopped and looked at me with wide eyes. So you're finally going. Do you think it's worth it? I don't have a choice. I've been stuck here for 7 months. Even with my armor, I feel that if I stepped out of the portal, I would be taken to the system. It's possible. After all, skills are connected to your soul and shine like glowstone in the dark when you have one maxed. I wish you good luck. But can I keep Alexa if you die? I gave a large smile while closing my eyes. No. I figured, good luck then. With everything done here, I went back to the surface and enjoyed the view of the tribe one last time as I was getting back to my home. Not the one underneath the tribe, but the main one besides the spawn. I was going back to my first home. Even though the journey took a few hours, it felt like minutes passed, and once I was in front of the huge portal, I was hesitant to make the big step. I took a deep breath and looked once more at my skill tab. Skills. Crafting level max. Enchanting level max. Brewing level max. Trading level 4. Those past few months have been very hard, but the results showed themselves clearly on my tab. I reached the pinnacle of 3 skills. I don't think anyone in history managed to get this far without meeting the system. But today I was going to overwhelm the system with my achievements so it wouldn't turn me down. Then it would came down to negotiation to not kill me and what I could get. I drank a regenerative potion and took off my armor. I didn't want to irritate it if possible. Then I stepped into the overworld. Suddenly, I felt 3 hooks into my soul, and all of them pulled me at the same time into a large white space. In front of me, I saw a huge golden figure of an angel, and I had the sudden urge to worship it as a god. You came back much quickly than expected. Let's see what you achieved. You're not the hero, you're that insufferable pest, and you maxed out 3 skills. The subject is out of proportions. I request for the admin to intervene. The mighty angel suddenly disappeared, leaving me alone in the white plane. Did I break the system? I'm not that easy to break. A voice spoke from behind me and I quickly turned. In front of me stood being as tall as me, with roughly the same shape. But the colors were different. This system looked like molten gold constantly running, with the occasional circuit here and there. I didn't feel overwhelming as the huge angel, but I did feel like the power was more condensed and pure. The anomaly that invaded my world 3 years ago, we finally met. I greet the mighty system. I said that while bowing beautifully. Only now you show me respect. You didn't seem to have a problem cursing me a few years back. I chose to remain silent on this subject. Silent, I see. Now why did you come here? While you don't have a normal life, I don't usually see you rushing to your death. At least not intentionally. So you maxed out all the skills with the exception of trading. Quite an achievement. One that should be reworded. Now. Suddenly the pressure in the room increased until I could barely breathe. I didn't even try to stand up. I was on the ground trying to gasp for air. As you can see, I can kill you right now, and you'll be gone for good. Tell me, why shouldn't I do that after you brought such a wrecked being into my world? I don't even want to know how you made it, and yet you spawned a seed of a god. A slippery one like you, nonetheless. After a few seconds of silence, the pressure was gone, and I could finally breathe. That was a complete accident. I didn't know it would be sentient, much less this powerful. And it's not like I did only bad things. I also helped the hero defeat the monster lords and other nation with their problems. Yet you're also helping the witches, who are people punished by me. You're also bringing items from the forgotten past that should have stayed forgotten. And let's not talk about that annoying armor of yours. It's so full of hatred. Try again, convince me why I shouldn't kill you and be done with the plaything of that man. Looks like the system knows more than me with how I got here. Would it be generous enough to explain it to me as well? But first, I had to convince the system that I shouldn't be killed. I mean, it didn't do this already, so that means it wants something from me. I only need to know what that thing is, or make one myself. You need me to defeat the Wither. Ha 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 ha. The system started to laugh out loud and the whole plane trembled. You died last time you fought him. Why do you think you have a chance of defeating him now? That's why I'm here for, to get an upgrade. And this should be urgent for you as well, since the Wither is trying to take over the Nether. Why should I care about that place? I made it specifically because I don't want it. He's trying to become the system of the Nether, not the ruler. The system went silent and looked deeper within my soul, like it was searching for something. I see, so that was the secret weapon the people of the past spoke about. I'll have to deal with it later. But it's true, if the Wither manges to take over the Nether, it would try and attack me. What did it see? Did it read my memory? Did it find out about Alexa? No, it should be fine even if it found out. I can still teleport chests with soul sand to fight of the Wither and the system if necessary. Plus, it's not like the system can afford to split its attention. Its heroes are not powerful enough yet, and if the Nether attacks, the End would surely join in as well. So it would be in its interest to accept my help. Okay, human, what do you wish for? I did it. Can you teleport me back to Earth? No. This hurted more than expected. Why? You can send back the heroes with no problems. You don't even need to teleport me now. You can do that after I defeated the Wither. Calm down, human. It's not that I don't want to send you back. It's just the one who brought you here has control over you, and I don't want to waste energy trying to wrestle you out of his hands, no matter how satisfying that would be. So chose something else, again with the being from the End. What was his problem? He didn't even talk with me once. In the end, I could only sigh and went with Plan B. How about Chapter 208, Feeling the Fresh Air? When I opened my eyes, I was back at the portal in the overworld. Well, I'm back and alive, so I'll take this as a plus. Now let's get the new item. What I chose was too costly for the system to create. That's why I had to give up the rewards from the other two skills. But it was very worth it, even though it was expensive to make. Funnily enough, I had to use all skills to complete this item. But luckily for me, they already existed in this world, so my wish wasn't wasted. First, I need to make a conduit, and for that, I need to Heart of the Sea, which is an item found only in a treasure chest in the game. But since I'm at the pinnacle of the crafting skill, I can craft one on my own. I already have a catalogue with all the unique items Alexa has in its storage, and from what I remembered, I needed 4 blocks of diamonds, 4 blocks of lapis, and 1 seashell in the middle. I went into my chest room to get the necessary materials, only to see a sign in the middle of the room. Dear trader, I needed a few materials to level up my crafting skills. Sorry for the sudden announcement. I promise I'll pay you back later. From Merrypaper. What do you mean you took a few items to level up? I ran towards the chests and checked their inventory, and to my horror, everything was gone. Or at least everything of value was gone. Diamonds, iron, gold, lapis, potion ingredients, and much more were all gone from my precious chests. Who could have done this? The sign said that it was Mary, but I didn't believe a word of it. First of all, Mary knew my location all this time. If she needed some items, she could have asked for them directly from me. Not only that, she doesn't even need my help with sponsoring her with materials, since she has good connections with the royal family in the Stone Kingdom and the Pope. And last but not least, the materials that are missing are the precious items and rare ones. Mary already knows I have Alexa, and the shortest way to max out any skill. But the items that are missing showed that the person who did this would try to brute force itself all the way to the end. That's just a waste of resources. And there was only one person who knew me and Mary, and the location of my base. Daniel, that thief. I'm sure Mary didn't tell him the location of my base, but it's not hard to find if you know where players tend to hide their secret stashes. It didn't help that I made it so huge, so if you dug down enough, there's a high chance you'll find it. And sure, he died one time because of my mistake, but this is too much. And he's trying to frame Mary for it as well. What a devious man. I have to make him pay for this. After all, he did say he'll pay me back. But I'm now broke no matter how you spin this tale, and with how many items are missing means he's been back here a couple of times. What should I do? I still need a few precious items that I don't have, and I don't feel like going on a mining expedition just for them to be stolen again. Just in case he'll be back for whatever reason, I'll put a sign of my own to warn him of the dangers of robbing me. Let's say I don't mind him being on equal hearts as me, but I still need a lot of items for my craft. Luckily, I had an emergency stash in my ender chest, but I'll only be able to do one part of the crafting recipe. When I made the request, I already knew in my mind how to make the item, which made this very convenient and scary to think about. It was a big gamble on my part to meet the system so defenseless. I had an emergency plan, but I didn't know if it would work in the first place, so I'm glad it didn't get to use it. I placed the ender chest down and took out a few diamond and lapis blocks. From the other chests, I took some redstone, wood, and a seashell. The recipe for the heart of the sea was simple but expensive. 4 blocks of diamond, 1 in each corner, 1 seashell in the middle, 4 blocks of lapis in the rest of the squares. The second item I could make was the storage block. This was one of the most essential items for Alexa, and it had the role of storing the energy from all the blocks absorbed. The recipe is 1 redstone block in the middle, 4 chests in each corner, 4 diamond blocks in the rest of the squares. A black block with blue lines all over the place appeared in front of me. This bad boy could store up to 1,000 blocks of soul sand worth of energy. And the best part about this is I can make it even better by enchaining it. But for what I wanted, I only needed 1 enchantment, and that was absorption. This enchantment is supposed to make the energy storage block easier to draw power from. For the next item, I needed to speak with Solomon to make his famous absorption potion as well. It would take a while to get all the necessary items, but it was a good thing since I also had to go on a shopping trip. I haven't seen the sun for a few months after all. I dearly miss the grass touching my feet, and a cool bath sounds amazing as well. I took everything for granted until I didn't have access to them. But now I learned my lesson, and I'll enjoy this dimension some more. You know what? I've been constantly training and suffering for the past few months. I should do something more fun, not stressing about getting revenge on Daniel or rushing to finish this item. I wanted to visit a few places, relax some more, and have some fun in the overworld. That's what I promised myself after all. With the new plans in mind, I loosened my shoulders and went towards the surface. The water elevator was nice and relaxing, and even stayed for a while before drying my clothes. Once I was out of the castle, I didn't have my armor on since there wasn't any need to hide from the system. And I wore it too much in the nether to get the cooling effect. I tried making an enchanted bracelet with Solomon and blue, but it was hard to make something that resists the rough life of a pigling and be cheap. That's why that project was paused until we found a better solution. As soon as my armor was off, I could feel the fresh air and warm sun on my exposed skin. This feels so nice. I think I'm just going to lay down on the grass and maybe take a nap. Of course, this action would be reckless if I didn't do it in the garden. After all, I could oversleep and be attacked by monsters at night. That would be a stupid way to die. But in the compounds of my walls, there wasn't any place where a monster could spawn from. Even the spiders didn't have a chance at scaling my walls. After all, it was defended by some trusty showmans that would throw off any unwanted guests. It's a shame that it doesn't attack thieving players, since I would have enjoyed the thought of Daniel getting hit in the face with a snowball. I choose a lovely spot in my garden and fell asleep in just 10 minutes. Once unconscious, I dream about flying through the world, seeing new biomes, abandoned ruins, and different kinds of villages. After 2 hours, I woke up feeling sore all over my body, but with a refreshed mind. That dream put fuel in my adventurous heart, making me think of exploring the destroyed continents just to see what it has. I had to slap my face to get out of that trance. This wasn't the time for me to get distracted. Now I had to concentrate on preparing for the final battle, but everything would be too slow if I was going at this pace. But this dream gave me an idea of how I could solve this and get a new adventure. For that, I needed 2 horses. The sun was still up in the sky, so I had ample time to look around the base and see if there were any animals. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly felt that my soul was getting hit by something, and I quickly recognized what it was. That cursed system. It didn't take the curse off me at all. I still can't stay in the overworld. I was beginning to take more damage, making me panic. Since the effects begun to hit, that means I have to run towards the nether portal. Even if I put my armor or bracelet on, I would still take damage since I was marked. Without hesitation, I run back towards my secret base, losing more hearts on the way. This was the first time I was annoyed that the bubble elevator wasn't fast enough. By sprinting all the time, I arrived in the nether with half a heart left. As soon as I felt that I was safe, I ate a golden carrot after another. Phew, that was way scarier than anticipated. I think this is the system's way of getting revenge on me. While I did say that it needed me to defeat the Wither, the problem was in the nether dimension. So I don't need a reason to stay in the overworld. What an annoying system. Isn't it supposed to be a machine? Why does it have the concept of grudge? Now I had to choose between wearing armor or a bracelet. The anti-system bracelet is so powerful that it fills the slot for the chest plate, but at the cost of making me defenseless most of the time. At least it had similar function as the netherite armor, since it doesn't only hide me from the system, but from everyone as well. You could say it does a better job than the armor, since even if you're looking for me specifically, I won't be found. We had to make a necklace so it would make this effect weaker for Bobby's wedding. In the end, I chose to wear the armor since I preferred it that way. While I was down here, I also made a few speed potion, saddle, and took some wheat. I drank one potion and went back to the surface to look for horses. And I was lucky to find a group an hour away from my base. Jackpot. There's 4 horses. With 4 horses, I could breed another 2 generations right as the newborns are grown. I got closer to them without my armor, which still made them cashin, but when I showed the wheat in my hand, they became friendly very quick. I feed one each and tried to stay on their back. Some of them let me, while others were very against it. I didn't know if I tamed them, since no hearts came out like in the game, and when I tried to put a saddle on, then they didn't like it. I tried to lure them to my base with the wheat, but they didn't seem too interested in doing that, being happy with what I gave them. Looks like I'll have to bring out my secret weapon. Then I took out a golden carrot, which quickly got their attention. They started to follow me like they were hypnotized all the way to my base. I build a bigger bridge over my trap ditch and lead them inside. Once I put the golden carrot back in my inventory, they looked around confused at the new environment. Now let's make the fastest horse that ever lived. Chapter 2, 109. I'm an uncle now. I found out a few things about horses in the past week. They need a lot of space to run around, and if not taken care of, they would destroy the garden and anything that they can break with their hooves. They are also very hard to tame. You need to get their favorite food to let you ride on them. Some of them wanted wheat, others want apples, and one even golden carrots. When you are on their back, you have to gently brush their head and neck while giving them their favorite food. It took a few hours before I had success with taming one, letting me put a saddle on her. Of course, she still preferred to eat apples instead of normal wheat even after she was tamed. I think the ones that I bought until now were specially bred not to be picky about the food, and who knows how long that took. I'm beginning to feel sorry for taking those horses for granted and dragging them into dangerous situations. After taming everyone, I splashed a speed potions on top of them. As always, they were very excited about their new speed and trampled everything in their path to test their newfound speed. I didn't even dare to get out of my fortress while they were running. I didn't know if I was safe with them like that. After they calmed down, I had a sudden idea. If I could enhance the horse by using speed potions, why don't I try to use others? So besides the speed potion, I also used strength and jump boost. It was a weird sight to see super horses jump from left to right at high speeds. When I began to breed them, I was rewarded with smaller horses that were equally strong and fast as their parents under the influence of the potions. It was a success. The only downside was that I couldn't speed grow them to their adult form in one go. They only ate 6 golden carrots per day. Only after 3 days were they fully grown. If I had waited normally, it would have taken 3 weeks for them to grow, which was a big difference. Once those were big and ready, I breed them once again, with another dose of potion, making the final child a true prodigy. After 3 days, he was a fully growing adult that could jump a 4-block wall and leave any kind of enemy in the dust. Not only that, but he knew how to defend himself as well. In 3 hits, he can kill a normal villager if they try to steal or attack him. While the horses were growing, I did a mining trip and gathered a few resources that I was going to need. The only remaining item that was missing being seashells to make the conduit. Unfortunately, I didn't have a beach anywhere near me, leaving me with the only option of buying them from a big city. But with the diamonds that I mined, I made an enchanted armor for the horse. It had fire resistance, farther fall, protection, and mending. I think this was the most powerful horse that ever walked this planet, and it was a good thing that it was on my side. There was only one problem with him: he needed a lot of space to run around. The first generation I could barely manage in my garden, the second one I had to let go after their mission was done, but this one would literally jump over my walls if I didn't take him on a walk regularly. That's why I decided on letting him wander outside my base so he could run out to his heart's content. Of course, that didn't mean that I gave up this project. Instead, I had to use more expensive items to get him back. Just as the pearls work on humans, they also work on animals. Nobody knew this fact because nobody had a reason to try it. Pearls are very expensive and rare, and the only reason I have so many on me is because my tribe is often trading with the brutes for these. And that is one of the privileges of being the owner of the tribe, getting free pearls whenever I ask for them. It's a good thing that Violet wasn't here to see me making those transactions, otherwise she would have been mad at me. I miss Violet from time to time, and I hope she's alive and didn't die in that explosion. I couldn't forgive myself if she died because of me. But no matter what method I tried, I couldn't get a hold of her, so I could only wait and hope that she'd be back one day. Now back to the horse. I registered my new horse on 1 pearl and kept it in a leather pouch that was enchanted with absorption. Since I had to hold the pearl outside my inventory, I had to make sure it stayed on me and didn't accidentally break it. Once I broke the pearl, the horse would appear in from of me. But every time I did that, it always demanded 10 golden carrots from me. No other kind of food, only golden carrots. If I didn't feed the horse, he wouldn't move no matter what I did. So from now on, I had to always have a stack of golden carrots on me, which would get expensive very quickly if I had to summon him every time I stayed more than 1 day in a city. At least I don't have to worry about his safety, since he can run, jump, or even defend himself from any situation. And if something really bad is about to happen, I could always teleport him away with my magic square and a pearl. With my special horse done and ingredients prepared, I decided to end my vacation here and get back to work. I only needed one more item for my masterpiece, and the key ingredient for that was seashells of all things. What a funny situation to be in. After I checked that everything was okay at home and hid the precious materials, I went into the nether and summoned my trusty horse. After paying the 10 carats tax, we went on our way. The journey was supposed to take us around 5 hours, but with my special horse, I arrived in just an hour, which was a record speed for me. Even the horse seemed to be shocked with how well it went in the dimension nicknamed Hell. And let's just say we weren't the only ones surprised about our short arrival. Since I wanted to get to a city, I decided to visit the capital, where there's a high chance I'll find what I wanted. But the only portal there was the one beneath the castle, which was also the most guarded place in the whole kingdom. Imagine their surprise when they saw a horse covered in diamond armor running at them at unbelievable speeds, while carrying a man dressed in black armor looking like death itself. They thought they were getting invaded, or death was after them. I made quite a commotion when I arrived at the portal, which made me feel bad for the poor guards who were doing their job. Maybe I didn't respect them as much as the ones from outside, because I was still salty about what they did to my tribe in the past. After a lot of explanations and reassuring them that I wasn't going to assassinate the king, they let me through. Mostly because the senior guards came to see the commotion only to recognize me in one look and warn the new guards not to mess with me because it's not worth it. I didn't like that explanation, since it sounded like I was just some troublesome guest that they had to deal with, but as long as they let me use the portal, I wasn't going to complain about it. Once I was inside, I walked slowly beside the horse to not get any more unwanted attention. In the end, I still got a lot of weird looks, but nobody stopped me to question what I was doing. I think I have some kind of reputation in this palace. Once outside the castle walls, I got back on my horse and arrived at the capital city just in a few minutes. Since I took the noble's gate, the guards didn't stop me. But I did have to slow down a lot when I arrived at the busy streets since I could accidentally kill people with my power-boosted horse. I started to regret making him this powerful. For the next few hours, I had to walk from store to store, exchange some diamonds for emeralds, and buy the remaining materials. Once I was done with everything, I went back to the castle where I was stopped by Bobby on my way to the portal. "Trader, are you going to leave this place without greeting me?" I stopped, and my face got red from embarrassment. I got so caught up in my big project that I forgot how to use proper manners. "Sorry, Bobby, I got a little distracted with the new project. It wasn't intentional. How's married life going?" His frown turned into a smile as his voice softened. "It's going very well. Unfortunately, we're both very busy with our jobs, but we made sure to have some time to spend with each other. And because of that, we now have a daughter named Ariel. And I want you to meet her." My mind stopped for a few moments. I knew people in this world don't get pregnant and give birth only after a night spent together, but I didn't expect this to be so fast. How did she look? Was she healthy? Was she safe in this world that seems to have dangers at every corner? More questions piled up in my head, but one thing was sure. I wanted to meet her. I would love to see her. I gave the horse a few golden carrots so he won't be cranky while I was away, and followed Bobby to a room upstairs. The room was guarded by a man with enchanted diamond armor who bowed at us while we entered the room. Inside was a small girl with dark hair and red dress happily playing with her wooden toys. When she heard the door open, she turned and looked at us with her big green eyes. I didn't have my armor on, so she could see me. But the first thing she said when she looked at us was, "Papa." She got up on her little legs and ran towards Bobby while giving him a hug while he picked her up. My heart melted at this sight. I couldn't believe the man who was exiled to a corrupted village was now in front of me, a father and a future king. Time passed since I came to this world, and a wave of emotions flooded me the moment. "Ariel, Papa is here with his friend that he kept talking about. Wen would learn how to speak more words, you can call him Uncle Trader." The girl looked at me and gave me a smile which made my hair melt even more. "Who?" she said to me while waving her small hand. "She's 6 months old and should slowly learn how to speak." I couldn't stop smiling for a week when her first word was Papa. After that, my wife took a few days off so she could spend time with her and hear her own name as well. I think we're both dotting parents, but I can't help to love this little angel. And I couldn't argue against it. Looks like a lot happened while I was stuck in the nether. Are Undying and Blue planning on having a baby as well? I had to check on them next time we'll meet. Unfortunately, I didn't have a toy on me right now to give. So the next best thing that I came up with was to give her a diamond. Bobby's response was to nervously chuckle as her little girl had sparkles in her eye while playing with my gift. "You have expensive teste, just like your mother. Good thing we have your Uncle Trader to satisfy it. Just promise me not to ever follow him in his crazy adventures." Both of us laughed as he let Ariel down to play with her new toy. Then he looked at me with a scary smile. "So, Trader, what's with the sudden visit and scaring my guards like that?" Oh boy, looks like I wasn't forgiving yet. Chapter 2, 110, The Final Weapon. "So you know how I've been stuck in the nether since I got a disease similar to the piglings?" "Yes. I remembered you saying that you managed to piss the system so much that it didn't want to let you live in this world anymore. But you also told me you were working on a bracelet that would help you against that, and your armor is supposed to hide you from the system anyway." "Yeah, I already made the bracelets a few months ago. That's how I was able to get your wedding in the first place. But I realized that I could use the nether to get all my skills maxed out and speak with the system to be forgiven." His eyes narrowed, expecting a crazy follow-up. "Well, last week I did just that and met with the system for the first time. As I expected, I was very angry when we first met. But after talking and some negotiations, we settled on a deal. Bobby raised his eyebrows, surprised at the lack of drama or danger in my story. While it's impressive that you met the system since nobody except the heroes could, I'm more surprised it only ended with that. What did you ask from the system? I think it's better if I showed you. Do you have a crafting table around here by chance? There should be one a few rooms down the hall. It's only used for decorations, so it shouldn't bother anyone. With permission given, we said goodbye to little Ariel and went into the room with the crafting table. The room was one for meeting the guests. It had a red carpet on the wooden floor, with some comfortable chairs on top. On the wall was a huge map of the Stonekin Dome, and the blue glass gave the room a calming atmosphere. In one of the corners stood a cartography table and a crafting table. I went towards the crafting table to make the last 2 steps for my final item. First, I needed to make a conduit, which was made with the heart of the sea in the middle, surrounded by seashells. After a few good hits, it was done. Now for the final part. What I was going to craft was an energy mace. It was inspired by the mace weapon, which could deal an ungodly amount of damage as long as you fell from a high enough place and hit the target. The energy mace had the same concept, but better, and for that I needed energy storage enchanted in the upper middle, netherite block in the top left, conduit in the left middle, 2 blaze rods, one in the center and the second one in the lower right corner. The holographic image of a black mace appeared. It had lighting sparks on as a model, and a golden handle. The recipe was made and the best weapon in the world was almost in my hands. I hit it, longer than usual, but in the end I prevailed, and the energy mace was in my hands. I could feel the weight of a weapon that could kill gods. It looks like an intriguing Hummer, but I'm sure there's more to it if you worked so hard to make it. You are right, my friend. Let's do a test now. Here's my shield, and I'll hit you with my mace. I'm sorry, what? I think I just heard you wanted to hit me with what you called a weapon that can kill gods. Oh, don't be like that. It would be fine. You don't have to worry. Now stay still so I won't miss. I forcefully gave him my enchanted shield, and panic appeared on his face. Wait, what? Bang! I hit the raised shield and let out a loud bang. But no damage was done to the shield or the one holding it. Bobby opened his eyes and looked all over his body to see if he was still in one piece. Then he looked at me with the apologetic expression. Trader, I think you got ripped off by the system. But instead of feeling defeated, I only smiled. What nonsense are you talking about, Bobby? Of course, it wouldn't do any damage, since it's not charged yet. Charged? By what? Why don't I show you? Here, take my netherite sword and hit my mace with all your force. Bobby took the enchanted sword and read the description of it before raising an eyebrow. Are you sure about this? This weapon seems very sharp. Yeah, I'm sure. Bang, bang, bang. I didn't even finish my senate before he began attacking me. Not only that, but he listened to my request to use all of his force from the start. I expected him to go easy on me to test my defense, and I would have had to encourage him to slash harder, but he seemed to be very willing to help me with this exercise. Not only that, but a smile appeared on his face every time he hit me. He looked like he was letting out some pent-up frustration, but that couldn't be possible since he was my best friend. After a few minutes, Bobby finally got tired and stopped hitting the mace. I have to say, he's not suited for male combat since his aim sacked. I had to move my mace from time to time, otherwise he would have hit me. Oh right, we were supposed to test your weapon, I kind of forgot that. Why did you make me do that again? Now it's my turn to attack, but I think it would be safer to put the shield on the ground this time. Bobby was relieved that this time he wasn't going to be at the end of an attack and put the shield down without asking any more questions. Once he was at a safe dance, I felt that something new was in the mace, some kind of energy that was ready to be unleashed, and in one swing I hit the shield laying on the floor with everything I had. Boom! A loud bang was heard throughout the castle. The shield was slightly dented, which was surprising since it was so heavily enchanted to resist those kinds of hits. But the floor wasn't as resistant as the shield, and quickly broke down, making me fall on the lower floor. Luckily, there wasn't anyone in the room when I fell in, and Bobby expected something to happen, so he stayed far away from me, making me the only victim of my weapon. Of course, this kind of fall couldn't hurt me, but it did take me by surprise. Are you okay, trader? Do you need me to send someone down there to rescue you? Ha ha ha. How funny. I'm okay. Thanks for asking. But what do you think of my new weapon? The hole I made was roughly 4 blocks wide. For some reason, the attack of the mace seemed to be able to bypass the protection of the blocks made by the system. So the hole looked pretty weird by the standards of this world. I'm guessing that it absorbed the attacks of the swords and released them when you hit with your mace. Exactly. Not only that, but it's all concentrated in one point, making the attack much stronger. The guards and servants quickly stormed the room, looking for the culprit that made all this noise. Bobby was quick to explain and calmed everyone down before they would try arresting me for attempting to assassinate a member of the royal family. After everyone calmed down and cleaned up, he came beside me and asked me about the weapon. So how much energy can you store in that mace? I smiled proudly at that question. In theory, it doesn't have a limit, but I don't know in practice. But that would mean… Yes, this weapon has the potential to destroy a city in one strike if I gather enough energy. Bobby's eyes went wide, realizing how dangerous this weapon could be, and I could only show a cocky smile in return. Not only did my weapon have an infinite amount of storage, but it was also the perfect shield since it could absorb any kind of attack. Swords, axes, arrows, punches, and even fireworks would not be spared. I only needed to be sure that it hit the mace instead of me when I was using it as a shield. Can you make one for me as well? Asked Bobby with an innocent voice, but I could feel the greed in his eyes making me chuckle nervously. I'm sorry, my friend, but the weapon is so powerful that the system made it craftable only once. So if I lose this item, it would be gone for good. Bobby's shoulders dropped in disappointment. Well, I guess that's a good thing, since this world would have been much scarier if more than one person got a hold on such an item. Wars would look much different than now. But it could also become safer if handled properly. In the beginning, nobles would most likely use it to suppress the villagers, but after years of getting used to it, some would crack and steal one to start a revolution. This could end up with the weapons being banned or used as a last resort, just like the nukes in my world. After all, while it is powerful, it's not that cheap to make. Trader, I don't know what exactly are you thinking right now, but I can guess. I have to remind you that only you and the other heroes are capable of crafting this in the first place. Oh right, the people in this world are limited by the system, so even if the recipe gets leaked, they couldn't use it. Wait, how did you know what I was thinking? You have a lost look when you think about useless stuff, and from the context and your way of thinking, I could have guessed what you were thinking about. Wow, am I that easy to read, or is this an ability only Bobby has? No wonder I don't surprise him anymore. He can already read me like an open book. So what do you plan on doing now? Gather more energy for your mace and defeat the Wither that way. That is the final goal, but the mace is not finished yet since it only absorbs 1/10 of each attack. You had that much power, and it's not at its full potential. Yes, I still have one more step that I have to do to make it complete. And I haven't even enchanted yet. That sounds like it's going to take a while. If you need help with anything, don't hesitate to ask from me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to meet with my wife and explain to her why we have a new hole in the guest meeting room. With our final goodbyes said, we parted ways, and I went to get my horse back, who surprisingly was still waiting me in the same spot I left him. I thought he would wander off and cause some problems, but I was glad that everything was fine and nobody got hurt. I passed the guards at the portal and galloped back towards the tribe, arriving in just 10 minutes. When I arrived there, I got quite the attention with the new horse. I think they never seen an animal like this, and they were all excited and fascinated by it. Everyone was already used to me and my armor since I've stayed here for so long, and I trusted them enough not to scare the horse, resulting in them getting hurt. Plus, they were all a tribe of warriors, even though they were the weaker ones in the Nether. I got off my horse and went to meet with Solomon while telling the others to take care of the horse while I was away. They all accepted with a smile, and I downstairs and talked with the mad scientist about a new request. I don't think he's going to like this one, since I'll need a full kudron of the absorption potion. Chapter 2. 111. Full Power. Another week has passed since I first created the energy mace, and a few things have happened since then. The potion took longer than expected, since the ingredients were much more annoying to get than expected. and the process was not as simple as using a brewing stand. It had to be boiled in a cauldron that would evaporate in time to the level of 3 potions. That's why we needed multiple cauldrons for this final step. While Solomon was working on that project, I was in my base with Alexa, looking through its huge catalogue of enchantments to see which would be best suited for the mace. We knew that the material of the weapon should be more resistant than netherite, but we still could roughly put only 10 high-level enchants for this. This may sound like a lot, but unbreaking, mending, fire aspect, density, and breach are a priority for this weapon, since they were the most compatible with the mace. At least those were the easy choices to make. Now I had to choose from a huge library of enchantments that varied between Thunderstrike and Slippery Foot. The last one may sound useful, but it worked only on your boots, unless you had a way to make your enemy wear them. I debated with Alexa whether we should make our enchantments and decided to wait until we sort out the list before we resort to that. Coming up with the right formula for a simple enchantment is complicated in itself, and people from the past took years to achieve high-level enchantments. Even with Alexa's help, it would take a few months to finish. The reason I was in such a hurry to finish this weapon is because the Wither hasn't attacked Alexa for 2 months. We don't believe that it simply gave up, nor do we believe that he lost to the brutes in the Nether War. So we think that he is planning something big, or even worse, he is teaming up with the Mad Prince. If it was the latter, it would become the worst-case scenario, since he was guaranteed to take control over the Nether. It's only a matter of time. Surprisingly, the system didn't attack Alexa either. It just scanned the area that it has control over and left it like that, with no pushing or sending suspicious scouts. That means the system is also planning something making me nervous. But today was a good day, since Solomon managed to successfully make a full cauldron of his absorption potion. He looked tired and annoyed, but behind all of that, I could see a glimpse of excitement from what was about to come. Most of my friends knew about my new weapon and what it did. Solomon happened to be in the same room and heard about it as well. That's the reason he even accepted to make the potion for little to no pushback, since this was a weapon that could potentially kill the system. I didn't plan on doing that, or know how to, but he didn't need to know. We were all gathered around the magical soup with high expectations. I took a step closer and lifted the mace high in the air before turning it upside down and slowly letting it sink into the liquid. Psst! It was like a hot metal came in contact with water. It made a sharp noise until bubbles remained. The liquid was now boiling, but shrinking at visible speeds. Everyone had their eyes glued to it and even took a step forward to see it better. Once it was done, the only thing remaining in the cauldron was the mace, which didn't seem to have any visible difference. Seeing that nothing else was going to happen, I grabbed it by the handle and tried to feel the different. The energy was still the same, and I didn't feel any new options that I could use. Someone hit me with something heavy. Like waiting for this order, the mad scientist took a pitch-black potion from his inventory and threw it at me. I blocked the oncoming projectile with my mace, and the potion bottle broke. The black liquid that was supposed to hit me was sucked toward my weapon like a vacuum, leaving nothing behind. I haven't tried potions before, so I didn't expect this kind of result. But suddenly the energy reserves were doubled, meaning 2 things. "Hey Solomon, what kind of potion did you throw at me?" "Air, nothing that should have killed you." He's lying. My lying detector was quick to catch him in the act. Everyone narrowed their eyes and looked at him. "Solomon, what kind of potion was that?" He turned his head and muffled something that I couldn't hear. "Lauder, so we can hear you." "It was just instant damage 5, nothing to worry about." "He threw what?" "That's supposed to kill me 2 times over." I think with my new magic resistance enchantments, I would have barely survived, but the potion was still deadly. How did he even make one like this without the help of the system or a witch? Looks like he didn't accept his fate yet. It's such a shame that I lost my monocle of truth in that explosion, otherwise I would have seen this coming beforehand. While Solomon got his beating from Undying and Blue, I studied the new energy I got. It was the same type as the previous ones, just a lot larger than expected, showcasing the danger of the potion. But I couldn't tell if this was because of the new upgrades or just the potion itself. So, in the end, I had to give Alexa my sword to test with something that I already knew the results of. When the 2 weapons came into contact, I could feel energy enter the storage, but it was minuscule in compression to before. But I could only smile at the results. Indeed, looks like the magical bath upgraded it so it can absorb 100% of any attack. This was 10 times better than before, truly a weapon that could kill gods. Now what's left is to put the enchantments and we can go to get our revenge. So it's finally time? Undying and Blue came back after teaching the mad scientist a lesson that he shouldn't forget any time soon. I think his freedom would be more limited for a while because of this. Yes, I think it's time for me to get out there once again. I've been stuck in one place for too long, and my adventurous heart can't take it anymore. Both of them chuckled. Well, we wish you a safe trip, and you're always welcome to come back. It's been a while since I've seen Blue have so much fun studying with someone else. Solomon is smart, maybe too smart to speak with him normally, and Alexa is even worse. You seem to be the most normal one out of this group, though I know it's the opposite. Blue got blue all of a sudden, and I smiled and thanked them for their hospitality before going back to my underground base. Yes, it's now or never after all, plus I already prepared everything so there's no need to delay. I walked towards a single chest that stood in the corner of the room. Inside were 9 enchanted books. Mending, Unbreaking 4, Breach 5, Density 6, Fire Aspect, Windburst 4, Lightning Aspect, Air Jump, Loyalty. The last one was a little harder to make, so I put it in my ender chest for safekeeping. After I took everything from the chests, I placed them on an anvil and began to hammer everything into one. I think I lost all the levels with this item, but I was never more proud of what I had in my hands. Let's go and test this baby out. That's good because I'm going to smash some skulls with it. Like a kid with a new toy, I ran towards the surface, ignoring everyone on my way. Only halfway to the Red Forest, I realized that I could have used my horse to get there faster. Stupid me, now I would waste a pearl if I summon him, and I'm too far to get back. I let out a big sigh and continued running. Surprisingly, Alexa could keep up with my full sprint, which took me by surprise. Was the allay more machine than a living being if it had this much stamina? In the end, we arrived at the Red Forest without any incident to my displeasure. But that didn't last long, as I saw a hogling right at the edge of the forest, foraging for food. Alexa, stay here so you won't catch his attention. Without a worry, I got closer to hogling, and when I was 5 blocks away, I stopped and placed a few blocks on the ground. The hogling looked at the blocks with confusion. Before he would switch his sight to somewhere else, I broke the blocks, making him able to see me. His eyes were wide with surprise before changing to ones of anger and began charging at me. Usually, I would prefer to kill them while I was still in stealth mode, since I would get most of the meat undamaged that way. But today I wanted to test the weapon in combat, and for that I needed to be attacked as well. The animal almost reached me at full speed, but I raised my mace and blocked the attack. A loud bang was heard through the forest as his tusks hit metal, but I didn't feel a thing. That attack didn't charge a lot. Looks like my sword is better after all. The hogling was taking a few steps back, preparing for another charge, but I didn't plan on letting him do that, as I jumped and hit him in the head. Splash! The head split like it was watermelon, splashing blood everywhere in a 5-block radius. Ugh, I used too much energy with this attack. Let's not use this weapon for hunting. I can barely get 1 pork chop from this one. I can't imagine what I'll get if I hit a chicken. Probably a chicken plate. I think I should hunt monsters now. I'm starting to feel bad for the poor animals if it's going to continue like this. The noise got the attention of the other hoglings, who quickly came to inspect what just happened. But when they arrived, I was long gone, looking for my next victim. Little did I know that from that point forward, no hogling dared to set foot in that part of the forest. My next victim was a skeleton. It kept shooting arrows at me, and I blocked most of them. And the one who I missed were defended by my armor. When I reached the poor skeleton, I used the force of 3 arrows to hit him, only to decapitate him in one swing. The results are better, but it's still too weak. I set my next target to be the nether slime. It was medium in size, so if I killed it once, it should split into 4 smaller ones. Once its eyes were on me, it quickly jumped towards me, but I raised my shield to block its attack. I learned 2 things in that moment. The mace seemed to be able to block even a jumping attack, at last the moment of the attack. And second, slimes are very heavy, and the mace doesn't help with that at all. So I was squished underneath the slime. It didn't hurt, I was mostly embarrassed, and when it tried to jump once again, I rolled out of the way. Now take this. I hit it with the energy of 5 swings of my sword. Splash! Like a balloon, it popped into small pieces of slimy lava. It was so bad that no more slimes appeared afterwards. I guess I could use this to intimidate my enemies. But I had 2 more abilities that I didn't get the chance to use. So I began searching for the perfect mob to practice those 2, the ghast. Once I found one, I got as close as possible towards it and looked at the ground. 10 blocks high should be enough. I raised the mace high above my head and hit the ground while activating Windburst. Boom! A loud explosion caught the attention of the ghast, who turned to see a crater in the nether floor. But I was 10 blocks in the air looking at my target, who didn't see me yet. Before I began to fall down, I swung my mace towards the floating monster that was 10 blocks away from me. But instead of wasting the swing, I activated the air jump enchantment, which made a solid air block, and the mace hit. Bam! Another explosion was heard, followed by the dying screams of the monster. Once I landed on the ground, I looked with shock at the damage that I made. Looks like I'll have to control this better. Lava fell down from the newly formed hole in the ceiling. Chapter 212. We meet again, Shadow Lord. I have to come clean with something. I had too much fun with my new weapon, so I kind of accidentally terraformed a few chunks of the nether. It's a good thing it was far away from any settlements, otherwise they would have thought a group of ghast decided to go wild on nature. But in the end, I got all the valuable data that I wanted, and I couldn't be more satisfied than this. Some of the enchantments were modified, so I could manually activate them, and I was glad that I had the foresight to do that. Windburst was supposed to knock me back whenever I landed a hit, and that would be more annoying to use in a fight than it was worth it. But if I could activate it at will, I could get out of any dangerous situation by literally blowing myself away. Air jumping was also useful. Originally, it was made for boots, so you could do a double jump in the air by comprising it. But now that I put it on my mace, I unlocked the ability to fight in the air as well. It's such a shame that I don't have an elytra, but I guess my cape should suffice for now. I was thinking the same thing, but I think it's better if we take it more slowly this time, since I almost emptied my reserves. From what I understand of this mace, someone has to hold the item to get the energy from the attack. So I couldn't leave it overnight being hit by a dispenser with arrows, since the only thing it would end up doing is just damaging the weapon. I could try and use a golem to hold the mace, but I don't know how it would react to constantly being attacked, even if the momentum of the arrows is supposed to be absorbed upon impact. Wait a minute, isn't the punch of a golem several times stronger than a normal arrow? Would the mace take energy if the owner is the one hitting it? If so, putting a golem to punch the weapon non-stop would be the best method to farm energy without using resources. A golem is a machine and can't get tired, so it could go endlessly until the mace breaks, and that's not an easy thing to do. That would be a good experiment for me to do later. For now, I needed to find an underground tunnel so I could get to the Wither's territory fast. Alexa, do you know where we are by any chance? I don't recognize anything around us. Well, that was the best course of action we could take for now. We wandered for a while and killed a few more monsters to repair my items since the netherite armor was working overtime to absorb all those shockwaves that I keep throwing around. And finally, we were at a place Alexa recognized. We found one already. Looks like luck is on our side today. Let's hope it would keep it like that. I dug down and arrived at a tunnel as instructed. Once I checked each side to see if it was safe, I drew the enchanted square and summoned my mighty horse. Once it appeared, he looked confused while munching on red mushrooms. Well, well, well. Looks like someone had a good time in the tribe. Don't get too spoiled now. I then gave him the mandatory golden carrots and got on top of him. Now that I was looking closer, I realized that he had a few extra decorations on him. On top of his head was a crown made with blue vines. The hair had some leaves here and there, and he smelled pretty good. What did those people do to my horse? He's already hard to afford with all the food that he eats. Now they want to make him even more spoiled with massages and perfumes. How am I even supposed to compete with that? I don't have that kind of time. Maybe I should leave him in the tribe. They seem to do a better job than me anyway. After he ate the carrots, I placed Alexa in front of me and began running at full speed. With no obstacles in the way, we should arrive at the destination in no time. You can't find a horse this fast in the wild. I made him. If only it was that easy. Unfortunately, it's not because of the crystal. Instead, I used the old-fashioned way of selective breeding. Alexa went silent for a while, and the horse suddenly shook his head like he was trying to get some bugs off. So I wasn't the first one who tried to do this. But I guess the reaction is to be expected, since the only way you can get this kind of horse is through potions. I used a little secret of mine. I'll probably tell you later if you promise to be a good supercomputer. It rarely happened, but it felt good to be better at something than the mighty Alexa. You act with your interest in mind. It's not like I'm a saint either, since I was the one to summon the Wither in the first place, but at least I'm trying to fix my mistake and not make another one. The only reason you are interested in this Wither is because you couldn't make one of your own. In the end, I decided to remain silent and enjoy the ride at high speeds. The road was long and simple. I could say it was even better than the overworld, since we didn't have to worry about trees or enemies. I don't know how they did it, but there weren't any monsters in the tunnels. We stopped from time to time for the horse to eat, when suddenly I came to a realization. I didn't give you a name. The horse raised his head while munching wheat from the hay block before getting back to get some more. I'm not that good with names. I think I got this from my mom, who named me after her favorite anime. I don't even remember what it was about. I only know that the main character is a child who wears a green vest and has spiky hair. Violet is the primal example of my naming sense. I just combined her tendency to be violent and the colors of her eyes. Don't ask how I know that. So by that logic, I can name my horse with something that would describe him. That's it. Your name is now Speedy. I was thinking Flash at the beginning, but then remembered that he was still a kid. Even Alexa was happy with my idea. Speedy didn't seem too interested, though. He just continued to eat the hay. Alexa, how far are we from the Wither's main territory? Already? That was way faster than expected. I'll have to thank Speedy for that. Speaking of this, I should send him home as well. While he was eating, I drew the enchanted square on the ground with the coordinates to my house. After that was done, I took out a pearl, recorded it to Speedy, then put it in the middle of the enchanted square. After I activated it, Speedy suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a half-eaten block of hay. Now let's get to work. I splashed Alexa with an invisibility potion and took out my pickaxe to get out. On the surface, I was greeted with souls and everywhere. Not only that, but this place was overrun with wither skeletons and black flowers. This was the passing ability of the Wither. If he stayed enough in one place, black flowers would spawn all over the place, resulting in more skeletons for his army. Not only that, but it also gave you debuffs if you stayed around them for too long, or God forbid, touched them with your hand. But there was a trick you could use to get around that. The classic way, which the brute army was using, was to chop everything in their path and incinerate it to dust. The best way, which I was the only one capable of doing it, was to get the magic resistance enchantment. Once the armor was full of that, I could walk on the black fields like it was normal grass. I also found out that the passing effect of the field gave a weak but constant supply of energy for my mace. The deeper I went into the Soul Valley, the more bones and skeletons I saw. Suddenly, I heard a battle in the distance. From the sounds of it, it was a big one with explosions and a lot of yelling. This caught my interest, since the only ones who would dare fight in those kinds of places would be the brutes and the Mad Prince. I quickly went towards the noise and saw a group of brutes in diamond armor fight against another group of skeletons. But there was something different about this group of monsters. There was a larger one in the back, shooting powerful arrows at the brutes and making quite a mess in their ranks. If things continued like this, the brutes would lose and most likely die or join the ranks of the enemy. Unfortunately, I didn't like either party, but the brutes seemed to be the lesser evil between the two. So with calm steps, I got closer to the Shadow Lord, who was shooting the brutes from a distance with green arrows. I raised my mace and prepared the energy of 10 fireworks in one attack. Just as I was about to hit him, he suddenly disappeared and reapered a few blocks away, looking around confused. My attack was wasted, and when it hit the ground, a huge explosion erupted, catching the attention of everyone on the field. "It's you!" I didn't expect the instincts of the skeleton to be this sharp, and here I thought I was going to finish him in one hit and not worry about it anymore. Shadow Lord, what are you doing here in the Nether? And why are you fighting with the Wither's army? I thought you hated that guy. The Monster Lord looked at me before pointing his bony finger. Suddenly the whole army of skeletons were running towards me. Well, I didn't expect this outcome, but I guess I'll take it as a learning opportunity for my new fighting style. I gathered energy and hit the ground, activating the Windburst enchantment, bringing me high in the air. Just as I was about to fall, I activated the second enchantment and stopped in mid-air while a wave of energy was dati-amping the ground and the army unlucky enough to be in its path. Then I spread my cape to glide while shooting with my multi-shoot crossbow at the rest of the army. In just one jump, I destroyed 80% of the monsters. The Shadow Lord didn't try to fight me or the others. Instead, he looked at me with narrow eyes. "Well, shall meet again, cursed human." And he teleported away. Chapter 2, 113. The War in the Nether. While the Shadow Lord teleported away, the remaining skeletons dropped dead on the ground like puppets without string. That only left me alone with the group of brutes who seemed ready to continue the fight. Black armor and unorthodox fighting style. Are you the one who defeated the second in command? Looks like I was popular in the Mad Prince army. I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Where's the Wither? We don't know. That's why we got bolder and entered the land without bothering to burn the cursed flowers. Now it's your time to answer. Are you the one who defeated the second in command? They were more talkative than I expected, so that threw me off a little. Yes, I was the one who defeated her. Is she looking for revenge by any chance? Instead of answering, they all cheered in unison and looked at me with respect. And where is your monster friend? We heard she almost wiped out the Diamond Squad while you were running away. Ugh, that brought some unpleasant memories from the past. Because of them, we couldn't use the Nether to get faster at the Pupafish City. I had to stop myself since I was looking for excuses at this point. She's not here for now, so don't try looking for a fight. That's a shame. Why don't you come to our camp and discuss with our boss then? I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. The friendliness they showed now made my guard raise up. I couldn't believe that those people were the same ones that made so much trouble for us. But at the same time, if I wanted to get some information about the Wither, they would be the ones to have it. Okay, I'll follow you, but don't get any funny ideas. Unlike last time, I'll be able to kill everyone in the camp with one hit. Everyone laughed and just told me to follow them. That was weird. Do they not fear death? No wonder they were so weird. I'll have to be more careful of what kind of people I'm threatening from now on. But it seems that the brutes are a special kind in the end. We walked for an hour in the death field, mostly because the brutes spent all of the time trying to dodge the flowers. While they were protected by the diamond armor, they didn't have magic resistance like me, so they had to be very careful. Otherwise, they could go through a slowly and painfully death. But in the end, we passed the field safely and arrived at their main camp. It looked similar to the last one I saw, and I was told that it was because they moved very frequently. That was the reason they had so many victories against the Wither's army. They could gather a large force and attack them, but first, they need to know their location. That's why the most they would stay in one place is a week, making it hard for the mindless skeletons to find their current location. We arrived at the gate, which was under the surveillance of two diamond-armored guys. They looked at my group, and especially at me. I think they recognized me since their stance quickly changed to one ready for a fight, but not in a provocative way. Once inside, we quickly arrived at the biggest house in the camp, where we stopped, and one of the soldiers knocked on the red door. Knock, knock. If the Wither didn't attack, then don't bother me. The Mad Prince yelled from the other side. Boss, I think you'll want to see this person. He's the one who defeated the second in command after all. There were a few moments of silence after the soldier spoke, and I was starting to get worried that he would burst out and start a fight. Let him in. The rest of you can wait outside. They didn't complain and signaled for me to get inside. I looked one last time at my inventory and readied myself for any attack that could come my way. And after I took a deep breath, I passed the threshold and entered the house. Inside, there was only one large room decorated with different kinds of black skulls, skeleton remains, withered flowers, and a lot of open books. In the middle of this mess stood the Mad Prince looking at an open book. So you came back, and without your monster friend. At least that's what my scanner is telling me. He lifted his head from the book and looked at me. Then his eyes shifted towards the space beside me. And did you manage to take off the tracker from your friend? No, that's not possible, and she didn't use invisibility potions. That leaves your blue pet as an explanation. Why do you even bring it with you? It looks very weak, and I feel an unexplainable hatred when I look at it. His eyes were truly sharp. I mistook him as a mindless brute who solves problems through strength alone. But from this room alone, I could tell that he was taking his enemy seriously and studying everything possible about it. And his eyes were truly something else, to see Alexa so easily. I feel like you're more confident since we last fought. I wonder what else did you cook up? So tell me, trader, why did you decide to visit me? I was wondering what's the situation with the battle between you and the Wither. The Mad Prince looked around me some more before going back to his book, writing something down. And why should I tell you something that could potentially endanger us? Because I have a way to kill the Wither. He quickly raised his head from the book and tried to peer deep into my eyes with no success. I did wonder what the new air around you was about. Turns out it's not just empty confidence, so what's your secret weapon? I just brought out the energy mace, and he looked at it with great interest. He even tried to take a closer look at it by taking it, but I quickly put it back into my inventory. Just because I wanted to reassure him, that doesn't mean I would go with all of his demands. I can feel the potential of that weapon, and it's amazing. Can I have one as well? I can pay whatever price you demand. I'm sorry, this is the only one I can make. He let down his shoulders in disappointment and turned around to sit in his chair. The Wither is something that shouldn't exist. I wanted to put all the blame on you people from the overworld since you have a history of messing worlds up, but he's too experienced with life in the Natha, making me think he's a native. Then he gave me a book from the pile beside him. Inside it was written the daily life of a group of skeletons who were farming the hoglings and striders for their resources. Even endermans were hunted for their pearls. It was quite detailed and easy to read, showing the ability of the researcher as a man on the field and as a teacher. I think it's better if I don't tell him that I'm the reason the Wither is here in the first place. I've tried to understand the reason why he went to war with us and concluded that he wants some information that we might have. One would be a way to go into the overworld, but there's a better method for that, so that only leaves information from the ancient people. Well, he is right about that, but I don't think he can also guess what he's looking for. That's why I had to look through the forbidden library at home to see a reason for the invasion. And while we do have a lot of dangerous knowledge that would make anyone salivate over it, that wasn't enough reason for a being like the Wither to be interested in it. But there was something that caught eyes that would be useless for us, but useful for the Wither. And that would be an energy generator. He was so close to the truth. The only step he is missing is just making himself strong enough to destroy the system in the overworld. In the past few months, we've managed to have victory after victory against him, but only an elite group can fight in those battles, making our victories look hollow in comparison with the grand field of scheme. So they are still winning, but can't keep up with the expansion of the Wither, and the only reason we didn't hear anything about this is that he's attacking the opposite side of the Nether. This means that currently he's only making his army bigger while we celebrate the small victories. That didn't make me feel good, but a part of me was satisfied to know that we didn't underestimate the Wither when I first heard about the war. From what your men told me, the Wither hasn't been seen for quite a while. Do you think he's planning something big? Oh, did they tell you that? Yes, I've been sending more scouts deep into his territory so I can gather more data. But from the looks of it, it wasn't too successful. It's not like they could have done anything. They were up against the Monster Lord, and this one was slippery as well. Do you know the rough direction, where the Wither would be? I think I can go there by myself and deal with the problem once and for all. You're quite confident just because you got a new weapon. But there's no point in having it if you don't know how to use it to its full potential, especially not against someone as powerful as the Wither. He sure talks a lot for someone who doesn't have a plan on how to defeat the Wither. And why does he assume that I don't know how to use the weapon? Is he trying to steal it from me that way? That's a problem for me to solve. Now can you tell me the way to the Wither? The Mad Prince got up from his chair and started to gather the books from the floor, then putting them in different chests. I waited patiently on the side, not speaking a word until he was done. I've decided, since you don't seem eager to give us your precious weapon, we'll be following you into the heart of the enemy and deal with this together. Was he always this honest? And why should I let you come with me? You clearly stated that your intention's to get my weapon. Why should I let you follow me? I don't see any reason I should accept this deal. We can guide you to your destination. I can also make such a big mess that the Wither has to come and deal with me himself. That could also be a solution, but you have to remember, no matter how powerful you are, you're still one man, and even the Wither is fighting with an army despite his massive strength. He was telling the truth. If the Wither realized that I could kill him, he could tire me off with his endless army and deal the finishing blow when I can't move anymore. I guess I could use them as a bait if it comes down to it. And they could pull their own weight in the enemy territory anyway, so it's not like I'll be too worried in that regard. Okay, I'll accept your deal, but I still don't trust you. The Mad Prince smiled as a response. Chapter 2, 114, Withered Fields. Once I accepted the deal, the Mad Prince yelled at his soldiers to start packing. Without questioning the decision, everyone started on their tasks. Some of them were tasked with breaking the rare blocks, others with gathering items from all chests and separating everything in different inventories, and some with other important tasks. I looked in fascination as the group of soldiers moved in unison like ants and finished everything just under an hour. After everything was collected and the unwanted items got burned, they all sat in a formation, ready for the next order. The Mad Prince nodded in approval at his men and cleared his throat to give a speech. My people who love endless battles, today we shall fulfill your biggest wish and attack the enemy camp. No more careful plans, no more retreats, and no more stopping. Everyone raised their hands and yelled with excitement. I could feel the bloodlust rise into the air, making my heart beat faster. They all turned around and marched towards the black field in an organized order. I didn't expect such a short speech, but it was probably for the best for those kinds of people. But it seems that one soldier wanted to speak with the Mad Prince since it stayed behind. And after one glance, I quickly recognized her. She was the second in command and the reason I was here in the first place. I hope she's not here to pick up a fight with me. I don't like to fight with humans unless it's necessary, and the brutes have been docile until now. But to my relief, it seems she wanted to talk with her boss, and it wasn't about me. Boss, I know you told us not to make any plans, but I know better than that. So what's the objective of this mission? Ha ha ha. As always, second is the most reliable of them all. You're right. I never go on a battlefield without a plan, and the man beside me is the plan. She looked at me with cold eyes, clearly not over the fact that she lost in our last duel. If the boss is trusting you, then I don't have a choice but to trust you as well. So don't disappoint us, or you'll have to suffer for it. She turned around and followed the group of marching soldiers. The Mad Prince laughed once again and signaled at me to follow him. I let out a sigh and followed the man. This reminds me of the older days when everyone kept bugging me to follow them without question. Now, most of the people are too scared to do that or learn to treat me like a normal human being. Everyone walked confidently on the red floor of the Nether. That was until we arrived at the Death Fields. Then the formation changed to one of a pointed arrow, where the first group of people slashed the flowers down, and the ones coming from behind had torches in their hands, burning the cut flowers. It was a very practiced movement from what I could tell, but even with this, it would take a while to get anywhere we want to. There has to be a way to move faster than this. I looked at the ceiling and saw openings that were filled with more flowers, or lava flowing down. I could make a bridge that everyone can walk on, but that would mean that I have to stop and get some blocks. There was also the option of using my mace to blow away a path that we could use, but that would only be a waste of my precious energy. So the only option left is to dig a new tunnel underneath the death field. This would take forever to get anywhere. The Wither would die from old age before we'll get to him. If you have any suggestions, I'm all ears. The Mad Prince is truly a noble from the way he acts and his mannerisms. But I'm surprised to see that he's not only that. Sure, he is proud of his strength and intelligence, but he only likes to rub it on his opponent and not his subordinates. I could say he was humble overall, but still a jerk. The rock in the Nether is easier to break than the one in my world, and with an enchanted diamond pickaxe, we could move faster than this method. Of course, the disadvantages are that we can't see where we're going and the fact that the pickaxes would break at some point. That's why I was willing to lend my 2 pickaxes to mine the tunnel. The durability will go down, but I'll put a rule where we'll have to stop whenever we find a quartz vein to mine it and get the XP from there. That is quite true. Even if we accidentally run into a lava pool, everyone is enchanted with fire resistance, so we could always patch things up. He ordered everyone to stop and called 3 brutes, who seemed to own the diamond pickaxes. It seems that their mining equipment was suitable enough for this endeavor, and I didn't need to take action. That was probably for the best, since I didn't have to damage my items and I wouldn't get too tired. We all went underground, and the 3 brutes began to mine a 3 blocks wide tunnel where everyone followed at a respectable pace. While it was more tiring than before, the pace was much quicker, and every time the mining soldiers got tired, they were switched to new ones who had the strength to continue. We continued like this for a full day, where every hour we stopped and checked the surface to see if anything was different. But after a day of mining, we finally arrived at a bastion. Okay, everyone, looks like we'll finally get some action. Now get some rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Everyone did a grunt of approval and fell down to the floor, sleeping instantly. What are they, robots? Why are they so efficient with everything? How can you even train such a large number of humans to be this coordinated? I suggest you get some rest as well, trader. It's best to be at the peak of your strength before entering a battle, and you'll be safe while you're with us. I wasn't that tired yet since the only thing I did was walk all day, but I do understand his reasoning for this. It's just that I didn't trust them to watch me while I sleep. I'll make myself a room and sleep there. Wake me up when well. Go to battle. The Mad Prince nodded, and I quickly made a small room for myself while blocking the entrance with a netherrack. Alexa, since you don't need to sleep, you'll be on guard duty. Wake me up if they try to break the wall or anything else. Alexa's invisibility wore off a few hours ago, and I didn't see a reason to use any more invisibility potions for now. Because of that, we had to stay at the back of the group so soldiers wouldn't be annoyed every time they looked at Alexa. Once everything was prepared, I put my head on the hay blocks and fell asleep. What? I quickly got up and looked as one of the brutes broke the wall with a bored expression. It's time to go. That's the only thing he said before turning around and leaving. I guess that's my new alarm clock. It's a shame that I don't have the snooze button. Don't worry, I'm just talking to myself. I did a few stretches and cleaned up after myself. After everything was done, I went to the common room, where I saw everyone was ready, just waiting for me. There were a few moments of awkward silence before the ceiling was broken and the attack began. I wasn't in a hurry since this wasn't my battle, so I slowly walked. This was just a normal bastion with converted brutes and mindless skeletons. But that didn't mean that I was going to stay back and let everyone have their fun. Instead, I decided to concentrate on the loot. When the battle began, nobody bothered to pay attention to me anymore, and because of that, I became invisible in the middle of the battlefield. While the brutes tried to dodge the deadly arrows to take over the walls, I just calmly walked while blocking the stray attacks with my mace and broke the wall without a problem. On the other side, there was a lot of movement, with skeletons and brutes running from side to side, trying to reinforce the walls with more soldiers from the constant attack. I even saw some of them carrying buckets of lava, which would leave some unpleasant burns on the diamond squad. But that wasn't my problem to deal with. This wasn't their first rodeo, so I wasn't going to tell them how to fight. Instead, I got closer to the man who was in charge of all of this and was desperately yelling commands at his soldiers. Throw rocks at them, I don't care, just keep them off my walls. The brute wore a dark fur coat with the head of a hogling that had golden tusks. That was quite the ornament he had there. Around him were a few golden blocks and chests, probably to showcase his wealth to anyone who visited him. But I doubt he had anyone alive to show it to, so it was all for his eyes. While he was procurapid, I looked through a few chests of his, and I was quite impressed by what he gathered. The bastion was similar in size to the one that I took over last time, but this one seems to have more netherite than I expected. I wonder how they got so many netherite ingots without a diamond pickaxe. Or maybe they found another way to mine those precious blocks. I took whatever I found to be more valuable and looked back at the man who was sweating buckets of water from all the stress piling up. What do you mean they found a hole in out walls and used it? Whops, looks like they found my tunnel and used it to get inside. Well, it's not like we were going to lose. I just speed up the process of taking over the bastion. No, this can't be happening. I just got this power and I can't lose it after giving up so much. I'll run away and take over another bastion. I'm sure the Wither would have some to spare. Looks like this man could know the location of the Wither, and if he's so confident that he's not going to be killed as a retaliation for failing to protect the bastion, that only means his ability must be truly amazing. I can't let such a key escape from my hands. The brute sent the last of his soldiers to fight and began to frantically look through the chest that I just robbed. Where is everything? Who dared rob me in such a way? And when did they even have the chance? I didn't want him to suffer any more than this, so I decided to knock him out with my mace. Unfortunately, I didn't have any potions on me to make this job easier, and his armor was too strong for me to threaten him with my sword. But because I didn't know which enchantments he had on his armor, that resulted in him getting hit more than necessary. Let's say that I had to use a regenerative potion on him, so he wouldn't die by accident. But I also learned how to use the energy more gently, so I'll take that as a valuable experience. Not too long after, the battle was won by the Diamond Squad with no casualties. And now it was time for some interrogation. Chapter 2, 115, Interrogation. POV, Second in Command. We flawlessly took over the bastion with no casualties, as usual, since the only reason we would lose it would be because the Wither appeared. I couldn't forget the first time I saw him, with his imposing authority and empty eyes. Wherever he flew, there was always an army of black skeletons behind him. Some of them even had enchanted armor. But even with that, nothing could compare to when he decided to join the fight. Nothing worked against him, no arrow or fireworks reached him, and when he attached, at least 3 soldiers fell. That was the biggest loss we had since the inception of the Diamond Squad. The only reason we managed to survive was because the boss joined the fight and was able to keep him preoccupied long enough for us to retreat. That was the first time we had to do such a shameful act, and nobody felt good about it. Even the prince got more serious about this and began to study the enemy in every possible way to find a way to fight back. From then, we slowed down the marching speed, and we were ordered to give up on any bastion that the Wither appeared in. A lot of soldiers were dissatisfied with this cowardness, but the prince promised them they would one day fight with all they had when he would find the Wither's weakness. This promise kept most of the brutes in check. While we love to have a strong opponent to fight and don't mind dying while doing so, the fight with the Wither couldn't be considered a fight. It was a massacre that nobody wanted to die for. We slowly continued to gain back more territory from the death fields until we slowly realized that the Wither didn't appear at bastions anymore. This made the brutes more ruthless and harder to control since their pent-up frustration was reaching a breaking point. We were lucky that the man decided to appear. He was the only one who managed to defeat me in a fight, even though his fighting style felt very dirty. He was most likely brought here to entrain the others with a fight, or maybe his monster friends. I'm sure nobody expected him to be the reason we would go on the offensive once again. Once I asked the prince for the plan, I couldn't believe my ears when I heard he was the secret weapon. Why would Boss trust him so much? Sure, he was powerful in his way, but he was not better than Boss if he was serious. And that's not including the fact that he most likely hated us from last time. But if the prince chose this, I was going to follow it, since that was my duty in this squad. Follow and get accepted by the prince. When we found the first bastion and began the fight, I was waiting for that man to see what was so special about him, only to lose him as soon as I took my eyes off him for a second. I have to be honest, his group was the best one for inflation or gathering intelligence because of their special ability. One could turn herself invisible and teleport at will, and the man blended with the room. If you took off your eyes for a second, well, there would be other opportunities to see him in action, so I concentrated on the fight in front of me. Once we won, we began our favorite part of fighting, the looting process, only to realize that the man was already there with the leader at his feet, unconscious, and the chests emptied from all the good loot. We could only clench our teeth and wonder how he managed to get here so fast. Not only that, but he captured the leader alive, which was a great achievement. As expected of Trader, you move fast and efficiently. Did you find anything interesting in the chests? Not really, but I did hear him talk about a special ability and that he knew the location of the Wither. That was huge news for us, since this could help us immensely if done right. Boss, let me be in charge of his interrogation. I'll get everything out of him in no time. The two men looked at me, and after Trader shrugged his shoulders, I got the permission to start off the interrogation. I was happy with this opportunity, so I quickly visited a few soldiers to get some items and brought the prisoner to a small room. Boss and the man seemed to be interested in the process as well and sat in the corner of the room behind the prisoner. That way, he couldn't see them. Before the man was tied to a chair, I took off his armor so I could see him better. He was a man with many scars, showcasing the lack of food or potion to heal the body in time. This meant that he was used to pain, so most likely the integration word take longer. I took a potion bottle from my inventory, popped the lid off, and hovered it under the nose of the prisoner. As soon as he took a sniff, his eyes were wide awake, and he desperately tried to rub of something from his nose. Unfortunately, he was tied up with iron chains, so he couldn't do anything about it. What was that horrible smell? I felt my soul leaving the body. Where am I? Who are you? Good, the smelling potion was always the best at waking someone up. Now, it wouldn't do anything if someone dared to drink this, but its stench was so powerful that we used it to train troops on waking everyone at the same time. If you dared not to wake up on time, you would be awakened with this powerful smell. You've been caught. Now tell me everything you know, or you'll suffer more than this awful smell. The prisoner turned his head, showing his response to my request. Well, I guess it's a good thing he didn't spill the pearls so early, since I wanted to let out some of my frustration on someone. So I took a pink potion from my inventory that had a murky color. I pooped the lid off and poured everything on his head. As I did that, his scars began to heal like magic, no matter how much time had passed. This was why potions were something that everyone wanted, no matter the status. But instead of showing his appreciation for the gift I gave him, he began to scream his lungs out and tried to get off his chair with no success. While this was a regenerative potion, it had a special effect on it. It healed slower than normal, and the process of healing was very painful. So the bigger the wound it had to heal, the greater the pain the prisoner would feel. This way, I didn't have to worry about accidentally killing him, while also bringing him the most pain. After a few more moments of him screaming, the wounds were gone and the pain stopped. I got closer to him, picked him up from the floor, and placed him in the previous position, making sure he was looking at me. Well, you see, stab. I stabbed the man in his leg, and he began to scream from the pain once again. The less you talk, the more my sword would cut you. But you don't have to worry, since those wounds would heal nice and slowly. I went back to my chair and let him finish his screaming session. After he was done, he looked at me with hatred in his eyes, but once I showed my shiny sword, it was quickly replaced with fear. I could only chuckle at this. Are you ready to talk now? Fine. What do you want to know? I smiled and put my sword down, still visible to him. That's good to hear. Where's the location of the Wither? I don't know. Suddenly, a new cut appeared on his other leg, making him scream in pain. I don't know, but I know where's his favorite bastion that he often visits is. That's a better start. Good, you'll be the one to lead us there, and don't get any funny ideas since I have more of those potions with me. I could hear him gulping as I said that. Now you talked about a special ability you had. What's that about? His eyes were wide with surprise, and he quickly turned his head, ready for another wound. You know, as long as you talk, you won't feel the pain. I'd rather die than tell you about my secret ability. To test his resolve, I stabbed him in multiple places, which made him scream some more, but he didn't say a word about it. I tried to see if he would respond to other questions. What's the Wither final goal? To defeat the system. Was he talking about the one from the overworld? But then why was he taking over the Nether first? Did he want a powerful army beforehand? I tried to ask him more questions, but for the most of them, he didn't know the answer. He was someone who recently joined the Wither army, so he had limited information, even after he went through the harsh training of the Wither. I tried to get some information about his secret ability through other questions, but this led to no results. I think I did a good job with my interrogation this time, since we found out a lot of information about the location and the motive of the wither. Can I also try my luck with him? One of the spectators decides to speak up. It was Trader, of course. I looked at my boss and he gave me a nod to let him try as well. I don't see how he would make him speak, but my job here was done. The prisoner looked at the man with confusion, then with anger. You're the one who robbed me and knocked me out. Guilty as charged. Now let's see if we can find out anything about your secret ability. He then placed an obsidian block on the ground and then the weird explosive on top of it. Both me and the prince raised our shields, expecting an explosion to follow. Instead, the man tapped something in the air like he was working on something. Was he looking at his status page? But that couldn't be possible since they don't work in the Nether. Oh wow, no wonder the Wither wanted to keep this a secret. He found out how to make skills. And from the looks of it, you have the mining skill. The prisoner's face quickly turned pale as he heard his secret being uncovered. But why was he trying to keep this a secret so badly? Sure, it's impressive that the Wither can create skills, but I don't think it was worth to suffer so much for it. Ah, I see why you wanted it to keep it a secret. It seems there's a safe file that would kill you if you talk about this, but the skill is much more interesting than expected. It seems to give you knowledge about all the blocks you came in contact with. And as a final bonus, you can mine one tier above the pickaxe you currently poses. That's why you could have so much netherite with only an iron pickaxe. The prince's eyes were wide in surprise at the new information while I was trying to figure out what was so special about the netherite ore. Trader, do you think the Wither can make more of an abstract skill, like say a combat one? Trader stopped for a moment before searching for something in the air, then looked back at Boss. Looks like it can be done. Then I heard Boss curse, which rarely happens. Is it really that bad to have a combat skill? What was I missing? Chapter 2, 116. Dangers ahead. Looks like the Wither got his hands on a powerful ability. Until now, I saw the skills as more of a burden than something you'll want to have. Since in the game, you don't have them. Instead, you can make everything you want. That's why I saw skills as a downside, at least until level 8. After that, I could say you'll want to have a skill since you have access to a wider degree of recipes that you don't have in the game. And they're pretty cool as well. But I kind of forgot that the system made it this annoying specifically because the humans were a pain to deal with. Now the Wither has access to the same power, and he doesn't intend on making it hard for his subjects. From what I could see from the crystal, he only placed 5 levels for the mining skills, with each level up gaining new knowledge directly to the brain. That's how skills are supposed to be from the beginning. And this is also the reason the Mad Prince was so concerned when he heard about the new skills. That would mean that whoever had the combat skill would be a master once it was maxed leveled. And an army like that could only mean trouble. And that's only talking about the combat skill. I'm sure he also created the science skill or the engineering skill to find out how to absorb the power of the Nether. Maybe that's why he disappeared from the war. He was concentrating on getting his men to the final level. The question is now if he also knew how to create items or recipes. I know how powerful the energy mace is, and this one was with restrictions. I wonder what a weapon without restrictions would look like. We left a torture room and saw the brutes looking up and down at the bastion in case they missed anything. Looting was a profitable business after all, and they worked with the first touch, first served rule. I don't know where the prisoner was taken, nor do I want to know. Instead, I was just happy that I managed to get such valuable information out of him without resorting to pain. It seems that the bomb you used last time had other functions. Could you share one with me to speed up the process of finding the Wither? You sure want a lot from someone who's not even friendly towards you. I only tolerate you at most. The Mad Prince only smiled and followed me in silence. I was slowly walking towards the exit of the bastion so I could talk with Alexa, but the Mad Prince kept following me, making it impossible to speak with my blue ally. If you want to, I can take off the tracking block from your monster friend. Is that supposed to entice me to give you one of my items? Of course not. This would be a token of friendship, a new beginning, you could say. Well, that would have been useful a while back, not when she gone. As you can tell, she's not in the Nether, so I'll have to get her when I'll be back in the overworld, unless you have it as an item that I can use it myself. Unfortunately, it's more of a device than an item, and it needs expert hands to work with it. So it was an empty gift in the end, unless they'd give me the compass so I could find her on my own. Would your trading device work in the overworld as well? The Mad Prince looked to the side, thinking about the question. In theory, it shouldn't be a problem, since the only reason it doesn't point at a portal is because of the dimensional barrier. Here, you can have it if it makes you feel more comfortable. Then he took out a block of lapis that had a faint glow over it, which took me by surprise. I expected a compass, not an enchanted block. How does it even work? It's easy. You have to turn around until you see the enchantments glow brighter, then you follow the lead until they start to dim down. I guess it was similar to a compass, so it's still easy to use. Just to be sure, I did a spin to see if anything changed, but unfortunately, it stayed the same. Thanks, this isn't enough for me to completely forgive you, but it's a start in the right direction. I'm glad to hear that. With that, we parted ways, and I could finally speak with Alexa in peace. Alexa, you saw the data from the crystal. Do you think you could make a compass that would lead to the Wither? I guess if the Wither wanted to build his energy generator, he would need a lot of people in one place. So this method should be safe to choose. Okay, please make one that would show us the way to the biggest gathering of people with special skills. The order was done in an instant, and now it was time for the harder questions. Alexa, can you also make skills? That's weird coming from Alexa. The supercomputer is usually very eager to use any ethical method to get what it wants. So I signaled for the ally to continue. So Alexa was capable of making them, but didn't want to since it was a constant drain. That means that the Wither either found a source of constant energy or that the Nether Star was much more powerful than expected. If so, it's no wonder that Alexa wanted to summon a new Wither so badly. Alexa also wanted a piece of pie from that energy generator. You could also say that Alexa was the weakest of the three gods in those two dimensions, even though it was the second one to come into being. But if the Wither is considered to have a huge energy generator, then what kind of generator does the system have? After all, it made 3 skills for all the people in the overworld, and that must be over tens of thousands of energy sinkholes. If the energy works similarly to my mace, that would mean that the more energy an attack has, the more powerful it is. And with that logic, the system is way more dangerous than anticipated. If you make a skill, do you think you can also make it to be at the max level from the start? That's a shame, but it was to be expected. Maybe I should convince Alexa to give me a skill. I wonder if it would be willing since I'm the only one who would have access to it, so I don't think it would be too expensive to maintain. But I think that would be possible only if I'm going into Alexa's domain. That would mean that this would be a project for a later date. With all the information given to me, I went back to the bastion, where everything was looted to the bones. It made me wonder where they put all of this stuff. Soon the sound of a horn was heard, and everyone stopped and gathered at the center of the bastion in an orderly fashion. Today's battle was a success, but our thirst for blood is not yet quenched. We shall attack the Wither next. Everyone gave a loud cheer with weapons in the air. The one who spoke was, of course, the Mad Prince. On the podium was also the second in command with the prisoner who looked very tired. With everything done in here, we went back underground and began mining. This time it took a lot longer, since the prisoner couldn't recognize the landscape from underground. Not only that, but we kept bumping into lava lakes, which forced us to either go deep or onto the surface to pass that obstacle. From what we were told, it would take a few days on foot to get there, and at the pace we were walking, it would take over a week to arrive, even with an army of superhumans. At least the prisoner was leading us in the roughly correct direction, which was a good sign. So for the next few days, we mined ahead, took breaks, watched how some of the brutes decided to fight out of boredom, and finally get some rest. Even the prisoner seemed to loosen up a bit and wasn't jumpy every time a brute passed by him. But it was always funny to see his reaction when he would accidentally see me, and he couldn't explain to himself how I got there in the first place. The others were doing a little better at finding me, but it was almost impossible to take the Mad Prince by surprise. At this point, I was wondering if he had an item similar to the monocle of truth on him. But from what the other told me, the Mad Prince was an oddity by the standards of the brutes as well. He is the child of a brute and a piglin. Usually only one trait would transfer to the child, no matter who the parents are. But he hit the jackpot with the strength of a brute and the intelligence of a piglin. The brutes don't care about his origin that much, since they respect his strength. Only the piglings seem to have something against him since he's mixed blood, but they are too afraid to do anything to him since he can't be fooled like the other brutes. It's not like the brutes are dumb. There are some clear examples of brutes being smart, like the current king and the second in command. It's just that, to a casual brute, it takes more effort to think that a pigling, like how a pigling can still fight, but would put more effort into gaining muscle. Both parties can do each other's job. But why bother picking the apple from your neighbor's tree when you have your own? But this is also why the Mad Prince is so dangerous, since he seems to always move with a plan in mind. Which means that he also has a plan with me. I don't think he's only interested in my energy mace. Otherwise, he would have tried to take it from me while I was sleeping. Sure, Alexa could wake me up while they tried to break inside, but with the diamond's pickaxe, they would have got to me in an instant. And I didn't even see him try to use potions like he did with Violet. Maybe that's why he didn't attack me. He was too afraid of the retaliation from my Ender friend. And he was right to be afraid. A smart Enderman was already annoying to deal with. You don't want a piss of a 4-block monster that can teleport and turn invisible at will. She would literally hunt you across dimensions if you get on her wrong side. But that means the Mad Prince wanted something else from me. Perhaps knowledge? There could also be a chance of him just wanting to be friends. All of those thoughts ran in my mind until finally we arrived at Out Destination. And I have to say, this truly deserves to be called the hideout of a final boss. Chapter 2, 117. Wither's Fortress. The base looked a lot like the Wither himself. There were 3 huge skeleton heads over the ground, with the one in the middle having a huge golden crown on top. The structure was surrounded by black flowers of different sizes, from 1 block tall to even 5. This was the first time I've ever seen something like this, and I think even my armor would have a hard time keeping up with the Wither domain in here. I wonder if the interior is even worse than this. And how can we even get inside without being noticed, since the walls had constant guards on them, skeletons, brutes, and even piglings? I wasn't the only one who seemed troubled by this, but the Mad Prince as well. I told you it's not a good idea to come here. This is the best fortress I've ever seen, and only the ones blessed by the Wither can pass the gates unharmed. The prisoner said with a smug face, completely forgetting the position he was in. Are there any structures underground? The prince asked. Yes, that's the place where the special rooms are stationed, and more that even I don't know about. The walls are made of obsidian, so don't bother breaking them without alerting the whole bastion. They put some real defense for this place, which was a rare sight. I don't even want to think how much obsidian was used or how long it took. Can they even make diamond pickaxes? Sure, the Wither can spawn armor with his soldiers, but that doesn't mean he can spawn tools as well, hopefully. From the looks of it, everything seems to function as it should. The Mad Prince thought for a moment before sending a squad to check out the base from underneath. It didn't take too long for them to come back and give some grave news. Boss, the place is covered in lava, and we can't see anything beyond that. The Wither most likely made a huge hole with his deadly lasers and then built the base inside it. Not only that, but before they covered everything up, they placed buckets of lava beside the obsidian wall to stop any kind of attempts to get inside. I had to say, this was an expensive but very effective way to build a fortress. That doesn't sound good. What do you think, trader? Do you have an idea how to tackle this? For me, it would be relatively easy to get inside. I can drink a fire resistance potion, swim to the wall, and break the obsidian block in around 10 minutes. And because I'll use my netherite equipment, it would also be silent so the inhabitants wouldn't know about me. Once inside, I can think of a plan. Worst case scenario, I can always teleport out. But of course, they can't do the same thing as me, since it would take much longer and the risks would be much higher. Since they covered the lava, we can send someone to take the source block in a bucket and wait for the lava wall to fall off. Then we can go to the bottom and mine from there, since there are lower chances of someone being there. That's what I thought as well. Second, prepare someone with a fire resistance potion and a bucket. We're going to get this fortress no matter what. The second in command quickly got to work and prepared someone for the mission. The other soldier began their preparations as well, fully trusting that the mission would be a success. Is it all right to start it now? Wouldn't it be better to gather some information before we attack the base? The Mad Prince turned his head towards me and smirked. Don't worry, I've never gone to war without a plan in mind. And it's not like we don't have any information about the enemy. It's quite the opposite. We have too much, and I was just waiting for an opportunity to attack. What was he talking about? You don't seem to believe me, but rest assured I gathered enough information to roughly know what to expect from the Wither and what would work against him. If only I knew how he came to be, this job would have been much easier. I, for sure, was not going to tell him that I was the one who made him. I already have enough problems because of this. I don't want to have a curious price on my back as well. While everyone got ready, I began to get nervous about their lack of fear. I knew they were warriors who liked to battle non-stop, but I didn't feel any tension in the air. This was like a regular Tuesday for them. What a fearsome civilization. Not wanting to be part of this, I decided to infiltrate the base and see what was going on with my own 2 eyes. Luckily, this was my specialty, and even the transformed soldiers didn't seem to be capable of seeing through my armor. I had to be quick with my axe so the patrol wouldn't see the hole in the gate. But once inside, I was taken by surprise once again by the design of this place. If I had to describe this place in one word, I would say death. Why would I say that? Because it looked like I was inside a skeleton. They didn't seem to bother decorating this place too much. Everything was black except the ribs, which were used as a walking platform and were white as a bone. Now that I looked at them more closely, I think those were bone blocks. So the inside of the building was like the inside of the Withers in a way. That was some narcissistic stuff, but when you're being close to a god, I guess you can afford to be little like that. The entrance was around his neck, so when I looked up, I saw a golden ceiling that probably led to a large room. On my right and left were long hallways that most likely led to the other heads and maybe other rooms. But in front of me was a huge hole that led deep into the underground. In the chest area, there seems to be a smaller room made completely with netherite blocks, which was an amazing way to show wealth even though it didn't look that good. Beyond that floating room, I could see darkness like it a fog, most likely made with magic. I had to carefully walk around since guards were constantly patrolling the place, and I didn't want to accidentally walk into someone and give up my cover, even though most of them were mindless flowing orders. I decided to go towards the golden room that was above my head. It wasn't hard to get there. I had to occasionally hang by the rails as the brutes came down the stairs, but otherwise everything was good. Once I was on the golden floor, I saw that it was split into 4 rooms, each with a unique material. One was made with golden blocks, the next one was made with glowstone, the third one was made with obsidian, and the last one was made of quartz. This looked like a kid was playing in a creative world and was building a house with the most precious or flashy items he could find. The exterior of the base looked amazing and intimidating, but the interior looked like it was made by someone else entirely. This made me wonder who designed all of this and if the Witner was involved at all. I got closer to the golden room to inspect its inside, and luckily for me, it seemed that they used iron doors so I could see through the small windows. Through the small squares, I saw a small class of 10 people and 1 teacher on the other side of the wall. The students paid close attention to the teacher who was saying. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear the teacher since he was too far away, and I couldn't get inside either since I would make a lot of noise if I opened the door. Should I break it instead? No, I'll make a lot of noise when I place the door back down. I looked around more carefully and saw a sign that had something written on it. Combat class. So those were literal classrooms. It seems so, sir. I jumped to the side when I heard the voice in my head. Alexa, when did you get here, and how did you become invisible? Well, that would free a few slots from my ender chest, and if I can teleport items with my magic square, why shouldn't the supercomputer do the same? Can you hear what they're saying inside by any chance? That was good enough for me, so I signaled the air to do that. Less than greater than S, why it's best to work in a larger group than alone. You have the permission to use the skeletons as you please by the... but please refrain from killing the fleshed ones unless it's necessary. Greater than. So they were talking about combat, pretty on point with the theme of the class. Everyone then took out something black from their inventory and began to eat it with an unpleasant expression, but not leaving anything behind. Now that I was looking closer, it had the shape of the nether star, only the color being different. I wonder what was the purpose of those. As soon as they finished the black stars, they quickly began to attack each other with practiced movements. Were they grinding for experience right now? I tried to look closer and see a pattern, but it was hard to do so since some of them used weapons while others fought with their fists. Unfortunately, I couldn't deduce too much from such a distance, and neither could Alexa because of the door. In the end, we gave up and decided to look at the other rooms as well to see if we could figure something out. The one made all with glowstone was dedicated to shadow class, but nobody seemed to be inside. So I moved to the next one, which was made with obsidian. But when I read the sign, I was a little surprised. Magic class. That seems like a powerful skill to have, one that I would also like to have. I looked through the iron door and saw 3 students and 1 teacher who seemed to concentrate on something on the ground. It was much darker than the other rooms, so I had to squint my eyes to finally see that it was a black skull. Suddenly, all of them raised their arms and a black smoke began to rise from the ground until it hit the ceiling. As soon as it appeared, the black smoke was gone, and inside was a black skeleton with enchanted iron armor. They were summoning wither skeletons. And with enchanted armor as well. This skill looks like fun. They were all happy with the results, but we're speaking too quietly for me or Alexa to hear what they were saying. So that only left the last room, the one made from quartz. Above the door was a sign that said, Research Classroom. This was more broad, but I could roughly guess what it was about, and it's most likely the most important room from this whole floor. Just as I was about to look inside, boom, 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 I heard explosions from downstairs. That madman started the attack. Chapter 2, 118, Black Star. The loud bang made the whole bastion freeze for a moment, making the situation tense and about to burst at any time. And I was right to suspect that, as the iron doors were suddenly swung open, and everyone got out of the classrooms without looking back. But there was something wrong with this. Only 2 classrooms seemed to have students, so where were the rest? Unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury to stay too much on this question, since I had to make a decision. Should I follow them down and join the fight, or explore those classrooms since now they were all empty? What do you think I should do, Alexa? Alexa was right. The Mad Prince was too reckless and attacked without a plan, or at least he didn't tell me of any. So I have no obligation to join him now in battle. Maybe he knows something that I don't, but I'm sure I'll find some answers if I search in those classrooms. With the decision made, we quickly entered the combat classroom, which was now empty. This whole place was a mess with chairs and wooden weapons all over the floor, since everyone rushed outside. But I calmly walked towards the teacher's podium and studied the place. There, I found a lone chest. Curious, I tried to open it, but to my surprise, it seemed locked. You can lock your chest now. Where was that information when I built my base? Did you know about this, Alexa? I guess that made sense. But even if you want to steal from a chest that way, it wasn't something that anyone would do unless they really wanted what was inside. After all, if you broke a full chest, all the items would explode and could end up killing you. The items in this world don't act like in the game. Sure, the items, when broken, reduce their size to 1/4 and could be stacked. That still resulted in a big explosion from all the placed in one space. It would have been a good bomb if it wasn't so dangerous. There must be a reason why they put a lock on this chest. That was one way to deal with thieves. But if they are willing to destroy the contents of the chest, that must mean that the items were very valuable. Since I didn't have the energy of the Wither and Alexa couldn't replicate it with this body, the only option left was to use the crystal. So I placed an obsidian block and put the crystal on top before touching the chest with my hand. Soon, a tab appeared in front of me, and I could see all the items in the chest and what they did. The chest wasn't full, but it did have the same item. The Black Star. More exactly, Black Star, combat skill. Does that mean if I eat this star, I would gain the combat skill? Is it that easy? Then why didn't everyone who chose to follow the wither have skills? But after I read the description of the item, I quickly realized why there was such a small number of students in this class. It seems that there's only a 20% chance you'll get the skill, and if you didn't, the wither energy will consume you and make you one of his many puppets. Not only that, but if you want to get another skill, there is a 1% chance you'll get it. Otherwise, you'll end up as a skeleton, and if by some miracle you managed to survive that and still wanted another skill, your chances would drop to 0.01%. It was brutal, but why were they eating the stars if they already had the skills? Alexa, can you please look closer at those items? While I learned how to use the crystal, I was still a beginner at this and didn't know how to use all its functions. Luckily, Alexa didn't have this problem, since it moved from one tab to another at lightning speeds. After a few moments of silence, all tabs were closed, and I waited for the report. Care to elaborate? That was a smart way to deal with a problem like that. But the prisoner had a permanent skill from what I remembered. Maybe he was part of the initial testing, and he was lucky enough to get a permanent one. Or I should say unlucky, since he was sent on the front lines, most likely to die. But this method would also make the soldiers stay loyal once they get a taste of this power. Do you think you could replicate this method, Alexa? As long as I was getting a skill out of this, I wouldn't mind. Wait a minute. If the crystal works similarly to a supercomputer, and my mace works as an infinite energy storage, couldn't I make skills? Alexa, when you succeed with this research, please give me a detailed report. Make it simple enough for me to understand it. Since we couldn't open the chest even with the crystal, we decided to visit the other classrooms as well. The shadow classroom had only one chest like the previous classroom, with the exception that the black stars were labeled with the shadow skill. We still don't know what it does since we couldn't get our hands on the stars, to our frustration. The next one was the magic classroom, which had more results than the previous ones. There were two chests in this room, and while the one with the skills was locked, the other one was normal and could be opened. Inside there were a few books with instructions about the magic skill. It seemed to be similar to enchanting or brewing, where you're able to do more complex stuff the higher the level. What I saw a few moments ago was a level 5 skill, Summoning Skeleton, where it would summon a skeleton based on the amount of experience you had. What was even more amazing about this was the fact that it could be done in a group to share the burden of the experience and summon a stronger skeleton. I wonder what the strongest skeleton would look like and how much experience would that require. There were some other magic formulas in here, such as the classic Fireball and even Earth Spike. Now that I was looking closer at it, this is the most valuable skill of them all. It's only a shame that there are not a lot of magic spells created yet. Alexa, record everything in those books. This information is too valuable to leave it like this. With the obsidian room finished, we went on to the last room, which I suspected was the most valuable one. After I opened the door, I was taken by surprise that it was empty. There were no chairs or tables, not even the locked chest. Was this a skill still under development? Unfortunately, I couldn't get the answer here, and since I already got everything I could from this place, that meant that I would have to go and join the fight. I let out a big sigh and went towards the stairs. After I took a few steps down, I could see the chaos that was happening all over the place. Since the whole building was empty in the middle, only with some stairs on the walls, I could see the whole battlefield from here. The brutes, as their name implied, were vicious with their attacks. But the sheer number of enemies was too much for them. If things continued like that, we would lose this battle in half an hour. This was very annoying to see. If they wanted to attack, at least do a good job and not make it hard for me to infiltrate afterwards. Not wanting to lose this fight, I jumped off the balcony and let myself free fall until I was about to reach one of the big floors. Just when I was about to pass it, I grabbed the edges of my cape and slowed my descent until I safely reached the ground. I was surrounded by enemies, but they all moved past me like I wasn't even there. Calmly, I took a bundle bag from my inventory and took out the mini golems. But before I threw them on the ground, I poured a few potions on them so they would be stronger. Once the particles appeared, I threw the 10 golems, and soon they all grew to their original sizes and began attacking everyone in their path. Attack only the ones with the dark energy. The eyes of the golems flashed and continued their assault. Because of the surprise attack, a lot of skeletons and corrupted ones were now on the floor dead, and the brutes had finally some room to breathe. You there, what was the plan for this attack? No matter how I look at this, it's suicide. The brutes looked with admiration at the golems before quickly turning towards me. We were ordered to distract as many enemies as possible while the main squad would attack the heart of this place. No wonder they were so little in numbers. I initially thought they died in battle, but looks like they split their forces into two. In my opinion, that's not the best way to deal with this kind of situation. But those weren't my men, so I wasn't going to say anything about it. Just as I was about to ask them more questions, a golem flew past me and hit the wall with a loud bang. I quickly turned around to see who did this to my precious golems and quickly recognized the culprits. Those were the students I saw upstairs. And they were putting quite a good fight against my golems. The magicants were sealing the movements of my golems, while the fighters were dealing heavy damage to them. No one died yet, but at this rate they would all be scrap if it continued. I was about to join them in fight when one of the brutes stopped me and looked deep into my eyes. "You have to go and help boss. That's what he told us to tell you if we see you. Don't worry, we can take care of the enemies in here." I looked at them with suspicion. I didn't want to trust them with my precious golems, but I knew the real action wasn't here. "Here are some iron ingots. Give them to the damaged golems to heal, and don't you dare let anyone die." The brute took the ingots from my hand and smirked. Wasn't planning to. With that, I ran towards the rails and jumped into the dark mist. Chapter 2, 119. Into the Mist. POV. Unknown Brute. My blood was boiling ready for some action. I joined the Diamond Squad, knowing that they are the best and would get into the most dangerous battles, and who would have refused such rewards. But today was a special day, since this would be the most hard battle we'll ever face. We were going to fight the army of a being that could take over bastions by himself. What an honor to be part of this. The Mad Price split the squad into two. One would attack the lower part of the bastion, and the other one would attack the front door to gather as much attention as possible. Just as we were about to start marching, Boss came to our group. "Here are some potions that would negate effects of the withering. It would last for 12 hours, so you can fight to your heart content. Also, if you see Trader by any chance, tell him to join us in the battle downstairs." Then he gave us a white potion and a red one. The white one was new to us, but easy to understand after it was explained. The red one, though, was the specialty of the Diamond Squad. Once you drink this potion, for the next 10 minutes, you'll have boosted strength, speed, regeneration, and defense. From what I heard, it was hard to procure, and only the Mad Prince was smart enough to do it. A fist to those proud piglings that are too afraid to hold a sword. As soon as the signal was given, we all drank the white potion and ran towards the bastion, yelling our hearts out. Soon arrows rained upon us, which we all blocked them with our shields. We continued to run like that until we reached the gate, where we put TNT blocks and lit the fuse. The brutes from the walls tried to crush us with gravel and such items, but we were too fast for them. A few seconds later, boom, 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 boom. The explosion were heard, and a new way inside was opened. Without hesitation, we entered the bastion, where we were quickly surrounded by enemies. But you couldn't see fear or nervousness on our faces. Instead, all you could see were mad smiles. I took my diamond axe and crushed the head of the skeleton in front of me. With my other hand, I blocked the incoming swords before smashing them as well. We continued like this for a few minutes without rest, but we were getting overwhelmed by numbers. This is not good. It was fun while it lasted, but we need to drink the potions soon to overcome this situation. Just as I was about to give the order, a huge creature appeared in the middle of the enemy. Then another one and another. They were huge with long arms, but each punch killed a soldier in one swing. This made me curious how I would fare against them. Before I could make this stupid decision, a voice brought my resin back. "You there? What was the plan for this attack? No matter how I look at this, it's suicide." Suddenly in front of me appeared a man in black armor that gave off a menacing aura. He was the infamous Trader, the one who managed to defeat the second in command, which previously thought impossible. I knew he was a strong man, but I didn't approve of his fighting style. Too slippery and unpredictable, but I guess as long as you were the one on top, it didn't matter how you fought. We were ordered to distract as many enemies as possible while the main squad would attack the heart of this place. I quickly replied, if he was the one who brought those huge soldiers, then he must really go downstairs to help out Boss. Suddenly, one of his men quickly flew past me and hit the wall with a loud bang. The newcomers seemed to be much more powerful than anticipated and were giving the huge guys a good beating. This wasn't good. I'm sure Trader would join to save them, but he didn't need to waste his strength on this. I quickly told him that he was needed in another battlefield, and after hesitating for a moment, he gave me some iron ingots to heal his men. I don't know how this would work, but if it got him away from this place, I was going to do it. Just as he appeared, he disappeared by jumping over the rails into the dark mist below. Oh wait, forgot to give him that potion. He survived until now, so I'm sure he'll be fine. Then I turned towards my men who got a short rest. My men, bottles up. Then we all took the red potion and drank it all in one gulp. I felt strength building into my body. I felt that any wound would be healed in an instant. I felt invincible. I switched my shield to another axe and began attacking the enemies with special powers. Spikes came from the ground, trying to trap me like the huge soldiers, but we were too fast to catch any of us. Then, the one with weapons jumped in front of us and began to swing at impressive speeds. Each swing they took was calculated and deadly, with years of experience behind it. A man like him could have joined our squad without a problem. And there was a whole group of them. I dodged to the side and swung my axes to hit the enemy in front of me. While they were powerful warriors, we had two advantages over them: our armor, our speed. Sure, they were as strong as us normally, but what could they do when we had such people that could tank their hits endlessly, and others they couldn't touch? A smile appeared on my face. I could see the end of this battle. POV, second in command. Boss gave the order to attack, and the first squad quickly got to work. They placed the explosives at the door, and now an entrance was created for us to use it. All of us took the potions made by Boss to fight to our heart's content, and we could feel the pressure of the withering disappear. But we had one more ace up our sleeves. While the first squad got 2 potions for the upcoming battle, we were also given a blanket that we could cover ourselves with. This blanket was made with Strider's hair and could hold up an enchantment, and Boss had the genius idea to put camouflage on them. While it wasn't as powerful as the invisibility potion, it did a good job at hiding our armor as well. So while the chaos ensued, we drank a jump portion and covered ourselves with those blankets. It wasn't the perfect disguise since you could see the space bent, but it wouldn't matter when we were going to be constantly jumping and moving at high speeds. Once a minute has passed, we quickly went to action and entered the huge bastion. Just as Boss expected, there was a lot of mazma inside and there was a huge staircase going down. We tried to jump in the empty spaces if we could, but sometimes a few skulls were crushed, which brought confused looks from the enemies. After a certain depth, there weren't any more enemies, but our vision was obscured by the black mist. If we didn't take the potion beforehand, for sure we would have been dead by now. We silently went deeper and deeper until suddenly the mist was gone and we could see a huge room below us. In the middle of the room stood the Wither in a sleeping state, but his chest was shining for some reason. At the bottom stood a few piglings with red coats moving from paper to paper while loudly arguing about something. Now that I was looking closer, I could see that the whole floor had some scribbling that looked similar to the enchanted language, but I couldn't recognize any letter. The whole floor was black, with the exception of the middle, who showed the unbreakable block that was found at the bottom and the top of the world. Were they trying to harvest the powers from that block? That would be a pointless endeavor, since not even our ancestors were able to chip that block. We were about to arrive at the floor when suddenly a red arrow hit one of our men. Boom! The arrow exploded, and a few soldiers fell down the stairs. I quickly recognized those arrows. This was the right-hand man of the Wither. He was a tall skeleton who had arrows with different attributes and the most annoying ability to travel through the shadows. We first thought that he was teleporting, but after we put some items that should have sealed the space, he was still able to get away. That's when Boss theorized that he could travel trough shadows, since he always seemed to melt when he disappeared. He was a long-range fighter who could kill any soldier if they didn't pay attention. Only me and the boss were able to hold him down for a while. And since Boss had to fight the Wither, it was my duty as the second in command to kill that undead creature. I took out my crossbow and shot 3 fireworks at him because I had multi-shoot. Boom, boom, boom. But as expected, my fireworks were too loud and he quickly dodged them by going into the shadows. Everyone get rid of the blanked and fight. I quickly gave an order and everyone soon followed it. Once we threw the blankets of us, it began to disintegrate like it caught flames. The enchantment was too powerful, so this was only a one-time use item. But it was enough for us to get what we wanted, and I jumped over the rails, quickly approaching the ground. Just as I was about to hit it, I jumped on the air and rolled to the side as more arrows were shot at me. I took out my diamond swords and began running towards the new location of the shadow skeleton. Just when I was about 10 blocks away from him, my instincts began to scream that I was in danger, and I quickly jumped to the side. That was a smart move from me, since in my previous location now stood 3 black-clothed brutes with their weapons out. Where did they came from? I didn't even see or feel them. They began running at me and attacked me with great coordination. They weren't too much of a danger alone, but together they got annoying really quick. Just as I was about to decapitate one of them, it melted into black goo and disappeared into the shadows. Perfect. They now had more of those annoying people. Luckily for me, I didn't have to worry anymore since the others reached the floor safety and I wouldn't be fighting alone. Arrows were being shot one after another, each colored differently with their own abilities. While he was distracted by shooting my men, I got closer to him and threw a small cube that suddenly lit up and exploded. A huge flash of light appeared in the middle of the room that made every shadow disappeared. With this opportunity, I finally managed to hit the shadow skeleton, leaving a shallow cut in his leg. This was going to be a long fight, I could feel it. The battle continued for a few minutes and we were slowly gaining ground. There was a single problem though, and that was the fact that the effects of the super potion would soon run out. They were very hard to make, so only a select few got a second batch. We needed something to change the tides and we needed it now. Boom! A loud explosions caught all of our attention and we all looked up where the Wither was supposed to be sleeping. Besides the Wither was something that slowly floated towards the ground. I could recognize that black armor anywhere to my annoyance. But I couldn't help but smile with relief as I saw the man. Trader was here, the plan could finally start. Chapter 220, Here to Save the Day. I was in the black mist, feeling the armor strained, trying to keep up the withering effect. But this is why netherite was the strongest armor of them all, and soon I passed the mist and could see the floor approaching me at great speeds. But I couldn't study the floor too much since I saw that the Wither floating in the air with a light glowing off his chest. Not having a lot of time to think about my next move, I took out my mace and charged the most powerful strike that I've ever done. Boom! A black barrier appeared around the Wither, blocking my attack. It didn't last for long as it broke, but all the momentum was now gone. But the attack wasn't a waste as the shockwaves managed to destroy one of his heads. I was descending once again, but with quick movements, I grabbed the edges of my cape and landed safely on the ground. This was going to be an annoying fight. Now that I wasn't distracted with getting the perfect landing, I could see the fights around me. The Shadow Lord seemed to be preoccupied with the second in command, while the other brutes were fighting some other brutes that were dressed in black. Now that I was looking closer at them, I could see some of them disappearing from time to time. Did the Wither give them a teleportation skill? No, that wouldn't make sense. Plus, there wasn't a classroom with a name like that, which meant that they were the Shadow Squad. What an annoying bunch. There were some other piglings with red coats frantically running from side to side, looking at the ground and yelling at each other with papers in hand. They had a horrified face, but not from the sudden attack. Instead, they were afraid that something from the ground would be broken. On closer inspection, I could see some red diagrams all over the room, and something was telling me that this wasn't red ink. What are they trying to do here? I don't know. I'm still trying to decipher what is saying on those papers. I jumped to the side, shocked by the sudden voice. The one who spoke to me was none other than the Mad Prince himself. When did he get here? Is this how it feels to be on the other side of the coin? I don't like it that much. Why didn't you ask the men in the red coats? I prefer to know some information beforehand so I can ask them what I don't know, instead of letting them waste my time explaining things that aren't relevant. I guess that could be useful. So you've come again, mortal, and you got company. A deep voice interrupted the battlefield. The Wither was awake, and he looked very pissed about the damage that I did to him. But the damage didn't last for long, as black smoke covered the skull and returned it to normal. Awesome. He had super regeneration as well. This fight is going to take a while. You are harder to kill than me, trader. How did you survive the bomb? I'm sure it was powerful enough to destroy the whole city. Did the system manage to stop it? That brought some unpleasant memories. Bold of you to assume that I would die only from that. Then I took out my crossbow and shot a few fireworks at him, all blocked by his annoying shield, or missed him entirely. When did he get that? Then you should have enjoyed your last days in the overworld. A black beam formed around the main head and quickly shot it at me. The last time I was hit by it, I died and needed a totem to be saved. But this time it was different. I raised the mace, and the beam was absorbed, leaving nothing behind but silence. I've never had so much energy in the storage, showcasing the danger of the attack. Looks like the odds of us surviving have increased. Are you sure you don't have a spare one that I could borrow? The Mad Prince shamelessly asked. Sorry, this is not for Ren. Another black beam was shot towards me, but was absorbed by the mace once again. How are you able to do that? What kind of weapon is that? One that would bring your end. I hit the ground with the mace, launching myself into the air. Before I could even start going down, I hit the air block, launching myself towards the Wither at great speeds. Then I charged my mace with the power of 2 beams and hit the black shield that protected the Wither. The shield didn't stand a chance, as it quickly broke, and the rest of the shockwaves hit the Wither right in the chest. Unfortunately, since the hit wasn't directly from the mace, the only thing that it did was crack his bones all over his body. He quickly flew up covered in black smoke, while I was slowly gliding by holding my cape. We need to bring him down somehow, otherwise he would keep flying away to heal. I suddenly felt hit onto the side, which made me take a couple of steps. I looked down at what hit me and saw a black arrow that was losing its form. That damned skeleton couldn't let me fight in peace. I didn't even hear the arrow. I see, so that weapon of yours absorbed my attack. Not only that, but it seems to have the ability to return the attack concentrated on one point. If I didn't have my barrier to kill the momentum, I would have died. But let's see how much you can absorb. Then, out of the black mist, a giant sword appeared, all made with netherite blocks. How was I supposed to block that? And how is he able to control the netherite blocks? I thought those belonged to the special category. Learning my lesson from the lava slime, I dodged the sword to the side so I wouldn't be crushed by the weight of a dozen blocks. Boom! The shockwave hit me, but was quickly absorbed by my armor. This was going to tank the durability of my armor soon. A golden arrow was shot towards the black mist, and another one quickly after. As it entered the mist, I heard the cracking sounds of the barrier, and then I could see a golden outline of the Wither. Spectre arrows. That was one way to see him in the black mist. Yes, and it seems that his barrier can block one attack, no matter how powerful or weak it is. So don't go full force on the first swing, it's going to be wasted. The Mad Prince calmly pointed out. This was good to know, but I still couldn't do anything as long as he was in the air. Keep him distracted, and I'll bring him down here, the Mad Prince said before throwing a pearl. Easier said than done. The giant sword split itself into normal cubes before forming the sword once again, ready to strike. My next course of action would be stupid, but if it worked, it would give me a lot of energy to work with. While the sword was heavy and dangerous, the edge of the blade was still 1 block thick. So I made one step to the side but left the mace on the ground. Now this was the dangerous part. To absorb the energy of the giant sword, I needed to have contact with my mace. So if things turned badly, I would die here. Luckily, my gamble seemed to pay off as the momentum of the sword was taken by my weapon, leaving only a few tons of blocks on my poor mace. But my weapon was too powerful to be destroyed by this, and on the plus side, it seemed that I was getting a constant flow of energy. You always manage to surprise me, mortal. I'll have to study your brain afterwards to see who you truly are. It seems like my sword won't be sufficient. How about a hammer then? The sword changed the shape into one of a hammer, but with how big it was, you could say that the ceiling was falling. If this hit me, I was going to die for sure, and with how big it was, I wasn't going to be the only one. Just as I was about to build a few pillars of obsidian, the hammer stopped in the air, and something big fell besides it. Boom! The wither hit the ground hard. Then the mad prince teleported with a pearl beside me. I threw a potion on him that stops his ability to fly for an hour, but I don't know it would last that long. So I suggest to hit with everything you got, now or never. The wither was in a peculiar situation now. His anatomy worked on the basis that he could fly and grab things with telekinesis, so now he was like a fish out of the water flopping on the ground, confused. The mad prince shot an arrow to disarm his shield, then got closer to throw a blue potion at the wither. As soon as the bottle broke, blue fire engulfed the wither. Ah! The wither screamed in pain. That flame is 10 times hotter than lava. Not even fire resistance can save you from that. You need to have fire immunity. The wither continued to scream in pain and was shot at it with fireworks from the price crossbow. I was getting closer to the wither and raised my mace above my head to give the final blow, when suddenly I saw a black ball forming and I knew that something bad was about to happen. So I stopped my attack and raised it as a shield. It was a good thing that I did that, since the next thing I heard was a loud howl. H H H H O O O O O O O O W W W W W W W L L L L L. A mini black hole was formed and was now sucking me in. If I didn't do anything soon, I would be crushed like a sardine. So I raised my mace once again and hit the air with all my might and energy. Of course, while doing that, I also activated Windburst, which was powerful enough to knock me back and away from the black hole. That was close. My mace can only absorb stuff, and since a black hole absorbs matter, it wouldn't work on it. The wither seemed unaffected by the attack. On the contrary, he seemed better. The flames were sucked away by the black ball, and now he could fly again. How dare you humiliate me like that? I acknowledge your strength, mortals, so I'll be going all out from now on. Then he opened all 3 of his mouths, and black mist began to surround us. The black mist was thick, and I was beginning to take some damage from it. But that didn't last for long, as the mist gathered in a few points and took the form of 9 more withers. In total, there were 10 identical withers with an angry look on their skulls. The mad prince didn't even hesitate and threw a pearl to get away. Just as he did that, the 10 withers shot black beams at me. It was too late for me to teleport away, so I raised the mace and began to spin, absorbing all the attacks in one go. That was dangerous. I thought I was going to die for a moment. As always, that weapon is there to save you. But how would you survive this? 8 of the withers summoned the black holes while slowly getting closer to me, and the rest were preparing some big lasers to attack. What was I supposed in this situation? I couldn't teleport, since my pearl would get sucked by the black holes, and I don't think I can launch myself upwards, since the lasers would hit me. This was checkmate. I only hoped that 1 totem was enough to get me out of this situation. Just as I was prepared for the upcoming pain, all of the withers froze on the spot. How? The wither asked, confused, and a familiar rusty voice responded, "Nobody hurts my human." Chapter 2, 121. End of Volume 5. How? One of the withers asked, confused, with a huge claw coming out his chest. "Nobody hurts my human." A rusty voice yelled in response. I was shocked at the turn of events, and even more shocked that I recognized that lovely voice. "Violet, you're alive." My monster friend teleported beside me with a smile on her face. She was tall as ever, with her third eye open and sharp claws bloodied. While she looked the same as before, I felt that she was more powerful and more refined. I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it wasn't easy for her to get to this point. "Where have you been?" "Away." As always, she gave a short answer, but I didn't mind, since I got to finally see her again. Boom! The wither hit the floor for the 2nd time today. "So what did you do to him?" "I found his original body with my eye and took out the source of power." Then she opened her palm, where I could see a glowing nether star. "You can talk normally now." Violet smiled and lifted her head a little, clearly proud of this achievement. "I've worked very hard for this." "That's awesome, Violet. You're amazing." Her face got a little purple, but that wouldn't stop her from lifting her head higher. "I'm sorry to interrupt your sweet reunion, but I don't think the wither is dead." The Mad Prince came closer while eyeing the Nether Star with suspicion. What are you talking about? The body is limp, and the other duplicates disappeared. Yes, but the skeletons didn't disappear, and the brutes can still use their shadow skills. After he pointed that out, I looked at the battlefield. The second in command was looking for the Shadow Lord, who seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. The piglings with red coats were all captured and placed in one place, accepting their fate. The only ones left were the brutes, who kept teleporting from one shadow to another. I looked up at the ceiling and saw that the black mist was still there, which was probably the biggest sign that the Wither was still alive somewhere. Ah, and here I wanted to take you by surprise, but that moral has some sharp eyes. The voice of the Wither was heard from the black mist. Was there another body in the mist? Were we fighting a clone all this time? But soon I got my answer to the question. The Wither didn't reveal itself from the mist as we expected. Instead, the mist itself began to move and was now getting closer to us. How am I supposed to hit something that doesn't have a body? Violet, can you see something with your eye? She quickly scanned the whole room before turning towards me with a worried expression. Everything is equal with no central force. I can't see a weak point we could exploit. The mist was getting closer, and I could feel the air getting heavier, like something was pressing us down. The mist is getting closer to that monster. He wants the star. Teleport somewhere else. Violet gave one ugly look at the Mad Prince before disappearing. Oh, no, you don't. Then the mist opens up a rift in space, and Violet falls from it with a confused look. I'll be taking this, thank you. The black mist engulfed Violet's fist that held the star, resulting with her scream in pain. But through all of that, she still managed to teleport away with the star in her hand. Unfortunately, the connection with the mist wasn't broken, and now it was rapidly entering the star like a vortex. Violet, let go of the star, I'm going to break it. Violet did as I said and teleported away from the star while I gathered all the energy in the mace for this one attack. Boom! I hit the heart of the Wither with all I had. The shockwave was felt throughout the room, and everyone was pushed to the ground because of it. The only reason I was still on my feet was because of my amazing armor, which absorbed the majority of it. I heard a loud crack which gave me hope. But it was all crashed when the voice spoke again. Impressive, you've managed to hurt the body of a god. Your mace would be a worthy weapon in the upcoming battle with the system. What I hit wasn't the start itself, but the mist that took a physical form and blocked my attack. I felt like my heart hit the floor. Don't give up. Now is the perfect time to break the star while the mist is regenerating. The Mad Prince yelled from the other side of the room, Tisk. Not knowing what to do anymore, I swung my mace at the star for the second time, and this time I managed to hit it. Unfortunately, since I used all of my stored energy in the last attack, I didn't leave a scratch on it. But something unexpected happened. While the mist tried to block the attack once again, instead of getting solid, it was absorbed by the mace. How is that possible? No weapon should be powerful enough to hold so much power. No, I'm getting drained by my powers. Kill him. An army of skeletons fell from the mist and now were running towards me with weapons in their hands. Not only that, but the piglings, who had stayed calm until now, suddenly gone mad and ignored all the brutes to run towards me. The only thing I could do was watch, since if I moved from this place, the Wither would escape, and I wouldn't get another chance like this. Just as one of the skeletons was about to reach me, Violet teleported in front of me, and with a slash he killed the monster. The others, not knowing fear, continued their mindless attack. Protect Trader at all costs. The Mad Prince gave an order, and all the brutes with diamond armor began to slaughter the enemies. Since they were all concentrated on getting to me, it was easy to defeat them. And slowly but surely, the mace was absorbing all the power of the Wither. From the beginning, I could tell that this was going to be different. And as time passed, I was proven right by feeling the heaviness of the mace. I couldn't even fathom the amount of energy the Wither had. This was true power. This was the power of a god. No, no, no. The voice faded away as the last bit of mist was sucked by my mace. I couldn't believe it was over. I looked over the battlefield, which was now silent. But something was off. The withered skeletons are still walking. I looked with horror at the nether star that was beside my feet. Was it not over yet? No, if the star was the heart, then I was going to destroy it. If 10 lasers aren't enough to destroy it, how about 10 black holes worth of energy? I gathered the energy in my mace and was ready to smash the nether star. Trader, no, it's a trap. The Mad Prince yelled something, but it was too late. With all my might, I hit the remains of the wither. No loud boom or shockwave was heard. Instead, space began to tear itself apart and swallow earthing whole. As soon as it appeared, it was also gone. The star was gone, the floor was gone, but the most shocking thing of them all, the bedrock was gone. The block that was never thought to be broken was now gone before my eyes, and I could see the void beyond it. Now that I was looking at the emptiness of the void, I felt something bigger hiding in there, something that I shouldn't mess with, even with my newfound weapon. Suddenly the skeletons fell to the ground. But not only them, the piglings, the brutes, and everyone that was connected to the wither fell to the ground. I think, we won? I was too tense to believe that it was over. Looks like it. The Mad Prince got closer to study the new hole. Then why did you yell that this was a trap? The wither gave up too easily. He could have taken his giant sword to crush you, or even summoned skeletons with diamond armor to kill you, but it didn't do anything like that. Now that he was mentioning this, the wither did have a lot of options in which he could have stopped me. Did the mace stop him from doing that? Suddenly the whole bastion began to tremble like it was about to collapse. Something grabbed me from behind and teleported me to the edge of the room. Something bad is happening, Violet told me with a worried voice. From above, a white soul came towards the new hole of the void, then another one, until suddenly there was a vortex of souls all coming towards a single point. Then we all hear that laugh again. Ha 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 ha. It was a gamble, but looks like I managed to replicate the effects of your mortal's revival. It used the soul of every follower I had, but that's why I chose them in the first place. The wither was back alive like nothing ever happened. And I have to say, Trader, I'm impressed that you managed to do something not even I was able to do. You broke the bedrock and brought me closer to the source of infinite power. What are you talking about? That's just the void. If you go inside, you're going to die. Actuality, I invite you to get inside and get a taste of it yourself. Maybe for mortal bodies, the power would kill them. But for a god like me, it would only make me stronger. Strong enough to make victorious against the system. Was he telling the truth? Was this all an act for me to open up more power for the wither? As a thank you for giving me this opportunity, I shall grant you a quick diet. Suddenly, the wither was shot by a black arrow with black flames. Everyone turned towards the one who shot the arrow. It was the Shadow Lord. Minion, I thought I took over your mind. I don't know how you managed to pass my shield with this arrow or how you escaped my control, but it's all meaningless. This didn't even damage me. It wasn't my intention to hurt you. Then why? The Shadow Lord didn't respond. Instead, he got on his knees and began to pray. O Almighty Void, this humble servant of yours offers this sacrifice in exchange for forgiveness. Ha 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 ha, you prayed to the roe. Out of the void came a huge head in the shape of the dragon that swallowed the wither whole. Suddenly I was lifted and teleported to the surface. Violet didn't stop there and kept teleporting 2 more times, and then we stopped. That was only because Violet was too tired to continue. Was that the Ender Dragon? But that's impossible. She lives in the end, and there's no portal that can bring you back unless you defeat her. Looks like Violet was nice enough to bring Alexa as well. That was a pleasant surprise. That Huff was Huff Mother. We never see her Huff, but we can always feel her at home. That's new information. Is the Ender Dragon the mother of the Enderman species? So much happened in such a short amount of time, I was in a desperate need of vacation to process all of this. Please, protect me, Trader. Then I heard something hit the ground hard, and the alley was now visible. Today was a total mess. Chapter 2, 122, Broken Portals. POV, Bobby, papers, and more papers. All I've seen for the past week was only stacks and stacks of papers. It's been so long since I've seen the faces of my family that I could only remember them as drawings on paper. That's it. I'm taking a break for today. Don't bother me unless the system crashes or something. But sir, we have one more chest room filed with papers. I don't want hear it. I stormed out of my office without looking back at the servant, who had a panicked expression. The only thing I could think of at this moment was the face of my sweet daughter. Now that the monster lords and pillagers are dealt with, all the damage reports came in one big wave. We had to allocate some funds and people to rebuild the broken villages, get the soldiers back with the iron golems, and look for any potential future threats. Just as I was thinking that, I suddenly felt the earth, no, the world, shaking for a moment. Everyone looked confused and all the blocks seemed to have a crack on them. They were going to regenerate soon, but what was capable of doing such large-scale distraction? Did another monster lord appear? I quickly ran towards my daughter's room and saw her looking scared while holding the diamond trader gave her. "Did Daddy?" She looked at me with teary eyes, which prompted me to get down and hug her. "Everything is going to be okay. Daddy is here." I felt like something bad was about to happen, and I don't know if we were ready for it. Bang! The door was swung open, and Elizabeth came with a panicked expression. "Ariel, baby, are you okay?" Then she stopped, looked at us, and let out a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, that didn't last long, as a guard with diamond armor came with some bad news. "Princess, we have an emergency. The portal is broken." I was now downstairs in the portal room, where everyone had a worried expression on their face. The portal led to a harsh dimension, but it was still vital to the kingdom. Not only do we gather alchemy materials from there, but the Pigling tribe is also our main producer of goods. Without those two, the kingdom would fall in a year at most. "Get everyone out of here. I'll try to open the portal." Everyone left except my wife. So I'll finally see the secret on how to open a portal. It's not that much of a secret. I just hope I'll be doing it right, since I only saw Trader doing it until now. I took out the flint and steel and lit up a fire on the obsidian frame. As soon as I did that, space began to bend familiarly, but halfway through the process, the space stopped and reverted to the previous position. Did you miss a step? No, that was all there was to it. It should have opened with only one flame. I tried a few more times, but the same result happened. I think the portal is broken. I should bring Trader here since he should know what to do. I went back to my old office where 3 pearls were sitting comfortably on pillows. I walked to the one labeled Trader and broke it expecting Trader to appear. But he didn't. Did something happen to Trader once again? I know for sure he didn't die. I refuse to believe that man could even stay dead. Maybe the pearls resetted after a certain time. Or maybe he's in the nether right now and pearls can't teleport across dimensions. I'll have to check the other portals to see if they work. Something big had happened, and I didn't like the fact that I was clueless about it. POV, Daniel. How am I supposed to infiltrate that bastion without dying? It was a nightmare to get here in the first place because of all those flowers, and that building is filled with bigger ones. I don't think lava would be enough for me to get inside, and why is it in the shape of the Wither? Wasn't he a machine of distinction that killed everyone in his path? Since when did he become a builder? I let out a sigh and went back into my underground room. After months of grinding and preparing, I was finally able to get some good armor with good enchantments. At first, I wanted to level up my skills, but realized that it was stupid. It is supposed to take years of hard work, even with endless amounts of resources. It took me a few months to realize that. At least I didn't waste my resources, and instead, a fellow player was kind enough to donate some items to help me accommodate in the new world. After I leveled up to 6 on 2 skills, I decided that it was wiser to buy everything that I would need. I could trade for enchanted diamond armor, and while it was impossible to get the desired trading from the casual librarians, I did manage to find everything that I needed on the open or black market. Now here I was in the nether, hunting for Thar's stupid skeleton, so I could get my final reward from the system. I'm thinking of staying here since this world is much more fun than my old one. But I would still miss a few things from my old world, so I was thinking that I should request a phone connected to the internet. Can you imagine how popular I'll get if I'll post videos from this world online? Who knows, maybe they'll find a way to teleport here as well, and I'll become their king. But for that, I needed to defeat the Shadow Lord, and for that, I needed to go into the Wither's base. Yeah, no chance I'll do that. I'll wait for him to get out and then hunt him. Suddenly, I heard some yelling outside. and then some explosions. I quickly went out and saw that the bastion was under attack by some people in enchanted diamond armor. Where did those guys pop out from? And why is everyone capable of walking on the flower fields without a problem? Was there something that I was missing? Now I had to make a decision. The attackers didn't know who they were fighting against, because if they did, they wouldn't dare do such a reckless thing. So I had the option to wait out the fight and hope that the Shadow Lord would get out, or even better, die. Or go into the battle unnoticed and loot everything they have before the enemy figures out that I'm there. Luckily for me, I had a potion of invisibility with me, already expecting an infiltration mission. It was such a shame that I had to use my enchanted golden apple to survive this endeavor. But it would all be worth it in the end, if I managed to get some of their loot. Who knows, maybe I'll find some netherite ingots and force a pigling to craft me a netherite armor. I couldn't find one in Trader House after all. I opened the potion bottle and drank the potion, then I took the glowing apple and ate it with big bites. With every bite I took, I felt stronger and faster. I felt like I was invincible with every breath I took. Good, now I should get off this armor and do some looting. Without my armor, I was the most vulnerable, but it was still worth it. I got inside the bastion and I could feel the withering effect trying to eat my flesh and bones, but the regeneration was too powerful for it. Inside, I saw a large army of skeletons and brutes that attacked the men in enchanted diamond armor. As I expected, they were soon going to be overwhelmed and die a miserable death. And the Wither didn't even appear. What was the point if his minions could take care of the pests? Suddenly, iron golems appeared in the middle of the enemy and began to kill everything in one punch. Not only that, but it seemed that they were splashed with a strength potion and even enchanted. What was up with those iron golems, and how did they appear out of nowhere? Suddenly I heard a voice yelling for an explanation. I recognized that voice, and I recognized that dark armor as well. What was Trader doing here? He was the last person I wanted to run into. I haven't seen him since he disappeared from his house, and I don't know if he knows that I robbed him. They were talking about something, but I was too far away to hear what they said. After giving some iron ingots to the man in diamond armor, he jumped over the rails into the dark mist below. Was everyone here suicidal? Why would he do that? You can't place water in the nether. Did he forget that? The men in diamond armor drank a red potion and began to attack the new enemies with newfound strength. I think they were even stronger now. What kind of potion was that? I watched them for a few minutes, and while the enemies had powers for some reason, they were on the losing side. How am I supposed to get the loot with the other team dying? And why is everything so messed up in here? I could go upstairs since it seemed that the floor was made with gold blocks. Or I could go downstairs and see what Trader was doing there. I kept hearing loud explosions and blocks being broken, so I thought I'd go upstairs first. Just as I was about to climb, I suddenly felt a pressure all over the bastion. Even the soldiers with armor were affected by it, and the enemy seemed to continue chanting, "Wither God, Wither God." Oh no, the Wither was fighting. The last time that happened, he blew a whole city off the map. I had to run from there. I don't want to lose one more life in such a stupid way. Without caring about being found out, I jumped off the stairs and began to run towards the exit. I would have loved to say that I got out without a problem, but I tripped one time over a few bones, and for some reason, white orbs began floating inside the building. I didn't know where they came from or why they were here, but every time they passed through me, I felt sick. Not even the super regeneration could do something about that. In the end, I managed to get out of the Wither building, but I was feeling very sick and exhausted. I think I'm going to take a short rest here. I should be out of the blast range. As soon as I sat down, everything turned black. I suddenly felt pain on my face. What time is it? Where am I? I opened my eyes confused and looked around trying to remember the last thing I saw before falling asleep. I was trying to fight the Shadow Lord, but he was with the Wither. Wait, why don't I feel him anymore? Did he die by any chance? Suddenly I felt a headache, and I remembered the fight in the bastion. I remembered Trader jumping over the rails, then the sudden pressure in the room, and finally the white flowing objects that passed through me. Well, it seems you're finally awake. Would you be kind enough to explain what you were doing at the Wither Bastion? You're alive, so you're not one of his soldiers, and you're clearly not one of mine. In front of me stood a 3-block-tall brute with a mean-looking face. Behind him stood a woman with enchanted diamond armor who was looking at me with intense eyes. How did I find myself in this situation? What am I supposed to do in this situation? I looked at my inventory for something that could help me, but couldn't find anything that I could use right now. I was tied up with chains on a chair, and they had weapons ready to attack at any sudden movements. The only option left was to negotiate. Do you know by chance a man by the name of Trader? Chapter 2, 123, Stuck in the Nether Once Again. So a few hours have passed since the fight ended. What did I do in those precious hours? I got a well-deserved nap in a poor-made room. It may sound like I'm a bad friend or master to Alexa, but there wasn't a lot I could do in such a short amount of time. The Wither is dead, Violet is back. The Ender Dragon is now on the loose in the Nether. The system attacked Alexa's main body, and I think I'm now stuck in the Nether once again. I needed to have a clear head for my next decisions, and I should start with the ones I can easily get an answer to. Violet, sorry for going to sleep right as I finished the room. I also want to apologize for putting you in danger when I summoned the Wither. I didn't expect things to turn out that way, and I was really scared that you died. I turned towards my monster friend, who stayed in a relaxed position, like she was about to fall asleep. I should be the one apologizing. My human, I'm supposed to protect you, not the other way around. I know you can come back to life, but I also know this is your last life, so please don't do anything dangerous without me ever again. For someone who was described as being obsessed with me, she sure has some reasonable demands. And how did she know I was on my last life? The last time I checked her with my crystal, she was described as an evolved Ender woman whose obsession over one human managed to force her body to adapt to the new dangers. I know the Enderman species imprint themselves on one block for the rest of their life, and she somehow managed to do that to me. That was why she was referring to me as her human. It was kind of scary to read at first, but in all the times we've been together, she didn't threaten or try to restrict me. It was actually safer to be with her than without her. The only ones in danger would be everyone else but me. I was glad she was holding herself back and letting me have friends as well. Even now, when she made a request, she didn't tell me to stop doing dangerous stuff, but instead to be sure that she was in the area to protect me in case something bad happened, which tends to happen a lot. Why do you think I stayed all cooped up in one tribe for so long? I said with a smile, and she responded the same. Unfortunately, her smile still sent me shivers down my spine, no matter the intentions. So are you okay? There's no urgent business coming from the place you disappeared to. Her face turned serious, then turned away. Yes, there's no reason for me to ever return there again. Looks like that place wasn't too friendly with her. But I was glad she was back safe and sound. That's good to hear. Now I have a question for you. Do you think the Wither is dead? Yes, there's no doubt about that. Was the one who killed him the Ender Dragon? If you mean Mother, then yes. I've never seen her, but we can all feel her presence in the void. So if the Ender Dragon can appear from any part of the void, does that mean the center of the overworld is powered by the void? The Wither did talk about the void as being a source of infinite energy. Is the system harvesting the void energy to get stronger or maybe sustain itself? If so, that would make sense as to why the void decided to attack the overworld without a reason. But that was all speculation on my part, and nothing that proved to be true. So, do you think your mom would try to take over the Nether? I do not know what Mother would choose to do. Father is the only one who can communicate with Mother after all. Looks like her home life is more complicated than I expected. But that didn't answer my question if the dragon would try to take over this dimension as well. There was a test that could help me with a theory, and that was by building a portal. Let me test something before we're going to leave. I quickly built a portal and used fire to connect the two worlds. There was a reaction for a moment, but no connection was made. The space has been sealed. Not even I can teleport to that dimension now. She can teleport throughout dimensions now. Where has she been to get this powerful, and how far can her teleportation reach? Can she teleport someone else with her as well? More ideas came to my mind, but I had to push them to the side for now. This test showed that Alexa was telling the truth. The system decided to separate the two dimensions once again, and this time, probably for good. Wait, that means the fortress from the Stone Kingdom is stranded. Those poor guards are stuck in the Nether now. The system felt that the void was unleashed into this world and decided to cut ties. The Wither problem got solved, so I kept my end of the deal. But now it was replaced with another bigger problem. I have to plug Alexa back on and come up with a plan. I just can't catch a break. Okay, Violet, looks like things got a little more complicated, but it's not the end of the world yet. Kinda, okay it is, but we'll figure something out. Let's teleport to the new location Alexa is at. I picked up Ale's limp body and gave it to Violet, who took it with a confused face. Do you still remember where we planned to build Alexa's new body? I said that while preparing the enchanted square. Yes? Good, see you there. And don't leave Alexa behind. We still need it after all. Then I activated the enchanted square, which made the Peral disappear. Not a moment later, I was gone as well. Once I teleported, I saw that I was in a big room dug underground with netherrack as walls. Inside the room, there were buildings of blocks heavily enchanted. So much that I couldn't tell what block I was looking at. And the blocks that weren't enchanted, I couldn't even recognize. Were they crafted or man-made? This was truly the peak of humankind's ingenuity in one big room. This was Alexa, the god made with human hands. Space was suddenly torn open, and the blue alley was thrown from the other side. Then came Violet with an annoyed expression on her face. We just talked about you not going somewhere dangerous without me. Why did you decide that it was a good idea to suddenly teleport thousands of blocks to an unknown location? I had to rip space apart to get here as quickly as possible. Do you know how exhausting it is? Sorry. You must have used a lot of energy to get here, and thank you for bringing Alexa as well. I don't think I could have done it otherwise. Do you think you can recharge by taking energy from this mace? I said that while taking out my energy mace and pointing it out at her. She looked at the weapon with confusion before putting a finger on it since her hand was too big. I feel an immense energy laying within this weapon, but something is blocking me from accessing it. Maybe this was a safe file in case someone else tried to steal it. Do I have control over it as well? I tried to command the mace to let Violet take some energy out, and suddenly the Ender Woman's finger trembled before starting to bulge out like a balloon and extend to her arm. With quick actions, she cut her arm in one swing, and another one began to regenerate at visible speeds. But once it healed, the same problem appeared. She cut her arm 3 more times before it stayed normal. 2 match chaotic energy entered my body. If I took any more, I could have died. I'll have to slowly evolve my body to handle that much energy. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was going to happen. Don't be sorry. It was me who underestimated the power of a god. This is not something that should be taken lightly. I'm more surprised that the weapon can hold such power in the first place. It looks like wasting 3 wishes on this mace was worth it after all. I now have more energy than I ever had, so why are we here? What's all of this? This, my dear Violet, is the true body of Alexa. What you see here is an attempt from the people of the past trying to create their own god and almost succeeding in it. She looked curiously at the enchanted pillars all over the room. It looks pretty similar to Father's secret room. Did she reveal the fact that she's a descendant of an ancient civilization? Is that theory true after all? But where does the Ender Dragon as the mother come into the picture? I was missing some crucial information from this whole story, but I wasn't here to uncover this grave. I'll do some exploring on my own, you do you. Then she disappeared without a trace. Was she invisible or teleported away? I did not know, but I knew she was big enough to take care of herself. Alexa, can you hear me? I yelled into the red room. Came a response into my mind. I'm here. What am I supposed to do now? Oh wow, Alexa was really on power-saving mode with how little it spoke. I have some soul sand. Where do I have to put it? It also teleported the sacrificial room in here. I walked between the tall pillars and looked at the redstone machine, trying to find the room that I only visited once. Unfortunately, no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find it. But I was lucky enough to remember what the absorption table looked like. 1 block of soul sand was supposed to keep you up for 1 whole year. so a full stack soul sand should be more than enough to start you once again. I placed all the block on the special table, and at visible speeds I could see how it was disintegrated and abos-rebed by the pillars surrounding me. Hello, trader. I'm glad to see you once again. It's been a while. Since when did Alexa get so expressive, and what's with this new feminine voice? Where's the old monotone voice? Hi, Alexa. I'm glad your sudden transportation was a success. Do you still need some energy? That would be very helpful with my rebuilding process. Do you think you can take some from my mace? Affirmative. I should be able to, as long as you keep contact with the weapon while it's on the sacrificial table. I did as I was instructed and put the weapon down while holding it from the handle. Suddenly, I felt like something was trying to suck energy from the mace, but an invisible barrier stopped the process. It's good to know that it was working against powerful forces as well. I decided to let out 1% of the energy stored from the wither. This may sound like a little, but I have to emphasize that the attack that used to break the bedrock was not even half of this. I used the power of 10 black holes, and it wasn't enough to drain 0.5% from the storage. That's how powerful the wither was. Sudden influx of huge amount of energy received. 50% of storage has been filled. Starting the process of creating guardians, while in the process, Alexa won't resound to any requests. So it got right to work. That was quick and efficient. I didn't expect to fill so much of its storage, though. The wither truly was a monster of its own kind, but I felt like was forgetting something important. I left the iron golems at the bastion. Chapter 2, 124. Back to the crime scene. Alexa went silent while I was having a breakdown about my immense losses. What am I supposed to do now? But no answer came. Suddenly, the pillars began to glow with a pale purple light, then blocks appeared out of nowhere. At first, it was a normal pumpkin, but then it was curved. Next were iron blocks placed in a T-shape. Was Alexa going to make iron golems? I guess that would make sense, since normal guardians wouldn't be able to survive in this kind of environment. Not even the elders' metal skin was thick enough to survive in the lava. Suddenly, the floor of the room was filled with white smoke, as the iron golems apparied one after another. But the process didn't stop there. While the golems are powerful beings on their own, it wasn't up to Alexa's standards. That's why I was taken by surprise at what action it chose to do next. The golems began to grow taller, and the iron skin changed to red, with small rivers of lava running on them. They become similar to magma gorillas that ran faster because of their arms and could deal fire damage since they had lava fists. The process didn't stop there, as Alexa began to enchant their skin as well. From what I could tell, it was an unbreaking enchant. I guess it made sense since the golems were more powerful than before, but their defense was lower. Alexa didn't stop there. Instead, the remaining golems that were unchanged suddenly bulged up like balloons and changed colors from white to pitch black. Not only that, but it seemed to have transparent feet, like it was a ghost with little dots like stars all over their body. It looked similar to Alien X from the Ben 10, just more blocky. Operation Nether Guardian is done. Aerial, land and lava guards have been designated to protect the main body. Can you hear me now? Affirmative, trader. Sorry for the wait. I hope nothing too urgent happened while I was busy with creating the new guardians. Not really, you moved pretty fast. I was just wondering, what did you create? They look similar to something that I would know, but I don't think they have the same abilities. I'm glad to hear they are to your liking, trader. I took some inspiration from the tries you did while practicing how to use the crystal. The one with short legs and bulged arms, codenamed Magma Golems, has double the damage and speed of a normal golem at the price of 1/3 of its defense. But this problem has been solved by enchanting them with unbreaking. The second one, codenamed the Snatcher, is a golem 4 blocks tall with no physical body, which makes it immune to any physical attacks. Because of this, it can be killed with one strike of any kind of magical attack. Its main way of attacking is through the soul, ignoring all defense besides magical resistance. Those golems sounded pretty powerful, even with their disadvantages. The magma golems were going to be the ground troops and the tanks of the base, while the snatchers would deal with the more annoying opponents since I didn't know anyone to have the magic resistance enchantment. This gave me some ideas on what to use for my next body. It didn't need to be the same as this one after all. So what do you plan on doing now? The system seemed to trap us in the nether, too afraid that it's going to be taken over by the void. There's a high chance that could happen. I'm ashamed to admit, but while the Wither was just a newly born god, he managed to do a lot more than what I did from my creation. The only reason he failed was because one of the old gods decided to join the fight. Not even I expected them to be strong. I thought I had enough energy to keep the system at bay, but it seemed that I was playing with its puppet this whole time. The one who attacked me last time was the real deal, and I couldn't do anything but run away. Ugh, Alexa had it rough right now, but I couldn't blame it too much since I was shocked by the power of the Wither as well. The only reason I killed him in the first place was because he let me. He took a gamble in the hope that I would somehow break the bedrock, something that he couldn't do, and won. Not only that, but he managed to reverse engineer the effects of the totem just by seeing them once, under the pressure of the system. But if the Wither was just a snack for the Ender Dragon, does that mean that the system took us lightly all this time? The only reason I thought I wasn't killed by the system was because it couldn't do anything to me, or at least not directly. But it seems that I wasn't annoying enough for it to get serious. I was now contemplating if I should really get back to the overworld in the first place. Do you think you're safer in this place? I do not know, unfortunately. I'll have to do some scans to come to any conclusions. Oh, that's going to take a while then. Not necessarily. The reason I stayed so much in one place in the overworld is because the system had control over everything else, and I would have been seen. While this world has a seed to craft its own system, it's not powerful enough to stop me. So we can go and check out the place right now. The space was ripped apart, and I could see the bottom of the Wither Bastion. The hole was still there, but there were no corpses left behind, to my surprise. Sure, there was debris everywhere, but no bodies that we could take a look at it. Did the Ender Dragon eat them as well, or did the brutes survive and take everything with them? It didn't matter in the end, since we could feel the power leaking from the hole I made, which needed our immediate attention. It looks like Alexa took the body of the ally to study this place, but the ripped space was still open. So I didn't know if it did this for its safety, or because it got used to using this body. The ripped space got bigger, and all the broken blocks began to fly in the air before going back to their original place. It was like time was rewinded right in front of me, making me look in awe at the process. When everything was done, it was like nothing ever happened. It even had the bodies of the researchers and the skeletons lying on the ground. I tried to check the inventory of one of the piglings, but no tab appeared in front of me. You've done some amazing stuff, Alexa, but I can't open their inventory. While the ally was going from diagram to diagram, I looked over the hole I made that brought this whole disaster. Even with the full power of Alexa, it wasn't enough to repair the broken bedrock. This was the best block the system has ever made, and only with another item made by it was broken. The irony of this situation, I knew I wasn't brought to this world by the system, but by someone from the void. The Ender Dragon told me I was a failed experiment when it possessed Bobby's body, and even the system said that I belonged to him. From what Violet told me, two beings rule over the End, her father and her mother. If her mother is the Ender Dragon, then I could safely assume that the father was the one who brought me here. I don't know why, but I know he would be the only one who can answer all of my questions. And the only way to find him was to join the void. I looked into the endless blackness and felt a faint connection. Not one that would let me live if I jumped inside the void, but one that showed me that there was something in there for me. Ha! He was all about how his body was capable of handling the power of the void, only for him to be destroyed by it as well. Maybe that's what that black mist was, filtered void, sea flea for him to consume. Do you think he would have succeeded? Do you think you can absorb it? Alexa went silent for a while, making me wonder if it was ashamed that it couldn't. While the Wither was better in the raw power department, Alexa was a machine specialized to solve those kinds of problems. It made me wonder how the Wither got so far in the first place. Skills were truly amazing tools that gods could use. Speaking of skills, now that the main body of Alexa was here, we could open those chests without damaging the contents. I quickly told Alexa about my idea, but it seems that I was a step too late. What a shame. It looks like those items were connected to the wither itself. It makes sense, but it was still a bummer to hear about it. Out of the ripped space came in a snacker and went into the void without any hesitation. Hey, weren't those guys very weak against magic? Wouldn't the void energy count as a magical attack and kill it? Well, it did blend well in the void, so I couldn't deny that. But if this was anything like the game, it would just go endlessly down and take more damage. But since this was the core of the planet and not a flat world, that would meant that there would be a wall to stop the snacker. The question was, how far did it have to go before it could bump into it? This made me wonder if I could teleport into the void with my enchanted square. No, that would be too risky, even if it worked. While Alexa was doing its thing, I decided to go upstairs and get back my golems. They were too valuable to be left behind after all, and I hoped the brutes didn't take them because I wasn't there. Luckily enough, or maybe because they didn't know how to move them, I found the golems. 2 were dead, unfortunately, but the others were quite fine. Looks like the brute listened to me and healed my boys before leaving them here. What was the end portal doing at the core of the Nether? Chapter 2, 125, How to Break Space. Are you sure what you're seeing is a portal and not something else? That was the description of the end portal, all right. What was it doing here in the first place? And from what it described to me, the portal was also opened. From what I know, that would be a one-way trip to the end. But then, how did the Ender Dragon appear on this side of the portal? I quickly put the iron golems in my bundle and jumped over the rails to get as fast as possible down. Boom. Cease. I took a deep breath as I was feeling the pain in my legs. Because I was in a rush, I opened my cape too late, and it wasn't enough to kill the momentum. Can you move the portal? Or better yet, destroy it? Just as I thought, it was a helpless endeavor. What's the plan now, Alexa? If the portal is here, the dangers are too high to leave it alone like this. That didn't sound good. Can you stop the process? Well, at least we had a temporary solution. How long it would slow her down? And how long it would take if you didn't intervene? That was a big difference. But that's still just slowing down the inevitable. We need it to stop it or defeat it once and for all. And there was one being that knew the answer to that question. You can start building the filter and absorb the void energy. I'll be going to the overworld and talk with the system. Not really. I'll brute force my way through its defense with this. I said that while holding my mace. How long would that take? Oh, the guards from the fortress wouldn't be able to survive for so long, and the Stone Kingdom would enter full panic mode if I waited that long. I think it's better if we do it as soon as possible. The question is, where would be the perfect place to do this? I want to get the attention of the system, but I don't know how it would react when ill broke the barrier it worked so hard to put up. Maybe it would try to bomb the place, or maybe it would bring my soul to its realm like last time. In the end, I decided that I would break it somewhere isolated from civilization, so there wouldn't be any accidents. You may be asking how I intended to do this, and the answer was pretty simple. I got outside the Wither Bastion and built a portal frame. My mace had 10 enchantments. 9 of them were for the mace to be easier to use, but the last one I chose was specifically made to break space. The enchantment was Spacebreaker, and it was used in the past to make the portals to the Nether. Why did I choose this enchantment in the first place? It wasn't because I thought I would be stuck in the Nether, but because I thought if I had enough energy stored inside my mace, I could make a way to Earth. It may sound like an amazing enchantment, but it's usually used just once because the energy consumption is unreasonable high and the open space would only be 1/4 of a block. Not only that, but it would last for 1 second before the space would mend back. That's why it was only used once, to quickly gather data of the other dimension before using a more stable ways to connect the 2 dimensions. Unfortunately, I couldn't put all of those enchantments on my mace since I didn't have enough space for them. But the enchantment was still valuable, and soon it would show its worth. I lit a flame in the portal frame, and space began to bend once again. But before it could stop and heal itself, I took out and charged my mace with half of the stored energy and activated Spacebreaker. Space began to break like glass, but since I used so much energy, the hole was several blocks big. The world trembled for a bit before space healed itself until it reached the frame of the portal and stopped. Now I could see the overworld on the other side of the obsidian frame. I saw a green forest with a sheep that looked confused at what had just happened. From this, I could deduce that I was either in the Stone Kingdom or the Coral Kingdom. And since the Wither didn't move too far from the previous portal, that would mean that I was in the Coral Kingdom. I took a deep breath, held a totem in hand, and took off my armor before stepping over the portal. At first, the only thing I felt was the cold wind of the forest. But then a sudden pressure arrived and tried to take my soul out. But before that could happen, I quickly put the armor on and looked at the sky. It's you again. How did you break my barrier? And why do you have so much energy in your mace? Looks like I managed to stop the system from taking me into its realm. At least I won't be dying too fast now. Well, a lot happened in the Nether, but my question is, why did you seal the portals? I don't know how, but that wrenched being has managed to break my bedrock. That should have been impossible to do at his current level. That was because it wasn't him who did that, but the system didn't need to know this. That wouldn't explain why you did that. And why did you attack Alexa? Did you intend to destroy it as well? I suddenly felt a powerful wind hitting me that took the form of a tornado. The world around me began to lose color, and from the middle of the tornado came the golden body of the system. It felt like time had stopped, and I was facing a god. But to be fair, this was most likely what happened. You got here too fast for someone who just found out about what happened. And the fact you managed to break my barrier is an anomaly in itself. You're trying to trick me with something. But you are too young and dumb to do that. So speak now, or I'll take the information from your head directly. I felt like an invisible hand was trying to crush my head, even with the armor on. I clenched my teeth and hit the ground with my energy mace, making a huge shockwave, but stopping the system's attack. Looks like you learned very quickly how to use my gift. I have to thank you for it. And I guess it's true that I expected too much to easily trick you. I managed to defeat the Wither. That's why I have so much energy in my mace. The golden figure raised an eyebrow, but signaled me to continue. But unfortunately, he managed to recreate the effects of the undying totem to revive himself, and with that power, he managed to break the bedrock. As expected from a brute like him, he couldn't think of a long-term plan and cashed out all the power from the get-go. But that means you failed the mission overall. No, that can't be possible since you would have died by his head, no matter how often you defy the odds of death. Looks like even the system is impressed by my adventures. That is true. We would have lost the battle if not for the fact that the Shadow Lord somehow managed to call for the ruler of the Void. And with one chump, the Wither was gone, leaving us confused. If you're still alive to tell the tale, that means that wasn't her true form. The Void energy is too corruptive for you to survive in it, even with your annoying armor. That was a surprise. Are you telling me that the dragon I saw was just an avatar of the Void? If only the avatar was this powerful, how powerful can she be in her true form? That's not good to hear. After I managed to escape from the place, I met with Alexa, who told me that it could slow down the Void up to a year. This machine was made by that man, so it should be capable of absorbing the Void energy without being corrupted. As much as I hate him, his ingenuity was something even I had to acknowledge, even though it was more of a curse for him than a blessing. So why have you come here in the overworld then? Well, even if we can slow down the Void, we would still lose the Nether in 1 year. But even if you want to separate yourself from that dimension, if I could break your wall with my mace, then it would be nothing for the Void to do the same. The system stood in silence while narrowing its eyes at me, not liking what it heard. I don't know why you'll want to run from the Void you once defeated, but if you don't want to do anything about it yourself, tell me at least how I can do it, and I'll do it. I am somewhat responsible for this mess, and I don't want my friends to die from it. We looked at each other in silence. The system tried to intimidate me while I stood my ground. After a few tense moments, the system let out a defeated sigh. You humans and your stupid determination. Your ambition always brings more problems than solutions. While I would say that this task would be impossible besides him, you were chosen by him, and your unorthodox methods has brought you way further than any heroes I summoned. Let's make a deal, human. If you manage to convince my heroes to join your cause, I would tell you my story, and how I defeated the void. I don't know if the system knew that I wasn't on good terms with Daniel, but its request was overall easy to fulfill. Can you tell me their location at least? The only response I got was a smirk before it disappeared, making everything return to normal. I figured it's not going to make it easy for me. At least I didn't piss it of more than usual. I think I'm getting the hang of speaking with gods. After I relaxed my tense muscle, I went back to the Nether, where Alexa was still building the filter for the void. From what I could tell, it planned to move its whole body in here. While it could be dangerous, it was also the safest place in the Nether. Everything in 1,000-block radius was killed by the Wither's army, and the only enemy capable of destroying it was now in the void. Overall, it was a good idea. Good job, sir. It seems that the seal has been lifted. That was good news indeed. Chapter 226. Open the portal. A few days have passed after I made the deal with the system. I decided to stay with Alexa while it was building its new base in case something bad would happen. I know Alexa has some strong guardians right now, but you never know what could strike you when you have your guard down. Fortunately, it seems that my worries were for nothing, as the main base was built safely. Not even the void seemed to react to what was being built on top of the hole. Of course, I didn't just sit down and do nothing while Alexa did all the hard work. I made a few tests with my mace to see what I was capable of doing with so much power. And the answer is, pretty much anything. It wasn't that I could only erase a city off the map if I so inclined to, but I could also build my own body by using the mace as a battery. It seems that all the energy in the mace was considered to be my own, and if I build a whole body from it, then I would have complete control over it and not have to worry about being a puppet. That was some big news for me and a new hope for my freedom. Unfortunately, building a new body, even with my energy, would take a lot of time with lots of trial and errors. Sure, I could copy and paste the exact body that I had right now, but that would be a waste of an opportunity to get stronger. That's why I was determined to study more anatomy of this world, to do a few more experiments to see what a flesh body is capable of, and, of course, study my own soul so I could use its full potential. Sure, I could make a body with netherite skin and be as fast as my horse, but if I lose the ability to use my inventory, it wouldn't be a worthy trade-off. The people in this world don't know the value of something so convenient at their fingertips. People from my old world would kill to have only one inventory slot, much less 37 of them. I was still debating if I should put skills as well, or live completely free like the original character in the game. On one hand, I saw how useful they can be if used correctly. On the other hand, I'll have to use a lot of energy to maintain them. And that was from the limited knowledge I had. Who knows what other complications would arise along the way. But today, Alexa completed its defenses and the filter for the void energy. The hole over the black void was covered by a huge cube made with netherite block, all heavily enchanted with enchantments that I couldn't even begin to understand. From what Alexa told me, that cube alone costs over 80% of its stored energy. But it was a good investment, as now it could absorb back in a slow but consistent stream of energy. Out of curiosity, I tried to absorb some of that filtered energy, and I felt that it was similar to what the Wither managed to achieve. No, it was much purer, and I could absorb more. If I stayed with the mace in this machine for 1 week, I think I would be able to recuperate the energy I spent on breaking the system's barrier, which was amazing, but still too long for me to start now. Well, Alexa, it looks like you won't need my protection anymore. Try not to get drunk with power while I'm away, and wish me luck to find those heroes to get this final journey started. While I said that like we were about to part ways, it was more towards the main body than to Alexa itself, since, as usual, the alley would follow us in all of our adventures, being a walking library filled with forbidden knowledge. Okay, Violet, it's time to go. I'll be going to the tribe, so don't be surprised when I'll suddenly disappear. Don't worry, I was here from the beginning and heard about the plans. I jumped to the side in surprise when I heard Violet's voice so close to me. Since when was she there? Violet, clearly not wanting to deal with this, ripped space apart to my tribe and pushed me with Alexa on the other side before closing the rift. Well, that was another thing I learned about Violet. It seems that her invisibility has gotten stronger. It got so strong that even Alexa couldn't pick it up. But if Alexa couldn't pick it up, does that mean, hey Violet, were you there with me when I spoke with the system by any chance? Of course, I would be with you no matter the place or danger, my human. She looked at me with some scary eyes while she said that. No wonder that she didn't complain that I talked with the system, she was already there. Did the system see you? Unfortunately, yes, I couldn't hide myself fully, and I was found out after a while. So she was half capable of hiding from the system. At this point, she was the perfect assassin. It was a good thing she was on my side. I wouldn't want to be her enemy. Unfortunately, our sudden arrival didn't go unnoticed by the inhabitants of this place, since a crowd of concerned and ready-to-fight piglings gathered around us, waiting to see what our next course of action would be. Not even my amazing armor could hide our big entrance. And luckily, some of them seemed to recognize me. The only reason they seemed to be on guard is because of Violet, who is now visible. Reading the room, Violet teleported away, leaving purple particles behind. I'm sure that she'll be back invisible, but this was enough to calm down some of the piglings who recognized the signs of an Enderman running away. Sure, this Enderman was much taller and scary-looking than the other ones, but an Enderman was an Enderman no matter the height. Elder Trader, welcome back. What was that monster doing here? One of the piglings dared to ask. It's a long story that I'll probably tell you next time we'll drink. For now, I wanted to check if the soldiers from the fortress came here by any chance. Once I reassured them that everything was okay, the people got back to their lives while some stayed behind to tell me what happened in the past few days. Apparently, the nether shook for a while and the portal was broken. The soldiers didn't know how to open it back, but had faith that Bobby or me would be there to fix the problem. After all, we did claim to know how to open the portals. But days passed and no help arrived. The food was almost gone, and since most of them were nobles, they couldn't live into this lifestyle. Then they remembered about the tribe that had a deal with them and decided to take over it to survive. At first, they tried to threaten the piglings into submission, but quickly learned that the piglings were not that easy to intimidate. After a good beating, and with the help of Blue, they found out the truth and are held as prisoners until things get back to normal. While the Stone Kingdom desperately needed the help of the tribe, the same could be said about the tribe as well. Because of this deal, they had a massive influx of gold coming into their inventory, which put them on the map in the Nether. While they were a small tribe, with great wealth and armor, they were treated as a large tribe, which gave them quite a few benefits when it came to negotiations. I see, don't worry. The problem of the portal has been solved, so soon you can go back to your normal life. A cheer rang through the crowd, and I could see someone that tried to wiggle in through all this wall of muscles. It was Blue, who was confused about what was happening, but was relieved once he saw me. Trader is you. Good thing you came. We need your help with something. Don't worry, the others have told me about the prisoners. They would soon leave to their world. Oh, that's good. I don't think we could have kept those spoiled guards any longer. Amused, I followed Blue to their house, where he proceeded to tell me what happened after the prisoners were taken in. With the help of Solomon, they managed to produce a weak version of the fire resistance potion that could stay in effect for longer periods off times. It was the perfect potion for the guards, since not everyone had fire resistance on their armor and were having a hard time adapting to the new dimensions after so many days. But because they were treated more as guests of honor than prisoners, they suddenly got cooky and began to demand better food and more unrelated items. Now Undying and Blue were in a particular position right now. Since most of the guards chosen for the Nether were nobles, they couldn't ignore their demands since they still had some power in the overworld. But at the same time, they couldn't just release them, since they would do more damage to the tribe or, system forbid, kill themselves because of their ignorance. So they were very eager to solve the portal problem since it didn't work when they tried to open it back on. Don't worry, the thing that stopped the connection from being made is now gone, and it should work as normally now. Just make sure to send the bill of what damages they did to the royal family afterwards. Oh, don't worry, I made sure to note everything they requested and give premium prices at the end. Blue gave an evil smile, while I felt sorry for the upcoming headache Bobby was going to deal with. Finally, we arrived at the prison where almost every soldier stood in their own cell, which was so heavily modified that it looked more like a luxury bedroom than a prison cell. Once they saw Blue, all of them came to the bars with a smirk on their faces. "Hey, Blue Eyes, the milk is too warm. It's making me sleepy. Do you have something colder in here?" "Same. I'm getting a headache from all the light in this room. Can you turn it off?" "Can I have a glass of water, please? I'm getting thirsty in here." Oh wow, they were really a pain to deal with. No wonder Blue wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. I think he kept Undying away from this place intentionally, otherwise she would kill everyone in here, regardless the consequences. "I'm sorry, sirs, but I can't fulfill any of your requests today." "Ha! Then why did you come here?" "We came here to deliver you some good news, gentlemen. You can go back to your old world soon, so please get ready to leave." As soon as I spoke, all of them became pale as a sheet of paper. They knew they were in trouble, but didn't dare to say anything about it. I could only smirk at their fear for me and left the prison to open the portal. After greeting Undying as well, I teleported at the fortress, where I proceeded to open the portal without a problem. That caused quite the stir on the other side that I didn't know if I wanted to be a part of. But in the end, I decided to stay there, since I had to collect Mary as well. It's going to be a long day, filled with a lot of explaining. Chapter 227. Where's Daniel? POV, Mary. I mixed some of the ink with redstone, lapis, and soul sand. This was my 214 attempt at making an ink more compatible with a flesh body, or a moving body in general. The ink quickly turned into a dark color that gave an ominous vibe. Well, this is a good start. Let's see if it's going to be useful for what I need as well. While I looked at the library of the Sandstone Palace for more information about enchanting, I stumbled upon a book that described different ways to make ink. And because of the system, I should be able to achieve my dream of creating permanent enchanted tattoos. I tried various inks on different animals, and unfortunately, it was much more complicated than it seemed. Most of the ink that was written in the book was intended for blocks, not living beings. But I learned the principles behind each model, so I could create one of my own. Some of them had success, while others didn't, but I learned that soul sand was crucial for my tattoo ink. I couldn't use any animals either, since the chicken was too small for me to do something significant, and the core leather was too dark to see the ink clearly. That only left the pigs, which weren't in great numbers here in the desert. But because of my status as a hero and the fact that I was helping progress the enchanting field, I was given plenty of resources for this. Plus, it's not like it was hard for me to find a sponsor. Everyone knew my name, and I had a pretty good reputation amongst the nobles and the commoners. I tried to help Daniel integrate into his new life as Trader did with me. But unfortunately, Daniel didn't see himself as a student, and instead he was offended that I tried to teach him something about this world when he knew more than me. This was true when it came to information about the game, but I don't think he realized how different it was from what he knew. One time he kidnapped a villager and brought her into a prison cell where he proceeded to feed her to a zombie. I was sent on a mission to find that girl, only to see Daniel give me the traumatized girl and complain that he didn't get any discounts for saving her. Luckily, the poor girl doesn't remember too much of what happened, only that it was painful. But because of those actions, I couldn't see Daniel as a hero anymore, more like a villain. And he had the audacity to tell me that those were just plain villagers, and not to get worked up about them. I cut off any ties I had with him at that moment and made sure to tell everyone to be wary of him. The last I heard of him, he went to the Coral Kingdom and nothing more. As I was remembering those unpleasant memories, I finished writing the last letter on the pig. The pig was put to sleep beforehand. From experience, they tended to be very ticklish when being written on. Once I was done, I placed a small pile of carrots on top of 4-block tower and awakened the beast. Once the pig was up, he looked confused around him before beginning to smell the delicious carrots out of reach. He tried to find a way to them, but had no luck, so he began jumping. At first, he jumped normally, only 1 block. But as hunger got the better of him, he suddenly jumped to the top of the tower, where he happily ate the carrots. Good, the first part of the experiment was a success. Since animals didn't know how to consciously activate the enchantments, I used a driving force for them to activate them unconsciously. For this one was hunger. I also found out that animals with activated enchantments tend to eat more than normal, but only if they activate their superpowers. Now let's see if it can pass the final test as well. This is where most of my experiments ended, and the reason was pretty stupid as well. After the pig got his fill, I built a bridge and brought the pig to a bath. That's right, my biggest challenge was to make the ink stick to the skin. While it wouldn't be a problem in my old world, in this one it was a problem since the regeneration system was too good. I could make a tattoo gun and undraw the characters on the skin, but once the victims eat something, they would return to their full health, which deleted the tattoo. That's why most people gave up on trying to persuade this kind of experiment, or at least I don't have any more data that would help me with this case. As the pig sat comfortably in the warm water, I began to scrub off the ink of his pink skin. I can't believe it. It's a success. Suddenly, I felt my guts being pulled, and the bathroom that I was previously in was replaced with an old-fashioned-looking office. Mary, glad to... Was I interrupting something by any chance? No, I was so close. The answer was right in front of me. I slammed my fists into the ground, feeling the pain of my flesh and my soul. Mary, what happened? A voice tried to comfort me. I looked through my teary eyes and saw a dark-looking armor that gave a menacing aura. There was only one man who had that creepy armor, and that was my teacher trader. Sorry that I summoned you all of a sudden. Did you lose something important? If you tell me the rough location, I can teleport you back. I took a deep breath to calm down and remembered that my experiment was a success. Not only that, but I also remembered the exact ratios for each ingredient, so it wasn't like I lost everything. The only bad thing about this is the fact that the servants and the Pope would get worried about my sudden disappearance, but I already warned them about my pearl station in the Stone Kingdom. It was such a good idea that we decided to place one in the palace and church as well. Are you okay? Sorry if I interrupted something important. It's okay, trader. It's not something that I can't write down. And if you summon me, that means it's very important. Now that I'm thinking about it, what kind of help do you need that requires me? While Trader wasn't the best partner, I was glad that I didn't stick with him in his adventures. They sounded fun and something a hero should do, but I began to appreciate this world and the life I was building myself here. And let's say that trader did not know the concept of a chill life. The last time we met, I died because of an explosion that wiped a city off the map. I still felt bad about that, and I wasn't even the cause of that explosion. Daniel didn't care, and Trader was very upset with himself that something so horrible had happened. Ever since then, he tried to improve himself and send some funds to the families that were affected by this. That was one incident, which was pretty major, but the second happened a day after we got revived. He got cursed by the system, so he wouldn't be able to walk in the overworld without his armor. Then he went silent for the next few months. Trader tends to do things alone, and if he calls you to help him, that means he doesn't have a choice but to call you. And if he can't do it alone, I don't want to think what he considers to be too dangerous to be done alone. Well, a lot happened that I can't talk about here in the overworld, but long story short, I defeated the Wither, but not before he managed to break the bedrock to the void where the Ender Dragon escaped and wants to attack this world in about a year. As always, he can't have a normal life. It's been almost 2 years since I came to this world and had the opportunity to learn a lot of information from the books and people that I met. Daniel may consider me inferior to him and Trader when it comes to the ways of this world, but I know for a fact that what he knows is only partially valuable, while what I knew is something not even the kings of those kingdoms dared to imagine. The only one who knows more than me would be Trader, but I don't think I want to use the same method to get that information as he did. What I wanted to say is that I knew what he meant when he said that the Wither destroyed the bedrock. This was something not even the ancient civilization was capable of doing, and they managed to create a fake god. Not only that, but Trader somehow managed to defeat this being capable of such destruction, only to be scared of this Ender Dragon enough to call for help. Trader doesn't like to drag his friends into dangerous battles, but if he wants me to join him, then that means the world is truly doomed. Okay, let's wait a bit so I can process what I just heard. I sat down while messaging my head, and Trader waited patiently for me to gather myself. Okay, I'm now focused and ready to tackle whatever this is. So what do I need to do, and how likely are we to die on this adventure? Honestly, if I didn't have a choice, I would have preferred not to involve you in this. If the Wither was a level 8 threat, the Ender Dragon is something even the system is scared of. Yeah, that didn't help me with my worries, trader. Thanks for pointing that out. Unfortunately, I don't know how to defeat the Ender Dragon in this world, and the system doesn't want to tell me either unless I bring you and Daniel with me. Well, that was reassuring. My literal patron was throwing me under the bus. What could I even do in this final battle? Unfortunately, I can't tell you all the details since we're still in the overworld, so I wanted to ask you if you knew where Daniel is, so I could bring him here and get this over with. I haven't seen him in months, and last time I checked he visited the Coral Kingdom, but nothing beyond that. Uh-huh. I know this may sound unrelated to what we talked about, but did you by any chance need some items from my base to level up your skills? Why would I need to do that? I have my own people or hands to gather resources. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Looks like we'll have to go to the Coral Kingdom and find Daniel. Do you think it would be hard? Looks like something happened to his base if he asked me that. I was more worried for Daniel now. I don't think that would be a problem. He doesn't like to live a quiet life after all, so if we follow some rumors, we should find him. That's true. Before we leave, do you want to say hi to someone from the castle? It would be nice to see Bobby and Elizabeth, but I'm sure they'll keep us here for a while, and it would take us a few weeks to get to the Coral Kingdom. No, I think it's better if we go as soon as possible. I felt the same. Here, hold those 2 pearls, put one on the pillow and the other in the enchanted square. Okay? I took the 2 pearls and placed them as instructed while being confused. I understood the one for the pillow since I needed to replace the emergency pearl, but I couldn't see the point on place the other on the floor. After he did the same, he told me something odd. Okay, see you on the other side. Then the square began to glow and the pearl disappeared. Suddenly I felt my guts being pulled, and I was now standing on a patch of grass while looking at a floating city. Yeah, no matter how many times I see it, it's always crazy. Trader's voice made me jump a little. Were we at the Coral Kingdom's capital? That was thousands of blocks in an instant. I looked at Trader with a shocked and confused face. You never wanted to make an enemy out of Trader. And I hoped that Daniel didn't make that mistake. Chapter 2, 128. I want information. We safely arrived at the fields of the capital of Coral Kingdom, and it was all thanks to Alexa, who was smart enough to note down the coordinates to everywhere we've been to. The only place that I needed to use my special spyglass was in the Nether, but with the main body moved there, I think that problem has been solved. What was that? What was what? Mary seemed confused about something. How did you manage to teleport us with 1 pearl? I don't remember placing a pearl station in here. Oh yeah, I got so used to teleporting over large distances that I completely forgot how long it takes to travel this far. While I was leveling up my skills, I found an enchantment that could teleport items to any location I wanted as long as I had the coordinates. And well, since pearls are considered to be items, I thought I could use those to get where I wanted. That's pretty ingenious and revolutionary. How come nobody thought about something like this? While it's true that this kind of enchantment can be used by anyone as long as they know the high-level language, you have to be at least level 9 in the enchanting skills to be able to start researching this. So it's no wonder that people at this time don't have access to this. Well, enchanting is usually reserved for the nobles, and it's very hard to get pearls in the overworld. I could introduce the concepts to them, but I don't want to make Violet more angry than she already is because I use pearls. Who's Violet? Oh right, I haven't introduced the 2 of them yet. But if Violet didn't show herself, I don't see a reason I should force her to. You'll probably find out later. Just keep an open mind when you'll see her. The last time Violet showed herself to someone, that someone tried to run out of the house. Let's go and find our troublesome hero. I said that as I was walking on the man-made bridge leading to the farmlands. This place looks amazing. I wonder how long it took to build this. It did look amazing, no matter how many times I've seen it. I don't know, but it's called the Golden City for a reason. We arrived at the gates and passed the guards without a problem, or at least Mary did, since the guard didn't see me. Once inside, we both stared in wonder at the tall building around us. It was like we were in a city, which was a nostalgic feeling for both of us. They have roads and carts, and how diverse their items are. I wonder if the others would like them if I brought them as souvenirs. I think they would love it. Just be careful not to take something that's too big for your inventory. And there was a limit on the size of the items you could put in the inventory. Since this wasn't like the game, when you break a block it doesn't become a ghost item. Instead, it would be reduced to 1/4 of the original size, but you can still trip over them if you're not paying attention. And that's why the biggest thing you could put in your inventory was a 4x4 item that would be reduced to 1 block after it was broken. The system for this was way too weird and specific, and I didn't want to get into the details of how it actually worked. We decided to stop at a hotel since we knew it would take some time to get all the information we wanted. I paid for 2 separate rooms and we got the key for them. Okay, I think there's a higher chance we'll find more information about Daniel if we visit the black market. I did say that, but the real reason I chose that option is because I didn't know how else to gather information legitimately. I don't know how, but most of my deals tended to be with criminals, and the fact that I was all dressed in black didn't help with calming the people around me. I mean, you know the best, so I'll follow you wherever you go. You don't need to come with me right now since I was only planning on walking around the city for a while. I wanted to know if you wanted to join me, or maybe you can go around shopping. Mary got very serious when I said that. She seemed torn between 2 decisions with how much her eyes were moving from one side to the other. After letting out a big sigh, she made her decision. From your track record, there's a high chance something would before the night comes. So it's better if I come with you now than wonder where you are and know what happened. She was saying it like I was a problem child and needed supervision. I'll have her know that I don't get into trouble on the first day I get into a new place. It usually starts on the first night. Okay, let's go and do some shopping then. I'm sure you don't have a lot of money with you right now since I teleported you all of a sudden. So I'll pay the bill for today. Her eyes suddenly lit light stars, and I began to regret my decision already. I hoped I had looted enough gold from the Withers Bastion to keep up with the shopping list of a woman in the biggest city in the world. I didn't even have the chance to relax in my room as she grabbed my arm and dragged me to the busy streets. It started innocently at first, with some food stalls and unique-looking items, but the longer we stayed out, the more weird things got. It went from small wooden figurines to horse statues made of emeralds. I think the Pope would love this. I heard him say he liked horses one time when we first met, or when he told me a story. He just looks like someone who would like horses. Mary, at this point, you look like a kid who got lost in a candy store and has his parents' card. Wah, I'm not that bad. Okay, maybe the emerald horse is too much, but I'll take this coat since it's getting chilly in here. Yeah, that wasn't because it was getting dark, but because someone was steering daggers at you whenever you touched me and dragged me to other places. You don't want to make an Enderwoman angry. Mary, you won't win the fight. Okay, it's getting late already, and I have a few ideas where the night market would be. Let's get to work. Ugh, I guess you're right. It's such a shame that the day didn't last any longer. Thank you, trader. Sure. She didn't hold back on her shopping spree. I think she managed to buy a ship's worth of items. I had to use some of my inventory space for her as well. Next time, I should bring more bundles with me. The sun was already over the horizon, and the night appeared with its beautiful stars. We walked along the dark alley, getting strange looks, since Mary had diamond armor and I could barely be seen. But the tight alleys suddenly changed to large and illuminated streets. It was all decorated beautifully with signs and lights all over the place, and at the entrance of the shops stood several women trying to seduce men to come to visit their shop. This was the red light district, one of the most illegal places in the whole world. Since this world doesn't produce children the same way as my old world, the red light district changed its meaning as well. This place wasn't for frustrated men who wanted to spend their money and time with a woman. Instead, this was a place for baby making. That's right, the women on the side of the streets were not advertising their bodies, or at least not in that way. They were advertising their looks and skills for everyone to see. The people in this world thought the kid would get the skills of the highest level parent. So if you had crafting level 4 and brewing level 1, but your wife had enchaining level 5 and crafting level 2, there was a high chance their child would get the crafting and enchanting skills. That's why nobles who wanted children with specific skill came here under disguise to get the child. You could sleep with one of the women for one night, and bam, you have the child you ordered. This wasn't cheap, of course, and the higher the skill was, the higher the price was as well. But for some reason, the males were much more expensive and better protected than the females, since I didn't see one man at the entrance of those shops. Of course, this was highly illegal since it was human trafficking. The worst part was that some people didn't care about the skills. They only wanted manpower, and children work great as slaves. It was a practice that was banned in the other kingdoms and heavily condemned, but here in the Coral Kingdom, money ruled over everything, no matter how immoral it was. While everyone poor scoffed at this place with displeasure, the higher-ups protected this place at all costs because of its profits. I don't know if Mary knew about the meaning of this place. She looked confused at the women on the streets, knowing what they were aiming for, but couldn't understand why they would do such a thing. We passed the street without a problem, then got into the center of the market. The streets were still illuminated, but there weren't guards anymore, and everyone wore a dark or flashy coat to hide their identity. Mary and I got a lot of attention as well because of our armor. But nobody dared to mess with us, since it sent a strong message. We don't need to hide to deal with you. That's why they only looked but didn't get close. I asked around where I could find a broker and paid them handsomely. Just like that, in 30 minutes, we were in front of a huge dark building where a guard was welcoming us. We got inside and talked with the beautiful receptions about booking a room with one of their best broker, and she reluctantly agreed. And after a heavy fine, we managed to get the room and the man. "Hello there, with whom may I have the honor to speak with today?" An old man with white hair and beard came through the door. He was well dressed and had a welcoming smile that told you he could be trusted. There's no need for introduction. I paid premium for this, so I prefer if things stay anonymous. The smile of the man didn't faze. Instead, he sat down and looked at us with his warm smile. "What would you like to know?" We went straight to business. Time was money after all. A few months ago, a man by the name of Daniel came here. He has no nose, claims to be a hero, and poses strange knowledge. We want to know his current whereabouts. "Ah, I see. Your package does indeed cover this kind of information, but I'll have to charge you extra since he is under the protection of some big shots." That wasn't a good start. The question is, who was holding the leash in that relationship? I'm willing to pay the price. The old man's smile widened, and B proceeded to tell us about what Daniel has done for the past few months that he was here. But the more he talked, the worse it was. This man didn't care about what his action could cause to this whole world. I know I'm not the one to talk about it, but at least I kept my craziness to a small group of people. Not the whole kingdom. Chapter 2, 129, a lot of teleporting. After an hour of talking with the man, we left the building with a defeated look. Mary spoke for the first time since we entered the building. This is going to change a lot the geopolitics of this world. What Daniel has done is something that I and Mary tried to avoid at all costs, which was to give dangerous information to everyone. Sure, I told Bobby a lot of dangerous stuff that could help him conquer the world, but I trusted Bobby not to do this, and I was proven right when he became a part of the royal family. He didn't try to conquer the other kingdoms, and he kept the information of what he knew at a minimum. Even if the others knew everything that Bobby knew, they wouldn't have the courage to do anything while I was alive since they were too afraid of me. My first introduction was quite memorable, and they even knew that I can't be killed from the incident at the Sandstone Palace. The Sandstone also has a lot of power with its obsidian farm and vast knowledge of enchantments. But because of the recent political turmoil and Mary being there aren't a lot of people who want to get out of line anytime soon. That only left the Coral Kingdom, which was already the most influential and most powerful before we came along. So I didn't see a reason to give them more power than they had. But that all changed when Daniel entered the picture. It's not bad that he told the people in here some of the forbidden knowledge. What was bad was the fact he told that to multiple companies. He told one company how to make iron golems, another one how to farm obsidian blocks, another one how to cure infected zombies, and the biggest company he told them how to open a portal to the Nether. Let's just say the reason they were so quiet in the past few months is because they were fighting with each other constantly. If it was only that, it wouldn't be a problem. But the ones who suffered the most in those kinds of battles were always the common man. The only saving grace for them was the system's trading tab, which remains unchanged no matter the economy of the country. The fight would escalate more and more, and they would either destroy each other or someone would finally win, but at the cost of losing too much, which could result in them attacking the other kingdoms for their natural resources. And the worst part of this is that they most likely knew this was going to happen, but couldn't do anything about it. If they stopped, they would be eaten, and nobody wanted to lose their business. Where do you think he is now? Well, he was last seen at the Sun Company, so he's most likely still there. The question is if he's in this or the other dimension. Since he knew so much forbidden knowledge, everyone wanted to know where he was. So he had quite a dedicated team of people looking for him. But since nobody has seen him in a few months, that could mean that he was in the Nether. I see that could be possible, but how are we supposed to find out? It's not like we have a compass that could lead us to him. Mary was right. Alexa didn't bother to store his soul coordinates in its database, so we couldn't use that method. Speaking of Alexa, where was it? I haven't seen it or heard from it. So what are we supposed to do then? Sneak into the Sun Company? That would be the logical conclusion, but it would be too dangerous and take too much time by ourselves. Violet, can you do me a favor and look around their base? I looked nowhere in particular, but I did raise my voice in case she was near me. I got a tap on my shoulder, which I took as a yes. Solving that problem. Okay, Violet told me she would deal with this problem, so we can get back to our hotel rooms and get some rest. That's it? Who did you speak with? I didn't hear anyone answer you. Do you also have ninjas following you everywhere? Her eyes suddenly got sparkly while expecting a fantasy answer. And the answer was fantastic, but I didn't want to reveal Violet like that. I don't have a group of ninjas following me everywhere. That's too ridiculous. Instead, I do have someone who follows me a lot, and it's invisible. She was confused by my story. That sounds a lot like stalking. You have no idea. Even in death, I can't escape her. She can always find me somehow, even with my armor. But I already got used to her being near me, so I wasn't bothered anymore. Let's just go and get some rest. I'm sure you're tired as well. Now that you've mentioned it, in a day, I traveled in all 3 kingdoms, found out that the end of the world was coming, and went on a manhunt after the last hero. Is this a normal day in your life? Are you saying this counts as a crazy day? We haven't even fought anything. I would consider this a relaxing day. But Mary didn't seem to think the same as me, since she raised her hands and wondered how she got into this mess in the first place. We went back to our hotel rooms when suddenly Mary stood in place, looking around the streets. Yeah, he's right here. Can you not see him? Then, from a dark alley, came Alexa with tired eyes. Alexa, where have you been? I completely forgot that Alexa was exploring the castle while I talked with Mary. I assumed Violet would take the alley, but it was my mistake to think that she would forgive the machine for all the trouble it brought me. So poor Alexa was alone in the stone palace, wondering where I had disappeared to. Sorry about that, Alexa. It wasn't intentional. Did you find anything interesting at the castle at least? Yeah, Bobby is on an expedition to find me, so it would take some time until he gets the news that everything returned to normal. We could have brought him here in an instant with the pearl, but Elizabeth decided to let him have this break since he worked so hard for the past few months. I don't know if he would consider this a break, but I wasn't going to say anything about it. Plus, Elizabeth knew how to punish arrogant nobles the best. That's why they were so down when they got home. Nothing much. We just found out that Daniel has caused an economic war in the Coral Kingdom. By the way, what happened in the Nether and the Ender Dragon, since Trader didn't tell me too much? Mary seemed to get bored and pinched into the conversation. Shh! Don't tell her the details in here. I don't know if the system can hear us. She turned towards me with suspicious eyes. Trader, I don't appreciate when I'm not being told the whole story. If I don't get a reasonable explanation, I won't be helping you with this mission. Well, that was a reasonable reaction, but it wasn't that simple to solve. It's not that I don't want to tell, but I can't tell you since the system can read your mind. What are you talking about? I then proceeded to tell her how I wasn't summoned by the system, but by another entity from the void with an unknown purpose. Then I told her that our bodies were created by the system and the void, and they could take over us any time they wished. That didn't sit right with her, but she continued to listen without interrupting. So you're saying that we are just puppets for some higher beings, and we don't have a choice but to play their games. And you have something that could interrupt their game and wanted to keep it a secret from the system. Oh, not at all. The system already knows how I could get out of my patron's control and doesn't care as long as I don't destroy its world. I just have made a small mistake that would make the system reconsider its offer, and I don't want that to happen. Mary raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Can't you have normal problems like regular people? I try okay, but I always end up in those situations one way or another. She chuckled at my misfortune, but told me she was willing to wait for the full story after we had our talk with the system. Of course, she was also interested into getting her own body, which I was willing to teach her. With that done, we each went to our room and got to sleep. I felt my shoulder being nudged, and I slowly opened my eyes to see a black face staring into my eyes. What the? Oh, it's you, Violet. Did you find out anything about Daniel? He's not in the main base. The men in there were talking how he went missing in the Nether. So it was going to be a long and annoying journey. I wonder why he went there. Thanks for the help, Violet. We couldn't do it without you. Is there anything I can give you as thanks? No need. I had my fun exploring Alexa's body. She said that with a clever smile, clearly knowing that Alexa didn't like it. Well, let's get merry once she wakes up and explore the Nether. I hope it won't take too long. A few hours later, the sun was up and Mary was awake. I told her the news, and she had the same reaction as me. But we handed our keys, left the capital, and dug a room underground to build the portal. I need to restock on my obsidian. I'm starting to run out with how often I use them. I made a lot of portals in my adventures and used a lot of my crystals. It was going to be annoying to get them. I lit the portal and the space started to bend. On the other side, I saw that we were in a small cavern that was leading to the surface. Knowing that another portal was close by, I decided to break it, getting my obsidian back. On the surface, we saw that the Sun Company already built a base. It looked similar to a sun, all made with glowstone blocks. It didn't look the best, to say the least, but the message was pretty clear. I splashed Mary and Alexa with the invisibility potion and went to explore the building. The gate was not guarded by anyone outside, to my surprise. But just to be safe, I broke a new door a few blocks away and was glad for my decision, since, as expected, there were guards on the inside. The building was a huge open dome, all illuminated by the glowstone with the portal in the middle. We saw a lot of people walking with different kinds of armor and equipment. The good thing about this was that we could see everyone from our location. The bad thing was that nobody looked like Daniel. I had a bad feeling about this. Do they look ready for battle? Why would you say that? I looked at Mary, who was as confused as me, but in the end we decided to teleport there. Let's just say we found Daniel. Chapter 230. We came to negotiate. I was in the Wither Fortress, now changed to Alexa's fortress, and looked down at the three brutes with diamond armor that looked with confusion at the fire golems that stood at the entrance. They were trying to figure out if they should fight those powerful-looking beings or finish their mission. As for what was their mission, it was all written on a flag that was tied to one of the brutes. On the leather flag was written, "Trader, we want to negotiate for the human hero." It was all written with beautiful calligraphy, clearly done by the Mad Prince. The good news was, we found Daniel. The bad news, he was in the possession of the most powerful man in the whole Nether, and he knew how to bargain a good deal. How convenient, trader. They brought Daniel right to our doorstep. The question is, are they friends or foes? Mary looked with narrowed eyes at me. It's hard to say with them honestly. The first time we met, it was through a kidnapping, which was their fault. The second time we fought on the same team to defeat the Wither, I don't think I would have won without them. There were too many variables, like the people with skills, the army, and the Shadow Lord. But after the Wither was dead and the Ender Dragon appeared, I kind of ditched them to their fate, and looks like they survived. Yeah, I don't know how I would feel about you either if I were in that situation. In the end, we decided to greet them before they would start picking a fight with the fire golems. I'm sure they would win, but they would start the fight because they were bored, not threatened. Hey there, guys, how can I help you today? The three of them quickly turned at me and looked confused before recognizing me. Oh, the one who defeated the second in command. How are you doing? We're just here on a mission to bring this guy Trader to boss. One of the other brutes slapped him over the head with force. Dumbass, he's Trader. Oh, boss wants to talk with you. Can you follow us to the base? I knew they weren't dumb, just too lazy to remember what wasn't related to combat. But still. How did you know I was here? We didn't. Boss thought of a few locations you could be in and sent a group of soldiers in the hope that somebody would find you. I didn't know if this was a very dumb or very smart way to search for someone. Do you know what he wants to talk about? Not really, but it's probably related to the man we found not too far from here a few days ago. My smile froze. Are you perhaps referring to the day we had that big battle? Ah, yes, it was on that glorious day. I've never experienced a more exciting battle than that. What was Daniel doing here at the time? How much does he know of what happened? In the end, we decided to follow the three brutes to get some answers. The journey took a whole day, and it was mostly silent with only me and Mary talking to each other. The brutes didn't seem interested in joining in, but they were willing to have a mock battle. One time we took a break, and Mary accepted their challenge and fought with one of them and won. It wasn't an easy fight, since she had to use her temporary tattoos, but this victory made her stand out more and wasn't ignored by the brutes anymore. After a long day, we finally arrived at the new base of the Diamond Squad. And as I expected, it looked like all the others I'd seen, which meant that this was a temporary stay as well. We passed the guards who didn't say anything but looked at Alexa with confusion. The three brutes had the same reaction when they first saw Alexa, and I only found out the reason when they told me they didn't feel any anger while towards it. This meant that Alexa had successfully taken over the seed of this world and wasn't hated anymore, which prompted me to ask if it could get rid of the curse the humans had in the Nether. Apparently it could, but not with this generation, since it would take too much energy to change their biology. We passed more soldiers who were enjoying their day until we arrived at the biggest house in the camp. There, one of the guards knocked on the door and waited for permission to get in. Come in. A feminine voice responded from the other side. The soldiers signaled us to enter, but stayed outside. We entered the house, and she was surprised to see me for some reason. Inside the room were the second in command, the Mad Prince, and Daniel, who seemed to be enjoying himself. Trader, I didn't expect to find you so fast. Where were you? The Mad Prince asked, surprised. Hey, Mad Prince, I was just at the Wither Bastion, which, by the way, is now under my jurisdiction, so please don't attack it from now on. It's for both of our safety. You found a way to stop this Ender Dragon from coming into our world? I looked with narrowed eyes at Daniel, who was suddenly very interested in his drink. Something similar. I only need this man that calls himself a hero, and we can all go on our merry way. I tried to finish this as soon as possible, so I won't accidentally spill some secrets. I suddenly felt an Exie on my shoulder and heard a loaded crossbow at Mary. What was unpleasant about this interaction wasn't the fact that I was threatened, but the fact that the weapon I was threatened with was made of netherite. I gave another dirty look at Daniel. Hey, it's not my fault that you didn't tell me the armor was so OP. How could have I known that they absorb damage and make you invisible? I thought those were enchantments. This was one of the most powerful items that I held. Not even Bobby knew how I made the... But it seems that Daniel has a loose mouth, which would make my life much harder than necessary. There's no need to rush Trader after all. I've sent my men to negotiate with you. So sit down and let's have a nice chat. While I had an axe at my neck, the Mad Prince knew it wasn't enough to stop me. I don't know if Daniel told him about my extra lives, but the Mad Prince should know it's best not to anger me. After all, I held a weapon capable of destroying bedrock. This was more of a show than a threat, and I was glad Violet didn't start decapitating people. Now that I was thinking about it, she usually intervenes if things go really bad. I wonder what's her threshold, though. At least she removed her tracker somehow, so even if the Mad Prince had another remote, he wouldn't see her. Seeing that we didn't have a choice, we sat down on the empty chairs, but Mary was sure to grab Alexa and put it on her lap for some pats. I think she wanted to do this for a long time, but didn't get the chance. So what did you want from me? Just so you know, I won't be giving my mace. As much as I want to have it, I knew this beforehand. What I want from you isn't an item, but information. Daniel here knows a lot of interesting information, from how to build a portal to how to make the most powerful armor. But even he doesn't know everything about this world since he's only been here for a year. But you are different. You are the first one to get summoned here in this world, but you've achieved so much in such a short time. Hey, if I had 3 years, I could have done amazing things as well. The only thing I'm inferior to him is time, but that's not going to be a problem for too long. Shut up. I hate nothing more than stupid people who pretend to be smart. At least if you're dumb, shut up. I don't want my intelligence to drop any further. Everyone was shocked, clearly not expecting this outburst from such a calm person. I'm sorry about that. It's just I didn't expect to meet people similar to the piglings from home. What I want from you, trader, is the method to kill the Ender Dragon. This fool says he knows how to do it, but he clearly talks about another being and not the one who killed the Wither in one bite. I wanted to thank him for putting Daniel in his place, but I also had to remember that I needed that man on my team to speak with the system. It's not as easy as you think. The Ender Dragon is the ruler of the Void, the one who fought the system and was forced to create this dimension. I did not expect anything easy from a god, but you didn't say you don't know how to, just that it was complicated. As always, he was a sharp man. What a shame that we had to communicate like this instead of being friends. I don't know, unfortunately. The Wither was considered a god, and the only reason I managed to kill him is because he let me do it. But the Void and the system are a league on their own, so I talked with the system, and it told me that if I collected its heroes, it would tell me how to defeat the Void. The Mad Prince tried to judge my expression, but it was impossible with my helmet on. So you're saying that you need this man to find a way to defeat the Void. Why are you even trying to fight it? You can always hide in your safe dimension. Unfortunately, we can't afford to do that, since the ultimate goal of the Void is to consume the overworld. The Nether is just a bridge to get to that goal, and since I'm partially at fault for creating this mess, I feel responsible to fix it as well. The Mad Prince sat on his back with his eyes closed and began to think. Nobody dared to say a thing, even Daniel was still recovering from the shock he just got. You must be the other hero brought by the system. Why are you willing to help him? Do you think he has a chance on defeating that god? Mary, who tried to be as invisible as possible while petting Alexa, was suddenly spoke. I don't know really. Ever since I came to this world, I concentrated on learning as much as I could. I was blessed to have great learning opportunities, but I still won't claim that I know the answer to that question. But I can tell you one thing about Trader. While he's a man that doesn't know when to stop, he is someone that deeply cares about his friends and would do anything to save them if they're in danger. The more she spoke, the more regal her voice became, and with more authority. I think Cleopatra rubbed off on her with how she speaks. The Mad Prince closed his eyes for a few moments before opening them once again. I've decided I would let Daniel walk with you two to find out the secret of the system. I trust you that you'll tell me the answer as well. I may not have the same power as your mace, but with time and resources, I could be a menace to anyone who I consider my enemy. Well, that was as good as it could get, so I wasn't going to complain about it. Hey, what about my opinion? Why are you all treating me like I'm some item you could handle as you please? Shut up, Daniel. I still haven't forgiven you for robbing my place, and I don't want to think what kind of headache you cause with your economic war in the Coral Kingdom. That seemed to be enough to shut him up, so we took him and left the camp. Now we shall find the truth of this world, and I don't know if I was ready for it. Chapter 2, 131. The System's Story. We traveled in silence through the Nether until Mary couldn't take it anymore. Why are you all silent? We just met after a long time. I know we had our differences, but we can't save the world if we're going to fight with each other all the time. We all stopped and looked at each other. Mary was right. I didn't know what I needed to defeat the Ender Dragon, and maybe I needed to work as a team to achieve this goal. I should try to mend some stuff at least. Okay, Daniel, let's start with you, then we'll tell you the reason we looked for you. Why should I even bother talking with you? You don't respect me and only see me as a bothersome child. It's because of you I lost one of my lives and the weapon given by the system. I had to start from scratch after you abandoned me at your house. He had a right to get angry about me killing him with the Wither, but that was the only thing he had the right to. He made a lot of mistakes afterwards, not only to me, but the others as well, so he was making his life hard for no reason at all. He's being unreasonable? I'm trying to be nice here, Daniel, and give you a chance for redemption, but it seems you have something stuck up behind you since you don't seem to realize the situation you're in. Sure, Trader may not be the perfect model for a hero, but at least he sees this world as a real place and not a game. You only see yourself as a god among insects, to do your bidding. Mary snapped, all of the sudden taking us by surprise. Why do you expect to be treated as a human when you don't see anyone like that in this world? By the end of her rant, she was in his face while gasping for air. I think she was holding on to this for a while. She shook her head and retreated, leaving us in silence once more, but nobody felt like walking anymore. I came here to kill the Shadow Lord and get my reward from the system. I arrived at the Wither's base, lost my chance to join the fight, and fell unconscious after a wave of ghosts flew through me. That's all I remember. Daniel decided to break the silence after a few minutes. His story made sense, but I don't know if he can accomplish his mission anymore after the Shadow Lord joined the Void. But that was a problem for another time. It was my turn to tell the story. I told them how the head of the Wither was from a semi-lord monster, and that's why it had that personality, how I made the Wither and made a deal with it, only to be tricked. I told them how I was cursed by the system so I wouldn't live in the overworld without my armor. Then followed my training arc, first meeting with the system face to face, the deal I made with it then, and how I used it. It seems that my story was intriguing, since even Daniel's frown loosened as the story was going. Next came the second fight with the Wither, how I killed it. Got revived, then eaten by the huge head of the Ender Dragon. I didn't tell them that I was the one who broke the bedrock, since I still thought the system could read their mind once we got to the overworld. By the end of the story, both of them stared in silence at me. Sorry, I'm the only one who thinks it's weird that we're fighting monster lords while you somehow have to kill a god. Did I miss a tutorial on what to expect from this world, or what? Daniel was first to break the silence, and Mary gave an understanding but tired nod in response. Don't try to understand him, Daniel. You're only going to lose your mind. You also don't know that most of the kings in the overworld fear him, and he now has control over the Nether. Just accept the truth and don't think too much about it. But that's not how the game is supposed to work. He let out a defeated sigh, and we decided to build a portal there to get to the overworld. As soon as we stepped over the obsidian threshold, a heavy presence descended upon us, and time stopped. The system was here. POV, the system. I was in my golden realm, feeling the whole world under my domain. Even though a portion of my power is constantly used to hold the void in place, and another portion of my power is given to the programmed system, that didn't mean that I was slaking. I was still watching over the world and made sure my healing was on the right track. But soon it seemed that I would have to gather all of my energy for one last fight. It would be a glorious victory or an ugly defeat. The result didn't matter since the fate of this world was already written in stone. Suddenly, I felt the connection of my two heroes appear, which meant the anomaly had managed to fulfill his mission. He sure likes to move fast, just like that man. Maybe that's why he was chosen. Wherever he's going, changes seem to follow him. Some are good, while others are bad, but nothing stays the same. Since there's no reason to delay this meeting anymore, I brought my original body to meet them. The heroes were surprised by my powerful presence as time stopped, while the anomaly looked deep into my eyes without fear. Sometimes I wish he remembered that feeling. It seems that you've succeeded in the mission. Fellow heroes, are you prepared to embark on this dangerous journey? Yes. Both of them responded, but their hearts were more reluctant. Well, I was betting that Daniel wouldn't join the team anytime soon, but it looks like the anomaly managed to surprise me once again. It's been 1,000 years since I came to this world. I don't know who created me or if I was the only one, but I did not care. I had one purpose. My mission was to land on a planet and help its inhabitants to prosper, nothing else. I landed here in an interesting world, all made with squares. It looked beautiful, but the world was a mess, so I had to fix a few things before touching its inhabitants. I took over the seed of this world, which was easy to do since it had no natural protection in the center of the planet. I added more caves, more land, the breeding cycle, and much more. My next goal was to choose a species to rule over this place, and I chose the humans since they were a little smarter than the animals. They were very primal at that point, hiding in open caves collecting apples and raw fish for food. You could hardly believe that they were the same species as they are now, and you could technically say they were not, since I heavily modified their minds and soul. After I gave them a little bit of help, they began to thrive in this world, but I saw that it took too long to get satisfactory results. That was when I gifted them the inventory and the crafting table. That action alone made them rule over the continent in only a few years. No obstacles stood in their way. During those times, I had a closer connection with the humans, and we all decided if an item was worth creating or not. Over the next few hundred years, I made them enchanting tables, furnaces, chests, and much more. Those were some interesting times with a lot of trial and error, but I was fond of those memories nonetheless. But as time passed, the humans took my presence for granted and began to fight pointless wars despite my warnings. They knew I was there to intervene if they'd gone too far, and I would fix whatever hole they made. That was when I realized that I was being taken advantage of. So I stopped contacting the humans directly and created the skills to limit their destructive tendencies. When they first realized they couldn't craft as they liked anymore, they began to rage and demanded to get back their freedom. But I stood there silently watching them tire themselves out. They went through all the stages of grief: shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, testing, and finally, acceptance. Of course, that didn't happen that fast. It took them around 100 years to reach this point. After 100 years, I realized that I made a mistake. Since I helped them with my crafting table to create items, they didn't know how to do it on their own. Instead, they concentrated on leveling up their skills, then tried to innovate things on their own. I stunned the growth of the human civilization. I couldn't take my gifts back, since it would get them back to square one, so the only option left was to communicate with them once again. That's when I implanted the reward system at the level maximum of each skill. The people took it with cheers, and a new age began. Unfortunately, that was a temporary solution until I could figure out something better. At that time, I was thinking of gathering more energy through the souls of the humans. The skills weren't there to restrict the humans, but also to strengthen me. The experience they gained was producing me energy, and I only had to use a small portion to elevate their levels when the time was right. So it was in my interest for humans to work as hard as possible and be greater in numbers. Unfortunately, that peace didn't last for long, as I felt that something was taking chunks of my world. At first, I thought it was a mistake on my part, but after I went to check it, I realized that the problem was much bigger than I could have imagined. Something or someone was trying to eat my world chunk by chunk. I couldn't let this be, and that was the first battle of the Great War. At first, I tried to gather information about my enemy, and the only thing that I could say was that it was a huge creature that ruled another dimension, and its energy was trying to eat the essence of my world. There was no chance of cooperation, even if we wanted to. The battle was fierce. I had to use all my power to keep my form in its domain. The beast had the form of a huge dragon with one head, 4 wings. All I could hear was roars from her, and she attacked recklessly like she had endless power. That was the moment when I realized that she had that much power, she just didn't know how to use it yet. The only reason I managed to hold my ground was, funnily enough, because of the humans' war tactics that I so much despised. Unfortunately, I didn't have only victories in the Great War. Since I was in the enemy domain, the void stared to creep into my world, and that's how monsters came to be. Time passed, and I realized that I couldn't win if this dragged on. So I put everything I had in one final attack and pierced her heart. That didn't kill her, but it wasn't my intention to begin with. That attack was now going to slowly change her into a being that belonged to my world, square by square. Unfortunately, that attack was a constant drain on myself, so while it was distracted with the pain, I left the void and sealed everything behind. I won the war, and the only thing that I had to do was wait my enemy to die. I looked back in my world and saw that it changed greatly while I was away, which took me by surprise. The data from my system showed that a man has taken the opportunity while I was away to grow the civilization to fight against the monsters. My system took a liking to this guy, and I understood why. Because of this man, I was getting a great amount of experience, form a large group of humans that had great ambitions. Because of that, he got some special attention from my system, and I was feeling good enough to forgive his intrusive questions. But the problem wasn't over yet. The land was still infected by the void, and it was slowly disturbing the nature of this world. I don't know if the void did this intentionally, but if I didn't act, I would lose this world before she would be made of squares. Luckily, because of the rapid growth of the humans, I had enough energy to do one more big act. I took everything that was infected and locked it in a separate dimension. And with the final strength I had, I reinforced the seal of the void dimension before going in hibernation to recuperate my strength. That was also the time I let my system control the world. Maybe if I didn't do that, I wouldn't been in this predicament. Suddenly I felt the energy of the void enter my world, and it was, I'm great quantities filled with great anger. It seemed the humans were still progressing while I was asleep, so I managed to stop the attack before it destroyed everything. But 80% of humans died, and only one continent survived. I was angered by this. How could have it happened? My hard work was reduced to nothing in only a moment. That's when I looked at the memories of the system and realized that the man became fascinated by the power of the void. And with the help of my system, who unintentionally helped him, he created a portal to the void. In anger, I cursed the remaining survivals. Some of them became witches, others pillagers, and the one who created the end portal were thrown into the void they loved so much. I took the emotions from the system and made the skills 10 times harder to level up. If their ambition brought the destruction of this world, then I would limit that ambition. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of the story. But the man managed to somehow survive in that dimension and even thrive. He perfected a device called the crystal that had the ability to manipulate energy. And that cursed man used it to stop the dragon from becoming part of this world. Fortunately, he didn't find a way to stop the process, but it halted it for the past few hundred years. Your job now, heroes, is to destroy those crystals. Chapter 232, Alex and Steve. The story made me feel a few mixed emotions. Up until now, I heard the story from the human perspective, and some blame the system for everything that happened, while others blame humanity for testing God. I don't know who is right and wrong in all of this, but one thing was clear. The system wasn't human, and it didn't think like a human at all. The system had one job, similar to Alexa, and that was to make a better world. The difference was that Alexa prioritized the humans, while the system did for the whole world, including itself. So when the humans made wars and created portals, it wasn't that the system thought emotionally why those were bad. Instead, it came to a rational conclusion that it hindered the progress of this world. That's why the system didn't think twice to separate the overworld from the nether. It did what any rational mind would do when something was infecting its body, cut it off. Humans didn't think that way, and saw the system betraying them no matter the reason. That's why humanity has betrayed the system by trying to get back to their loved ones. But it seems that the fake system wasn't bothered by the portals to the nether, which meant that the original one wasn't bothered by it either. What pissed it off was the portal to the end, which was reasonable. But humanity wouldn't have done that if the system communicated better why it wasn't a good idea in the first place. But in this equation, there was something that was missing, and that was the story of the Ender Dragon. The system told us that the void had the form of a dragon, as I know it, the Ender Dragon. But it also told us that the void was corroding this world and couldn't coexist even if it wanted to. But the fact that the man managed to survive means that there was a solution that could be found if communicated. The question is now, what were the motives of the Ender Dragon before the war, since now it was clear that it was revenge? Unfortunately, I don't think the system can answer that question, since it wouldn't be relevant to the fact that it stole a few chunks from it. Still, we heard the story and we know where the portal is, but that doesn't mean we could win this fight. How can we fight the Ender Dragon when we can't even use the portal? And I don't think the void on the other side would be any nicer with us. That is indeed true. That's why I would first change you and then give you a special gift. Are we going to get an OP weapon like Trader? Or maybe a powerful skill? The heroes were suddenly excited, which gave me a bad feeling that something bad was about to happen. Not quite. Suddenly, the two heroes began to float and get enveloped by a light that almost blinded me. I couldn't do anything in those moments but try and feel how the energy moved. Both of them dropped and looked extremely happy. I feel I feel so powerful. My mind is so clear all of a sudden. Every contraption I watched on the internet is now clear in my head. Daniel talked with excitement. I finally know how to solve the problem of my tattoos. It was so easy. How didn't I think of this? Mary joined after. I think you forgot about me, almighty system. Always polite when you want something, aren't you? But no, I won't change your body since it would be a waste of my energy. After all, you know how to build your own. Then the system winked at me. I knew telling Mary about my plan was going to bite back. Okay, but you have to give me something. I've done most of the work. You've also caused most of the problems, but I see your point. Take your mace out. I did as instructed, and light engulfed my weapon as it did to the heroes. After a few moments, the light was gone and I had my mace back. There were no new enchantments and the energy was still the same. What changed? I don't see anything new. You would know when the time is right. Now I shall give you my final gift to defeat the void. I would concentrate my power to speed up the process of the infection, and I'll give you one final gift. Lastly, please teach them the right way to live in this world. I understood the first part of the gift, but what was the system referring to when it said to teach them? I didn't have to wait for too long to get the answer as the system began to glow bright as the sun, and then it split into two beings that fell to the ground. Suddenly, I felt that something was ripped out of my soul, and it was the most painful thing I ever felt. Color returned to the world as time continued to flow, and from the groans of pain beside me, I wasn't the only one feeling this. What was that? Guys, can you open your status and skill tab? Mary asked with a concerned voice, which made me check mine. The inventory worked fine, the status page did not appear at all, and only one skill appeared on my skill tab. Skill, trading level 4. There's something wrong with my tabs as well. Don't tell me. The system used all of its strength to deal this one final blow. Daniel came quickly with an idea of what happened, and it dawned on me what this could mean. Quickly, we need a crafting table. We need to craft something to see if we can still do it. I looked at the trees beside me and took out my axe ready to get some wood, when suddenly a voice made me stop in my tracks. I'm sorry to interrupt this urgent moment, but could you tell us where we are? All of us stopped and looked towards the voice. There we saw two people who weren't previously there, but for some reason they looked very familiar. They didn't have a nose, so that meant they were a player. But their clothing was weird in a familiar way. The man had dark blue eyes, brown hair and a beard, with a light blue shirt and dark blue pants. The woman had green eyes, long orange hair, a green shirt, and brown pants. Then it all clicked, and Daniel realized the same thing as me. Trader, do you think they are? I don't know. What's your name, you two? The two of them looked at each other, then scratched their head like they were trying to remember something. Does Alex and Steve ring a bell to you? Both of them froze like something clicked. Yes, I feel that this is my name. Steve, my name is Steve. Alex also resonates with me, so I think that's my name. Suddenly, Alexa decided to join the fun. Now this is going to be confusing. We have an Alexa and an Alex. Only a letter is missing, but I can see how this could get complicated soon. We already talked with the system. You weren't there. And you two, where did you come from? Everyone looked like I was crazy for having two different conversations. I don't remember where I came from or why I'm here. Actually, I don't remember anything at all. What about you, Steve? I feel a deep connection with you, but I don't know why. Same here. I don't have any memories, but I feel like the two of us have an important mission. This was going to be a mess if I didn't sort it out. Alexa, I would talk with you later, or maybe talk with the others. As for you two, does the system ring any bells? We continued to talk like that for a few minutes, and we came to a conclusion. The system took all the things it gave to humanity and pushed the curse of the Ender Dragon further. But by doing that, it split into two people who don't know anything about the system or anything in general. We theorized that the system would be back after some time passed, but Alexa scanned them and told us that it was impossible. Right now, they were only humans with unstable energy from the system. It's supposed to take the shape of something, but it doesn't know how long it would take for that to happen. So right now, we know that the system is gone for good, and Alex with Steve is supposed to be a final weapon against the Void. We knew what to do, but we didn't expect to have so much responsibility on us in such a short time. No more takebacks. The system placed a bet on us, and it was all in. So what are we supposed to do now? The Ender Dragon won't attack for another year, and I don't see a reason to pick the fight earlier. I was with Daniel on this one, but we couldn't do nothing for the whole year. We needed to prepare for the final battle, and maybe we should bring more people into this. Okay, first thing first. We'll need to calm down everyone that is in panic from the lack of skills and other stuff. I'll go to talk the Stone Kingdom and talk with Bobby. Mary would about go to the Sandstone Kingdom and talk with Cleopatra, and Daniel would talk with the president from the Coral Kingdom, since you already have some influence in there. Everyone got the message and nodded along, even though Daniel was more reluctant. What about Alex and Steve? We can't leave them alone. They know nothing of this world and are the former system. They have to be important for this mission, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Mary pointed out another urgent problem, and I was conflicted on what to do with them since I knew their value, but I also didn't have time to babysit them. Reluctantly, I came to a solution. I'll be too busy with creating a new body for me and prepare for the final battle, so I can't take care of them. That's why Mary would take Alex under her wing and Daniel would take Steve under his. Both of them were displeased about the situation, but for different reasons. Why should I take care of him? It's not like you like me anyway, so why does suddenly trust? Yeah, trader, do you want another player that doesn't value human life? Both of you calm down. I have a reason for this. Mary, you know how to interact with the people of this world and how it works, but Daniel knows the rules of the game, and from the looks of it, the world is now closer to the game. While I'm reluctant to trust him with such heavy responsibilities, I think he realizes how serious this situation is and won't teach Steve bad lessons. I looked at Daniel as I said the last sentence. Is that okay with you two? Sorry for deciding your life without asking you, but if you have any other ideas, we're willing to listen. The two looked at each other and gave a small nod. You're the only one who knows what's going on and what we are, so we decided to trust you for this. If we won't like it in the future, we can always leave on our own. Of course, nobody would put a leash on you, so don't worry. Now let's get you all to work. The sooner we start, the better. With Thar said, I drew the enchanted square on the ground and gave each person a pearl. A few moments later, everyone disappeared and I was alone with Alexa. Well, Alexa, looks like we'll be busy for the next year. Then I teleported as well. Chapter 2, 133, New Heroes, New Enemies. POV, Unknown Lord. I was surrounded by the warmth of the void when all of a sudden I heard the painful cries of my master. My conciseness was pulled together from all over the void. I was molded with immense power and suddenly thrust into another world. I didn't hear a voice, but I knew my mission with my whole being. Stop the pain of the void. What's the point of doing that? It's not like we know the reason for the master's pain. A voice spoke on my left side, but it also felt like it was in my head. What do you mean by that? The almighty void chose us to help her in times of need. We need to do everything necessary, even if we'll blow this whole world up. I felt something ignite in me, and I opened my eyes. Knowledge poured into my head, making me understand the surroundings. It was the middle of the night, with the moon high in the sky. I was in a forest with small trees, or perhaps I was too big for this forest. After all, I was 7 blocks tall. I looked closer at myself and saw that I had 4 thick green legs with a large body that supported 2 long necks. Something was wrong. I shouldn't have 2 necks, since that would mean I had 2 heads. But when I looked to my left, I saw a head that looked back at me. It was a green face with 2 black horns, black eyes, and an upside-down smile that made me depressed if I looked at it too much. Why was he sad? He should be happy like me. I felt that he was a part of me, but also different. I felt that he was my brother, but also me at the same time. Why are you so sad? Because there is no point to life. It's all meaningless if we are not part of the void. We're so finite in here, so weak, so mortals. Just as he said, it was much more comfortable in the embrace of the void, but it was an honor to be chosen by the almighty void to help. That doesn't matter. We're here, and it's time for work. But I don't want to. The head hid between the leaves of the trees to my shame. I narrowed my black eyes and lifted one leg. Boom! An explosion erupted, and the nearby trees were all gone, leaving my partner without a place to hide. This world is so unfair. The depressed head complained. What an annoying partner I ended up with. Let's get to work. We'll destroy a few towns and gather more information on what to do next. Did you two finally calm down? Both of us turned our heads in surprise but didn't see anyone speak. When suddenly space began to tremble, and like a phantom, a huge creature came out. The name of the monster quickly came into my mind as I looked at it. Lady Phantom, I exclaimed with excitement, while my partner was annoyed by the sudden guest. The lady was 10 blocks long, with an exposed spine, no head but floating eyes of blue fire. Her wings were blue like the night sky, and if you looked closer, you could see smaller phantoms hiding underneath them. She was a majestic being, worthy of being servant of the void. Yes, Lady Phantom, we just finished our discussion. Did you find a town already? Yes, of course. While you two were arguing here, I scouted the area and found a huge town not too far from here. I think it's called a city. Well, somebody is being productive, unlike someone I recently met. Suddenly I felt that I was grabbed by some invisible claws and lifted into the air. The forest grew smaller the higher we got, and I was deeply impressed by the strength Lady Phantom showed. Not long after we rose, I could see small lights appear on the horizon. The closer we got, the more I could see. There were tall structures that seemed to hold people, and the lines between the structures seemed to hold animals. What a weird way to live life. It was so confined, so limited, and so ugly. I'll drop you in the middle of the city. Your job is to kill everyone that comes near you. I don't care how, I only want them dead. Suddenly, the invisible claws were gone, making us free fall into the weird structure. The blocks held us firmly, but the gap between the structures was too narrow for our comfort. I don't like narrow spaces. Then the eyes of my partner began to get darker, and suddenly all the buildings beside us disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only the humans and the animals that were now falling to their deaths. At the end, we were in the middle of the crater my partner had just made, and I felt like I could finally breathe. Tight spaces are indeed very uncomfortable. Chaos erupted throughout the city as people saw the disappearance of their shelter and the deaths of their brethren. Some tried to get higher, while others ran through the narrow spaces between the structures to get further away from us. I thought of using my power to stop them, but it seemed that it wasn't necessary as the moon was covered by the figure of the Lady Phantom, and from her wings, smaller phantoms came like a swarm, surrounding the city and pushing the humans towards us. What an ingenious way to hunt humans. I should learn from her a thing or two. Suddenly I felt that something stung me, so I looked at the cause. At the edge of the crater stood a frightened human with a bow in his hands. How foolish of him to think that this would be enough to hurt me. I stamped on the ground, and he was engulfed by an explosion. Boom. To my surprise, he didn't die from the explosion, probably because of his armor. But after another explosion, he died. Looks like that armor only prolonged his pain. More and more people came in waves of panic towards us, and I killed most of them with my explosions. But as the number of people dwindled, only the lucky or prepared ones survived, and those who had hunting equipment stood out of my explosion range and shot arrows at me. Not only that, but the ones who had swords were now fighting back against the phantoms. Why do you bother fighting back? You're all going to die anyway. My partner asked a reasonable question. Even though Lady Phantom wasn't going to join the fight herself, this would only prolong their death. I tried to get closer to the people, but I was met with a rain of arrows. And while 1 or 2 were nothing, when over 100 struck me, it started to get annoying. This is taking too long. Deal with them already. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as one of the tall structures suddenly disappeared. But it wasn't made by my partner or me. It seems that the humans did that for some reason. No, they can't be. The explosion killed a few humans, but at the same time killed enough phantoms to make a way to escape. This wasn't good. At this rate, they would escape and warn the other humans. I don't want to hunt for them in the forest. We jumped out of the crater and I used my ability to create a wall around the newly made hole in the phantom army. I could see hope leaving their eyes and despair replaced it. I told them to accept their fate, it would be less painful. My partner talked to no one in particular. The rest of the fight was pretty easy, and everyone in the city died. Now it's time to meet our senior to plan out the next move. I think the humans called him the Shadow Lord. I wonder why. The sun was now high in the sky, making our destruction visible to anyone for hundreds of blocks. Lady Phantom took us with her invisible claws and flew to our next destination. POV, Daniel. What I'm saying is the truth. The Oak City is gone. The villager yelled at the guards who looked very displeased to hear this. It wasn't because of what happened to the city, but because they were working overtime to calm the other villagers down with their newfound freedom. Trader was right to worry about the villagers, but not for the reason I think he initially thought. Of course, when everyone felt their soul being ripped apart, they began to panic, and the fact that the tabs disappeared didn't help. But it only took people a week to realize that this was a blessing in disguise. And funnily enough, with this newfound freedom, they began to act more like players. All order was thrown almost overnight. Everyone wanted to know about every recipe possible, since now they could do it themselves. Some villagers began to just steal and go crazy, while others decided to live a peaceful life outside the city. Everyone decided that this was an opportunity to be free and used it in their own way. It was so bad that the big companies put a stop to their war and collectively decided to bring back order. Of course, I helped whenever I could by giving suggestions or even taking action, but it wasn't all in good faith. Since the system was now gone, the title of the hero was now more of a curse than a blessing, since people saw the system as an oppressor and me its messenger. But I was kept safe because of my knowledge. I tried to push Steve to other people since I didn't want to babysit him, a part of the system or not. But now I was contemplating if that decision was good. Yesterday I felt the connection with the Shadow Lord return, which wasn't a good sign. Not only the system wasn't here to bail me if something truly bad happened, but I think I won't get any rewards even if I defeated him. I felt that connection since yesterday, but apparently the city was destroyed 2 days ago, and from the description of the survivor, it was done by other unknown monster lords. What did I do to deserve such bad news one after another? The system died, the world would end in a year, everyone is going crazy, and I have to babysit on top of that. This was supposed to be an easy world with little to no dangers. How did it turn to this? I think it's Trader's fault. This wouldn't have happened if he didn't summon that stupid wither. Ugh, I'll probably have to get in contact with him soon, but I don't know how. The Viligers finished his sob story and was led to another room to calm down. Meanwhile, they sent some people to check if his claims were true. We were short-staffed already, but if what he said was true, then we couldn't ignore the new dangers. One monster lord was enough to terrorize the Stone Kingdom. I don't want to imagine what kind of nightmare 3 of them are capable of. So David, Steve wants to talk with you. Tell him I'm busy. But you can tell me yourself if you're that busy. Where have you been in the past few days? You're harder to meet than the president. Stave came into the room like he owned the place. I don't know if he is Cookie because he is the former system or because of me, but it began to get annoying lately. That's why I've been trying to leave him to others. Why are you here, Steve? You know we're very busy right now. I know, and that's why I came here. I think I can feel the monster lords. I could feel that this was going to be a headache. Chapter 234. Mary and Alex. POV Alex. With every new information I learned, I felt like my memory was being unlocked. When I first looked at the heroes, I knew instinctively that I was the one who brought them here, and I could trust them. Or at least the girl. Daniel was a mixed bag with a lot of useful information, but very hard to control since he was very selfish and didn't think too much about the consequences of his actions. The blocks of this world were fascinating, and I realized that I had a special ability different from the others. When I looked at a block, I instantly knew how to break it and what to use it for. I knew what was in a chest without looking at it, and if I concentrated hard enough, I could even see other people's inventory. Not only that, but if I spent a week with someone, I could tell their likes and dislikes, which made them more comfortable around me. Mary told me that wasn't a special ability, but I was just a social person. Still, the more I learned about this world, the more I realized that it wasn't easy to solve its problems. While the people of the Sandstone Kingdom were very devastated by the collapse of the system, they soon got back in order with the help of the authorities. I realized now that the people were getting happier about the disappearance of the system, but kept it a secret since this place was still religious, and the Pope was very tense right now. I felt that my purpose was to find out more about humans and what they thought, so the future system would be better, or if they needed a system at all. I walked in the busy halls of the palace until I arrived at a huge room where the ruler Elizabeth, her advisor Aisha, the hero Mary, and the head guard Omar stood at a table. They were looking over a few books, talking, and giving advice to each other. I told you the best way to keep the people in check is by telling them that the system is preparing for a great war and it's reserving its strength. That's why you're the advisor. But I still think this only works in the Sandstone Kingdom since it's a religious country. That's why I sent you to deal with the rebels. You're still a symbol of the system even though it's not present anymore. The hero and the advisor talked with each other while Cleopatra saw me approaching them. Alex, how have you been? I hope my people served you well. I was treated with respect and kindness, which I greatly appreciate. This place looks amazing with its rich history and kind people. I'm glad that I had the chance to learn from here. I'm glad to hear that. Did you make any progress with the enchantments you saw? Of course, I even made the enchanted spyglass. While Mary was an amazing researcher by finding a way to enhance your body with what she calls tattoos. She's only been in this world for 2 years and didn't get the chance to have a proper base on the enchantment field since she concentrated all of her focus on her project. That doesn't mean she's bad, it's actually incredible what she managed to achieve in such a short time, but her limited knowledge could only get her this far. For me instead, it seems that I have a natural talent for this. Everything comes easy to me, like it was already there. That's why I was tasked with the enchanting department, and ever since then I made a lot of breakthroughs in the community. Funnily enough, the most popular enchantment is not something I made, but something I saw Trader do. The teleporting square. Trader used it to teleport us here, but if you made it bigger and used a lot more fuel, you could teleport chests filled with items anywhere in the world. We're still looking for a way to optimize the enchantments to use less energy, but it was a surprisingly hard task since it was almost perfect. This made me wonder what kind of a man was Trader to create such an ingenious thing. So I asked a few people if they heard about him. The results were very different from what I expected. I didn't get the chance to talk with him a lot, but I'm sorry for what my family did to him. Cleopatra. Trader. That man is too mysterious, and I don't like it. We recently found a tunnel system dug under the palace, and I think he's the reason for that. Nonetheless, I don't want to make an enemy out of someone who can't die. Aisha. Trader, oh boy, where do you want me to begin from? Mary. Everyone seems to respect him or don't know anything at all, but it seems that Mary knew more than the average Bob and was willing to share a few stories with me. At first, I asked if he was a hero as well, since he didn't have a nose like us. That's a complicated question. The short answer is no. The little longer version is yes, but not yours. Of course, I had to ask for more details, since this wasn't satisfactory enough. Okay, let me explain this so you can understand it. The system was a god that had enough power to mold reality. There's another god called the Void that has the same or even more power than the system. Then there's the unknown god that summoned Trader, but he doesn't know why or how. I then asked more about the power of the gods and what my old body could do. Unfortunately, I don't know too much. Only Trader has somehow managed to make one and find the another one in this world. I had to ask more questions since it seemed like an exaggerated tale. And after I was given an explanation, I was kind of right, but not in the way I expected. What he found and created is what he calls lesser gods, but their power can't be underestimated. One was created by an old civilization to replace my old body, only for that civilization to be punished and exiled. And the one created by Trader managed to create this whole mess. How could I let such a dangerous man to walk in my world? I asked Mary and myself as well. Well, from what the system told us, Trader didn't do those things intentionally. The reason you two are here in the first place is because the system trusted him enough to finish the job since the system couldn't anymore for some reason. It's so annoying when I'm the reason for so much stuff happening, but I can't remember a single thing. Still, he is a dangerous man. Why does everyone love him or is afraid of him? Mary chuckled nervously. Well, let me tell you a few feats he manages to do in the 3 years he's been in this world. He is the reason the Witch Clan is recognized and respected. He defeated a monster lord that was capable of destroying a kingdom. He is the owner of the main producing item factory in the Nether, creator of the first iron ship, and the first one to bring iron golems to this world. That sounded pretty impressive for someone who has been in this world for only 3 years. Mary is amazing herself. Her achievements are the creation of the tattoo enhancements and defeating the zombie lord, which I was told was partially her victory. But that's only what people on the surface know, and even that is limited to a few people. What other feats he managed to do would be considered fairy tales. He fought a god and won, found another god, and made it to follow him everywhere as his personal library, has an invisible guard, knows and managed to create God, made a deal with everyone important in multiple dimensions, max 3 skills out of 4, and he has a weapon that can destroy space. So people have good reason to fear him. I was left speechless at what Mary said that to me. I even thought she was pulling my leg for a moment, but her face was serious the whole time, which made me more nervous. I guess with a history like that, even I would want to have him on my side and then be my enemy. Good thing I made a smart decision. I think we might have a chance of fighting back like this. Maybe that's what I thought when I was the system. Alex, are you okay? Cleopatra yelled at me, which brought me back to reality. Oh, sorry, I was lost in my thoughts for a moment. Here's the enchanted spyglass I was talking about. It should show you the coordinates for any place you look at. Thank you once again, Alex. You're a great help to this kingdom. It's the least I could do. Do any of you know how are the other kingdoms holding so far? Nobody besides the heroes knew that I'm part of the system, and even they didn't believe fully to be true. But the more I learned, the more I realized that the knowledge that I had is too vast to say that I'm only a genius. Which is why I was feeling responsible for what was happening in the world right now. It was a strange feeling that I didn't have any kind of recollection in my past memories, which made me a little nervous. While I tended to blame Trader for what was happening now, I also knew that my decision made the world a mess right now, and I had the responsibility to fix it. The Coral Kingdom seems to suffer the most in this whole mess. Everyone there is rebelling and forming small factions, while the Stone Kingdom is doing surprisingly well by giving everyone the basic information on how to live without skills and teaching them how to mine and fight for the upcoming war. The past few battles have made the kingdom more united, and the royal family proved itself to be trustful. It looks like Trader was doing an amazing job. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Daniel. Poor Steve, he must have a hard time right now, but it's not something anyone could predict. The Stone Kingdom has been thorough a lot recently, and the people are more united than ever, which made it easy for the royal family to take the lead in those times. The Sandstone Kingdom's solution to this problem is surprisingly simple. Everyone lives in the desert, which means there's not a lot of resources you could get in here. And only the royal family and the church had the most chests with items that they used as rewards for its people to not rebel. And since the two superpowers are not fighting, it was very easy to control the masses. Sure, some people decided to move, but they weren't our problem anymore. The Coral Kingdom was different. They controlled the world from the shadows for so long that even the common people knew about it. That's why their trust in their leader was close to none. The only reason they followed him was because he brought the most profit. But now that everything turned to chaos, they couldn't rule the world like that anymore. They tried to use more force, but it was hard to do that against a group of people who could rob a store and waited for you with enchanted diamond armor. Everyone thought for themselves, and when that happens in a society, it collapses. It would take a miracle or a great disaster to bring them all under one flag. We did have a great threat, but I don't know how many people would believe it in the first place. I only hoped that Steve would manage to stay safe out there. I think something bad would happen if he died. The world would surely feel the consequences of that. Suddenly, the doors of the room were swung open and someone came running inside. "Your Holiness, a monster lord is coming." That didn't sound good. Chapter 2, 135, Steve's Plan. POV. Steve. Daniel looked at me with narrowed eyes, not believing or not wanting to deal with what I was about to say. But if I learned one thing about Daniel in the past few days, is that if you give him a chance to escape, he will. So I have to push him now, or who knows how long it would take until I can find him again. I took a few more steps, getting closer to him, and to my delight, he didn't run away. "What are you talking about, Steve?" Since yesterday, I felt 3 great gatherings of energy, and the only thing that was close to it was Trader Mace. So either 3 people are walking with powerful weapons, or there are 3 beings with that much power. Daniel rubbed his head, trying to get rid of the upcoming headache, but I still kept my eyes on him since I didn't know if he would run away. "Let's go to another room and talk in more detail." That was a relief. Looks like he was finally taking me seriously and not as a burden. The more I stayed in this world, the more I realized how ruthless it was. Everyone was thinking for themselves or their small groups, ignoring the fact that doing that would doom the overall species. I think Daniel knew this as well, but didn't care enough to do something. While I was reluctant to admit this, Daniel was smart, very smart. Not in a social sense, since he seems to be inept in that department, but in the redstone engendering department. I have a few memories since I was in the system. I rembred enhancing their thinking capabilities to their fullest potential, and Daniel used it very well. I realized that I was part of the system once I looked at all the forbidden books and quickly understood what they were talking about, while the rest of the humans tried to decipher it in their own way. Even Daniel wasn't able to fully understand them, but this wasn't his strong point. He knew how to build a redstone contraptions. Since he came here, he built flying machines that could transport goods and people, a sorting system, and one secret weapon that could rival Trader's Mace. I haven't seen it myself, but I had the chance to see its schematics, and if it turned out right, it should be capable of destroying anything, anywhere in the world. Maybe in different words as well. That's why he was the most respected person in here, while also being hated. He's the hero of the system that oppressed them for so long, but he was also the one who would get them out of this mess. We walked into another room where we were the only ones. After he closed the door, he looked at me with a bored expression, which kind of pissed me off. "So what exactly are you talking about, Steve?" "It seems that I have a similar ability as your soul compass that would show me the location of the monster lords. While my range is limited to only this kingdom, I can feel their power level and exact location. I can even tell you their coordinates." Daniel raised an eyebrow at my last statement, and it was with good reason, since his weapon would be the perfect solution to this problem. After all, you only needed to input the coordinates, and the problem would be gone. "Looks like you found out about my secret project, but unfortunately it's useless now since it's not finished yet. Plus, it's only a theory of mine, and I don't know if it would work. But I can help you with that. I can tell what would work and what not. I still have a little bit of knowledge from when I was the system, so I could simulate in my mind to see the results." At this point, I was in his face, ready to grab him by the armor, but I stopped myself. Those feelings were new to me, and I couldn't understand or control them, and that's why I was losing my cool so often. I think I should have read a few books about human psychology before I came here. "Okay, looks like you're pretty determined to solve this problem, and if I don't put you on this project, you'll probably try to sneak yourself in." Yeah, I could see myself doing that. I didn't like to be taken as a joke. But it was good. I was finally acknowledged by him, and I could prove to him that I was not a burden. Wait, why was I trying to prove to him in the first place? He's the hero that I summoned. It's supposed to be the other way around. What is wrong with me? I let out a frustrated sigh and went outside the room, only to stop in the doorway. "The monster lords have split, one for each kingdom, and one of them—" "Yes, I know. I can also feel him moving. I thought that I got rid of him in the Wither Bastion, but looks like fate has other plans." "That's right. It seems that the Shadow Lord decided to stay in the Coral Kingdom, and from the looks of it, his destination was straight to this place, the capital. I don't know if Daniel could win this fight. His strong point wasn't close combat, no matter how durable his armor is. If he had enough time to prepare, I think he could build a trap or even a cannon to kill the Shadow Lord, but a lot of variables would interfere since he's the hardest monster lord to keep in one place. If I only remembered how to make the energy mace. No, even if I don't have my memories, I know that I used a lot of energy to make that weapon, and that was only possible because he used all 3 skills for it. I'm kind of impressed with how much he managed to achieve in just 3 years. Unfortunately, he always wears his cursed armor, so I didn't get a lot of information on him, and the people that I asked about him hated or never heard of that name. Well, he did kind of create the current problem with the Wither, so I can't blame Daniel for his hatred. But at the same time, I did create this chaos with my absence, so I didn't have the right to judge him. So I decided to take a neutral stance with him. Do you have a plan on how to fight with him? He would get here in a few days if he keeps this speed. I'll try to make an army of people or golems at least. It would be hard with all of this chaos, but money is still a powerful tool. I'm glad the trading system didn't go down with you as well. Otherwise, there would have been a lot more casualties. That is true. With the trading system, people could buy food and other necessities at a relatively constant price, which resulted the prices in the real world to be stable as well. Only the items that don't appear on the trading tab are getting super expensive. But I feel that this is a temporary relief. Something will soon happen to the rest of the world if things don't go back to normal. I'll have to talk to Alex to see if she remembers anything else. Speaking of her, do you think you can ask for help from the others? From what I heard, the Sown Kingdom has once defeated a monster lord. Yeah, you're right, but it was the combination of traders and Mary's strength, and I don't think we can recreate their trap from what Mary told me. As for asking for their help, I would if I could, honestly, but I don't have their methods of transportation. It would take days to get at them with a fast horse, much less on foot. Unless, yeah, I could try that method, but I would need to do a few tests. Thanks, Steve. I think I know how to defeat the Shadow Lord. Then he quickly exited to room while asking the people around how to get pearls. I was left in the room alone, confused at what just happened. Did Daniel just thank me? He was capable of gratitude? I absent-mindedly walked out of the room, feeling a part of me satisfied. POV, President's son. Sir, I have a report of a whole city being destroyed, and only one survivor managed to escape from the conflict. I let out a big sigh while taking the paper from the hand of the man. How many TNT did those crazy people use in their conflict to eradicate the population of a whole city? No, there must be more to this, since there was only one survival. Even in great wars, there are a few people who are too afraid of conflict and run away. And I was proven right as I read from the report. On top of the civil war, we now have 2 more monster lords destroying cities. From their description, one is a huge creeper with 2 heads that can throw explosions in a radius of 20 blocks, and the other one is a huge blue bat that summons smaller bats to attack. The army of blue bats surrounded the city, pushing everyone closer to the center, while the creeper was killing everyone with his explosions. The man only managed to survive because he used an invisible potion, but he was the only one to escape from what he could tell. This wasn't good news. This was the second time this happened. At this rate, the other kingdoms would think the Coral Army is a joke. We barely stopped the pillager invasion, and that was at the cost of another city. I still don't know how they managed to build such a large bomb, but it was an embarrassment. The country hasn't healed from those wounds yet. I have to talk with the hero about this. It's his original job, after all. He should know how to deal with this. Otherwise, I'll have to ask for help from the other kingdoms. As much as it would hurt my pride, the chaos is too big for me to handle it alone. You, bring the hero to my office. I want to talk with him. I spoke with the guard in my room, and he quickly fulfilled my order. It took 30 minutes for Daniel to arrive in my office, and while I should take great offense for making me wait for so long, I was relieved that he got here so fast. He was not the most popular person in here because of his arrogance and the fact that he was the hero of the system. But I knew how valuable this person was. His redstone IDs are truly something to marvel at, and it helped us greatly with his transportation in large masses. Not only that, but I recently heard that he started another big project, and this time it was a weapon. I was kind of excited to see the results of that one. Did you call for me, Mr. President? Yes, Daniel. I got some concerning news recently, and I wanted to bring them to your attention since it's your specialty. I gave the papers to him, and he read the first few lines before putting it down. Yes, I heard about this as well. I have good news and bad news for you, Mr. President. Which one do you want to hear first? I had too many bad news recently, so I was happy to hear something good. Good news, if you will. The good news is that I have a method to kill those monster lords with a few projects of mine. Not only that, but my intel told me that the monster lords split up and invaded the other kingdoms. That indeed was good news, and 2 for 1. I looked at the schematics that he put down on my table, and my heart started to ache. Those projects would cost dozens of diamond blocks to finish. Yes, but once it's done, it could be used multiple times. Indeed, this was an intriguing weapon. It's such a shame that it was designed for individuals instead of armies. What about the bad news? There are actually 3 monster lords, and the one that is coming to the capital right now is the Shadow Lord. I loudly cursed. That monster doesn't destroy cities, but it always goes for the leader of the towns, and if he's coming here, that means that I'm his target. I'll give you all the funds, just get this started. Of course, Mr. President, Daniel said while leaving my office with a smile. Chapter 2, 136, More Chaos in the World. POV, Bobby. I was running back with my horse after I realized that the system wasn't working anymore. The excruciating pain I felt in my soul was something that I wouldn't forget anytime soon, and the only thing that I could think of was the pain my daughter felt. No child should experience pain like that. I was also worried about the Stone Kingdom and the world in general. From what I could tell in the villages I passed, everyone was in the same situation as me, which only brought more worries since I hadn't been teleported back home yet. Did something happen at the castle? It's been a week since I felt that pain, and to my shame I still haven't found Trader to solve the portal problem. Where does that man live? I had a hunch that he's somehow connected to all of this, but I couldn't imagine how it could happen. Or maybe I was too afraid of the truth. Suddenly, I felt my guts being pulled, and I wasn't on my horse any longer, but in a familiar-looking office. Finally, what took you so long to teleport me? I turned around and saw some unexpected guests. Daddy! My sweet little angel came running into my arms, and I felt happiness and relief rise the more she squeezed me. I'm glad to see you well, my little princess. I hope you've been well while Daddy was away. Yes, but I miss Daddy very much. My heart was melting, and I couldn't been happier. After the hug was done, I turned my eyes towards the remaining 2 people in the room. I didn't expect to see them in the same room. My wife Elizabeth and Trader, my friend. If you 2 are in the same room to teleported me, that means either something bad has happened or you just remembered about me. Those bastards looked away. They completely forgot about me, the poor man who was drowning in worries. I'm sure they brought Ariel here to soften the blow. What a devious plan. It worked, but only because it's Ariel. So what happened? How bad is the situation in the kingdom? Not that bad anymore. With Trader's help, we managed to give the people a new purpose and prepared them for the big war. Well, a week has passed, so what was worse already passed. But what was she talking about? A big war. Did the Coral Kingdom finally snap? Elizabeth took Ariel out of the room, leaving me alone with Trader, who had an amused smile but apologetic eyes. Okay, I forgive you for not teleporting me as soon as stuff got bad, but you have to promise me that you'll tell me the whole story without holding back. His eyes were back at me, but now they were narrowing. Are you sure about that? Now it was my time to look a little hesitant. Whenever Trader warned me about something, that meant it was really big, and he didn't want to laugh at my reactions. Should I stop before it was too late? No, I'm done with running away. I'm the future king of this country. I have to be prepared for anything. Give me the short version. I'll decide if I can take it afterwards. Probably a smart decision, so I broke the bedrock floor of the Nether, which resulted in the death of the Wither and the release of the Ender Dragon, or more known as the ruler of the Void. Now I have a friend who became the god of the Nether, but can only slow down the coming of the Void for 1 year. When I told the system that, it split into 2 people, and now everything is in chaos, and we need to prepare for this final battle. Yeah, why did I expect anything besides extreme actions from Trader? I was feeling a growing headache now. Okay, I need some good food and more details to the story. He let out a loud laugh while we got out of the office and walked towards the kitchen. On the way there, we talked about the kingdom and how it was doing. I also asked if the other kingdoms were holding on well in those hard times. Luckily, Trader was quick to act and sent the two heroes in each kingdom to help while he got here to help us. Unfortunately, once he is done here, he will leave for a training arc, as he said it, to build himself a new body. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I just nodded along like I understood. After I had my fill and the chance to relax my tense muscles, we got back to my main office, which was now filled with mountains of papers and books. Oh boy, this is going to take a while to finish. I don't envy your position, my friend. Neither do I, my friend, but I still have to do it. So let's get back to the real story. I planned on working on a few papers while he was in the background, but unfortunately I couldn't do that since every word he spoke made me stop to look at him and ask with my eyes if he was serious. After 2 hours, the story was done, and I could only look at the papers with tired eyes. I don't think I could start anything today after I heard this story. You told this to my wife as well? A much weaker version. I didn't tell her about Alexa and how the system split into two people who now are walking amongst people. Those two are very important pieces of information, but are not needed to tell the urgency of the story. I could understand why he chose not to tell her this. And is this everything that you know? Oh, I know more stuff, but the other party doesn't want to reveal itself, so I won't be saying anything. But don't worry, she's just taking care of me, and doesn't care what happens to everything else besides her. At this point, I didn't even want to ask if it wasn't related to the destruction of this world. Then I didn't care. Then we'll have to prepare for this battle. I would send a few miners to get iron and diamonds. Gold should be a priority as well, to trade with the piglings for the alchemy ingredients. Do portals work now, or do we need to use your mace every time? Don't worry, that's what I've been doing with Elizabeth for the past week. After calming everyone down, we distracted them with mining and crafting trainings. As for the portals, they are now working normally. That was good to hear. It's good to have capable people around you to help in those kinds of situations. We'll need to expand our reach in the Nether. Our tribe won't be able to keep up with the demand. Don't worry, I have a literal god as a friend in that dimension, and I have to talk with the Mad Prince anyway, so we could come to a trading agreement. Oh yeah, Trader tended to have outrageous solutions to those kinds of problems, but I wasn't going to complain about them now. Then I'll prepare the soldiers. The time is short after all. Then I'll get back to work as well. Good luck with your stuff. Just like that, he left for the Nether, and I decided to meet with my wife and talk more details about what we should do. A few weeks have passed, and quite a few things has happened. Trader has managed to get in contact with the Mad Prince and got a deal between us before going on a trading spree, only to suddenly disappear with no way to contact him. It seems that more monster lords have appeared in the world, and now everyone has to deal with them. Because of them, there aren't a lot of merchants that travel around, and information about the other kingdoms is very scarce. The only thing we know is that the Sandstone Kingdom is dealing with the Creeper Lord with various degrees of success, and the Coral Kingdom had a big battle with the Shadow Lord a few days ago. We don't know the results, but we know that a big explosion was heard near the capital and everyone went silent. That leaves only Lady Phantom, from what Alexa and Trader described to be something similar to a blue bat. She had a dangerous ability to cross different dimensions, but made the mistake of traveling through the Nether to get here faster, only to be caught by Alexa and lucked in that dimension. Now we can't make new portals to the Nether, but we can still use the old ones. And as long as we don't have to deal with the monster lady, I was happy with this deal. Unfortunately, she can't be killed that easily since she can phase through walls and such, and since Trader disappeared without a trace, there's nobody powerful enough to kill it in one swing. The Mad Prince would try, but he's too concentrated on other projects against the Ender Dragon. In conclusion, everyone was busy with something, but nobody knew what everyone else was doing. Because of that, we were not moving efficiently. We needed to gather in one place, tell what we knew to each other, deal with the monster lords, and finally prepare for the final battle. And we were blessed to be in a position where we didn't have a lot of distractions. The people began to get used to their new life, and the monster lady was dealt with. The nobles took a little longer to understand that their skills were long gone, and they were not special anymore, but everything else was sorted. That's why I talked with my wife and decided to go to each country and talk with their leader to see what we could do as a team in this situation. Now, she would be staying at home to handle anything that could pop on our side, while I would teleport to the other kingdoms to find out how they were holding on. That's right, I wasn't going to use a horse or walk there. Instead, I was going to use the same method Trader used to travel from place to place. I have to say, it was very convenient, even if it was a little bit expensive. Trader was also nice enough to leave me the coordinates of a few important places, and with the Alexa's help, I could even teleport to the Sandstone capital. Okay, honey, I have everything on me: food, pearls, lapis, papers, and gifts. See you in 2 days if things go good, or a week if things are not so good. I'll be waiting, please take care. With one final kiss, I placed the pearl in the enchanted square and activated it. Suddenly, I was in the middle of the desert, with the capital in my sight. Not wanting to waste any time, I quickly got to work and passed the guards by, showing them my credentials as a diplomat. Once I got inside, I was greeted by Mary with a tiered smile, and even had the chance to see a part of the fallen system. Alex, she looked as tiered as the other women in the room. Not wanting to tire them even more, I told them the reason I was here and a few methods we used to pacify our people. Unfortunately, the problem weren't the people, but the Creeper Lord, who was a menace to the desert. But Cleopatra promised to teleport at the designated place in 2 days, if I gave her the coordinates. Happy that I finished everything so fast, I gave them what they wanted and wished them good luck before teleporting to the Coral Kingdom. Once the pearl was broken, I wasn't in a desert anymore, but a forest with a floating city and a huge hole on my right. The hole was so large and so deep that I couldn't see its bottom. I don't remember reports about a new mine besides the capital. Not wanting to get distracted, I went to the city and asked one of the guards if I could meet with President's son, while also showing him my papers as a diplomat. Oh, you mean President Daniel? What happened to this place? Chapter 237, One Last Arrow. POV, Daniel. Mr. President, we hired 100 miners and given them the instruction you had. We expect to see results in 1 week. Good. Don't forget to build the farms that I told you and the Golem army. Yes, Mr. President, right away. The secretary turned around and walked out of my office while I got back to my papers. It was a small pile on my desk that would keep me busy for a few hours at most. I never understood the people who were buried in paperwork at their offices. If you have too much work to do, give it to someone else. Sure, they could get corrupted and I could lose a few funds. But with the system I made, I would find out quickly the source of it and deal with it. Up until now, I didn't have problems, mostly because the pay was good. Mr. President, there's a man who claims to be the ambassador of the Stone Kingdom. Should I bring him in? An ambassador? I didn't expect something like this so soon. Let him in then. A few minutes later, the ambassador entered my office, and from one look, I quickly remembered who he was. Mr. Bobby, it's been a while since we last saw each other. How have you been? I stayed for a short time in the Stone Palace and had the chance to meet each member of the royal family, but unfortunately I didn't get the chance to make too deep of a connection since Mary wanted to leave as soon as possible. At that time I realized that Trader had a lot of influence over that place, so I didn't want to stay there for fear that I would be watched at all times. It was foolish of me to believe that, but I was still glad to make that decision since I don't think Trader would have taken so long to catch me if Bobby had been there to report my shenanigans. Daniel, or should I say President Daniel? I didn't expect to see you behind that desk. What happened to President's son? He's dead, and I took over. Can I hear more about that? From what I remember, the people choose their leader, and I don't think it's a fast process. You are half right, but due to some circumstances, the whole election process had to be skipped, and I was the right man at the right time to solve the problem at hand. Of course, the story was much more complicated than that. My soul compass couldn't tell me the exact details on how long it would take for the Shadow Lord to arrive, but Steve didn't have that problem. He estimated that he would arrive in a week after he first contacted me, which put a strict schedule on everyone involved. There are 2 main projects: the Arrow of Death, Pearl Research. The first one was inspired by some people from my old world who made a weapon that could kill a wither with only 1 arrow and a lot of explosions. Now, I couldn't do the same thing in this world since a normal arrow wouldn't be that easy to control or resist the wind pressure it would face. That's why I had to do some improvising so that the TNT would still have the same power even if they can't stack when lit. And for that, I needed to create a different kind of arrow that could withstand that blast. Funnily enough, the only thing that was durable enough was netherite. Unfortunately, I had to make some unpleasant deals with the new ruler of the Nether to get access to so much materials. That was the weapon that we could use and kill anyone, no matter the place in the world. I even had an upgraded version of it that could travel across dimensions. But I would have to talk with Mary about this, since Alexa would make me bleed more if I asked it for help. The second project was equally important since it focused on finding out more about the abilities of the Ender Pearls. Unfortunately, we were in a forest biome, and Endermans are very hard to find here. They are smart enough to know when they are hunted and tend to run away. In the first place, Endermans are mostly believed to be legends in the big cities, since they tend to prank or hunt in the smaller villages who don't have the strength to fight back, which meant that we had to send hunters in the Nether. But they were moving to slow in the new environment, so we made another deal with Alexa. I swear it holds a grudge against me for stealing from Trader since I felt like I paid everything back that I stole from him. No matter how much I tried to reason with it, that it was for the greater good, it didn't listen and demanded more diamonds and other valuables. It was frustrating to watch, to say the least. The only reason I didn't give up here was because it wasn't my wallet in the end, so it didn't matter. There were a few important points we wanted to find from the pearls, such as what counts as touch and how durable the pearl was. The first one had an interesting result of 3 gloves over the hand. After that, the pearl wouldn't register on you anymore. This resulted with a simple solution for the problem, by tying the pearl on a stick. The second one showed us that it was similar to Jello from my old world, or slimes in this world. In conclusion, it depends. But with all the preparation done, it was time to welcome the monster. We found out that the Shadow Lord doesn't teleport like the Enderman. Instead, it travels through shadows. That's why, when I felt that the monster was getting closer, we made the whole city a beacon of light. Suddenly, Sleeping Glasses had high record sales, and a new festival was born. The Shadow Lord arrived in the middle of the day, clearly taken aback by the lack of shadows in the city. He tried to sneak inside normally, but the fact that the capital was a floating city made it impossible. If he jumped, he would be seen. If he tried to come from underneath, the smaller islands would see him once again. So when one of the guards saw him and called the alarm which made the whole city enter its final defense form, it wasn't all luck. Soldiers were at the edge of the city with crossbows ready to fire, and the Shadow Lord decided to not hold back anymore. He made a huge jump as arrows with fireworks passed by him, while the ones hitting him were brushed off. The attacks weren't strong enough to hurt him, but they were strong enough to stop his momentum, which forced him to use an arrow with rope to get back to safety. Nobody knew what expression he was making, but he was pissed, no question asked. After a few more attempts, the Shadow Lord decided to use the bridge and dodge most of the arrows. But there was a reason we let it out like that, and it was because it was filled with explosions. With a flick of a lever, the hidden TNT was lit, and the Shadow Lord jumped into the air, getting out of the blast range. He was safe but stuck on one of the farm islands, and that was our intention as more arrows rained on him. He jumped into the air once again, some fireworks hitting him while others didn't. But that wasn't enough to kill him, and now he finally decided to fight back. While falling to the island, he shot a few red arrows with amazing precision at the larger group of soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The arrows exploded, bringing great casualties to our archers. Not only that, but he shot a blue arrow at the ground, which made a gust of wind that threw him further into the air than thought possible. Next, he took out an arrow with a rope and shot at one of the buildings. That was the moment we lost the advantage we had. I don't know what that rope was made of, but no blade was strong enough to cut it down. Because of that, the Shadow Lord managed to get into the city and the massacre began. We kept using arrows with magic, but his bones were too thought, and the ones that could hurt him were always dodged. Not only that, but we couldn't use fireworks anymore since it was too dangerous for the citizens hidden in their homes. The only reason we didn't all die was because the Monster Lord wasn't interested in the common soldier, only in the leader. He kept jumping from building to building, leaving everyone in the dust. And just like that, he arrived at the house of the president, where the most powerful and well-equipped soldiers waited for him. At the first sight, he was shot with slowness arrows and potions. Then, the diamond soldiers took out their weapons and attacked the Shadow Lord, enhanced by speed and strength potion. For the first time since we started the attack, the Shadow Lord screamed in pain and frustration. With my help, they managed to get diamonds faster and other precious materials. The only thing that would have stopped us would have been the enchanting and brewing methods from the lack of skill. But with the fall of the system, the problem was no more, and the strength of the kingdom rose. The Shadow Lord kept jumping and shooting arrows with different effects. They were much more diverse than the last time I saw him. Some of them made a dome of darkness, others made an area of poison, and one even made gravity much stronger. While the soldiers were getting killed or pinned down one by one, a new group of villagers ran at the Shadow Lord while invisible. Once they got closer, they had brought some sticks with ender pearls at the end and charged at him like madmen. As long as one of them touched the monster, the battle would be won. The Shadow Lord realized as well and tried to run away or kill the invisible pests. Unfortunately, he was too distracted to see everything on the battlefield, so someone managed to touch him without breaking the pearl. "That's enough. I know where your leader is. I'll deal with him once and for all." The Shadow Lord shot a blue arrow into the ground and jumped high into the air. He was so high that we could only see a black dot in the sky, when all of a sudden we all felt a chill ran down our spine. Not wanting to deal with what was about to come, I took the pearl and put it in a porch, carefully not to break it. Then I took out my crossbow and shoot at the sky, resulting in 3 fireworks exploding in red. From the spot on the sky, a huge shadow appeared in the shape of a dragon head. It was so big that it covered the whole president house. But before it could land, I felt my guts being pulled, and I was now on a field with villagers running like they were on fire. Smart people. Rah! Boom! The head of the black dragon roared and hit the middle of the city with a loud bang. I hope the obsidian cage was enough to stop that attack. I quickly turned my head at the lever beside me and flicked it. 1, 2, 3 now. I broke the pearl from the porch, and suddenly the Shadow Lord appeared with a confused expression, and before he could even speak a word. Boom! I suddenly felt pain all over my body as everything turned black and something broke, shattering like glass. I was then surrounded by light, and the effects of the totem soon took effect. When I opened my eyes, I realized that I was falling, so I activated the special ability of the totem to fly. I don't have a lot of time. I should get to safety as soon as possible. I was quite shocked by the destruction my weapon and made me wonder if it was more powerful than Trader's mace. I didn't know its full power, but I hear that it was a gift from the system, so it must be good. Once I landed on the surface, I let out a sigh of relief since the fight was finally over. I didn't feel the Shadow Lord anymore. It's a shame he still has the spawner, but at least he would be out for a while. I went back to the city, only to find out that the other big shots were also hiding with the president in the obsidian bunker. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough to stop the dragon attack. That's how I became the president of the Coral Kingdom. My competition literally died off. "So what brought you here, Mr. Bobby?" I asked the man who studied me carefully. Chapter 2, 138. The Great Meeting. POV, merry paper. The sun was rising above the dunes as I was getting out the bed with a tired expression. I've been working non-stop recently, trying to find a way to catch the Creeper Lord, but that monster was a pain to deal with. He tends to go to big towns and raise a huge wall around. Then he uses explosions to destroy and kill everyone in the city. His skin is not that resistant, but his regeneration was annoying, like the Zombie Lord. The Creeper Lord had 2 heads with distinct personalities, and from what we gathered, they have different abilities as well. The smiling one can create structures out of thin air in a certain range. Once the structure appears, it would stay like that for an hour before disappearing, like it wasn't even there. We don't know if creating those blocks consumes energy or something else, but we think it's related to the ability of the second head. The sad creeper was the more annoying one, since he could make things disappear. Fortunately, there were some limitations on what he could destroy. He couldn't destroy blocks of a certain hardness, such as obsidian, diamond, and other ore blocks. But most importantly, he couldn't destroy living beings. Unfortunately, that didn't mean he couldn't kill us with his annoying ability. He somehow destroys a part of space, resulting in everything in the vicinity to rush and fill the void like there's a black hole. That's their main way of striking the people who get too close to them. When you're far away, you'll get overwhelmed by explosions. And if you somehow manage to survive and get close to the huge creeper, you'll get crushed by space. It was a brutal way to die and a painful way to heal if you survived. It seems that the diamond armor is the only one strong enough to resist the pressure without changing its shape, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of it to spare. We tried various ways to kill the monster: poisoning, burning, arrows, fireworks, and even the crystal. Some of them worked while others didn't, but the creeper always ran away if he felt that he was in danger of dying. And the worst part about this was the fact that we didn't know the location of his spawner. So even if we killed him once, he would be back in a year and repeat this all over again. That's not a healthy lifestyle to have, and I didn't plan on living like that. But even if I was tired today, I wasn't planning on staying in bed since it was a special day. For the first time since ancient times, the three rulers of the three kingdoms would meet in one place to discuss the situation of the world. I was hoping Trader would have a solution for those problems since he tends to get himself into those situations. I went downstairs while munching on some apple pie that I had from yesterday. When I arrived at the conference room, Cleopatra, the head guard, and the consoler were already there waiting for me. "Don't tell me, girls, you didn't go to sleep." Both of them turned their heads, confirming my suspicion of their reckless decision. Omar seemed to be on my side, since he narrowed his eyes while looking at them. "Why are you two so stupid? You know how important this meeting is, and your mind is now too tired to make decisions." Cleopatra was ashamed and looked to the side, but the other one seems to have soaked courage. "Mary, you have to understand that even if we're meeting on a neutral ground, it would still be a political war. And the most important thing is to not show any weakness. That's why we stayed all night to practice in case anything would go astray." I didn't know too much about the Coral Kingdom president, but Bobby and Elizabeth should represent the Stone Kingdom, and I know for sure that they would concentrate on solving the current issue and not think of how they could exploit the others. But still, they were grown adults and could make their own decisions. In the end, we all took a break and waited for the last member to arrive, which was Alex. She was busy with a few of the enchanting projects. The more she studied and practiced, the more memories came to her, making the results even more amazing. She would be a great asset in the upcoming meeting. We waited an hour in silence since the girls were too tired to argue about anything. Finally, Alex arrived with a tired expression. I let out a loud sigh. Looks like I was the only one who managed to get some rest before the meeting. Since everyone is here, let's get going then. We don't want to be the last ones at the party. Aisha broke the silence and took an ender pearl, placing it in the enchanted square. Not wanting to delay this anymore, we all placed our pearls inside as well, and Amun activated it for us. The next thing I knew, I felt my guts being pulled, and the room changed to a darker one, but still as large. I looked around and saw it was in a grey theme, with stone bricks and other pillars as decor. The room was illuminated by mushroom lights, which gave a warm light to this cold and grey room. It didn't have a lot of decoration, but there was one important thing in there, and that was the huge hexagonal table in the middle of the room, all nicely split with a theme of their own. A part had snow, other had sand, and I could even see a part made with obsidian. "What is this place?" I asked out loud. "This used to be the central point of our ancient civilization. There were a lot more factions before the Great Purge, but we decided that this room is quite fitting for what we are supposed to talk about." On the other side of the table, where it was made with simple wood, stood Elizabeth with Bobby and two guards while looking at us. The one who gave the explanation was Elizabeth, who seemed to study us from a distance, especially Cleopatra. "So you're saying that this table was used by our ancestors as well?" My group suddenly jumped in surprise, taking their weapons out while looking at the obsidian part of the table with surprise. When I looked there, I couldn't believe my eyes. There were two people equipped with fully enchanted netherite armor, and the leader seemed to be 3 blocks tall while giving an intimidating aura. How did they get the armor? And who are they? Since when have they been here? Please don't be alarmed, since they are the representative of the nether dimension and have quite the strength to help us in this endeavor. Our shoulders weren't tense anymore, but nobody put away their weapons, even though I knew it was useless against their strong armor. Nether? I don't know about that kingdom. Which part of the continent is it in? Oh boy, this is going to take a while to explain. I kept it to myself until now since it was a secret of another nation, but since the Stone Kingdom decided to show their cards, there's no point in me hiding it. So for the next hour, I explained to my group what the nether dimension was and why it was so important to have their help in this endeavor. My explanation was quite quick and simple, but it took the conversation extended since my group was quite curious about it and asked a lot of questions. The only reason this ended after hour was because I couldn't answer any more questions since I didn't know. I suggested that they should ask the people that live there, or maybe Bobby since he stayed a lot with Trader. In the end, it didn't matter since everyone seemed to arrive, and the results were quite surprising for all parties involved. Somehow, Daniel managed to become the president of the Coral Kingdom. Steve seemed to be looking serious but satisfied, so I guess it wasn't that bad. The other guests were the witches, with Froggy as its representative, which made sense, but it seems that he wasn't used to participating in those kinds of meetings. Looks like everyone arrived without a problem. I declare that the first great meeting has begun. Bobby decided to take the lead, and it made sense since he knew all the parties involved here, but that wasn't the only reason, since he was also the person that most likely knew the whole story from Trader. Today we gathered here to discuss the threats to our lands, but I first need to talk about a more pressing matter. I have to tell you about the bigger battle that would soon follow after we managed to deal with the monster lords. There were a few murmurs in the room, most coming from the guards or the people besides the leader. The leaders didn't know the whole story, but knew enough that this was a serious matter. Unfortunately, Trader would not be here to explain what happened, so I would do the honors. For the next half an hour, he told us the short version of what happened in the Nether and how the system gave us, the heroes, a boost to fight against the Void. A being stronger than the Wither, a being strong enough to fight the system itself. A few details were missing, such as the system splitting into two, and the fact that Trader did most of the job in those preparations. But this was better for us, since we didn't want to get Alex and Steve in trouble just because the system became mortal. But as much as I want to start preparing for the final battle, we can't ignore what is happening in our backyard. As you all know, we are being hunted by 3 monster lords right now. The Shadow Lord has been dealt with by Daniel and his powerful weapon, the Creeper Lord is rampaging in the desert, and the Phantom Lady is currently trapped in the Nether. Is that how they solved their crisis? It's such a shame that I don't have a god friend like Trader. I don't know if Bobby even knows about Alexa. I should probably not mention if so. But that's not the end, unfortunately. We have learned from the past and know that as long as their spawner are not destroyed, they would keep coming back, even if it takes a few months. So for now, I want to concentrate all of our attention and resources to find those spawners. Steve suddenly raised his hand. I think I can help with that. Everyone looked at him with surprise, including Daniel. Are you Steve by any chance? Yes, you got that right, Mr. Bobby. Once I was summoned by the system, I got the ability to feel the exact location of a monster lord in a certain radius. And I think if I combine my powers with Alex, we could find the location of the spawners. We have that kind of ability. Steve quickly looked at her, screaming through his eyes to get on the plan. Yes, with our special abilities, I think we can find the spawners. Looks like Daniel rubbed off on Steve with his attitude. Not the best example, but if he can back that claim, then he has the right to be this confident. All right, if that's the case then, I'm more than happy to move on our next step, and that is to deal with the monster lords. I'm surprised Bobby believed Steve so quickly. Did Trader tell him the whole story? Since we have a few people who have experience in defeating those monsters, why don't we let them to speak? Mary? Looks like it was my time to shine. Chapter 2, 139. Great progress. POV, Bobby. And with this, we shall end the first great meeting against the upcoming disasters. I said with a tired voice, more than glad that it was finally over. And while I didn't like what I was about to do, I still had to ask. Are there any last questions before we leave? I looked at everyone at the table who had an equally tired expression as me, especially the Sandstone Kingdom. Aisha was about to say something, but luckily Mary was fast enough to stop her before she could start another 3-hour debate. Since everyone is tired and busy, I think we shall end this for today. See you all next week for the second meeting. Everyone nodded their head, began drawing the enchanted square, and teleported away. The only ones left were the people from the Nether who stayed silent most of the time in the meeting, which was quite unnerving. Well, shall we go as well? Sure, I guess it's time for us to leave. Please draw the enchanted square, Sir Bobby. His voice didn't sound tired or any different from 2 days ago when the meeting started. This made me wonder if that armor also gave a stamina boost, since I couldn't comprehend how else he survived 2 days of non-stop arguing. The Mad Prince is a mysterious person that, unfortunately, I didn't know too well. I also didn't know his real name, since I don't think any mother would name their child the Mad Prince. But no matter how much I asked, I didn't get a direct response, and we didn't interact too often due to our busy schedules. I'm sorry if we seemed a little unorganized in this meeting, even if we are all great leaders, but this was the first time we met like this, and everyone tried to leave an impression. I tried to make some small talk while I was drawing on the table. It's not that bad. Honestly, it's quite refreshing to see how honest you people are about your greed. The people in my dimension have a little more experience with this, which also results in days of pointless arguments. I could only laugh nervously as a response. I didn't know if I should take this as a compliment or as an insult. While we may lack in experience, we compensate with good intentions to save the world. My lovely wife came to save our reputation. I don't deny the intentions, but results are the only things that matter, especially with stakes so high, and I'm honestly quite disappointed about the quality of this world warriors. The tension began to rise in the room just as I finished the enchanted square. I don't quite understand the reasoning for this, Mad Prince. Elizabeth snapped back with a polite but tense tone. It was clear that she was tired since she didn't tend to respond like this so easily. It was a dream, and still is, for my people to get back in our home world, but we were always afraid that the people in this world would not accept us, or maybe even make us slaves. I would have retorted if I could, but if they were to come into this world before the collapse of the system, I'm sure they would be hunted and enslaved. The downfall of the system was the best thing that could happen to them, or us, since I don't think we had the strength to fight them back. But now that I've seen the best warriors of this world, I realize that our worries were for nothing, since you are no match for us if we intended to invade your world. Don't underestimate our strength, Mad Prince. We still have some hidden weapons that could take you out. We did defeat the monster lords after all. I quickly snapped back. You don't have weapons, your heroes have them. And from what I know, they're not from this world to begin with, so their knowledge does not belong to you. That hurts quite a bit, but I couldn't retort back. Are you planning on invading us as well, Mad Prince? I wouldn't dare so. The weapon Daniel made alone is enough for me to hesitate, and I don't want to get on Trader's bad side. What I'm implying is that we, the Nether, should be in charge of this operation since we have more experience in those kinds of politics and large-scale battles. So what I'm hearing is, since we can't take you by force, we'll take you with achievements and political power. No wonder he stayed silent every time there was an argument and only spoke when it came to strategizing. They wanted to leave an impression that they were reliable and not interested in petty conflicts. I was starting to get angry, and I'm sure my wife was as well, but I didn't want to start a fight with our ally, even if they were a potential enemy. In the end, I let out a loud sigh, since I knew I was too tired to make a good decision. The enchanted square is finished. Please place your pearls inside. We all did in silence and teleported back to the stone castle. There, I appointed a servant to guide them to the portal and left towards our bedroom. I knew I had a lot of paperwork waiting for me, but I was going to get some sleep no matter what. The kingdom didn't burn itself in the 2 days I was gone. It could survive another night. When we arrived in the bedroom, Elizabeth spoke for the first time since we teleported back. What do you think, Bobby? Was it a good idea to gather everyone? My bed was so close, but my wife needed comfort, and I would have been a bad husband if I ignored her. I don't know. The other kingdoms were quite interested in the alliance, and the fact that the heroes have quite the power themselves puts me at ease. The witches and the brutes were the wild cards, But Froggy was on our side from the beginning, leaving only the Nether Kingdom as a mystery. I don't know if we made the right decision, but I know I won't regret later the fact that we tried everything we could. By the end, even I was surprised with what I said. Since when was I so wise? That's true. Let's get some sleep then. I want to see Ariel as soon as possible. I couldn't agree more, so we quickly went to bed. A few days have passed since the first big meeting, and quite the development has happened. Steve and Alex met and created a special plaque that would let us communicate anywhere in the world, even across dimensions. It was called Chat, and was quite revolutionary in my opinion. Not only did it send a message to anyone who had those items, but I could also send private messages without fearing that they could be leaked. At least that's how it was advertised. Unfortunately, we couldn't mass-produce them yet, since they were made from diamonds and personalized enchantments that only Alex and Steve could do. But the important people had the items, which was good enough. With them, organizing was easier, and we already saw results from the last meeting. Daniel told us that creepers were afraid of cats for some reason, so we decided to build a giant cat in every town and village to deter the creeper lord. Surprisingly, it worked, and all the towns that had the cat statue were spared, while the others fell victim to the monster. The Phantom Lady was still a mystery, but it was decided in the end that the Mad Prince would deal with it, which was good for us. Now the only thing left was to find the spawners of those monsters, and that was what Alex and Steve concentrated on at the moment. I hoped they would find the solution as soon as possible, since we already managed to gather enough resources to equip the army. I think this was the first time in our kingdom we had such a powerful army, and I still couldn't shake of the feeling that this wasn't enough for what was about to come. Suddenly, the public chat moved as a new message appeared. We finally figured out the location of the spawners. We sent Hero Mary to deal with the Shadow Lord, and the rest of the details would be told at the next meeting. Well, that's good news. Did something interesting appear on chat? My wife asked without lifting her eyes from the papers. Yes, it seems that the spawners problem has been solved, and we only need to concentrate on growing our forces. That's good to hear. Any news from the Nether? Not really. We gave them a chat as well, but they didn't write anything yet. I hope they'll keep their end of the deal and get rid of TAW Phantom Lady. She's too much of a wild card to be left unchecked. I hope that as well. Otherwise, we can only hope that Trader would get back and deal with it. Now stop lazing around and get back to work. Looks like I caught. So I went back to my papers, hoping that Trader would get back as soon as possible. POV, Merry Paper. I in the middle of a jungle, deep into the monster's territory. I went alone on this expedition since I knew that an army would only slow me down. It seems that Alex and Steve have more perks than we expected. When they are together, they can access a small part of the lost system, which is way beyond what we could achieve in terms of science. That's how we created the chat tablet so fast. Otherwise, it would have taken years of research to get only a fraction of what we have now. Because of that, we decided that the two of them should stay together instead of separated, and I took the opportunity to teach Steve some proper manners. Luckily, Daniel wasn't too interested in keeping the poor boy, so it was easy to get Steve as long as he kept in touch through the chat. Once the two of them were in the same room, their productivity went through the roof and even got some abilities, such as finding the spawners and even the original body of the system. It seems that the Spanwers were in the monster's body with the exception of the Shadow Lord who hid it in a jungle, which was the reason I was here. As for the original body of the system, it would be a long process that consumes a lot of energy and would attract the attention of the monster lords. That's why we were going to use them as baits to lure the monsters and kill them once and for all. I suddenly stopped and looked at the compass in my hand that was pointing towards a certain direction. When I raised my gaze, I saw a temple covered in vines and leaves. I think this is the right place. But why did he choose to hide the spawner in a man-made structure? I carefully entered the abandoned temple when all of the sudden I heard a dispenser being triggered. I quickly raised my shield and blocked the upcoming arrow. That's why he chose this place. It's filled with traps. Unfortunately for him, those arrows were too weak to do any damage to me, and as long as I didn't fall into a TNT cannon, I should be fine. After an hour of careful stepping and triggering a few traps, I finally managed to see the spawner in a dark corner of the room. Let's get this over with. I want to get back as soon as possible. With that said, I took out my diamond pickaxes and hit the spawner. A Lord screen came which made my ears numb, and I had to destroy this before something else would happen. Black smoke came from the spawner and I continued to hit it with force. I didn't know what was happening, but I didn't plan on leaving this place without accomplishing my goal. Finally, after one more hit, the spawner broke, but not before a huge shadow quickly passed me and leaving the temple. That doesn't look good. I don't think we're finished with the Shadow Lord. Letting out a sigh, I took out my tablet and told the others about what happened. Chapter 240, The Monsters' War, Part 1. POV, Steve. Looks like the plan has failed. Yeah, I still feel the presence of the Shadow Lord, even though he's weakened. We both let out a sigh, even though we expected the Shadow Lord to be much more troublesome to deal with. From what we know, he's the one who called for the Void to invade the Nether. And since the connection between the Nether and the Overworld is so close, I'm sure he got reworded by the Void for such an accomplishment. Otherwise, I don't think he could have escaped the spawner so soon, or have an attack powerful enough to destroy Obsidian. Still, this endeavor wasn't wasted, as the Shadow Lord must be in a weakened state right now, no matter how powerful he is. Do you think we'll have a problem when we use our powers to find the original body? Alex asked me while looking bored at the walls of the room filed with schematics. I don't think so, since the death arrow should be enough to deal with all of them. Instead, I'm more worried about the Void stepping in. We will weaken the barriers of this world when we use our powers after all. While I was reluctant at first to leave Daniel's side, I had to say that it was a wise decision. Alex and I are meant to be one. Sure, we have our own ideas and personalities, but when we are together, we feel that we are complete and can unlock a power unknown to this world. Alex is the creative type. She can innovate things that were previously thought impossible, while I'm the logical type that would make her ideas come true. That's why she's so good with enchantments, since it takes a certain knack of creativity, and I'm good in redstone since it's a direct science. We are humans, but we're also a part of the old system. We are the system in human form. Are you still looking at Daniels's plans? Alex asked me with an innocent voice. Yes, I still think he planned something that would benefit him in the end. I just want to make sure it wouldn't be at the cost of our existence. Our ability allows us to monitor the dimension we are in, but since space is so vast and our minds are so limited, we decided to only concentrate on our planet. And since we could see everyone on this planet, we didn't stop only at the monster lords, but important people as well. So you don't supervise him because you miss him? I decided to stay silent since we already had this argument dozens of times. Instead, I decided to turn the wheel towards her. Do you have any progress on Trader's whereabouts? She let out a tired sigh, and I could understand why. That man was the key to all of this. Or at least, that is what we think the previous system planned, and I could understand why. He's too involved in everything that left a lasting impact on multiple dimensions, and all in the span of 3 years. We have a vague idea that he's being followed by an evolved Enderman, which was a shock to us, and he has connections to the minor god in the Nether. But no matter how much we looked after him, there was no trace. Sure, the netherite armor would hide him from our scanners, but nobody had seen him in the whole world in the past few weeks. If we can't see him with our scanners, then other people must be interacting with him at least, and we can pick up from there. But still no sign. I found his base and the hidden one after talking with Mary, but it doesn't seem to be used in a while. And get this, he somehow doesn't have chests on the lower floors, which makes me believe that he has some enchantments that could hide them from our scanners. Indeed, that could be a possibility, but I can't see the reason why he would do that. He's the one who started this whole mess, and he's not the type to run and hide while everyone is in danger. Which is more worrying, since that means he was kidnapped and can't get back. From what Alexa told us, he's not in the Nether either, and it's hard to keep that man in one place since he has backup plans in case this happens. So something more powerful than he anticipated is holding him now, or so I hope. I think we should give up on looking and concentrate on the plan for the system location. We want to have a lot of traps and walls since all monsters in the world would get attracted to our power. And with how much of a commotion we'll make, I'm sure Trader would get the signal as well. Sure, I'll get to it and send the ideas to you. Try not to bankrupt the royal treasury. She's saying that like I'm not the reason we can afford her plans to begin with. Sure, she's the designer, but I'm the engineer who has to cry himself to sleep because of her crazy ideas. But they have the highest chance of working, so I could only do my job in silence. I'll see what I can do. Tell Mary to come back. We'll have to prepare for the next meeting soon. I don't want you all to arrive sleep-deprived like last time. She only laughed nervously at my stern warning. Cameron, we weren't that bad. Your group is the reason the meeting lasted so long. I don't know why Aisha was so adamant about small details against stabbing in the back. I know she has good intentions, but the stakes are too high for any of us to pull something like this. I could see this in Daniel's character, but he got burned enough times not to mess with the people in this world or Trader. While I appreciated Daniel's genius, I don't think the old system made a good decision by picking him up. At this point, I think that the selection was made random, rather than looking at his skills. But he was here and got an important position, whether we like it or not, so it's better to have him on our side than not. I sent her the text. She said she'll be back in an hour after searching the abounded temple. Is she hoping to find the Shadow Lord? Most likely, but it's pointless since he clearly ran away and we can't see him in the shadow form. Well, as long as she'll be back soon, I don't see a problem with a little more exploring. With those final words said, we both went back to work. After all, everyone was counting on us, and we didn't want to disappoint them. A few days passed, and we were now back at the meeting place, all ready for the final touches. Looks like everyone learned from their last meeting and got some rest and comfortable clothes, since we would be staying here for a while. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to see that everyone is ready for today. Now we shall start the meeting. Bobby began the meeting again, but at the end looked at the Mad Prince longer than usual before sitting down, which made me think that they got into a fight. This wasn't a good start, so I decided to speak next so the awkward moment won't settle. Hello everyone, as you saw on the chat, we figured out the locations of the spawners and even destroyed one. Unfortunately, it wasn't a full success, since the Shadow Lord managed to escape at the last moment and now is hidden in the shadows away from our eyes. People began to whisper when suddenly Daniel spoke out loud. Seriously, Mary? The guy couldn't move from his place and you still missed him? Do we need to use my death arrow again? I knew that Daniel didn't care that the Shadow Lord, even though he was the one most likely to be killed by him. He just wanted to get a hit at Mary's pride since she was more popular than him. His ego grew a bit since he got some power. Oh, shut up, Daniel. This was supposed to be your monster lord to begin with, so don't put the blame on me. Daniel just smirked in response. Not wanting this to escalate anymore, I decided to intervene once again. As for the other spawners, it's a little more complicated since they're located in the heart of the monster lords. This gives them great regeneration, almost unlimited energy, and can to spawn other monsters, but at the cost of having only one life. So if we killed them once, it would be enough. There were some mixed reactions in the room, but most of them were relieved that we had the information in the first place. I'm glad to see that we have some progress. Since the Phantom Lady is in the Nether, we would be the ones to deal with her. If you have any information about that monster, please don't hesitate to share. The Mad Prince finally spoke, which was a rare sight, since nobody could read his expression with the helmet on. Nobody said anything, but Mary looked at Daniel with a raised eyebrow, like he was supposed to know something. In the end, he let out a sigh. I don't know too much about her, but there's a mob called Phantom that is supposed to attack anyone who didn't sleep for 3 days. They're not that strong, only annoying since they disappeared when the sun is up again. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind when we'll plan the attack. The conversation was short, so we moved on to the last assignment for today, before going into the pointless details. I gave everyone a few papers that showed the schematics of the defense maze Alex and I created, and everyone was quite impressed until they saw the materials required to do it. That's a lot of obsidian right there. I don't think even our palace used so many. How do you plan on getting so much? The Nether is willing to donate a small part of this, but the rest we will have to trade for it. Well, it was a beginning, but not enough for what we wanted, which was unfortunate since those blocks were quite important. I guess we could mass-produce obsidian with traders' ideas, but I'll have to talk with Daniel about the details since I don't think I can recreate it perfectly. The two of them got closer and talked about cauldrons, pistons, lava, and others. Basically, we were going to make another obsidian factory, similar to the one the Sand Palace had, but better and on a larger scale. While they were busy with that, the rest of us talked about the rest of the materials. Obsidian was essential for the maze, but so were the traps and the equipment of the soldiers. The stone kindome would supply us with the diamond armor. The sandstone kindome would enchant them to their best ability, and the coral kingdom would be building the traps. Of course, we would also prepare a golem army that would stay in the center of the maze Toghater with us. The meeting lasted only a day this time, since we knew what to ask beforehand, and Aisha was more silent this time. This was a huge project. That would take hundreds of workers and thousands of brilliant minds to pull this off. We weren't preparing just for the monster lords, but the void as well, in case something unexpected happened. The project would take roughly a month to be finished, and luckily we should not be disturbed. I only hoped that Trader would get back in the meantime, since he was quite an important piece of the puzzle. But that was a problem for later. Chapter 2, 141. The Monsters' War, Part 2. POV, Creeper Lord. Another town with the beast inside. How could they sleep with such a dangerous creature in their homes? What's the point of us killing them if the beast is going to finish the job? My other half spoke with a bored voice. I wanted to snap back, but I couldn't since it made sense, which was unusual for him. I think the frustration and boredom was getting to me since I hadn't blown up for a few weeks. Since when were so many huge beasts? What are we supposed to do then? Visit the other kingdoms? I don't want to deal with Phantom Lady or Shadow Lord. Yeah, I'd rather die than embarrass myself by not eradicating every human in the desert. Our job was to destroy all the humans in this world. But with how slow we were moving, they would die of old age before we could get them. Luckily, I wasn't completely useless since the humans couldn't trade in fear of my presence, making them isolated. But we did see large groups of humans well-armored leaving the desert. I tried to attack them, but they were stronger than expected, so I had to retreat. Ever since then, I saw bigger and bigger groups leaving into remote parts of the desert that I wasn't interested to explore. We could ask Lady Phantom to switch with us, since she can fly over the beasts. I didn't know if my other half was really trying to be helpful or wanted to embarrass us by yelling loudly that we couldn't do our job. He is still depressed all the time, but now he hides it better through a monotone voice or sarcastic remarks. It's such a shame I couldn't get rid of him. I tried to, believe me, but his head kept growing back. We were walking on the hot sand when all of a sudden I heard a crack in my head, and then I felt a huge wave of power in the remote area of the desert. Can you feel that? Yes, it's so pure. It's so delicious. I want it. That was the first time I heard him saying that he wanted something. But I could understand why he reacted like that. The power was sweet like the void, and I'm sure if I absorbed it, the almighty void would be pleased with me. And that's not taking into account that I would be much stronger. If I consumed that power, I could grow strong enough to ignore those pesky beasts. We jumped from dune to dune and saw quite some monsters gathering towards the same place. Looks like we weren't the only ones who wanted to grow, though I doubt they were smart enough to realize what it was. Not wanting to lose this opportunity to the minions, I jumped more recklessly until I arrived at the source, and it wasn't what I expected. In front of me was a huge maze made with obsidian blocks, and in the center was a huge template beautifully decorated with iron blocks and other precious but resistant materials. Above the temple was a beam of light that was glowing brighter and brighter. How foolish of them! Why make those huge walls when we can just jump over them? Even my other half was amused by this situation as we jumped over the 10-block obsidian wall with ease. Boom! I was suddenly hit by an arrow, a firework, and a fireball. This wasn't a pleasant feeling, but it was not the worst that I had. The fire died down, and I looked at the walls that were supposed to be behind me. How did they hit us? I didn't see any humans on the walls. I don't know, but the walls are too strong for me to destroy them. And I couldn't use explosives to destroy them either. Just to be sure that it wasn't a fluke, I tried to jump again only to be met with the same fate. I don't want to use the stupid maze. Can you absorb the attacks while we jump? I could try, but you'll have to concentrate on the legs. Let's do this then. I jumped once again, but this time my other half was able to absorb the attacks, and I wasn't pushed back anymore. Yes, we did it. Suddenly I was stabbed by a huge arrow followed by two explosives. Boom! Boom! I was now back in the sand with my head missing, but slowly regenerating. Once it regenerated, I couldn't hide my frustration. How did they make such powerful arrows? They also tied small explosives to it. I don't think they have too many of them. Otherwise, they would have been used earlier. But I also don't want to risk our lives like this. Those arrows could damage our spawner. So the maze it is. To my frustration, I had to walk into the human trap. Monsters began to appear as well. Some had helmets, while others were husks, able to survive under the sun. I watched some of them go deeper into the maze when all of a sudden a TNT fell on top of a creeper, exploding and killing him instantly. Looks like they put traps in the maze as well. It's annoying that I can't see what activates the traps. If we could see the traps, my other half could easily destroy them. We could also use his specialty and destroy everything in a certain radius. But that uses a lot of energy, and I prefer to use it at the end, where the humans would fight for sure. We don't need to be the first ones to get to the other side. What are you talking about? Oh, I see. My other half was quite smart sometimes. My spawner didn't only produce a lot of energy, but could also create mini creepers. I didn't use this ability until now, since I didn't see a reason to do so. But now it was the perfect chance. I created a few creepers and sent them ahead of me, triggering traps that would have annoyed me. The path was suddenly split, and I had to make a decision on which way to continue. My minions were loyal to me, but not smart enough to report back if the path they chose was good. So my only option was to send a group on one side and the other on the opposite side while I waited in place. My instructions were clear: keep going until you can't anymore, and try not to stay in a group. After I sent them, I heard a few traps going off and then silence. Another 10 minutes passed and nobody came back, probably because they died. Both of us let out a sigh and decided to take the right path while I spawned more creepers to take on the traps. We continued like that until we arrived at a pool of lava, which most likely killed the previous minions. Unfortunately, the minions that I just spawned were going to be abandoned, since I didn't want to bother carrying them on the other side. After a light jump, the 5-block lava pool was behind me, and I spawned new minions to deactivate the rest of the traps. The traps began to get more complicated. There was once a wall of lava coming dawn, and I had to hurry to get on the other side. Another time a TNT dropped, followed by another two. When the first exploded, it sent the other two flying towards my group of minions, killing quite a few. There were traps like those all over the place, making my progress slow as a turtle. Even I wasn't safe while they were dealing with the traps. From time to time, the humans were shooting at me with their explosive arrows, which forced me to stay close to the walls so I wouldn't be seen. The beam of light was getting brighter and brighter, and so was the power. I felt that something would soon happen, and if I didn't take the power now, I would lose it forever. I was preparing to jump once again when an unexpected voice stopped me. "Stop! Don't do something stupid like that when you're this close to the end. You'll be killed in an instant if you jump." The voice came from the ground, or more exactly from my shadow. "Shadow Lord, is that you?" "Yes, now move to the left. There's an incoming arrow at your head." Unconsciously, I listened to him, and an arrow passed by me and exploded in the ground. "How did you know it was coming?" "It would have blown my head if you didn't warn me." "I heard the wind being cut. But that doesn't matter now. Follow my instructions to get out of this cursed maze." "You know the right path?" asked my other half in surprise. "Yes, I've already checked this whole place, and its traps, but the beam of light is too well guarded and I can't bypass it by myself." "So you want to team up and share the power?" "Yes, but I only need enough for me to get my body back. You can have the rest." It seems a little suspicious, but at the rate I was progressing, I would lose the opportunity to absorb the power. "Deal, but let's do this quick then." "That depends on how fast you can run." With short but simple orders, I could ignore the traps that were not a danger to me and move through the maze at unbelievable speeds. I knew I was on the right path when more arrows came at me at a rapid state. Suddenly, I wasn't surrounded by tall walls. Instead, I was in the open with a lot of panicked people who were running up and down from some tall towers. Finally, I can see the temple and the light. The power is so sweet. The fight is not over yet. Quickly, destroy those towers so you won't get shot by the explosive arrows. Not wanting to deal with them anymore, my partner made them disappear in the blink of an eye. Just to be spiteful, I almost threw a few explosives at the people in panic. It wasn't enough to kill them since they all had good armor, but they still got burned and injured. Suddenly, my path was blocked by tall humans made of iron. I felt that those guys were stronger than normal and didn't want to deal with them. So I decided to jump over the problem. My final goal was the power in the temple after all, not them. But as expected, it wasn't that easy to get what I want. From the back of the huge iron soldiers jumped a human covered in black armor. I swear I haven't seen her, and from my partner's reaction, he was equally surprised. But the real shock was when the human punched us, and I could feel pain running through my whole body as I was blown away to the ground. My flesh and bones were regenerating, and I could barely keep my consciousness. How can a human have so much strength? Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Take that, stupid creeper, permanent strength buff and illegal drugs. I won't be moving my body for a full day, but I have more than enough time to deal with you. She suddenly disappeared, and the Reaper in front of me ready to punch my partner head off. But right as she was about to hit him, she stopped and jumped back, as a spike of darkness appeared in her previous place. Creeper Lord, focus. She's not the only enemy in here. Try to stay close to the soldiers so she can't do any big movements. I'll help you with what I can. How humiliating, I was being shot constantly with arrows that did little to no damage, and I had to hide with the weak humans since I would be hurt by the bigger ones. I jumped through explosions while my partner made holes in space to kill as many humans as possible. Slowly, the soldiers were getting more confused and disorganized as the battle continued. I was avoiding the human with super strength, and the Shadow Lord was dealing with her if she got too close. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with this, since the beam of light was almost at its peak. If I didn't do anything soon, I would lose my chance. Deciding to risk it once and for all, I jumped towards the temple. But just as I passed the blue line on the ground, the Shadow Lord screamed at me, "Creeper, don't!" Boom! Everything went black, and I felt that my spawner was damaged, almost broken. Is this how I died? Don't die on me, Creeper Lord. The fight is not over. Then I heard the space crack. Chapter 2, 142. The Monsters' War, Part 3. POV, Merry Paper. The maze was a success. I would even say that it was doing too good. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be the only one, and I don't want to think about the costs that went into this. The traps were amazing, done by the best people in the Coral Kingdom, and a big portion of them were made by Steve and Alex. They somehow managed to combine redstone with enchanting, which was unheard of. The layout wasn't that complicated, but the enchantment was, even though its job was to detect monsters through the obsidian walls and send a signal to the dispensers on top. Daniel also came up with a crazy idea of making ballistas. The arrows were made with iron, and 2 explosives on the side that exploded on impact. They were very effective at keeping the Creeper Lord from jumping over the maze. Because of that, he wasted most of his time in the maze, and when the final battle started, he was in a rush. Of course, the monster was still too powerful for the common soldiers to kill. That's why we planned on killing him with the iron arrows. Unfortunately, he quickly realized the plan and destroyed the towers with the ballistas, making our soldiers' job much harder. That was the moment when we sent the Iron Squad. The monster tried to jump over the iron golems and run to the base, only to be stopped by me. I was the final boss, and he won't be passing me anytime soon. Before he entered the clearing, I activated my tattoos, which gave me double the strength, and once that was done, I drank a potion that doubled my strength and speed. This was the reason I could punch the Monster Lord into the ground. Unfortunately, I didn't expect the Shadow Lord to be here as well. Every time I tried to get close to him, he jumped away while throwing explosions at me. I now understood why Trader was so reckless when fighting. This armor made me invincible. But the Shadow Lord knew that as well, and always attacked the opening of my face, which made me retreat. It was such a frustrating feeling to be so strong yet not able to use it properly. But the process was almost done, and the monsters felt it too, making the Creeper Lord take a desperate act and jump towards the base. As soon as he came close to the blue line, explosives were blown, sending a netherite arrow at unbelievable speeds through a teleporter that brought the projectile into the monster lord and made a huge hole in the obsidian floor. Half a second later, another arrow came, not far from the first one, making another hole. This was to make sure that the enemy was hit if he somehow dodged the first one. The last stand was the pinnacle of humanity's ingenuity, and we were all proud of it. Now the problem was that the fortress was too good, and even the Mad Prince was impressed by it. It would be a diplomatic war over who owns this place once this is over. The Creeper Lord was now sitting in the hole made by the death arrow. Unfortunately, I didn't know if he was dead for sure or if we got the Shadow Lord at all. I was ready to drop some TNT blocks to finish the job when I heard something breaking like glass above my head. Confused, I turned around, only to see space ripped itself apart, and a huge creature flew from it while screeching in pain. What was happening? Did Alex and Steve succeed, or is this because they failed? I didn't know what was happening, and when I looked closer at the tear in space, I recognized that it led to the nether. What? KKK-kia. I couldn't even express my confusion as another scream interrupted on me. Out of nowhere, it became night, and from the huge flying creature came blue bats that glided towards the soldiers on the battlefield while screaming, "She's on her last breath, kill her with the death arrow." A voice yelled from the other side of the tear, which I recognized to be the Mad Prince. Dots connected into my head and realized that this was Lady Phantom, who was supposed to be stuck in the nether. Why was she here? Why did it suddenly get dark? And what were we supposed to do in this situation? The death arrow couldn't be used for another 4 minutes since it needed to be repaired, and everyone was so distracted with the new monster lady that they completely forgot the ones we already had. I had a decision to make. Do I go inside and protect Alex and Steve, or join the rest of the soldiers to deal with the monster lady? I'll trust Omar and the others inside to protect the two. I'll join the big fight. With one final look at the temple and then at a hole, I decided to drop a few more TNTs before taking out my sword and crossbow to kill those phantoms. Everyone was quite confused at what was happening, but slowly they realized that the enemy was quite weak. They could barely feel a thing, and the only reason they were afraid was because of the darkness and unknown. Slowly but surely, the soldiers began to fight back and even gain ground. The enemy was weak. There was no reason to fear them, since the only danger was the Phantom Lady, who was gliding high in the sky. Boom! 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 Explosions were heard throughout the battlefield, and they didn't belong to us. Who dared to betray us? I turned around, only to see a green figure quickly pass me. Ignore them. Jump towards the Phantom. I also heard Shadow Lord's voice, but it was much weaker than before. It looks like he was the one to protect the green monster from getting killed. How annoying. While this was a surprise attack, the soldiers already had enough experience to gain the upper hand. They sent the iron golems as tanks, while they were shooting, with fireworks and arrows at him from a safe distance. But the Creeper Lord didn't seem interested in joining the fight. Instead, he made a huge jump and collided with the Phantom Lady. Clearly, this wasn't part of the plan, as both of them began to scream at each other while falling down from the sky. The dark sky began to waver, which gave us more hope that we were winning, only to be squashed away as soon as the head of a dragon appeared from the monster lords. Daniel warned us about such an attack, and I didn't intend on sitting to get hit by it. I began to run out of the blast zone while holding a golden totem in my hand. But no attack came. Instead, the head of the black dragon swallowed the monster lords, and purple light was emitting from its mouth. Slowly the light was getting brighter and brighter, like a second sun was rising. Once the flash bomb was finished, a new monster appeared. It had 3 heads with long necks, it had blue wings as its front legs, and its back was made of bones. If I had to give the monster a name, it would be a 3-headed wyvern. Its eyes opened and let out a loud roar that made me deaf. It spread its wings and flew towards us at unbelievable speeds. Boom! The wyvern landed on the ground, crushing some poor soldiers to death. It swung its claws and slashed the soldiers in one smooth motion. Only the iron golems and soldiers with diamond armor were strong enough to survive its attacks, but not without taking heavy damage. This turned out to be the worst ending, and the duo didn't finish yet. How were we supposed to fight this thing? Don't despair. Keep the monster occupied until the death arrow is ready. Someone came out of the temple while yelling. It was Omar, and he also had netherite armor like me. But unlike me, he wasn't scared, but ready to fight. I bit my lips in frustration and analyzed the battlefield once again. The formation was a mess, nobody knew what to do, and concentrated on staying as far as possible from the monster. Only the golems were reckless enough to continue fighting, and I was never happier to have them on my side. The fear was still there, but now I felt that I could manage it better. And I saw something unusual at the wyvern. While he had immense strength, his attacks seemed clumsy, like a newborn learning how to walk. This is it. I ran towards the battle with my axe out and yelled at Omar as I passed him. The monster is not used to its body yet. This is the best time to attack. He called something back, but I was already gone and ready to strike the middle head. Chop! The dragon head began to scream in pain, and the other one hit me to the side. Good. Cough if it bleeds, it can be killed. Then I ate an enchantment golden apple. The battle continued, and the generals organized the golems to attack, while it was distracted with Omar and me. We were the only ones that could tank its attacks. But the monster wasn't easy to kill. Whenever we made a wound, a second later it regenerated. Its movements were getting more precise, and the heads were trying to form sentences while using abilities to create more chaos on the battlefield. The right and left head had the same abilities as the Creeper Lord, and the middle one made the soldiers freeze in fear with one glance. We were slowly losing the battle. When is that cursed arrow ready? Like a signal, the two death arrows appeared and pierced the body and heads of the wyvern. Unfortunately, me and Omar were in the blast zone, so we were killed as well. The golden totem broke in my inventory, and I was brought back from the dead with super regeneration and ability to fly. Omar had the same totem, and both of us flew out of the newly made hole. While the wyvern was 10 blocks long, the arrows pierced its chest and heads, which should have been enough to kill him. But to our horror, a claw appeared at the edge of the hole, and the wyvern was dragging itself back to the surface. Ah, it feels much better now. The minds are in their own head. Oh, shut up. It was you who wanted to have control everything in the first place. Shadow Lord would have wanted us to share this body, not fight over it. Looks like we won. The humans are terrified of us now. Each head spoke one after another before stopping and looking at the temple. The beam was brighter than before, and it looked like it was about to open a portal in space. One of the heads made a bite movement, and a huge chunk of the temple suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? He's not supposed to destroy obsidian blocks. The other two heads laughed and flew towards the now open temple. No! The beam of light opened a portal, and two creatures came from the portal. One looked like a monster lord, while the other like a human. The human took out a hammer, and then light erupted from it, taking the shape of a glowing sword 30 blocks tall. Everyone stopped in shock at what we saw, even the wyvern. The human swung its sword, and the monster lords were all cut in half with the ground beneath. With just one cut, the monster that would have terrorized the overworld was now gone. Who was that? Was it on our side? The human and monster disappeared, and I heard a familiar voice near me. Unfortunately, the voice wasn't there to comfort us. Everyone leave this place or you're going to die. Trader yelled at everyone who was still confused at what just happened. Then something else came out of the portal. It was a huge claw around 50 blocks wide, and it crashed into the temple, killing everyone inside. The light was slowly dimming away. Chapter 2, 143, The Last Skill. Ugh, that discussion with the Mad Prince wasn't pleasant. Why was he so smart and powerful? If I didn't need his help in the upcoming war, I would have preferred to stay as far away from him. What do you think, Alexa? Would he be a good ally or stab us in the back? Please do that. That's one less worry for me, but I still have a mountain to deal with. It's good to have a friend who rules over the whole dimension. So many problems can be solved. I was so happy that I couldn't stop from humming to myself, but I had to stop since I felt a hateful gaze on me, making me shiver. Hey Alexa, now that the system is gone, do you plan on taking over the overworld? Can you even do that? While I was glad that Alexa was on my side and I could still order it around, I was still worried that it would become a control freak to keep humanity safe. The lack of emotions makes it a good strategist. But the reason the old system got in conflict with the humans was because it didn't understand human emotions enough to realize that it was resented. And Alexa is way worse than the system when it comes to that. So it wasn't a problem now, then I shouldn't worry about it. Instead, I should focus on myself and the others with gaining strength. And speaking of getting stronger, it was weird that I still had my trading skills while everyone else didn't. This made me wonder if mine was special and if I would get a reward if I maxed it. That sounded like a good goal to strive for. I didn't know how I could get stronger in a short amount of time, so getting one of the overpowered rewards sounded like a good idea. With the plan made, I quickly went to action and visited the stone castle to have as many trades as possible. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of emeralds with me, and even worse, at my level of trading, the best thing I could do was to trade items for emeralds, not the other way around. This is why I had to sell my gold to a cleric and my iron to an armorer and a toolsmith. But after a few painful trades, I was now level 5, and could use the second trades on the second row. It was an improvement, but not too much. I mostly traded with the clerics for lapis, and the farmers for food. At this point, the people in the castle heard about my weirdness and whispered behind my back. I was confused at first about why they would do that, since I knew the villagers loved to trade for easy emeralds, until Bobby was kind enough to explain what was happening. "Is this why I kept hearing about you roaming the castle? Oh, system, how can you be so good at making friends, but so bad at reading social cues? Listen here, the reason they look at you with those eyes." He then proceeded to explain to me why what I was doing was insulting. For the people in the city, it wasn't a problem when I asked what job they had, since they would gladly make more emeralds on the side. But the people who worked at the castle didn't have that mentality. They didn't work here because it paid well. Instead, they did it for the prestige and the chance to climb on the social ladder. So here, certain jobs are seen as inferior to others, like the Fletcher, farmer, butchers, and others. Those servants didn't want to be known for their jobs, but for their status as servants in the royal family. But the ones with higher jobs, such as the librarians and clerics, were more than happy to talk about their jobs. Not because they wanted to get more trades, but because they wanted to let you know that they were the chosen one. Once I realized that, I decided to trade with the librarians and clerics, so I wouldn't make the situation awkward for the other servants. But my perspective changed whenever I traded with those people. Just like that, I managed to get my trading skills to level 6. The good news was that I got better discounts on the trades. The bad news was that it didn't help me that much. Since most of my trades were done with the clerics and librarians, instead of getting 2 pieces of lapis for 1 emerald, I was getting 3 pieces of lapis for the same price. Sure, I could use the first rows to take advantage of the discount, but I was here for the levels and not for the materials. So for the next few days, I concentrated on leveling up my skill. I woke up in the morning, ate a few golden carrots, and began to trade with the people in the castle. Once I was done with them, I would summon my horse and blitz to the city, where I would do even more trading. That was the place where I used my discount to its full capacity to make an unlimited amount of emeralds without going out to chop some wood. Slowly but surely, I was leveling up my skill. And with that, I was getting access to better and better trades, which benefited everyone. Bobby was especially happy about the enchanted diamond armor. My reputation in the castle was getting weirder, but the one in the city was getting more wilder. I was known as the rich ghost that made emeralds appear with a single touch. Whenever you were able to see me, you knew you hit the jackpot. As days passed, the skill grew until suddenly I felt my guts being pulled and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in Bobby's office or in one of my safe houses. Instead, I was on a floating island with blocks that I hadn't seen and 2 obsidian towers that held in chains of a huge monster. This monster was 10 blocks tall, with a huge eye in his chest, while his real eyes were sealed shut. He looked similar to Violet, but more intimidating and scary. Speaking of Violet, was she with me this time as well? We finally meet my avatar. I've wanted to see your face for quite a while. The being spoke with a powerful voice, the same voice that gods used to speak with the mortals. I've had the chance to meet and hear all the gods in this universe, except for one. Are you the father by any chance? Ha 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 ha. The being laughed out loud, which made my soul tremble while also making me feel embarrassed. Was I not supposed to address him like that? The other option was him, and I think it would have got the same result. Looks like my daughter told you about me. While you could say that I'm your father, I would prefer if you called me Noah. Was that his human name? Yes, it was, before I was thrown into the void by the system and had to become this. He said that while pointing at his chained body. You can read my mind, I said in panic while checking my helmet. It was still there. Yes, I was the one who brought you into this world after all. I felt my whole body freeze when I heard that. I already knew about this, since the system told me and had plenty of clues. But it felt different when the person himself told me about it. He was the reason I couldn't see my family. He was the reason that I had to fight for my life countless times and even die. And he was the reason the overworld was cursed like this in the first place. You have quite the resentment towards me. I wonder why. Aren't you happy with the life you built here? Are you saying that Bobby, Froggy, and the others mean nothing to you? Don't you dare spout those names out of your mouth. I don't regret the friendships I made in this world. I just hate you for taking my right to choose how to live my life. I quickly snapped back. I knew I was going to meet with him someday and even made a little speech about it. But now it was off its rails since the emotions got the better of me. Why did he summon me? How many actions of mine did he control, and what was his final goal for me? I took a few deep breaths to calm myself so I wouldn't take out my mace to kill him. Your thoughts are a mess, and I can feel your resentment toward me growing. But answer me this, human, do you really want to get back to your old world? I wanted to yell yes, but stopped myself for some reason. Did I really want to get back home? Couldn't I live a fulfilling life in this world? Looks like you're still thinking for an answer. In the meantime, why don't you listen to my reason of why I brought you into this world? I looked at him with narrowed eyes but didn't say anything. I'll have to be honest, the first time I brought you to this world, it was just an amusing test to see what my powers were capable of. Once you appeared into this universe and the overworld without getting killed, I began my preparations to send a body of my own. It was a long process that needed a lot of trial and error. There was a limit on how powerful the body could be, and I had to be careful not to catch the attention of the system. As time passed, the Void took an interest in my project and created the Monster Lords. The system felt the change as well and took a copy of you and pasted it on the other heroes, not knowing that by doing so, it opened a way for the Monster Lords to invade the world. I was beginning to get pissed at this guy, but also shocked at the new information I was learning. The system brought the Monster Lords because it was lazy. So if we didn't have the heroes, we wouldn't have this mess begin with. Mary is not going to like this when she hears it. The hero was not prepared for that kind of enemy, and if it wasn't for you, the Stone Kingdom would have suffered a lot more before bringing down the Zombie Lord, only for him to respawn and terrorize another nation. That was the moment when I realized that you were more important than the heroes, and you had the potential to surpass even what I could do in that world with a new body. So I watched you struggle, overcome and triumph in your new life like no one ever could. I was so shocked when you found the fake system without my input. Truly, you are something else, something that could change this world for the better. You managed to unite all kingdoms willingly. You are empathic enough to understand the struggle of the witches, vengeful at the crimes of the Viligers, and the most important aspect of them all. You accepted a monster as your friend. Now tell me, human, would you help me make this world a better place? A world where monsters and humans coexist. Chapter 2, 144. The reword for the skill. I narrowed my eyes and held myself back from cursing at him. If he thought that this short discussion would convince me, he was a dreamer. I took a deep breath and spoke. What do you mean, you want to make the monsters and humans live in peace? Do you plan on making everyone a monster then? I'm sorry, it seems that my social skills got rusty from not using them in so long. No, I don't want to make all monsters equal to humans, since I know that most of them don't have reason. What I want is for my family and the Ender Dragon to be accepted as sentient beings, and not as mindless monsters that need to be killed on sight. Okay, that made more sense now. He wants to make a world where the Enderman species and the Void could coexist with us. While Violet had some weird quirks, I could see her being a useful member of society and even being valued. I don't know about the Ender Dragon. Maybe if she could calm down her violent tendencies, we could work this out. Why didn't you talk with the system about this in the first place? Why did you make the portal to the end and kill 2 whole continents in the process? I admit that the massacre was my fault and I deserve to be punished for this. But I also believe that this whole war could have been prevented if the system got off its high chair and talked with us. Looks like there was some resentment towards the system. I wonder what caused it. It seems that you still have some attachments to the old system, even though you were not treated the best. Is it because of the gift? I have to say that is a remarkable weapon, but I feel very infuriated with how wrong you use it. What was he talking about? Take out your mace for a moment. Still confused, I followed his command and then felt a force pulling the weapon away. The force was too powerful, so it slipped away, landing in Noah's hand. Boom! The mace exploded, making me panic for a moment, only to see that it was fine and Noah's hand diapered. The system was quite reckless with its safety. Any other creature would have died in my place, but I should be fine if I don't take energy from its storage. Was that the gift from the system? I guess it's good to have it, so creatures like Noah won't steal it from me. Look at this mace as a conduit for your power and not as a weapon itself. What you've been doing all this time was similar to how you used the crystals as explosives. They are powerful, but that's not their intended purpose. Suddenly his hand regenerated and grabbed the weapon with 2 fingers. Then a purple light came from the mace and took the shape of a giant sword, leaving me in awe. This wasn't even the impressive part, as he swung the giant sword and cut the obsidian towers like it was made of paper. And with this, you can use a fraction of the energy for better results. Then he threw the mace back at me, and I swiftly caught it. I looked at the weapon and tried to imagine the same thing that I just saw, and suddenly I had a 5-block sword of light in my hand. Not only that, but I didn't feel the energy being drained. Scratch that, I was gaining more energy. Looks like you figured out the potential of your weapon. Doesn't this open a new way of life? You are practically immortal with God's tools, so use them wisely. Why did you suddenly become so nice? While it was nice to know the true value of my weapon, I was still taken aback at the sudden change. I realized that you are here to be rewarded for your hard work, not for more headaches. And here I am, making demands to do something that even I wasn't able to. It's no wonder you'll look with so much hostility at me. I didn't give you a reason to be seen in good light. So tell me, what reward do you wish from me? Okay, so he decided to be polite. I guess he wasn't the smartest man in the overworld for nothing. Now the question was, what should I get from him? Daniel managed to reach the same level and got the ability to trade for undying totems with special effects. They were very powerful in a pinch, but not powerful enough to turn the tides in the upcoming battle. I would like for you to stop reading my mind. Is this your wish? No, this will be an apology for your behavior. Ha 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 ha. You got guts, human, but that's why you got this far, so I won't be looking into your mind anymore. How can I trust you? Noah smiled in response. There's no way for you to know if I'm telling the truth anyway. I could make an item that could block my ability, but you still wouldn't trust it, since it was made by me. So why don't we do a little exercise of trust and see how far we can get? It was so frustrating when he was right. I tried to think dark thoughts for a reaction in case he was still reading my mind, but his expression remained unchanged. I guess I had to trust his word then. What should I ask of him? To get me back home? No, I made this whole mess, and I didn't plan on leaving like that. Then an armor that could withstand the Ender Dragon. That's a good idea. I should keep it as an option. How about the ability to have infinite lives? That sounds good as well. Ideas came and went through my mind, and Noah was patiently waiting for me to sort everything out. But in the end, I come up with only one answer. Teach me how to make my own body. The monster's smile got even bigger, and for a moment I thought I fell for his trap. That's a smart choice. You want freedom from any shackles, and for that, you need to have complete control over your life. Fine, I should teach you how to use the crystal properly. Then he waved his hand, and a crystal appeared in front of me, but it was different than what I remembered. On the ground, there were 9 blocks of lapis, all heavily enchanted with red ink, and in the middle stood a crude-looking crystal made with 2 glass blocks merged. The crystal wasn't even floating, but I could still feel its danger if it exploded. This is the original crystal that I created. I know it looks different than what you're used to, but it practically has the same function, just a little harder control. But if you manage to learn how to use this one, the other one would be a breeze. I got closer to the device and put my hand on it to connect, and oh boy, when he said it was different, it was. A lot more options appeared that I previously didn't see. Unfortunately, they weren't the fun option, since I now had to do a lot of calculations and mix different kinds of components to get the desired results. If I had to use an analogy for the situation, the system's crystal was like an automatic car, but Noah's was a manual one. I knew what it was supposed to do and all the rules, but now I had to interact with it more often. I tried a few simple commands but failed miserably. Fortunately, Noah didn't let me suffer for too long and began to teach me how to use the new commands. It was hard at the beginning, but slowly I was getting the hang of it, and Noah was a good teacher overall. We started slowly with the functions of the crystal, then went into practice on the nearby blocks, which were the endstone. The information that I got from it was quite interesting. I've checked multiple blocks on the island, but the results varied even though they all looked the same. It seems that those blocks originate from the overworld, but were 90% corrupted by the void and became like this. So even though they all looked the same, some of them were stone blocks, others were dirt and even wood. It seems that the only ones unaffected by this were the obsidian blocks, and probably the bedrock. That's why my first task was to corrupt an endstone block fully with the void. The task wasn't hard, since most of the block was already gone, and the last resistance could easily be pushed with a little precise force. This resulted in the block disappearing like the rest of the void. Through some tests, I found out a few things about the void energy. The void energy is volatile, ready to consume for its ever-growing hunger. But since it was so active, it was an amazing source of energy. That's why my mace was constantly getting energy just by staying outside. The energy from the overworld instead was stable, calmer, and more grounded. It could stay its ground against the void for a good amount of time, but it wasn't its purpose in the end. That's why the void and the system couldn't coexist. Not because the system was unwilling to listen, but because the void was threatening the system's existence and power with her presence alone. And it's hard for me to believe that Noah didn't know about this as well. So he either lied to me about the pace between the 2 dimensions, or the task he wanted me to do was much bigger than a diplomatic matter. It took me a day to learn how to push the void energy, and that was barely passable. The next task was quite the challenge, where I had to do the opposite and push the stable energy over the void. If I managed to do so, I should be able to bring the block to its previous state, but I don't know for how long it could stay in a world filled with the void. Days passed, and I was making small steps towards the goal. I was getting frustrated at my speed, but Noah was there to remind me that the deadline didn't matter if I managed to solve the problem before it could arise. That implied that I'll have the chance to meet with the Ender Dragon, and he later confirmed my suspicion. Yes, you will meet the avatar of the void, but at this point your body is too weak and can't survive in her presence. Look at the body that I have. It's not that the void changed it, but this is the most suitable body that can live in the void and be sentient. I went through a lot of tests to get here, so don't worry if it would take you too long to figure out your own. It was kind of encouraging to hear him say that. But my nerves were still high, since the fate of the overworld was resting on my shoulders. At one point, I even contemplated if I should ask him to build me a new body. But I had to stop myself from thinking any further. My reward was the knowledge of the crystal. If I asked him for the body itself, I would have wasted this opportunity to grow stronger. Plus, I still didn't trust the man. After days of hard work, I was finally able to turn an endstone back to a dirt block. I don't think I ever was this happy to see such a common block. Congratulations. Now let's start the real challenge. Chapter 2, 145. Learning is hard. I emptied my mind and concentrated all my energy in one point. In the beginning there was nothing, and something came out of that, and my job was to recreate that miracle by using the mind of a mortal to do something only a god can do. Suddenly, I was being pulled by an invisible force and thrown to the edge of the island. Boom! An explosion erupted, and half of the island was suddenly gone. If I wasn't grabbed a few moments ago, I would have been falling into the void to my death. You've lost the flow. Try again and keep the rhythm in mind. This God who was my teacher, and was talking with me in a monotone voice like he'd seen this happen hundreds of times. But that was exactly what happened. I've tried to create life out of nothing hundreds of times, with no luck. Noah waved his hand and the island was back to its previous size. I suggested to make it from obsidian, but he told me that it would get the same result, so there was no point in trying. I don't know how much time has passed, but my food was getting low and I was beginning to get tired. The difficulty was way too high for me. I wasn't smart enough for this. Even Noah was surprised at how long it took me to learn this essential step. But he also tended to forget that he was a genius who surrounded himself with other geniuses. So his perception of normal talent was very wrong. I wasn't dumb, that's for sure, but I wasn't at his level either, so I was struggling. I understood what I needed to do, but I didn't have the experience to produce the results. But that doesn't mean that I didn't make any progress. I almost managed to create that seed. But the end always gets me. The process was relatively simple. I had to have a strong image in my head of what I wanted to create, and then I would have to put principles and limitations that the seed should abide by. If they clashed, the energy would get rampant and explode half of the island. If I succeeded, I had to move to the next step, which was more art than science. Unlike solid matter, living beings tended to have a flexible will. I could command the energy to become a cobblestone block and it would be done in an instant. But a living beings wanted to grow, and that required appeasing the will of the subject and injecting the necessary energy to bring it to life. It was similar to a song in the background, hidden behind the voices of a town square, and I had to replay the song with one hand behind my back and blind. It was an annoying process every time I started. But if I managed to do all this, the final step would be to merge the two together and bring it into existence. Surprisingly, the last step was the one that gave me the most trouble. I mostly failed because I couldn't keep them equal, which required a lot of mental power. If only I had two brains to do this. I'm already spent. I think I'll take a break for my mind to rest. Whatever you think is the best. I placed a bed down and got comfortable, but I wasn't sleepy enough to fall asleep. After a few minutes of struggling, I asked Noah a question that was bugging me. How did you manage to get liked by the system? What are you talking about? There are stories in the church that you were loved by the system, but betrayed it and dragged humanity with you as well. Even the system acknowledged you in the past and present. I waited for a few minutes in silence, hoping to hear a response. But since he wasn't willing to talk, I was preparing to get some sleep. The system itself is a machine, as you saw. I think I was the first human to realize that, and knew that its goal was to help humanity. So if I helped humanity as a whole, then I would get more attention from the system, and who knows, maybe some special privileges. I started small by innovating better ways to get more crops. Then things got bigger and bigger until I realized that I built a kingdom, and a lot of people depended on me. And that was the moment when the system spoke with me for the first time. He stopped for a moment, and I got up from the bed so I wouldn't accidentally fall asleep while he was telling his story. I think that would greatly insult him. Once I managed to establish a discussion with the system, I told all of my intentions, and the system was surprisingly on my side. Sure, the system talked from time to time with the Pope if things needed a radical change, but the man wasn't someone who would push humanity to strive for better. With me, it would be different. I had enough influence to move nations, and I was smart enough to come up with genius ideas. That was the start of our collaboration and the golden age of humanity. Noah looked into the empty void, most likely thinking about the good times of the past. But it all went wrong when the void first attacked. The system was gone and replaced by a lesser version, which was unnoticed by all, except for me and the Pope. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm a curious man, and I wanted to find out more about the system and its inner workings. Luckily for me, this lesser system was easier to trick than the main one, and while it was the most complicated thing that I have ever seen, I managed to recreate a fraction of it. That is how the fake system came to be. You've seen all kinds of gods and lesser gods to realize that Alexa was powerful, but just a poor imitation of another imitation. Not good enough to replace the original. But that wasn't my intention. I wanted to push humanity further. What levels of technologies would they reach if they had personalized systems that could make unique skills for everyone? That sounded an awful lot like a system I'm familiar with from my old world. But there was a reason the system didn't do that from the beginning. It was too hard. To make matters worse, the monsters began to attack the overworld, which shifted the focus to weapons and defense. Luckily, there weren't a lot of problematic monsters, since they were just a byproduct of the void seeping into the world. And the monsters kind of helped us to unite and reach a higher goal. But when we were ready to start the evolution project, the system came back victorious but wounded from the battle. That's when the great world was split into two, and families were torn apart. The Alliance shifted its motives once again. The Alliance wasn't guided by reason anymore. Instead, it was run by grief and hatred. It was a powerful force, but it brought more distraction. After years of research and hard work, we managed to reach the Nether. But it was too late. Hundreds of years had passed, and all the loved ones were dead, leaving only its descendants. A lot of good people died that day, and not in battle. Others managed to push through grief and buried themselves in research, and that's why we kept advancing at a rapid pace. We got more reckless, there were fewer and fewer boundaries to stop us, and human life became a number on paper. The system was asleep, and the humans danced on its table calling themselves kings. I can't say that I was an exception. I lost a lot of precious people in the Nether, so I also buried myself in research, more exactly, the void research, hoping to find a source that would be compatible with the fake system. I had a few samples of void energy and realized that it could lead to an endless amount of energy. The perfect solution to my problem, but I still needed more void energy to be complete. And then the portal incident happened. 2 whole continents were wiped out, and they couldn't even be thrown into the Nether like last time. They had to be completely purged off the planet, and it was all because of me. After that, we sat in silence for minutes before deciding that my break was over. I wanted to comfort him, but I knew that he already processed those emotions a long time ago, and now it was a wound from the past. Looks like I wasn't the only one that made mistakes in their lives, and while I could still save the overworld, for him it was already gone, suffering the consequences of his own actions. I got up from my bed and went back to the crystal, but before I started my training, I asked one more question. What do you think are the chances of the 2 worlds coexisting? The god shifted his gaze to me, but I stood firmly. Next to none, but I still have hope that it can be done. With that question answered, I went back to work. I gathered my thoughts, listened to the tune, and merged the 2 together. But I still failed, and a huge explosion happened, but I still went back. I gathered my thoughts, listened to the tune, and merged the 2 together. But I still failed. I gathered my thoughts. Boom. Another explosion in my face, but this time I couldn't keep the smile off my lips. I did it. I finally made the cursed seed. While the explosion scared me for a second, the fact that Noah didn't teleport me meant that I was safe. Congratulations. What kind of seed did you make? I made a grass seed from my old world. It was supposed to be an easy task, but it took me longer than expected. Still, I'm happy that it's all over. This small seed that I could barely see was like a child to me, and I didn't even know if I could grow it in this world. Do you think I can plant it here to see the results? The giant eye from the chest looked at the small dot in my hand before looking away. The seed is almost corrupted by the void. What? I quickly went to the crystal and analyzed the seed, and as Noah was saying, the void energy was taking over my hard work. Not on my watch. I tried to push back the void with the remnants of the seed like I did with the other blocks, only to realize that this didn't work on the same principle since the will of the seed was too weak and died in my hands. I fell to my knees, feeling devastated. This was my hard work, my child, all gone in a few seconds. How am I supposed to build a body in this place if it can't even survive? Are you okay there? Yeah, I just need some time to process what just happened. Even if it was a piece of weed, it was mine. I made it with my own 2 hands and a simple mind. I just laid on my back, looking at the dark void with empty eyes. How am I supposed to make a body in such a short time? In a few months, the Ender Dragon would invade the Nether, and it would be only a matter of time before it moves to the overworld. Is this a lost cause? A feeling of defeat washed over me, and I wanted to roll in my bed and sleep. But I was too tired to get off the ground. You've been cooped up for a while in here. Why don't we take some fresh air and change the scenery? What are you suggesting? Why don't you see my extended family? Chapter 2, 146. A World Filled with Endermans. I was now in the middle of a huge island with purple houses all around me. Far in the distance, I could see some Endermans just walking around with different kinds of blocks in their hands, mostly from this dimension. I would call this a city of the end, but unlike the game, this could be called a proper city with dozens of tall buildings, large streets, and a lot of life. If I looked carefully at the sky, I could even see flying ships floating in the void. What an amazing sight to see! I was still invisible because of my armor, so I was still safe even in an unknown place. I tried to recall how I got here in the first place. Why don't you see my extended family? The sudden proposition broke my sad thoughts for a moment and replaced them with confusion. Are you talking about the Endermans? Yes, I was trying to process what just happened. Was he trying to be nice to me? Is this a trick of his, or am I too sad about the loss that I want to be grumpy? I don't see a reason to refuse, so why not? Good, see you later then. And then I felt my guts being pulled and I was teleported in an unknown place. So do you want me to meet someone specifically, or… I turned around expecting Noah to be there, only to see more buildings. Did he just ditch me? I didn't expect him to be someone who likes to pull pranks, but in the same time, Endermans are known to be tricksters. Or maybe he got annoyed that I blew up his island and wanted to have some pace. Without a goal in mind, I decided to walk on the long streets, seeing Endermans left and right. And while I did see a lot of them, I felt that their numbers were considerably lower than the size of the city. It was also interesting to find out what the children's looked like, since in the game they didn't exist. The smallest one reached up to my neck, while the tallest Enderman was the classic 3 blocks tall. They didn't wear clothes or any other accessories, which made me wonder how they differentiate one from another. As I watched them over a safe distance, I saw some of them stop in the middle of the street and make hand gestures towards each other like they were talking. But their mouths didn't move, which made me wonder if they could talk telepathically. Can Violet talk telepathically? Why did she talk vocally then? Was there something different in the overworld that stopped that ability? I continued to walk around the streets, jumping from time to time since the citizens kept teleporting nearby, and I didn't want to be found out yet. Suddenly, I saw a building that looked different from the others. It had a sign on it that said Fruit Cafe. Intrigued, I entered and looked inside. There, I saw some tall tables that made me feel like a child, with some Endermans sitting around in silence while eating something strange from a purple bowl. I was quite curious about what they ate, since I've never seen Violet be interested in this kind of activity in the first place, besides when she's very exhausted. So I got closer to one of the unsupervised bowls and managed to quickly put it in my inventory. There I was intrigued to see that it was chorus porridge, which was most likely made from the chorus fruit. Would this teleport me if I ate it like the fruit? The others didn't seem to be affected, but at the same time, they were very different from me. Not wanting to get into trouble, I placed the bowl back and looked around some more, hoping to see anything else that would catch my attention. To my disappointment, there wasn't anything interesting, just plain furniture that decorated the purple space. Should I try talking with them? I was hesitant to do that, since I didn't know how they would react. They were Endermans, after all, but at the same time they were ex-humans. Noah wouldn't send me to see his family if it wasn't safe, right? In the end, I decided to risk it and talk with one of them. But I wasn't reckless enough to talk in the middle of the city. I wasn't worried that I would lose the fight, but I was worried that Noah would get angry if I accidentally killed someone in self-defense. Maybe Violet would be angry as well, but she didn't talk too much about her family, so I didn't know. In the end, I walked outside the city and saw a lone Enderman that was hanging at the edge of the island, looking into the void. I don't know how he could do that, but I guess that fact that you can teleport at will does dull your fear of heights. Or death. Hey there, can you understand me? Suddenly the Enderman disappeared, leaving a trail of purple particles that I could follow. A voice spoke into my head, similar to how Alexa usually does. Sorry to startle you like that, and I'm not a kid, so I don't need parent supervision. Now, this is an interesting reaction. That's how I normally talk. I'm not an Enderman after all, I'm a human. So they do know a little about their history, but how much did Noah tell them? Yes, you could say that, but a lot changed while you were gone, and I'm a little exception to that rule. As you can see, I'm in your dimension after all. No way even the Endermans in this dimension know about me. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the first time I got here. The more he talked, the more excited he got, like he was meeting a celebrity in real life, making me feel awkward. Do you know the name of the Ender Woman by any chance? Yep, that clears it. It's Violet, with no doubt. No, I know about her. I just didn't expect to be recognized in such a place. He knows about that as well. That was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. The Wither Skeleton King was a man that I don't even know how it came to be. He was Monster Lord, but not made by the Ender Dragon. Not only that, but I think he would have had a good chance of taking over the overworld if I didn't stop him. The only reason I defeated him is because I tricked him into being spliced by a portal. I wouldn't say that I enslaved Alexa, but at the same time, I am its only master. As for the god creation stuff, I think he's referring to the Wither, which doesn't bring joyful memories. I didn't expect Violet to be a gossiper. I was now more embarrassed to talk with the others since they seemed to know a lot about my embarrassing past. Violet was with me from the very beginning, so she knows a lot about me. Well, it was fun talking with you, but I think I heard my name being called by your father, and I don't want to make the man wait for me. I turned around and was about to leave, only to be stopped by another Ender Woman who appeared in front of me. What? How did you know that I was here? Another Enderman appeared. More and more Endermans appeared, and my mind was being bombarded by telepathic links, which made my head a mess. Everyone shut up. Then my mind went silent, and I could finally hear my thoughts again. Okay, I'll answer some basic questions so you won't fry my brain. Yes, I am the human Violet was talking about. No, I do not have that kind of relationship with her. Yes, I am human, but also different from the others, since your father made my body. And no, I do not eat children that don't listen to their parents. By the end of my rambling, I was gasping for air and felt lightheaded. After a few moments of that, I looked around once again, only to see that the group got even bigger, and I couldn't leave this place unless I teleported. So I put a bed down and accepted my fate by lying comfortably in it. Okay, since I won't be leaving this place anytime soon, I'll answer some questions. But you'll choose someone as your spokesman and he can ask the questions for you. I don't want my mind to be fried again. With that said, I sat comfortable on the bed while munching on my golden apples with a smirk. Choosing a spokesman was a genius idea, since a group of curious individuals would always argue on which question was more important than the others. And my theory was proven right, since the first question appeared only after 30 minutes of silent arguments between the Endermans. I had to say that it was a funny sight to see how they expressed their frustrations through their long arms while I didn't hear the context. The one who spoke was the Enderman that I saw at the edge of the island, but his first request took me by surprise. Then I remembered that Endermans like to pick block in general, and they even bound with them, so this was quite a big request from their perspective. Not seeing a reason to refuse then, I placed down a few blocks that I had. Wood, planks, obsidian, torches, lamps, bookshelves, and other items that I managed to get from trading before I was teleported to this place. At every new block I placed, there were wilder and wilder reactions of Endermans, wanting to get close and inspect the items, but had to restrain themselves, since that's the deal they made. When I placed an ender chest down to get more blocks, I heard an old voice speak into my head. Sure, I don't see a problem. The ender chest was one of the few blocks that the Endermans couldn't pick up since it was made of obsidian, so I wasn't afraid he would run off with it. The Enderman teleported in front of the chest and opened it without a problem, before pulling out a book from inside. He must be one of the humans that were alive when the disaster happened. I wondered how he was still alive, and if there were others like him. The Enderman looked through the pages and gave a creepy smile, similar to how Violet smiles when she was playing with Redstone. Clearly, he was happy with what he got. This sudden visit may have been the best decision that I made since I got to this dimension. Chapter 2, 147, New Information. You want to give me ancient knowledge? I mean, it wasn't specifically for this, but I wasn't going to stop him from teaching me some forbidden knowledge. The question was if he had something useful for the upcoming battle. I don't know how time works in here, but in the overworld a few hundred years have passed. Do you think you have more valuable information than what the world has now? The Enderman began to laugh weirdly with a few others in the back. That was a complete change in his personality, and I didn't expect this. I mean, I indeed wanted to get more information out of this, but he didn't have to spill the beans to everyone. Should I prepare for a fight? The system didn't feel threatened. It was just pissed that Noah opened a way to the end and destroyed a few continents. And it's not hard to get hated by the system. I managed to do it in only 2 years, and kind of got rid of it in 3. Okay, then I'll try to get the most out of you, old man. He laughed out loud before he turned his head towards the crowd that had some angry Endermans looking at him. Then he disappeared, making the crowd look at me now. Well, I placed all the items that I have from my inventory, so unless you want me to craft some stuff, we can continue to the next question. But the crowd was more interested in the blocks, completely forgetting the interest they showed me beforehand. Seeing that I didn't have any other choice, I decided to craft a few stuff for fun, such as sticks, crafting tables, doors, trapdoors, different kinds of armor, a furnace, and everything that I could craft with my limited supply of items. The group of Endermans got bigger and bigger, and some fell in love with the items at first sight and tried to steal them and run away, only to be quickly caught by their elders and given a stern lecture about their actions. I wondered if they had something similar to the internet with how fast the information was spreading, and I was kind of right about that. From what I managed to gather from the younger Endermans, when a large group is forming, their brainwave connects and manages to reach larger distances in the void, which alerts other Endermans that something fun is going on here. But when a large number of Endermans connect, there's a high chance that chaos would ensue, since they tend to act on emotions instead of rationality. That's why elders were so important in this society. They had enough experience and were mature enough to keep everyone in control if things got bad. I don't know how they did that, but they were highly respected, even though incidents like this rarely happened. After some back and forth with the Endermans, we reached an agreement where I would get some of their unique equipment in exchange for my blocks. With how desperate the young Endermans looked, I think they were willing to sell their soul if necessary, but the elders were there to keep everyone in check. After everything was done, they were shooed away, and only a few elders remained with tired expressions on their faces. Another elder spoke while winking at me. Oh wow, now I'm a celebrity in another dimension. Maybe I should sign some autographs before I'll leave. Speaking of Violet, have you seen her? Did she not get here with me when I was teleported? She did get stronger recently, but I don't know if it was enough to cross dimensions, especially when there was a seal made by the system to keep them as far as possible from each other. Well, she's strong enough to take care of herself. I'm the one most likely in danger anyway. I can't help but notice that you all, Violet and Noah, look very different from each other. Some of the old Endermans teleported on my bed while I was away, clearly enjoying the softens of the mattress. The last time I checked the crystal with Alexa, it told me that the Ender body was the pinnacle of what the crystal could create. But if that's the end, then why do they all look so different and have different powers? Can you elaborate? Wait, so they know how to use the crystal as well? Maybe I should ask them to teach me instead of Noah to get a different perspective. That was a lot of information in one go. What am I supposed to do with this new-found knowledge? She changed so much because of me. Why did she choose me in the first place? Was she really that entertained by me, or did Noah send her to keep an eye on me? I didn't know what to think anymore, so I asked more questions, afraid of the true answer. So are you saying that she sees me as an item? I knew that as well. I just didn't want to face the truth. She was the definition of a stalker if you think about it. Wait a minute. Why do you think she doesn't know she loves me? Didn't you say that your species make children and raise it together? Aren't they choosing their partner out of love? Now most of the elders turned away in embarrassment. Some of them were embarrassed to say this, while others didn't care. Clearly this was a problem that wouldn't be solved in one day, and I already had enough problems on my plate. Then why did you say that it's dangerous for Endermans to have strong emotions? That new information froze my brain for a moment. And who did he fall in love with? If Violet got so big and powerful to protect me from danger, what kind of danger was Noah trying to protect his loved one? The elders looked at each other, not knowing if they should continue. You've already told me so much. What's the point of stopping now? After a few more glances, they decided to spill the beans. That was shocking, but it also made a lot of sense. Is this why he calls them the extended family and the real one? That would be rough to hear, so I would keep my mouth shut. But then, why was he chained up to those obsidian pillars? I assumed that he was punishing himself for that happened in the overworld. I saw it more as a symbol since those chains couldn't keep him in place. But if he loves the void, then that action would make no sense. I was missing some crucial information, and I had to find out as soon as possible. Okay, dear elders, things got a lot more complicated than I thought, and I need your help with something that could save the overworld. An unknown spark was suddenly lit in their eyes. POV Violet. I was teleporting from island to island while being invisible so the others won't bother me. My human suddenly disappeared when he was trading, and I felt that he was here in the end. But no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find him. It was so hard to get in here as well. I was unconscious for a few weeks from using all the energy. But I couldn't stop now. If Father is the one who has him, he was in man's danger. I needed to save him no matter the cost. Suddenly I felt my soul being pulled. Found you! Then I teleported away. Chapter 2. 148. Let's go and meet her. I've talked with the elders for a while, and what I learned was quite interesting. First were the items that were given to me in exchange for my items. One of them was something which I always wanted since it was so useful. An elytra. When I asked what it was for, they told me that it was a safety item for children. An Enderman is not good at teleporting from the beginning. It actually takes a lot of time and practice. The wings helped the children have a second chance if they accidentally teleported into the void. The adults don't use it anymore since it's less efficient than teleporting. Nevertheless, I was still happy to get this item, and I couldn't wait to try it when I got the chance. The second item was a device that gathered the surrounding energy in one place and stored it. I was told that it wasn't a good idea for me to use it here, since the void energy is harmful to the human body. When I asked them what they were talking about, they told me to get my armor off to test it myself. After a few minutes of staying without my armor, I felt like something was trying to take over my mind, so I quickly put it back on. From what I was told, the void energy was much thicker around the Ender Dragon, and only Noah could stay near her. So if I didn't build a body strong enough to withstand her presence, I wouldn't have the chance to meet with her. That's just more stress added to the plate. I also got a few more interesting items, but like the others, I couldn't use them yet, since the void was a dangerous place to test them. So I tried to ask the elders what their opinion was about the void, and surprisingly, they were neutral about it instead of hating it. When I told them the situation of the overworld, they looked very concerned. It's not that bad, since the three kingdoms are working together to get rid of them. The others smirked at my remark, not expecting them to have the strength to fight back, which kind of pissed me off. Don't underestimate the people of this time. They have iron golems, netherite weapons, and witches that can brew some dangerous potions. And that not including the kingdom from the Natha that is the most powerful faction. They sounded impressed by what I said, but I still had to explain some things since they got exiled and didn't know about the Viligers, witches, or the Nether Kingdom. I was then sidetracked with a rough history lesson on what happened after they left the overworld. Wait, we don't have time for this. We have more urgent matters. Noah wants to make a world where the end and the overworld can coexist. Do you think that's possible? The elders looked at me and laughed out loud, taking me by surprise. He said that as he was showing me the floating islands. Then what do you think Noah wants to do? He had so many chances to talk with the system. He managed to send my body into the overworld without a problem. He could have sent a monster lord of his to communicate with the system if he wanted to. But most importantly, why was he trying to do something now when the system was gone? Was I looking too much into it? How much do you know about the crystals? That was good to hear, so I placed the crystal in front of me, which took them by surprise. Oh, you don't know about this? So the system was kind of impressed with the achievement you did and made a craftable crystal that it's easier to use. You can look at it if you want to, just be careful not to hit it, or it will explode. They all gathered around and studied with great enthusiasm for a few good minutes, and they hadn't even opened its system yet. They looked like excited kids with a new toy and could barely hold themselves from giggling with excitement. Finally, after a few more spins, someone placed his hand on it and began creating something. Just like that, a purple bunny appeared in the world. I say a bunny, but it looked a little different from the ones in the overworld. This one was bigger and had black eyes with wings on its back. It was quite creepy to see. The others were socked as well from what I could tell, but I didn't know if my guess was right since I couldn't hear their telepathically conversation. In the end, I had to wait for all of them to try, which took around an hour. But at least it was entertaining to watch. I saw someone try to create a huge diamond block, but it had a polar blue than normal. Another one tried to make a white Enderman, but the other stopped him quickly and killed it since it would create some problems if the youngsters saw it for some reason. But by the end, everyone was impressed by my crystal. This made me blush a little since I used them as bombs most of the time, but I think it's better if I didn't tell them that. I wouldn't say that I'm that good. I only have little experience with them. The only thing that I can do is to change the properties of an existing block to something else. The fake system you created, and recently Noah. When I said Alexa's name, they all froze in place like deer in a headlight. I'm actually the only one who has access to it, and it's now the god of the nether and the reason the overworld is still safe. It was quite funny to see how their jaw dropped in shock. It was almost as entraining as seeing Bobby's reactions when I told him about my stories. Unfortunately, I didn't know when Noah would bring me back, so I had to quickly change the subject. Well, anyway, I now have to meet the Ender Dragon, but my body won't survive the encounter. And while I know that Noah could solve that by making me a new body, I don't trust him that much, since he could have more control over my body. The more I talked, the more confused they seemed, and I was beginning to wonder if they couldn't understand what I was talking about. Oh boy, how much should I tell them? I won't tell them about the fall of the system, since that would be too much of a shock. I'll tell the short version of how I came here in the first place. After another half an hour, I managed to tell them the essentials and how important it was for me to learn how to make my own body. That's rude. I've done some good deals as well. They're shocked with only this? It was a good thing I didn't tell them the whole story. The other elders got closer to me and began to give me some books that had their own research about the use of the crystal. I took out my mace and let the elder see it. He took it and looked at it through the crystal. What are you talking about? The elder looked closely at some graphics, then back at me. That was an interesting piece of information, and it was good to know. I should keep it out as much as possible then, plus the free energy is always welcomed. That sounded very important, but it wasn't that big of a problem for me. Don't worry, I've already seen the shape of my soul because of a ritual. Not the most pleasant experience, but I was a prisoner, so I didn't have a choice. The others stood in silence and looked at me like I just told them the sky was red. Was it really that shocking that I knew the shape of my soul? And what's the next step? Okay, I think I can arrange that with Alexa. I understand the principle. Can you show me how to make a body resistant to the void? Suddenly, I felt my guts being pulled, and the scenery changed. I was now back into Noah's Island, where the owner stood outside the chains with a big smile. Good news. I found a way where you can talk with the Ender Dragon. Let's go and meet her. Chapter 2, 149. The Story of the Void. What? Before I could mutter another word, I was teleported once again, but this time above the void. You're going to kill me. I quickly opened my cape to slow the fall, but saw that it wasn't necessary. Somehow I was floating in the void without feeling anything. It was a weird sensation. As I was looking around, I saw Noah with a smile looking in the front, which made me do the same. But all I could see was more of the same void. I was about to ask Noah what he was looking at, when in the distance I could see a block dot getting bigger. I didn't know how fast we were traveling, but the void energy was getting thicker and I could feel it bypass my armor. This wasn't good. I was going to die at this rate. Noah, are you trying to kill me? What? Oh, I forgot to put the shield on you. Sorry about that. Suddenly, I was in a purple sphere, and the pressure was now gone, making me sigh in relief. What's with the sudden change, Noah? I thought I wouldn't meet her until I got my new body. I also thought the same, but after I talked with her, she said that she was interested in meeting with you. The whole time he was talking with me, his focus had never changed from the growing black dot. She's a beauty, isn't she? When the elders told me about Noah's love, I didn't expect it to be so bad. No wonder they said that strong emotions are dangerous for the Enderman species. They didn't see anything besides their loved ones. Did Violet look the same at me while she's invisible? Let's not think too much about this and concentrate on what's about to come. I checked everything that I had on me and realized that I was missing some important items because I was suddenly teleported and left them with the elders. This is going to be much harder than I wanted to. As the black dot grew bigger, I held the mace in my hand, feeling the energy in the storage growing. The closer we got, the more shocked I was. In front of us was a huge floating island made completely with black blocks like coal. On the island, there were 10 obsidian towers with system-made crystal on top, all shooting a white laser beam towards the same place. In the center stood a huge dragon with 2 pairs of wings, 5 eyes, sharp claws, and a huge pole of bedrock running through her chest that was pinning her to the ground. Even though she wasn't looking at me and I was protected by the purple barrier, I felt that her presence alone could crush me in an instant. How did the system even fight something like this? I mumbled to myself. No matter how often I met the system, I didn't feel such a powerful presence. Finally, we arrived at our destination, and she was now looking at us with all of her eyes, and I felt the space around us freeze. My love, I brought him here as requested. Noah was suddenly acting like a dog that wanted to be praised, which made me feel disgusted. Then I quickly realized that he could just offer me to the dragon as a snack, and I couldn't do anything about it. I said I wanted to talk with him, not you as well. The dragon answered back, but it felt that the whole dimension was talking with me. But love, he can't talk to you unless I'm here to protect him from your greatness. Noah quickly responded, clearly not wanting to leave so soon. Looks like their relationship isn't that good at the moment. Do I have to be the bridge between those two as well? You think that I'm not strong enough to control my presence? The dragon yelled back. From the tone of her voice, it was like Noah accused her of being fat. No, I would... Suddenly, the huge Enderman disappeared, making my shield pop, leaving me in danger. Or so I thought. I think I fell for one block and hit an invisible barrier. Not only that, but I could actually breathe and not be crushed by the void. I was still in shock, but held my mace tightly, hoping that it would be enough to keep me alive for a few more seconds, in case things got bad. Is that the key he was talking about? I felt the mace being pulled from my arm with force, but since I was holding it so tight, my arm was ripped off with the mace. I screamed in pain and quickly took out an enchanted golden apple to regenerate the arm. After a few seconds of breathing heavily, I had my arm back and was looking at the dragon with hatred. The dragon didn't seem to care as she studied the mace with the eye on her forehead. She was so big that even I was only the size of one of her eyes, and not even the big one. I see, not even I can take it from you by force. Looks like we'll have to use his plan in the end. You can have the key back. Now leave from my presence. The mace was thrown at me, and I quickly caught it, and suddenly I felt a force pushing me away like the wind. But I didn't come all the way here to be humiliated like this and thrown away like a rag. So when I had the mace in my hand, I created a force field around me, similar to how Noah did, and tried to fight back. It ate a lot of energy to maintain, but it was strong enough to stop the push and pin me in place. Why do you fight back? You know you don't stand a chance against me. I didn't come all the way here just to be thrown away like nothing. I want to save the overworld, and I want to save you as well. But I can't do it if you won't let me. I felt that the force stopped for a moment, and the dragon spoke with a concerned voice. Did you also fall in love with me? What? No, why would you think that? I don't know too much about love, but I don't want to have another creep like the man before you follow me around. I can't kill him, but I can easily do it with you, key or not. Well, this was some shocking news to hear, but I didn't have time to think about it since I was going to die if I didn't speak. Don't worry, I didn't fall in love with you. I much prefer women from my old world. What I want is to stop you from destroying the overworld and kill all of my friends. The dragon narrowed her eyes. It's nice to have friends, isn't it? To have beings that can understand you no matter who you are. I felt that I stroked a chord that I shouldn't have. Do you realize how annoying it is to live with an arrow stuck in your stomach that tries to change the essence of the very being you are? And the only help you can get is from a weirdo that claims to love you. But it all feels forced and disgusting. I've met two beings that could stand in my presence without dying, and one of them tried to kill me while the other tried to shove his love down my throat. I know what love looks like. I know what friendship looks like. I've seen it all in the overworld, and even that was taken from me because I wanted a piece of it as well. By the end, I could feel that the whole dimension was trembling with her fury. I didn't know what to do. I can be your friend if you want to. The dragon put her head back on the ground and closed her eyes in defeat. You're only saying that because you don't want me to invade the overworld. I mean, that's the main reason, but that doesn't mean that I can't be friends with her. Well, I can't deny that it's part of the reason, but why don't we talk about each other? And if you like it, we could become friends afterward. If you don't, I would leave you be and prepare for the final battle. The dragon lifted her head and smirked, but she still chose to talk. Once upon a time, a powerful dragon lived alone in an empty space, surrounded by darkness and loneliness. As time passed, the loneliness became worse and worse. She could create life with a single thought, but all worshipped her when she was looking for a friend. So she decided to look for other worlds to find an answer. She opened portals that could see through space and time, but found only the endless darkness looking back at her. When she was ready to accept her fate, she finally stumbled across a world. It was a strange world, with different colors than the cold black. But that wasn't the only difference. There was a vast amount of knowledge and beauty on the other side. What surprised her even more was its unique shape. She couldn't open a portal big enough for her to go through, so she decided to bring blocks of land into the void. It was the first color brought onto her black canvas. It was beautiful, so she kept taking more into the void. Not a lot, just a cube from here and there. But after some time, the void started to corrupt the blocks, and the colors started to change from green and gray to white and yellow. This saddened her, so she tried to bring more quickly. But this caught the attention of the world. The will of the world didn't like to be robbed, so it attacked the dragon. The dragon panicked and tried to cut the connection with the world, but it was too late. The world latched onto her and began the battle. But the almighty dragon wasn't weak, and the two fought for an unknown amount of time. In the end, nobody won. The will of the world started to lose its power and get corrupted, while the dragon was pinned into one place as a last attempt at victory. The arrow was special since it changed her into a cube-shaped being and drove her into a madness of pain. She tried to fight back for an unknown amount of time and slowly adapted to the curse. But one day, someone appeared to alleviate the pain with towers and crystals, at the price of the curse becoming a part of her. Now she was waiting for the time to come when she would be free from her shackles and get ravaged for her injustice. She said her story from an outsider's view, which told me that she spent a lot of time thinking about this. I now knew the full picture. I had all the pieces to complete the puzzle. She is more like a child that wanted a companion but couldn't find or create one. The system was not an emotional being, and since it didn't know what kind of creature the void was, it only assumed the worst from her, resulting in this conflict. I would say that the system is at fault in this equation, but in the same time it responded like that to defend its home. This problem is very complicated, but I think we can come to a conclusion if we talk some more. She's only mad at the unfairness of the system, not at its people. Actually, the people helped her, so there was some trust built which we can work with. Before I could even begin my speech, space began to tremble and my mace glue with powerful golden light. Ah! The dragon screamed in pain as the pillar of bedrock lit up in golden flames. What was happening? Chapter 250. Betrayal. The Ender Dragon yelled in pain as the arrow produced more and more flames. Not only that, but it seems that my mace was connected with the arrow as well. Is this a failsafe that the system put in case I met the Ender Dragon? But why did it start now? We were talking for quite a while, and I didn't have any intention of harming her. The space began to tremble once again, like something was about to break. Is this all because of my mace? I put the weapon back into my inventory, hoping that this madness would stop. But that turned out to be the biggest mistake I made since I came to this world. Finally, you let your guard down, stupid dragon. You betrayed me. How can I betray you when there was nothing to betray? Why was I saying this? This is the opposite of what I wanted to do, but I lost complete control over my mind and body. I'll kill you. Ah! The flame on her back got brighter, resulting in more pain. I was still not in control of my body, but I was grinning with satisfaction like a madman. Suddenly, a purple hand appeared around me, holding me tight. What did you do to her? Stop it this instant. Noah appeared on the scene with an angry face, ready to kill me on sight. Kill him! The dragon yelled back, and now I had control over my body once again, but I couldn't get out of the purple hand, no matter how much I struggled. We can't do that. We'll lose the key to the arrow. Noah tried to reason with her. If we didn't kill him now, I would die from the flames. But the dragon was still filled with anger. I'll create him a body, so you can take the soul out and place it there. Before the ownership of the key is transferred, I'll take control of it. What? Was that his plan from the beginning? He's the only one who can control my body, so he must have set me up. I had to tell her, otherwise I would be killed. Wait, I wasn't the one who activates the arrow. Noah can control my body at will. He's the one who orchestrated all of this. I tried to plead my case. You dare make such lies after you've been caught? Do it, Noah. The Enderman smiled and created an ugly brown block that had pulsing veins here and there. I did not want to live in that body. Another arm grabbed me, but this time it caught my soul and lifted it out of my body, making me scream in pain. I felt like my mind was going dark, and I couldn't do anything. I didn't have any more lives, and because of me, the dragon would be unlisted at her full power to ravage the overworld. A faint voice kept calling from the distance, but I was slowly losing everything. Hunter! Somebody appeared in the middle of the gods, grabbed my body, and somehow my soul before teleporting closer to the chaotic space. Hunter, wake up. You have to open a portal to the overworld. The space is breaking down, and a link is being formed, but I'm too weak to make the final connection. You need to use your mace. I was feeling pain, my mind was fuzzy, but I was shocked at most with the mention of my name. It's been so long since I've heard it that it feels strange to hear it. You won't get away with this, traitor. The dragon was still mad, and I wasn't in my body yet. I looked closer at my savior and realized that it was Violet. I had so many questions to ask her, but I didn't have the time, so I clumsily swam to my body while Violet tried her hardest to protect me. Once I was back, I made sure to take out the mace right as Noah was trying to take over my body once again. But this time I was ready and fought back. Violet grabbed me and teleported from one place to another as the pressure was rising in the void. We couldn't continue like this, or we would be killed. Bring me to the unstable space. I'll open the portal. I didn't know the coordinates to the overworld, but at this point we couldn't afford to stay here any longer. After a few more jumps, she managed to bring me close enough for me to act. So I gathered half of the energy I had in my storage and activated the space-breaking enchant. Boom! A huge explosion was heard throughout the whole void, and the space was broken like glass. What I did was not an easy matter. With half of the energy I got from the Wither, I managed to break the space in the Nether. But while I was in here, I managed to gather the energy equivalent to 100 Withers, and I used half of that to break the seal between the End and the overworld. Something even the Ender Dragon couldn't do. No! I could hear the dragon yell in fury, and then she stood up and climbed the bedrock arrow until she was finally free. This whole time she was in pain, but her Hatterade was so strong that it was enough to push her through it. Everyone was mortified to see this. Noah was even panicking and began to concentrate the beams of the crystals at her wound to heal it. But the dragon was not going to stop with this. Instead, she opened her wings and was getting closer to us at concerning speeds. We got to leave. Violet grabbed me and teleported us through the portal. I was blinded by light for a few moments, and then I saw a familiar scene that told me that I was in the overworld. Unfortunately, I couldn't enjoy the moment for too long, since I saw that we were teleported in the middle of a battlefield. It seemed that we were in a pillar of light that came from a temple that I didn't recognize. All around us, I could see a huge maze made of obsidian, filled with traps and monsters. On the ground, there were people equipped with enchanted armor and even iron golems that were fighting what seemed to be a three-headed dragon. But in comparison with the Ender Dragon, it felt like a cute puppy. Unfortunately, the dragon was still too powerful for the people, and I think I would have had some problems as well if I didn't have my mace. So, to solve the problem, I made a huge sword with my stored energy and split the monster into two like it was nothing. Even I was shocked by the power of the sword, since I didn't have a lot of practice with it. Violet, teleport me to the ground, we need to warn the others. Without saying anything, she grabbed me, and we were now on the ground with the shocked soldiers. Surprisingly, I was quite close to Mary, so I quickly warned her to order the troops to leave this place as soon as possible. But it was too late. Out of the portal came a huge clawed hand that crashed the obsidian temple like it was nothing. Everyone inside was dead, and the pillar of light was slowly losing its power. Just as I thought the portal would close and cut the dragon's arm off, she grabbed the edge of the portal with her other hand and tried to open the portal even bigger with brute force. And the crazy part about it, it was working. She was slowly making the portal bigger, but her attempt was stopped when multiple light pillars came from the rubles of the temple. They all took the shape of a golden angel, and by some miracle, they all merged into one and created a huge angel that was as big as the portal. It seems that the light had an effect on the dragon since she screamed in pain and retreated her hand into the void. Just as the portal was about to close, she looked with the eye on her forehead at me. In 1 year, I would be ready to fight and destroy your world. And the portal closed, leaving everyone stunned in silence. What was that? A voice yelled from the rubles of the temple, and unfortunately, I knew who it belonged to. Daniel, I'm glad that you are alive. Long time no see, how are you doing? More people came out of the rubles confused at what just happened. Most of them weren't even sure if the war was over. Trader, is that you? Where have you been this whole time? We could have used your help with the preparations for the war. Daniel continued to complain, but I ignored him and searched for familiar faces in the crowd. I saw Bobby, Froggy, Mary, Steve, Alex, and quite a few others. This was the first time I'd seen so many familiar faces in one place. How long was I gone for? The base looks amazing, and I don't even want to think how much obsidian they used. Was I gone for a whole year? Hello, Earth to Trader, are you there? Daniel snapped me back to reality as more people gathered around me. So where have you been, Trader, and who is your new friend? Bobby asked with a concerned voice, but I could see the smile on his face. I turned around and saw that Violet was still with me and quite visible to the world. She has grown quite a bit since the last time I saw her, and I think she has 2 additional wings on her back. But even with her scary look, I could tell that she was barely standing on her feet. Are you okay, Violet? She looked at me with a teared look. Yeah, I'm just a little tired. Then she fell face first towards me, which forced me to catch her. Otherwise, she would have gotten hurt. But oh boy, was she heavy. After I carefully placed her on the floor, I looked at the people surrounding me who had their weapons out. Please put your weapons down. She's not a monster lord. She's the one that saved me from the Ender Dragon. Everyone looked skeptical at her, and I could understand why after they had just survived a fight with the 3-headed dragon. But Bobby knew me long enough to realize what was the problem, or at least trusted me enough on my decisions. Sorry, Trader, but we can't have a monster like her just walking amongst us. I'll put her in prison first and decide what to do with her later. You also have to explain yourself where you have been in the past few months. Bobby took the charge, and everyone was satisfied with his decision. I was just glad that they didn't try to kill her while she was asleep. I was also impressed by the influence Bobby managed to gather while I was away. With the new order given, the soldiers looked one at each other, clearly not wanting to touch the monster. Even though she was asleep, her claws were very sharp, and her aura was very intimidating. I let out a loud sigh. Let me try something. With my mace out, I tried to imagine a huge slab underneath my friend, and luckily the result came out easy. Once she was on the golden slab floating comfortably, I decided to change the shape to one of the bed for maximum comfort. The others looked at what I did with their jaw dropped, and Daniel was really mad at me for some reason. What are you now, a golden lantern? Just throw the monster in the cell and get to the meeting with the others. I think I struck a nerve for him, but I did as I was told anyway, since I didn't want to put her into any more danger. After I placed her in the biggest cell and made sure that nobody would hurt her, I went to the meeting. Chapter 2, 151. After the War. I entered a huge obsidian room with a square table in the middle. Everyone was already sitting at it, waiting for my story. I looked around the room and its minimalist design, then at the people at the table. From their position, I could tell they already formed some factions. Bobby and his general were representing the Stone Kingdom. Steve, Alex, Mary, and Aisha had a sad expression, but they were most likely for the Sandstone Kingdom. Daniel, with an irritated expression and an unknown face, was representing the Coral Kingdom. Froggy and Flora were the surprise guests, but most likely represented the Witch Clan. And there was one more empty space, which I assumed belonged to the Mad Prince and his faction. Hello everyone, I'm happy to see you all. I hope I didn't miss too much while I was gone. I would also like to know how much time has passed since I kind of lost the track of time. You've been gone for 2.5 months, trader. It's not that long, but you missed a few events. Bobby was patiently explaining to me. I can tell. I have to say that I'm impressed with what you've managed to accomplish in such a short amount of time. Once I saw the three-headed dragon outside, I thought that I was gone for a long time. Once I mentioned the Monster Lord, everyone tensed up, and Aisha looked extremely angry. We have to thank you for dealing with the Monster Lord. I don't think we would have done it so well without you. How did it appear? It seems that the three Monster Lords merged into one, and its strength was unmeasurable afterwards. That sounded like a pain to deal with. Well, I'll ask for more details later, since all of you are tired and curious about what I did while I was away. But before that, let's get the rest of the group as well, since I don't feel like repeating myself. Then I took out my mace and gathered some energy while activating the space break enchantment. Boom! I hit the space on my right, and a crack appeared, which showed the nether. Not wanting the crack to heal too quickly, I imagined two golden hands holding the edges, which seemed to do the trick. Alexa, it's me, trader. Please get the Mad Prince here, since we'll have an important meeting. Actually, get your ally as well, since I don't want to tell the story twice. After I yelled into the nether, I sat back down and looked at the people who were still shocked at what just happened. Their reaction made me smirk, and Bobby was the first one to wake up and see my face. It was a good thing that I learned how to use my tools better. A few moments later, the Mad Prince and the second in command were teleported to my crack, and they were taken aback by the situation as well. Come in, it won't close anytime soon, but I don't want to waste any more energy than necessary. The Blue Angel flew past without a problem, and the brutes soon followed. After everyone got comfortable in their seats, the golden hands disappeared, leaving the space to heal itself. As you can all see, my trip wasn't truly a waste. I managed to learn how to use my weapon better and gather some additional information about the upcoming threat. Once they heard about the threat, they all got serious. I have to be honest here. We don't stand a chance against the Ender Dragon, no matter if we prepare for 1 year or 100. The mood quickly went down. That's quite the negative view you have, trader. While you were gone, we've managed to grow quite a bit. I, as the president of the Coral Kingdom, can promise you that in a year, we can easily make a weapon that could kill a three-headed wyvern. Wow, Daniel got quite the promotion while I was away, and the others seemed to trust his word as well. The Nether Kingdom would like to help as well, to wash our hands of the shame of letting the Phantom Lady get away. What happened while I was away? I didn't say that, because I don't think you can grow. I actually think you can with such an amazing alliance. But the dragon you just fought was defeated by me with one attack. Now the Ender Dragon is a much bigger creature that could have killed me with just a thought. But the only reason I'm alive is because the beast was pinned to the ground by an arrow made of bedrock. It didn't move for a few hundred of years, and my friend Violet was there to teleport me out of the danger. I didn't stand a chance. Everyone was left speechless. If I couldn't deal any damage to her, who could? Bobby was the first to break from the shock, most likely from experience. Trader, I think you need to go into more detail on what happened. Maybe you missed something that we could use. Well, the smartest minds in 2 dimensions are in this room, so maybe they could think of something that I missed. So I explain in the beginning how I was someone summoned, not by the system, but by another being from the end dimension. Then I told them about my trading skill and how they teleported me to the end after I completed it. From there, I explained who Noah was and what I did while I was there, up until the meeting with the dragon, where Noah betrayed me and angered the Ender Dragon enough to get out of the trap while flying to kill me. By the end, everyone had a serious expression on their face, trying to process the news that just got. To my surprise, the first one to speak was second in command. So you're telling us that our ancestors are alive, but chose not to come back because they deemed that dimension as a worthy punishment? I don't know if they could really get back as Thwai wished, since the system didn't have problems with the other Endermans because they were kids and not part of the problem, while the elders were not in the same situation. You could say that. I didn't manage to talk for too long with them, but from the short lessons they gave me, they are truly belong to the Golden Age. Then we don't stand a chance, even if they didn't have the dragon. Noah alone is enough to deal with all of us, and I don't want to think of what other weapons they have. It seems that second gave up quite fast, which took me by surprise. No, if the elders were on the same page as Noah, then they wouldn't try to communicate with you, so that means they wouldn't fight in this war, or at least not willingly. What troubles me is the reason why the Ender Dragon decided to wait 1 year to attack. The Mad Prince spoke, and his question made me wonder as well. Why did she say that? She wasn't pinned in one place anymore, and she was powerful enough to destroy the system's barrier, even if it wasn't weakened. I think the arrow did more than pin her in one place. You mentioned that she was cursed to become a cubic being like us, so she had to fight constantly to maintain herself. But now that she's free, she would try to heal and then attack us. What the Mad Prince said made sense. Maybe we could use that. What are you suggesting then, Mad Prince? Daniel asked while narrowing his eyes. We should launch an attack while she's still wounded. Everyone got up from their chair and was ready to yell at him, but he raised his hand. I know that you have mad in your name, but are you actually that crazy? Trader didn't stand a chance while she was like this, and you want to attack unprepared, yelled Mary. I didn't say that we would attack right away, but I suggested we should launch an attack in about 6 to 8 months. With this, we would have some preparation and take the enemy by surprise. Some looked angry, while others contemplated this answer. But even with this plan, the only thing that matters is if Trader can get Stranger in such a short amount of time. I don't know about Alex and Steve, but Trader has a track record of getting stronger at UN unprecedented speeds. Now, Trader, do you think you can do it this time as well? Everyone was looking at me now, which put quite the pressure. Unfortunately for them, their pressure was nothing in comparison to what I had in the end, so I was getting sleepy instead of tense. I have a few ideas on what I could do, but I won't promise you anything. Everyone nodded their head in understanding. Well, that's the best we could get out of you. Now that's sorted out, let's see if this whole mess was worth it or not. Daniel shifted all the attention to Steve and Alex, who seemed to be silent the whole meeting. The ritual was interrupted right at the end, so it was a failure. Steve said with a monotone voice, which resulted in the whole room letting out curses and depressed sighs. But we now know the location of the body, and we can get there with no problem. Alex quickly intervened to lift the mood, which worked, but the others were too tired to react anymore. Then it settled. You guys and Trader would go after the system's body and find out anything that could help us win this fight, while the rest of us would clean up the place and organize ourselves. Any objections? Nobody spoke back, so we all got up and left to our own task. I wanted to talk with Bobby and ask what happened while I was gone, but he was the busiest person in the room, so I decided to leave it for another day after making sure that nobody would mess with Violet while I was away. Before I left with the duo, I opened another crack in space for the Mad Prince and Second to get back home. Alexa decided to stay and follow us to the system's hidden headquarters. Once we were outside the maze, I finally asked the location of the headquarters, since the maze had too many ears. The purpose of our ritual was to find the location and create a portal towards it. But it seems that the defense system was better than anticipated, and it took us longer than we wanted. Because of that, the space in the overworld got so unstable that the Lady Phantom escaped, and the seal with the end was weakened. Oh wow, so this whole mess was their fault? I wanted to be mad at them, but I usually tended to make those mistakes, so I didn't have the right to judge them. Plus, their mistake is what saved me life, so I couldn't even be angry about it. Okay, we'll deal with that later, but where do we have to go now? We found out the location of our destination is in the middle of the planet, more exactly, beyond the bedrock floor. How did I not think of that? I knew that the bedrock layer could be destroyed in the nether, so why didn't I think to do the same in the overworld? Well, the idea of having a base on the moon or the sun was still a plausible one. Let's get down then. I know how to break those blocks, so it shouldn't be a problem. There's no need to worry about that. Because of the ritual, we gained more access to what the system had in the past, and one of those perks is to remove bedrock blocks at will. That was awesome to hear, but unfortunately I still had to dig a staircase down, since they wanted to conserve energy. When we reached the bedrock, I made a small room and let the two to do their magic. Both of them held hands and enchanted something in unison for a few minutes. Suddenly the bedrock began to tremble and then collapse into the light. That's right, beneath the bedrock wasn't the void, but a powerful light that made me believe we had a sun in our planet. So what now? The two of them looked at me and jumped off, shocking me. Alexa, please tell him not the only one who thinks they're crazy. I let out a sigh and equipped the elytra. Then I jumped into the light. Chapter 2, 152. We finally found it. I kept falling for a while, making me wonder if I hadn't entered another dimension by mistake. Just to be sure that I was making progress, I leaned towards the front and spread my arms while holding the wings, and suddenly I felt the air resistance making me float. It was a sensation similar to my cape, but much more flexible. I tried to flap those wings and I began to catch some speed. I don't know where I was going, but it was a great place to learn how to fly. Probably. As I was flying deeper and deeper, I realized that the energy was getting more intense, almost to the levels I felt in the void. Did the system store all the energy of the planet in here? I kept falling for a while, and the energy levels were quite high at this point. I think it would rival the Ender Dragon at some point. Boof. Ouch my face. While I was distracted by the endless light around me, it seemed that I researched the floor and hit it with my face. I was lucky that I was gliding for a while and had my helmet on, otherwise I would have died. That would have been an embarrassing way to die. To make myself feel better, I ate a golden apple and looked around me. Is anyone here? I yelled out loud, but nobody seemed to answer. Where are the others then? I can't even see the floor. It's just light everywhere. But the more I looked at this place, the more familiar it seemed. Just when I was about to yell again, a huge golden figure appeared from the ground in the shape of an angel. Then I realized what this was. It was the same plane the system called me when I first met it. And from what I remembered, the one in front of me was the lesser system. Intruder found, eliminate the intruder. The eyes of the angel seemed more hollow, and it raised its fist to strike me down. Wait! I raised my mace and made a huge shield of light, which was powerful enough to stop the attack. Wait, I'm not here to steal or destroy anything. I'm only here to talk. I tried to reason with the being, but it seemed to be deaf. The intruder is capable of manipulating energy, raising the threat level to the max. That didn't sound good. The angel shrunk in size and held a glowing sword and shield in its hands. I don't know if the shrinking is a good thing or not. It was a bad thing. The angel flapped its wings and appeared in front of me like it was teleportation. I didn't even get a chance to react as its sword slashed my head with one swing. Suddenly I was engulfed in light as the totem was sacrificed from my life. I felt my flesh grow back and the strength buff came as well. Not wanting to take another hit, I jumped back and switched my elytra with the chest plate. It was at the perfect moment as the angel slashed me once again, but this time only damaging my armor. While I wasn't dead, I was thrown away by the force of the sword. But it was a good thing, since I had the time to imagine a dome around me that was strong enough to stop the next few attacks. What kind of monster is this? I assumed the system was weak since it was a lesser version. Even the original one didn't seem to be this strong. Cracks appeared on my dome of protection, which prompted me to put more energy into maintaining it. I still had a lot to spare, and the energy in this place was thick enough that I could last for a while, but I didn't want to be a sitting duck. My concerns began to grow more when I realized that the others could have already been killed. The intruder has high defense items, using the space slicing technique. That didn't sound good. The angel put the sword in its palm to the side, and my skin began to crawl as I ducked. Suddenly my dome was cut in half, and the sword appeared to be already drawn. It seems that the attack was quite draining, as it didn't fly towards me at supersonic speed, and instead ran normally towards me. I didn't know how often it could attack like that, so I had to end the fight while it was still weakened. As it was charging at me, I made a huge sword of light and began to attack him. But it seemed that it could dodge everything I threw at it and jumped high for another attack. I let go of the light sword and quickly switched it to a huge hammer. This seems to take Angel by surprise since it didn't fly out of the way. Instead, I got hit it like a baseball across the white plane. I don't think that did too much damage. I have to think of another way to defeat it. Unfortunately, I could only conjure one thing at the time, so my options were pretty limited. I needed something that could attack and defend me at the same time. Then I remembered the huge form the angel had when I first came, and an idea came to mind. I quickly ate an enchanted golden apple and drank a speed potion. My body suddenly felt invincible, and time seemed to slow down around me. Just in the nick of time, I saw the angel come running at me, and this time it was in full force. But this time I had a plan in mind. For defense, I chose to make armor around me, and for my weapon, I chose to make a long and thin sword. I put more energy into my idea as it began to take shape as I wanted. Right when the angel was in front of me, my mecha suit was 5 blocks tall and ready to fight. Boom, boom, boom. Every clash we had, it let out a loud bang, shaking the whole plane. I was finally fighting back and wasn't a sitting duck anymore. The fight continued for a few more moments, and I was beginning to get used to the new mech suit. Unfortunately, I was still at the losing side of the battle. Suddenly, the angel flew high in the sky, and its sword shined like a bright star. When I could look again at my enemy, my eyes almost popped out of my socket. All I could see in the sky was a huge sword that was about to crush me. I wasn't fast enough to get out of the blast zone, so I concentrated on my weapon to get as big as possible. Just as the two weapons were about to clash, the huge sword suddenly disappeared like it was nothing. Trader, are you still there?" The angel spoke with a voice that I quickly recognized. "Steve, is that you? What is happening and where are you?" "Everyone is okay. We found the main system and saw that the defense mode was activated. We thought it was you, so we had to deactivate it. So it was my rotten luck that got me into this mess." "How fun. Follow me." Then the angel turned around, which meant that I had to follow. I deactivated my construct and kept up the pace. We ran for about 10 minutes and arrived at our destination. I could tell that it was the right place when I saw a huge command block that broke the senility of the White Plains, and at its base, the others was waiting for me. "How did you guys get here so fast? Did you not meet the angel?" "We just followed the flow of the energy and it brought us right here." "Are they saying they had something akin to the monocle of truth?" Out of curiosity, I also tried to make some glasses for my eyes to see if it could be done. And to my shock, it worked. I saw that the command block was a huge vortex that gathered all the energy of the world to itself. I had my suspicion that a command block was the body of the system, but I didn't expect it to be so big. It's such a shame that I don't remember some of the cooler commands. Otherwise, I would have made me invincible. Wait, can I put myself in creative with this? By the way, trader, how did you survive for so long against the angel? It's supposed to defeat minor gods without a problem, asked Alex with curiosity. It's a good thing you said survive, since that's the only thing I could do against the minor system. I have to say, that don't want to fight the main one if the lesser version was this powerful. I looked around some more to see if there was something that I missed, and something did come up. It was a regular command block that I was quite familiar with. Why are there 2 command blocks? You know that those are. I'm quite shocked. Steve said with a surprise. Yeah, those blocks appeared in my other world as well. It made you a god, so I had my suspicion when I got here. Well, the smaller command block is for the angel, and the bigger one is for the system. Do you also know how to use them? I don't know too many commands, and I'm more used to the ones that were used in the chat. But can you put /game mode 1 and my name at the end? Steve touched the huge command block, and his eyes were suddenly empty. It doesn't work. What if you put a C instead of 1? Steve went silent for a few moments and came back with the same results, saying that there was nobody by that name in this plane. Do I have to tell my real name? No, the system doesn't know my name, so the answer was, can you put 6 question marks instead of my name? Steve raised an eyebrow, but did as I requested. Suddenly, the command block began to tremble and the energy around us become more dense, that I could feel it on my skin. Then all of the sudden, I was surrounded by this energy and I felt that my eyes were opened for the first time. I could see colors that had no name. The light suddenly looked solid and transparent at the same time. Information was rushing into my head, overwhelming all my senses. This was not meant to be seen by a human. This was the realms of the higher gods. Stop it! Bring me back to normal. I yawned with a voice that didn't sound like me, but it belonged to my very soul. I don't know how. Steve yawned back in a panic. Put an S instead of C. Ah! Then everything stopped. I opened my eyes and I was met by a blinding light. Ugh! Why is the sun so bright? Close the curtains. Trader, thank the system you're alive. Alex quickly came to me and tried to keep me awake. Slowly, my mind was piecing together what happened before I fell unconscious. So basically, I became a god, but my mind couldn't handle it, so I went crazy for a few moments. Not only your mind, but your body as well. The reason you're still alive is because your armor absorbed most of the energy that was entering into you. Stave gave a quick explanation with a monotone voice, but I could see relief in his eyes. I slowly stood up and realized that I didn't have the armor on me anymore. I guess there was a price for saving my life. This armor survived through a lot of challenges with me, and I would be forever grateful for it. Alexa came floating towards me. What are you talking about? You need to see this. And then a tab appeared in front of me, showing me a wall of text. Isn't there a shorter version of this? That is the short version. Oh boy, this is going to take a while. Chapter 2, 153. The overworld is in danger. After I finished reading everything, I had to sit down and let out a loud sigh. The problems keep popping one after another. What I read was the origin of the system. It seems to be created by something called the True God, that sends devices like the system to the worlds that are about to have a tragic end to help it. There isn't a lot of information about the True God, and the system does not even require to keep contact with it, since this God would know what happened and will ever happen. Now that wasn't part of my concern, since this God seems like a good guy. What I read afterward was more shocking. The world without the system was a whole mess, and there wouldn't be any intelligent creatures if it weren't for the system. Now the system was sent here with one purpose, and that was to help this planet grow strong enough to defend itself against any world-ending threat. The system had 2 important rules. 1. Grow the planet stronger by any means necessary, as long as it won't destroy it in the long run. 2. Don't get rid of the threat yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Now, the system chose to create sentient life to progress this planet, but it moved too slowly, and the void came when the world was not ready for a threat to this level, so it chose to fight the problem itself. Now this resulted in the system denying the second rule, and there were consequences for that. From that moment, the system couldn't interfere directly anymore. That's why it called for the heroes, since it saw that the void was getting ready for another attack. But this only resulted in the void having the ability to send the monster lords, creating another problem. Mistakes after mistakes kept happening, and the system began to lose control. It carefully tried to gather energy for one last fight against the void by raising the level of difficulty, which would stun the human growth but would give the system a chance for one final push. I couldn't even blame the system for making this choice, since the humans showed that they weren't to be trusted. And the final goal was the world to save, not humanity alone. But the plan with the heroes failed, They grew too slowly for the system's liking, and the monster lords were too strong. The system didn't know what to do anymore until I entered the picture. While I was ignored for a while since I was brought by Noah to probably make a mess. The fact that I found a small god, which was hidden from it, and even created one of my own, made the system rethink. I couldn't be a part of Noah Grant plan, since I was too much of a wild card, so it saw me as a key to ending this once and for all. It was more of a gamble than a logical decision. The system knew its limits, so it decided to entrust all of this to me. Of course, it didn't do this blindly, but split into the people that didn't have its full memory, making it not restricted by the rules. So now, the huge command block that was in front of us was a battery that the system couldn't use for the past few hundred years. The good news was that Steve and Alex had full access to it. They only needed to learn how to control it. The bad news was that the world was slowly dying. When the system put intelligence into humans, it didn't affect only humanity, but the world as well. Before the system, this world was similar to the game, actually worse since the villagers weren't smart enough to trade or build things. There was no inventory or crafting tables, nothing that could have prepared the world for the upcoming disaster. Every major change was maintained by the system, and now that it was gone, the world would slowly bring itself back to its previous state, which would mean the end of all I know and care about. How long will it take to have some noticeable effects? It would take 5 years for the people to realize that something is wrong, and 10 when everything would be back to the beginning. The only things that would be a reminder of the past will be the structures made with blocks unaffected by time. This is just a bad day after another. Even if we defeat the Ender Dragon, the world would still end. Steve and Alex are indeed part of the system, but they can't replace it anymore. Otherwise, the system couldn't create them to bypass the restriction. And I can guarantee we can't recreate something a true god created in just 5 years. This only gave me more headaches. I want a vacation. As much as I want to join you, trader, we need to start training. Alex was there to put down my spirits. Well, I guess I should start building my new body then. Good thing that the command block has so much energy, otherwise it would have taken an eternity to create something on the surface. I got up and prepared to place a crystal down, only to realize that I didn't have the ender chest with me, so I didn't have the crystals. Well shoot, I don't have the equipment with me. Do you know how to get out of here? I don't see a staircase. Unfortunately, the only way you can get out is through teleportation or by flying the way we came in. But the good news is that we can make anything you want down here, so there's no need to leave this place. Well, that was convenient and annoying. I have to get straight to work after 2 months of working non-stop and barely getting some sleep. I didn't even get the chance to find out what happened while I was gone. Wait a minute, Alex and Steve were there all this time, so I could ask them. Wouldn't it be more efficient to make you a new body that you can use against the dragon? Actually, can't we make more maces like yours to fight against the dragon? Steve spoke before I could ask my question. Sorry guys, I got into this mess because someone else controlled my body. And while you two are more trustful than Noah, this is only the second time I've met you. As for your second question, you shouldn't ask me in the first place. Alex looked hurt that I accused them of being untrustworthy, but I didn't have a choice. I knew next to nothing about them or their intentions. I know they're part of the system, and now I know the true purpose of the system. But those two were specifically made to be different, more human. And that's not always a good thing. We can't make the same weapon as the mace, since that tool alone took half of our reserves. Instead, we could make some powerful enchantments that would boost the strength of our army. Not only that, but we can make new bodies for them as well, so that would be a good project to start on. Oh wow, they move fast with the ideas. If we can make weapons similar to the ones Daniel had at the beginning, the army's strength will grow exponentially. And if they make bodies like the iron golems, it would be even better. That is a good idea, but we would waste so much energy on that. What's the point of hoarding energy if the world is going to end in 1 year, or at most in 10? She got a point. Trader, how about we compromise on something? I'm guessing you don't trust us to make a body that you'll use in the final battle, if I'm right. I guess that's true. Why, for you ask. What if we make a body that you can use to train yourself, and if you're satisfied with it, we can give you the blueprints to make it on your own? That way, it would register to you, and at the same time, we would not waste a lot of time for you to learn how to use the crystal. That sounded so wrong, but there was no downside I could think of. It would actually benefit all parties involved if we worked like this. Now, do you think you can make me a body that can hold the godhood from the command block? Steve and Alex thought for a while. It would be hard, but I guess we'll have to aim for at least that level if we want to stand a chance against the void. That sounds like a plan. Let's get to work then. I'm glad to hear that. I already had an idea in mind. Alex quickly spoke like a kid who was about to play her favorite game. She touched the command block, and Steve let out a big sigh before joining her as well. A few minutes later, I could see in front of me how an exact copy of my body was being made, which was quite a unique experience. Once they were done, Alex turned around and looked at me with a proud smile, which made me raise an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to know the shape of my soul before creating this? Alex froze on the spot and slapped her forehead in embarrassment. I knew I forgot something. Steve, why didn't you tell me anything? I tried, but you ran off before I could speak. She let out a frustrated sigh and looked at me. You don't have the armor anymore, so it should be easy. Sorry, trader, it won't hurt at all. What? Suddenly, I felt something pulling me, and I could see my body falling to the ground while I was floating in the air. Oh wow, you truly came from another world. You look so different. Why do you even look like that? Where are the edges? And you have a small nose and weird eyes. Alex, put me back this instant or I'll be very angry. Okay, you don't need to be angry. Steve got your shape, so we should be good. In the next instant, I was lying on the ground, feeling drowsy at what just happened. I don't remember them being so daring. I swear, every being that had some power seemed to take consent as a suggestion instead of a requirement. At least this time, my arm wasn't ripped off. As I was moving my arms and legs to get back the feeling of normalcy, I saw how my double was getting disintegrated right in front of my eyes. It was an unsettling sight, to say the least. I waited for a few more moments, and another clone of me was created. But this time, I wore my special glasses and was able to see the whole process, which was quite insightful to see. It seems that the two of them work as one brain. One has the job of creating the body, while the other is working on the soul room. Once the two of them are finished, they combine their ideas with ease, and the body is formed. Okay, this time it should work. I then saw a golden hand appear above Alex and was about to reach me. Oh no, you don't. Then I quickly made a golden dome that managed to block the hand. Why are you stopping me, trader? I was just about to squeeze into your new body. Have you not heard about a heads-up woman? Why do you take my soul out of the body so easily? Do you think I'm a toy for you? I was quite angry at how they treated me, and if she didn't fix that attitude, I wouldn't work with them anymore. Suddenly, she slapped her head as a realization dawned on her. I'm sorry, trader. I was just so excited to try something as amazing as this that I forgot about basic manners. I promise that I won't do it again. Well, at least she knows how to apologize, unlike a certain hero. Okay, I'll forgive you. But first tell me what you made. Alex smiled brightly. Chapter 254. Another Fight. I opened my eyes and moved my body, not feeling too much of a difference. Are you ready? I guess. That's good. Try to block this with your hand. Then Alex proceeded to slash my arm with my netherite sword and reach to my bone in one swing. I began to yell in pain as the wound was healing at visible speeds. I thought that sword was supposed to be the final test. Yeah, but Steve suggested starting with the strongest weapon from the beginning since it would be more efficient this way. I'm so going to punish those kids when this is over. At least we know that Alex's idea worked. You unconsciously used your iron skin as soon as the sword touched you, and the improved regeneration worked quite well. Steve said in a monotone voice, like he couldn't see the hatred in my eyes. But he was right. If it was my old body, the sword would have easily cut through my arm and even caught on fire. I think anything below an enchanted diamond sword can't scratch me anymore. The regeneration was amazing as well, and I think my pain was dulled since I recovered quite quickly. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I was thankful for it. Next time, don't attack me by surprise. One simple mistake, and I can lose my life. I only have one. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you are in this plane, you're basically immortal. Stave gave me some shocking news, like it was nothing. Can't we just bring the Ender Dragon in here and fight it until it runs out of energy? Unfortunately, that would be too dangerous for us. From the records of the last fight, she has more energy overall, and her specialty is chaos, which means that we are beaten on both fronts. Well, that didn't sound good. How did the system win in the first place? While the core of the system is not meant to fight, it's still a high-level god that was programmed to be a final boss against any kind of threat. So if it was at its full power now, it wouldn't necessarily lose. Plus, if we brought the dragon here, she would just destroy the command block, and that would be the true end for us. How am I supposed to defeat her then? There's two ways you can defeat her, by making her spend all of her energy or find the central point, like the command block, and break it. Well, she's connected to a whole dimension filled with energy, so I doubt I'll outlast her in that regard. As for the second suggestion, I guess that it could be done. I just don't know where her weakness would be. She probably has it somewhere hidden like the system. But apparently I didn't have to worry about that. From what Steve told me, the Ender Dragon wasn't the smartest tool in the shed when they first met. So when they fought, she fought with her real body, while the system used an avatar. Now the final arrow that struck her to the ground had one job, and that was to slowly kill or transform the dragon into something that the system could accept. But Noah came into the picture and managed to stop this process, but not erase it. Since the arrow was stuck in her for a while, she actually formed a core in her body that couldn't be moved anymore. The problem was that we didn't know the location of the core. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Let's do the rest of the tests then. For the next few minutes, I ran, jumped, dived, and even flew to get as much data on this body as possible. What we got was pretty interesting. It seems that I can absorb the ambient energy in the air and use it to harden my skin to the level of an iron block. If I was on the surface and didn't have enough energy to maintain it, then it would use my hunger, which was a good substitute. Now, there were also some downsides to it. I could only use the energy from the overworld, I was getting hungrier faster, and I was slower than the previous body. In the end, I could say that it was an overall improvement, but not good enough to pick up a fight with the Ender Dragon and survive. So this body was put to the side and Alex made me a new one. Like the previous one, it looked exactly like me, but when I switched to it, I instantly felt the difference. It felt so light, so full of energy, but I also feel very hungry. Here are some golden carrots to have the best effect. Now can we start with the test? I shouldn't feel any pain, right? Not unless you're running out of energy and become mortal once again. This experiment could be painful and deadly if it didn't work, but I couldn't deny my curiosity either. So I gave her the green light. Like last time, she took out my netherite sword and only slashed at my arm, but the sword cut through me, leaving a trail of flames behind. It worked! I'm a genius. Alex jumped from side to side, happy that the experiment was a success. What happened? Well, while we were brainstorming ideas on what we could use, I told her my knowledge on the ridiculous powers my homeworld had in shows and anime. Some of them, Steve said, would require too much energy to make, or would be too complicated. But others caught their attention and told me that it could be done. So what powers did I have now? Well, let's say that I'm a Logia user, and my body is made of fire. From what I know, I should only be able to get hurt by water attacks and energy-based attacks, which unfortunately the dragon has. But this wasn't the final body, just a test to see if it could be done. Okay, let's continue with the tests then. Take this iron sword and try to attack those wooden blocks while activating your powers. Suddenly, a tree appeared in front of me like it had always been there. Not seeing a reason to wait, I swung my sword at the trunk while activating my powers, and it let a deep cut in the wood. Not only that, but the wood soon caught on fire, turning the tree into nothing, just in a few minutes. Unfortunately, the sword couldn't handle the power and melted after one use. So you have something stronger than a fire aspect, but you also need a stronger weapon to hold it. Your mace should be strong enough. We tried a few more tests. When I used the mace, I could conjure things made of fire instead of light, which meant that I could change the element my projections, if I had a body that could control energy. I also managed to fly, but it wasn't that comfortable, and it would take a lot of practice if I wanted to use it in a fight. I could shoot fireballs and transformers into pure flames at the cost of my clothes and even destroy rocks with my fist if I wanted to. Want to do the final test? What other test there is? Of course, you're going to fight the angel. The only reason I survived for so long was because of my armor, and I can't use my powers if I have my armor on. The reason we made a body like this is because it would be better than having armor. Plus, the netherite armor seems to absorb my flames, which made it even harder. No, the reason you survived for so long is because of your special mace, and you can use it more effectively now with your new body. And don't worry, we'll put the angel at the lowest setting, so it would be like fighting a lower god who has no powers. She's saying this like lower gods are not gods at all. The Wither was a lower god, and he wiped out a whole city with one move. Ugh, just don't make it too hard. I'll see what I can do. Alex said that as she walked towards the smaller command block. Once she activated it, the familiar angel appeared in front of me with an empty gaze. It was quite unsettling to see, but I still took my mace out and created a 3-block sword. The angel didn't summon its sword. Instead, it raised its fist and ran quickly at me. Unfortunately for the angel, this body was also boosted with speed. If I ran normally, my speed was similar to a haste 2 potion, and if I entered in my fire mode, I would be on equal grounds to a haste 4 potion. But even with this advantage, that was the same speed for the angel. We quickly ran all over the white plain, where I tried to slash or dodge the angel, but the being of light always knew how to dodge my attacks and hit with scary precision. The only reason I didn't lose in the first few minutes of the fight was because it couldn't hurt me. Since it was restricted to not using its energy attacks, it couldn't do anything to me in my fire form. Instead, it took damage when it attacked. Alex and Steve wanted to stop the fight since they got enough data for the next body, but I stopped them from doing that since I saw this as the perfect opportunity to train my fighting skills. All this time, I've been fighting using tricks or unknown weaknesses against my enemy, but with this, I could safely learn how to fight. Sure, I won't be a master in just a few months, but I should be able to teach my body how to react to godly attacks. Can you change the shape of the angel? We can change its size, but not the shape. The system was very keen on keeping this form for some reason. Then make it its full size. Are you sure about that? Its punches would be much heavier. I was hesitant for a moment before giving the signal to continue. Suddenly, the angel grew so huge that my neck hurted to look at it. And I didn't have a neck. Its attacks were slower than before, but they were still fast enough to pose a danger to me. While in theory, it couldn't kill me once I became a flame. Because of its sheer size, the wind pressure was strong enough to extinguish my flames. I had to fight more creatively when I realized the disadvantages I had. So I first made wings of flames on my back to fly away from the problem, but then remembered that I could conjure only one thing at the time, making my wings a great tool for maneuvering in the air, but not so much for attacking. So my next course of action was to make a giant sword of flames and ride on top like a hoverboard. It was kind of fun to crash my sword into the giant angel, but the fun didn't last for long since the energy consumption was way too high for me to maintain for LMG periods of time. After a few hours of fighting like that, I decided to stop and almost fell down from exhaustion. That was an interesting fighting style. I think we can create something that would make it easier for you. But first, let's change you to a new body. Before I could shut my eyes to get some sleep, my soul was lifted from the mortal flesh and left hanging in the air. But now that I wasn't in my body, I didn't feel tiered, and I was quite afraid of those implications. The fire body was stored away, and my soul was shoved into a new one. This one felt more flexible, more fluid, and much more calm. Since the void does not get along with water, how about we try a full body made of it? I feel like those months would be very long for me. Chapter 2, 155, Mixing Energies. It's been 3 months since the declaration of war from the Ender Dragon. Every day for the past 3 months was spent in the White Plain fighting or doing other experiments with the duo. I think I went a little crazy with them down there. Luckily, I finally got a break when the people from the surface got stuck in their progress and needed help from the duo to move to the next step. From what little pieces I've managed to learn, the body of the 3-headed wyvern was not found on the battlefield. This made people speculate that the dragon took it or even destroyed it so we couldn't study it to find more weaknesses. It was a big loss for humanity, but we couldn't do anything about it. There was more grave news besides this one. About 80% of the soldiers who fought died in the battle. While yes, most of them had totems of undying, that was only one extra life against the monster that could break obsidian. Even the generals didn't escape. Omar, the head captain of the Sandstone Kingdom, died in battle, which devastated the nation, especially Aisha, who was his teacher. That's why she was depressed at the last meeting I went to. A lot of important people died that day, and if it wasn't for the duo, I don't think we could have gathered another army for the final battle. With Alex and Steve, we could make super bodies that would greatly boost the morale and strength of humanity. At this point, we don't expect them to fight in the front lines or even to fight in the void. We only need a large number of them to fight a potential horde of monsters that would try to attack the overworld while I was busy dealing with the Ender Dragon. Of course, there was the threat of the Ender Army, or at least Noah himself attacking. So the heroes were getting special training like me, but with different teachers and a lot more resources. While I was away, it seemed that Violet woke up and teleported out of the cell, to no one's surprise. After I told everyone who Violet was, they knew not to mess with her. But the public was still angry at the monsters for taking their loved ones, so they had to keep a facade that she was still under house arrest. Some guards knew she disappeared and were quite concerned and reported to the higher-ups. But they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to, so they made them keep their mouth shut. As for her location, nobody knew, not even the duo couldn't find her with the system's scanners, but I had my suspicion that she was with me this whole time. Why did I think that? The funny thing about the Enderman species is that they adapt very well when it comes to their loved ones. She was almost invisible last time she met the system. But now, after she further evolved, I'm sure she's even more powerful. Then how was I so sure she was with me in the White Plains? Every time I was in my soul form, I saw a transparent string attached to me, which led to somewhere nearby. That was my little theory about Violet, and I was about to test it here in the Nether. As for why I was in the Nether, it seems that Alexa found some interesting data about the Void and wanted to show it to me, without the duo knowing. I would usually be suspicious of this, but with my new body, I could get out of any pranks or troubles Alexa wanted to put me through. Violet, if you are around here, can you come out and talk? After I was sure that nobody was around me, I spoke to the air, expecting an answer. And I was right to suspect that, as she soon appeared in front of me, fully visible with a worried expression. As I thought, she got much stronger since the last time I saw her. Her energy levels were higher than the average monster lord, and it seemed that she could fly now. Yes, Hunter? Her voice was getting better, not sounding as rustic as before, and despite her intimidating looks and powers, she was still very scared for some reason. Have you been with me this whole time? The Ender Woman looked with a quick glance at my eyes, trying to deduce what I was feeling. Yes? I'm not angry. I'm quite thankful for what you did in the end. Without you, I think I would have been the end for me. Once I reassured her that I wasn't angry, she let out a sigh of relief like a weight had been lifted off her chest. Why did you think that I would be angry at you? Once I woke up, I was in a prison cell, so I thought you were angry that Father has betrayed you. That was a valid reason to be worried. So I made sure to explain to her why she woke up in that place and how the action of one Enderman would not change my opinion of the whole species. After all, I had the chance to meet with the rest of the family. And while they were a little weird, they didn't seem dangerous. She smiled as I was talking positively about her family, which was reassuring to see, but also quite creepy. What I wanted to ask you was how you knew my true name. Father told me as a reword for completing his insane trained routine. That's why I was concerned when you met him. He's not interested in anything besides Mother. So he tried to warn me beforehand, but couldn't find me on time. Well, she did, but maybe if it had been earlier, it would have been better. But there's no use crying over spilled milk. I was alive because of her, and I was very thankful for that. What's your opinion about this war? While she's not a monster, she's not a human either, and the only reason she's here is because of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if she had been on the other side. I'll go wherever you go, even if that means you'll have to go against your family. She lifted her head and looked around the Natha walls. Then she spoke with a quiet voice. "You are my family," and teleported away, leaving me stunned in silence for a few moments. Yeah, I think we'll arrive at Alexa's place in a few minutes." For some reason, my head was hot all the way to the Alexa's base, which was even weirder when I knew I had fire immunity. When I arrived at the base, I saw that it looked quite different from what I remembered. Instead of a giant wither, there was a huge dark command block in the middle of the red hills. Did it get inspired by the system and tried to copy it? I walked closer, and a portion of the wall suddenly disappeared. Typical Alexa entrance. Inside, there was a small balcony that stood over a huge hole with red mist, similar to the one on top of the Nether. I also realized that this place was thick with unknown energy. Not the same levels as the Dargon or the main system, but close to the Enderman Islands, which were an unexpected surprise. "You're finally here." Suddenly a huge red figure appeared from the deep ends of the mist. "What do you think of my new home?" What appeared in front of me was a huge red alley with a netherite crown, a dark eye similar to the void, and the other one was golden. I could feel its sight trying to scan me, but even without an armor, I was not something that I could be scanned of. "You have quite the new look, Alexa. I thought you didn't have the time to do anything extravagant like this. Did something change?" To create such a body, it would require a lot of energy. It wasn't to the level of the angel, but if Alexa wanted, it could fight with the Wither without a problem now. So it was quite a surprise for me to see someone who was supposed to be constantly busy with keeping the void sealed have such a huge upgrade. Something did change. Ever since the last attack, the void didn't try to take over the Nether. So I had time to study it more carefully, which resulted in great progress on my research. "Did the visit to the White Plains also help you with that research?" I asked with a smirk on my face. I can't deny that I was inspired by that place as well. It's also the reason I called you here. What do you think of my essence? I knew that Alexa had its own energy, but it wasn't too different from the system. That's why I couldn't tell the difference before. But now, in this space, I didn't feel the energy of the system or the void. It was its own energy, something that wasn't stagnant or chaotic, but something similar to quicksand. The more you struggle, the more it absorbs you, and the less movement you make, the slower the response is. How did you make this? It feels familiar, but also different. On its own, I don't think it's that good, but with others, it has some great potential. I didn't even know that it was possible to boost someone's energy. Your sensors are much sharper with the new body, and it's indeed an amazing discovery. Once the void stopped her attack, I had the chance to study the bedrock some more, one of the few blocks that cannot be corrupted by the void. And on closer inspection, I found out that they were quite good filters, they just didn't release it efficiently. So I made something similar to them, but without the durability. It had the ability to change the chaos energy into something stable, and when combined with the system's energy, the result is what I have. That was amazing to hear. In short, the Nether could be a filter or even a bridge between the two worlds. Why didn't you tell the duo about this? I'm sure they could have come up with a plan. I was programmed to not cooperate with the system unless it's absolutely necessary. And if the void would attack through the Nether, who do you think would have higher priority with me, you or Noah? I completely forgot that Noah was the creator of Alexa, so he should have a higher authority than me. The reason Alexa didn't tell Steve and Alex about this was most likely because it didn't want to be reprogrammed, or even worse, taken over by them. Your personality changed a lot from the last time I saw you. You seem more living. This is a side effect of integrating the new energy as my main source. I didn't know if I liked it or not, but it already happened, so there was nothing I could do. Why did you tell me this? Didn't you think that I'll betray you? From my observations, you value your friendship very highly, and humans don't spend so much time with someone without getting attached a little. I knew that it was true, but it still felt weird to hear it like this. Alexa and I have been through a lot of adventures, so I didn't plan on betray it anytime soon. Well, I can't deny that. So what do you want me to do about this information? I know I can't make the Nether a bridge between the two dimensions, but I can help you to be that bridge. That statement quickly got my attention. How do you plan on doing that? Make a body using the system's energy, the void energy and mine as a conduit. That would be quite a challenge, but if I manage to complete it, I think I can stand a chance against the Ender Dragon. I already had the schematics of my body. I can control water and lava at will, and if I want to enter my god mode, I combine those two and get an obsidian body, strong enough to withstand the god's power at a relatively low price. So my response to Alexa was to turn my body black like obsidian, feeling the powers of a god run through my veins. Let's do this then. Chapter 2, 156, Mary's Training. POV. Mary. I was surrounded by darkness. The room that I was in was very large, and the uneven ground didn't help with my worries. But my breath was steady and calm when suddenly a small glow appeared on my right arm, and I raised my fist at unbelievable speeds to catch an arrow as big as me. Before I could enjoy the moment, I jumped backwards, barely dodging an arrow that cracked the ground. I didn't stay in place and threw the arrow that I had in my hand to my left, which made the sound of two metals colliding. That clash made a small spark that briefly lit the room, and I saw 3 more arrows coming towards me. With practiced movements, I jumped from side to side and dodged everything. Looks like the arrows won't work on me anymore. I yelled at the darkness, but the only response I got was the sound of something breaking and then blocks of sand falling. I suddenly lit up like a Christmas tree and ran to the edge of the room. I knew I was at the correct place when I hit the wall with my face, but even though it was a painful experience, it was better than being buried alive. Now that the ceiling was gone, light illuminated the room, and I could see a group of iron golems holding huge bows with custom-made arrows. If one managed to hit my head, I would have died instantly. They were so powerful that iron armor was useless for them, and you could take some heavy damage in diamond armor. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, only the iron golems were strong enough to use those bows, so the soldiers were very loyal to us. From the hole in the ceiling, a shadow jumped on the blocks of sand. It was none other than my trainer, the creator of this insane room, and the advisor of this kingdom, Aisha. Did you say the arrows don't work on you anymore? Maybe I should increase the difficulty then. The only response I could give was tense silence. Seeing that she didn't get the reaction she wanted, I was left alone for today, which made me sigh in relief. How's Daniel's project coming along? I asked while enjoying the sun on my skin and trying to change the subject. The crystal is a truly fascinating item. He managed to create a few monsters as powerful as the Monster Lords, but unfortunately they don't have special abilities. From what Steve told us, it's because we don't know how to properly use the energy of this world. Ever since Alex worked with Steve, she has become more distant from us. It's not like we had a deep connection beforehand, but she did used to say hi to me in the chat. Now I can barely hear from her, and when I do, it's about the progress she made with Trader. I don't think she has a crush on him. She's more like Solomon when he found a really good project. He ignores everyone around him and acts without basic manners. Steve also changed. When we first got him, he was very social and wanted to find out more about people. But after spending more time with Alex, he only talks if it's necessary. I think when the two of them are together, they become the old system, and if you keep them apart, they are back to being humans. Unfortunately, I can't test my theory since we really need them as the system right now, and not as humans. How's Trader's training going? Does he need a sparring partner? I've been training non-stop for the past few months, but it was all weird, so I don't know my actual strength. It started from fighting with monsters without armor while being blindfolded, to fighting with enchanted iron golems with only fists or a wooden sword. I cannot stress enough how nightmarish and unreasonable were the training regimes this woman gave me. I even tried to challenge her to fight one time, but was flat out refused since she knew she would be losing, so there was no point in doing it. I was so happy to hear that, but also frustrated that I didn't have someone to point my anger towards. The iron golems were good at the beginning, but now that I knew all of their moves, they were only walking punching bags. Some soldiers with enchanted diamond armor were next, but they were worse than the iron golems. Sure, they could plan and use techniques to attack me, but I was way faster and stronger than them, so it was useless against me. That is why I was hoping I would get the chance to challenge Trader. His weapon is dangerous for sure, but just like the soldiers, there was no point in having it, if he couldn't hit me. Aisha looked at me with a raised eyebrow like she knew what I was thinking. Then a smile appeared on her lips, which gave me the creeps since she only does that when I'm going to suffer a lot in training. From what I heard, he's in the Nether and we can't get in contact with him. But Alex told me that we can use the training buddy he used instead. Training buddy? I don't know who that could be. I don't see Steve and Alex accepting Daniel's monsters with how much they insulted them. And I don't think the people from the Nether have enough free time to visit us so casually, especially with their curse. I guess that's good. Perfect, because I texted Alex to make a portal for us to get there. What now? I didn't. My voice was interrupted by the space that split in front of us. It showed some white planes that shocked both of us. Are you coming or not? A voice yelled from the other side. With hesitant steps, we crossed the portal and we found ourselves in a completely white space. I turned around and the portal was gone, but now I could see the huge block that looked like it belonged to a computer. And right beside it was a replica of it, only smaller. Now that I was thinking about it, this was the same place I first met the system. I wonder where that huge glowing body was. Welcome to our new home. Or should we say old? Alex welcomed us warmly, while Steve gave us the cold shoulder as always. Alex, long time no see. How have you been? I'm very good, Mary. Thanks for asking. I have a lot of fun in here, and I couldn't have done it without your help. Aisha was still observing the place with interest, so it was my job to continue the conversation. I didn't really mind. It's been a while since I've talked with a woman besides my teacher. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, where is the body of the system? Or did you use it to make something else? Alex seemed confused by my question before realizing what I was referring to and pointed at the huge block beside her. This is the original body. Who you've been seeing was the bodyguard of the body. That huge glowing angel was just a bodyguard. Well, let's ignore that for a moment and get to the real reason you're here. After she said that, she turned around with excitement and put her hands on the huge cube. Steve let out a loud sigh and did the same as her. Suddenly, I felt like I was floating in the air. Mary, are you okay? Aisha yelled in panic for some reason, but once I turned around, I realized why. While I was floating, I wasn't doing that with my body, since it was lying down like a corpse. I tried to look at my hands to see if I didn't die by accident, but then came my second shock. Fingers. I haven't seen them in 2 years. Not only that, but I had round legs, hips, and even a big chest. This was my old body before I transferred into this world. Wow, I already saw Trader's soul, and it looked equally weird. But you look a little more different than him. Your proportions are all wrong. Is everyone like you? Alex, are you trying to kill my disciple in front of my eyes? I won't go easy on you, even if you are the last key to save the world. Aisha took out a netherite sword and was ready to attack Alex. This wasn't good. She's still grieving after Omar, so I believe she'll keep her word if Alex won't get me back to normal. Suddenly, the system appeared in front of Alexa and Steve with a glowing sword in its hand. The pressure it gave off was beyond what I could imagine. It made my very soul tremble with fear. And it was the same size as all of us. I don't know who you are, but I'll kill you if you get in my way. Does that woman know no fear? Calm down, Aisha. Mary is not dead. We only needed to see the shape of her soul so we could build her a new body. She'll be back to normal in no time. Aisha narrowed her eyes and let down her sword, but didn't put it back, which meant that she was still suspicious of them. Seeing that Aisha wasn't in a mood to joke, Alex went back to the cube and put her hands on it. A few moments later, I saw something appeared besides my lifeless body. It was another me, but this one had blue skin. Alex, I think you picked the wrong color for my body. You see, I'm still a human, not a squid. Don't worry, it's supposed to look like this. You'll see soon why. Then I felt that was being pushed into the blue body. When I opened my eyes, I could see the white planes like normal, but this time there was twist. If I squinted my eyes, I could see floating numbers and letter all over the place. My eyes weren't the only ones that changed. I felt more powerful and faster. It was like I had my toe-toos activated. I looked at my arms and body and saw that they weren't there anymore. Makes sense. Those tattoos were engraved on my body, not my soul, so I had to remake them. This body is amazing, Alex, but I still don't see why it needs to be blue as well. Seeing that Aisha didn't have the sword out anymore, Alex calmed down and spoke comfortably with me once again. "We'll try to put an enchantment on you. I don't have the tools with me right now, so you'll have to wait until I get back." "No, silly, you don't need those anymore. If you imagine the enchantment on your body, it would be done. Just be careful to be very precise on what you'll want, otherwise it would mess you up." That sounded very dangerous, and I didn't know if I should try it. But even Steve and Aisha looked at me with expectations, so I had to do it. I closed my eyes and imagined the speed enchantment on my right arm. I've seen the tattoo light up countless times, so it was an easy task for me. When I opened my eyes, I saw how a wave of numbers and letters were surrounding my arm. After a few moments, the wave disappeared, and the tattoo lit up with a red light. I could feel the enchantment running through my body and realized that it was more effective than what I previously had. "This is amazing." I began to run all over the White Plains at unbelievable speeds. Right, Trader had a fun device that gathered the ambient energy in one point, so I made your body do something similar to that. Not only that, but you can erase and put up to 10 enchantments on your body. That's why you're blue, you're basically a living lapis block. This made me stop from my mad dash. If I was this powerful with only one enchantment, how powerful could I be with 9 more? "Why don't we try your new powers with that golden creature over there?" Aisha was back to her creepy smile, which made me shiver. She wanted me to fight the system. Was she mad? That's exactly what I thought. We'll get some valuable data out of this. Why was Alex on the same page as her? I wanted to release some stress, not get some more. I wanted to run away, but unfortunately I didn't know where the exit was, so I was stuck once again. Chapter 2, 157, Creating a Monster. POV, Daniel. I was in my office looking calmly over some research papers when all of a sudden the door was swung open. "Sir, the subject Earthbreaker is on the loose once again." I quickly put my papers down and looked at the man who brought the bad news. "What? We put him in an obsidian cage. How did he get out?" "We made a lot of monsters over the past few months, but none were as annoying as this one. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the best monster we could make, I would have killed it already. He just dug a tunnel and left." I slapped my forehead in frustration. That's what I get for making him diamond claws. He had a similar shape to a puma with horns to use the soul's strength at greater speeds. But he was making us more problems than solutions at this point. Should we call the Special Squad? The Special Squad was a group of soldiers that survived the three-headed wyvern and wanted to get revenge. So they have been through a special program that modified their bodies to make them harder, stronger, and faster. But unfortunately, they didn't stand a chance against the Earthbreaker. While he didn't have special abilities like the Monster Lords, his body was strong enough to give them a run for their money. And when the monster is smart as well, the fighting becomes more complicated. "No, I'll call in the Diamond Squad." "Are you sure, sir? I think our people are more than enough to deal with this problem." "They could, but not fast enough. So I'll call the Diamond Squad." I dismissed the man, who was saddened about my decision, and sent a private text through the chat. I didn't have to wait for too long and got a reply. Well, he's got a lot of free time with Alexa on his side. Like we have Steve and Alex to make a body for Trader, the Mad Prince has Alexa, the god of the Nether. We talked about a few ideas for some time and realized that it would be better if they only supplied us with soul sand to use as batteries and other materials, since the overworld was more suited for creating life. Sure, the Nether could create it as well, maybe something stronger than what we'll have, but we didn't have the necessary time to do so. So that ended up with the Mad Prince having nothing to do but help us with the monster research. Alexa rarely listened to us, and when it did, it always asked for payments up front. I still didn't understand why, since it could create whatever it wanted with just a thought. As my head was preoccupied with those thoughts, the space bent in my office, and 2 figures appeared. It was the Mad Prince and the second in command. "Only you two?" "I think it's overkill already, but second is also getting antsy like me, so she joined the fight. If anyone else besides Trader and Mary would have told me that, I would have said they were delusional, but for some reason, I believed them." "Did you use the tracker yet?" "I was about to. One other reason why I asked him to be my partner in those experiments is because of their unique enchantments. Soul tracking was one of those, which entitles the subject to wear an object or armor with the curse of bounding and a tracker. That's one of the first things we placed on our monsters, especially this one. From a chest under my desk, I took an enchanted compass that was pointing me toward the monster. The Mad Prince took it out of my hand and placed it on an enchanted lapis slab that appeared out of nowhere. Once the two items connected, an interesting thing happened. Holographic numbers appeared, which I quickly recognized to be coordinates. Not only that, but they seemed to be constantly changing, like it was pointing towards something that was moving. Is that what I think it is? Yes, I was kind of bored at the base and decided to create something new and useful. We'll be back in half an hour. You can wait for us in the obsidian room. With that said, he quickly wrote down the enchanted square and placed the pearls inside. Just like that, the two of them disappeared as quickly as they came. At this point, I was wondering if I imagined this whole interaction, but the lapis slab was still here, so I decided to take a break and visit my lab. I took out a chicken pie from my inventory and walked out of my office. Right as I stepped out of the door, I was silently followed by two guards with enchanted diamond armor. They would go with me wherever I went, and their job was to protect me at all costs. Their salaries and benefits were pretty good, so I didn't question their loyalty. We went down a few floors until the guards were increasing, and the walls were made from concrete and other hard materials. After a few check-ins, we were finally let into the hidden lab. Here, the most smart minds in my kingdom were gathered and worked on this project. Some wanted to improve the death arrow to make it more explosive or more durable, while a majority were working on the monster project. A lot of people hated monsters, but they also realized that they were very limited in the upcoming fight. So if technology wasn't going to help us, then maybe another monster would. I walked by a few cages. Most of them were empty, while others had some mutated animals in them. The creation of the body was not a problem. It was actually the easier part of the challenge. The true problem came from the souls we used. Most of the time, we used the souls of animals, such as dogs or maybe horses, living things that listen to human commands. But we realized that at one point, the soul couldn't handle the body, and it would get crushed. Trader and the others didn't have this problem, since humanity has a strong soul, a perk of being the only smart species on the planet. There were two ways we could solve this problem. The first one, we found it was by accident because of Trader, or more exactly because of his horse. When I first saw the horse in the Stone Kingdom, I was shocked that I did not think of that. So we crossbred a few horses with version potion effects and realized that their soul got bigger with each generation, making the monster creation possible. Unfortunately, the horses are the only animals we can grow at a rapid pace, and they only listen to orders from the people who can ride them. So the more powerful the soul of the horse became, so did the rider, which put a stop to our research. By now, we have created 3 monsters from the souls of those horses that we can use. They don't look too different from their original body. They are only bigger, have metal skin instead of leather, can breathe fire, and have 2 horns on the head. Nothing too drastic. One of them is not enough to fight a monster lord, but the 3 of them combined stand a chance. As for the second method, it was something kept a secret from the others, and they only knew the result. And that is, to use a Ravager soul. Now some people might get confused about the problem, but those people don't know that Ravagers are just twisted human souls that only destroy things in their path. They were created by the Viligers a long time ago and bred into submission after countless generations. Unfortunately, we only have access to one Ravager, and that was only because he got lost in the last raid of the Pufferfish City and survived the Wither's bomb. Some villagers found him later and brought the guards to deal with it. Before he got killed, we managed to bring him here and used it for our experiments. It was hard at first to control him, but after painting a few researchers grey like the Viligers, he willingly followed simple commands. With the help of an unknown ritual, we found out the shape of the Ravager, and to our horror, it was a couple of mangled humans fused into this beast. If it was any other time, we would have put the best down. But the end of the world was approaching, and since we didn't want to use humans as our test subjects, we decided to use him. We managed to make him a stronger body with time, strong enough that we could use it in the upcoming battle. Unfortunately, it seemed that the body was also having an effect on his mind, and because of that, He wouldn't listen to anyone, no matter how much one looked like an Viligers. So we decided to lock him up in an obsidian box and release him onto the battlefield once the overworld would get invaded. As I was thinking about all of this, I arrived at the obsidian cage that was now being repaired. As a way to prevent this from happening again, I ordered them to put a layer of lava underneath the obsidian floor. The monster should think twice before attempting another escape. Suddenly, the space was ripped apart and a white door appeared. The guards besides me quickly went to action and drew their weapons ready to take on whatever was coming out. What's with the welcoming party? The one who passed the portal was none other than Steve, so I told my guards to put their weapons down. You finally decided to help your old friend. You saw me as a friend this whole time? Steve asked with a smirk on his face, which kind of annoyed me. Just a few months ago, he was begging me to give him attention, but now that he was part of the system, he's all cocky and prideful. I wonder where he got that from. In hindsight, it would have been a wise decision to befriend him when he was still under me. Now I barely get the chance to talk with him. Well, let's see what problems you have for me to fix. Before I could even speak, the space trembled again, and a huge creature with two smaller figures appeared in the hallway. They were none other than the Mad Price, Second, and the Earthbreaker. The humans looked satisfied, but the monster Ed was heavily damaged with a missing limb and a lot of open wounds. It looked quite terrified at them, and that was something when it came from a 6 blocks monster. That was a fun fight. You truly created a good monster here. Don't you think so, Second? You're right, Your Highness. I think it would be a good pet for our Castell. A pet? You're talking about a monster that can dig through obsidian and could potentially kill an entire town, and you wanted to make a pet out of him. What do you think, Daniel? Would you mind if we took him of your hands, or do you think the new cage would be strong enough to hold him? I could only clutch my teeth in frustration. If you can make him docile and bring him in the war, then I guess I can let you borrow him. The man smiled and petted the monster on his nose. Did you hear that? Looks like you're going to be under my care from now on. I think we'll visit Solomon before, to fix that attitude. I think that I just saw the monster shiver for a moment there, but I wasn't sure that was possible. And who was this Solomon guy that could solve this problem? Why didn't he bring him here beforehand to help? Before I could ask those questions, the man drew an enchanted square and teleported away, leaving the hallway tense in silence. So what do you want to work on? Steve finally spoke after a few moments, which made me sigh. Look at some of the papers we've made, and I think we should start making the super soldiers as well. I handed him a few books, which he read them in an instant. Then he closed his eyes. You've managed to do a lot of progress. As expected from you. Let's get to work. He seemed satisfied for some reason, but I didn't care to ask any more questions, so we went back to work. Chapter 2, 158, Life of a Soldier. POV, Unknown Soldier. I woke up at the sound of the bell ringing outside. I quickly got out of bed and stretched my arms and legs before putting on my enchanted diamond armor. If I was told that I would be wearing such an expensive gear a few months ago, I would have laughed at you and warned you to leave me alone. Diamond equipment was something I only heard in legends, a material that resides deep into the belly of the world, hidden by monsters and pools of lava. But if you manage to get a few of those, you'll be living like a god among mortals. No one could touch you, and you'll get respect from everyone around you. I've seen a few important people wear that equipment, and it was always a big event when it happened. For the next month, that would be the main topic of discussion in our squad. But here I am today, in the same position as the people I once idolized, and I couldn't feel any weaker. It's not that I've been lied, but the fact that I've seen what was beyond the veil of reality made me realize that the world was much bigger than I could imagine. As for how I got this armor in the first place, well, you could say that is a combination of luck and skill. In the last big war against the Monster Lord, a lot of my squad members died. In that battle, it was the first time I saw so many people with diamond armor, and I felt lucky that I had an enchanted iron armor without being a noble. Even the walls of the maze were made of blocks that are thought to be next to indestructible, with rumors that said it took days to break only one block. And we had thousands of them. The morale of the army was at an all-time high, making us feel like we're invincible. How wrong we were. Now monsters would appear that could break the obsidian walls, and everyone in the army had an enchanted diamond armor to protect themselves. You wouldn't be invincible like the old stories, but you would survive the battle if you were lucky. But there was still hope for humanity to win. While we weren't great in numbers, our greatest minds managed to create a special potion that would make our bodies faster, stronger, and more resistant. We only drank a brawn-looking potion, which made us feel sleepy, and when we woke up, we felt like we had superpowers with how good we felt. We could run faster than any citizen, our sword strikes were more powerful, and the regeneration was unbelievable. If there was one thing I would complain about, it is that I was getting sleepy more often, and I ate a lot more food. But otherwise, it was all good. With the best armor in the world and such a strong body, what else could you want for the upcoming battle? Well, there was something. If you had enough emeralds, you could also buy an enchanted tattoo. It seems that you'll get a drawing on your body that can have the same effect as a magical potion with only one thought. Humanity was truly meant to reach the pinnacle of this world. Unfortunately, my luck ran out, and I didn't have enough funds to get a tattoo as well. But I was already stacked with potions, which should be enough for one battle. But even with all of this preparation, I was under no illusion that I could help significantly. I could definitely say that the army we have today is more superior than the one we had previously. And if the three-headed dragon was to attack once again, I think we could actually wound it, or at least distract it for the big swords to arrive. But we're still the foot soldiers, easy to replace, and the main reason the big weapons can attack. The heroes were already powerful before the big changes, but now that we evolved so much, I can't even imagine how powerful they are. I hope I'll see Mary smile once more before I die. I also hoped that she would be strong enough to defeat the huge claw that appeared from the portal. There was also the man named Trader, who came from the same portal as the Hand, and he was powerful enough to kill the three-headed dragon with one swing of his sword. But rumors around the base talked that he was working with the monsters since he appeared with one on the battlefield. I didn't see too much at that moment, but I was more concerned that the man who could kill the three-headed dragon with one swing was running away from the claw beyond the portal. If he was scared of the monster beyond the portal, how were we supposed to feel? I shook my head at those thoughts. I didn't need to think so negatively about this. After all, we were also strong enough to fight back. After I put the armor on, I got out of my small home and met with the others at the training ground. We didn't chat a lot since most of us were still sleepy, so we quickly started our morning exercise, which woke us up. While we had stronger bodies than before, that doesn't mean we could afford to slack around. The muscles still needed to be used, otherwise they would get rusty in battle, and nobody wanted that. After some hard morning exercises, we were finally getting some breakfast. This was my favorite time of the day. We had all kinds of cooked meat, vegetable soup, golden carrots, and lots of desserts for everyone to enjoy. This is what we ate every day for the past few months, and I didn't regret staying in the army. At this point, I think we ate better than most of the nobles around the world. The meal time lasted for half an hour, and it was more about talking with your colleagues than eating good food. Of course, the food is amazing, and I wouldn't change it for anything else, but it was the same thing every day, and the gossip with the other soldiers was way better after a few months of being stuck here. After the meal was done, each one of us was sent to our shifts. Our jobs were pretty similar to a guard's. We patrolled the obsidian maze while avoiding the traps and took care of any monsters that could accidentally wander in here. We were mostly looking for other curious people, or maybe Viligers who weren't supposed to be here. For the past few months, I only heard about civilians trying to sneak in, and no Viligers, so I took that as a win. After my squad finished patrolling, we went back to the center of the maze where the huge temple was reconstructed, but with the purpose of a battle in mind. The temple had iron golems constantly patrolling around the area and would attack any life form that wasn't supposed to be there. And on the towers, other golems had huge bows that shot iron arrows. They were the perfect guard since they didn't need to eat, sleep, or take breaks. Not only that, but they were more powerful and resistant than us. And the only reason we were here is because you could still defeat those golems of you claimed high enough. They were powerful, but not flexible when it came to quick decisions. We arrived in front of the temple and took out bows and crossbows, practicing our shooting skills. Not everyone was good at both of them. and I was one of the few skilled enough to wield both of them. Because of that, I was given an enchanted crossbow with multi-shot and a few fireworks to practice in my spare time. I didn't want to brag, but I felt quite good to have such a reward while the others had normal weapons. Suddenly the bell rang again, which made the whole training ground stop to hear what was happening. Everyone, some monsters created by our scientists are going to come and join our training grounds. Please don't attack them if you see them. They are our allies and would help us with this battle. Monsters would be joining our ranks. Why would they do such dangerous things? It's one thing to put iron guards with us, but monsters that could attack you when you're asleep. What if the monster beyond the portal could control them like the monster lords could? Wouldn't that help the enemy? I wasn't the only one who was displeased by the sudden changes, so we all gathered towards the landing place of the upcoming colleges to give them a piece of our minds. We were fighting monsters, not with monsters. As the generals tried to calm down the soldiers, the space began to rip itself apart, which made everyone freeze in silence. A similar thing happened when the portal opened, and we were all thinking the same thing. The invasion was coming sooner. But out of this portal came some cows with white fur, which took all of us by surprise. Then I realized something. Those weren't cows, but dogs the size of a cow. They didn't look like normal dogs either. They had huge horns on their foreheads and blue claws, and even their teeth looked extra sharp. The others seemed to realize as well what was happening, but none of us knew how to react anymore. A large group of dogs came one after another, and the surprises didn't stop there. The next group of monsters were 4 blocks tall and had humans with dark armor on top. Those monsters looked and acted like horses, but nobody would dare touch them, otherwise they may lose their hand. This group was smaller with only 10 mutated horses and their riders, but even if they were lower in numbers, we didn't dare to think that they were weaker. Then last one was a big surprise. It was huge, easily 7 blocks or taller, but its size wasn't what made the people tense. Instead, the looks was what caught our attention. It looked similar to the 3-headed dragon, but this one had only one, and was blue instead of black. On its back stood a human with the same black armor as the others, but the aura it gave felt different. It belonged to someone with authority, to a hero. Citizens of this world, I'm Hero Mary to tell you that we have reinforcements. They may look like monsters, but they are not. They are animals that have been modified to aid us in the upcoming battles. So don't think of them as monsters, but as your commune pet, similar to a dog or a horse. It felt like a stretch, but I guess it's better than seeing them as monsters. Suddenly we heard something cracking like glass, and all of us turned towards the temple. To our horror, the space was being split and monsters began to come out of the void. Zombies, skeletons with enchanted armor, groups of creepers, phantoms, slimes, and even endermans. The place was flooded with monsters, and everyone was taken by surprise. Everyone, but a certain group. The iron golems didn't know about fear or shock, so they took out their weapons and began attacking the unwanted monsters. Arrows were shot, punches were thrown, and we finally woke up from the shock. Take out your weapons and defend our home. The hero yelled while making the dragon take flight and attack the army of monsters from the sky. The monsters on our side didn't sit in one place either and attacked the enemy without fear. I took out my crossbow and began shooting fireworks, dealing a lot of damage on the battlefield. But while I was loading my fireworks, I was only confused about the attack. Only 7 months have passed. It took us by complete surprise. Chapter 2, 159. Ambush. POV, Merry Paper. I rose with the dragon in the sky in panic when I saw the wave of monsters invading our world. This wasn't supposed to happen. Today we were going to introduce the monster squad and train with the soldiers. In 1 month, we should have been prepared for the assault. But why were we the ones taken by surprise? The dragon I was riding let out a fire breath that killed dozens of monsters in one go. This was a biological weapon that should be capable of holding up against the 3-headed dragons. This was the best of Daniel's and Steve's subjects, a fire dragon. As I was flying on its back, I looked at the battlefield once more. The monsters came from the same place the last portal appeared. From what the duo told me, it was a weak point in the shield of this world, and the most likely place where the invasion would start from. We did some minimal defense in preparation for this, but we were counting on the soldiers to be strong enough to hold itself instead of traps. The surprise attack wasn't something we anticipated, so the army took a few minutes to organize themselves. But once it did, I realized that all the resources we invested weren't wasted. While the monsters were armed and had the element of surprise, they were still dumb monsters. One soldier from our army could easily take 10 zombies on his own, and the number was so low because the others would get in the way. The skeletons' arrows weren't strong enough to damage their armor, and the creepers were always a priority for the golems. Slimes were a surprise for us, and quite effective if you didn't know how to slash them properly. If you didn't do it right, you'll soon be surrounded by those gelatinous rabbits and stuck in one place. They can't damage you, but you also can't move from your spot. The phantoms were kind of annoying as well, and always harassing the golems in the temple towers. So I would occasionally order my dragon to burn those blue bats to let the golems do their jobs. The only ones left were the endermans, which were a real reason for us to worry. I didn't know if they were the smart ones Trader talked about or were the same mindless ones we have in our world. But either way, they were annoying to deal with. They didn't have weapons like skeletons, but their punches were quite painful, even with diamond armor, and arrows seemed to be just a suggestion for them, since nobody was able to land one in them. But while they were tricky, they weren't invincible, so slowly they were dying like the others. Since I didn't hear anyone scream words that I could understand, that most likely meant that they were the mindless ones, so I ignored them. The monsters were great in numbers and kept pouring from the portal, but surprisingly, we were actually gaining ground. The soldiers got used to the mutated dogs, and the cavalry was already resting and waiting for the next phase. The battle lasted for hours with no end in sight. Monsters kept coming from the portal like there was no end to them. We had to attack in shifts so the soldiers could get some rest. At one point, the monsters weren't the problem, but their corpses kept piling on top of each other and made the soldiers trip while fighting. For some reason, their corpses didn't burn in the sun, and things got so bad that we couldn't even see the floor of our base. It was getting dangerous, so from time to time I had to burn everything down to get rid of the smell and the corpses. This turned out to be a great way to boost the morale of the army, since the monsters would have just walked into a pit of fire, resulting in more fuel added to the fire. It was a moment of relief and a break from the constant stress we were under. Unfortunately, those didn't last for too long, since the flames of the dragon were specially designed to be more powerful than the average flame. So I had to use this method a few times throughout the day. But unfortunately, I couldn't do this anymore. Once the sun was down, the monsters stopped coming out from the portal, and for a moment I thought it was a chance to go inside and see what was beyond. But I remembered the warning from Alex about our chances of survival if we went into the void. The dragon was the ruler of the void, and if she managed to heal herself completely, she could kill me without moving a muscle. She was the void, and the void was her. I didn't have to wait for long to see the next wave of enemies, and once I saw them, I was very regretful that I wasn't satisfied with the common mobs. What stepped beyond the gate wasn't one monster lord, nor two, but 4 monster lords. Not only that, but I quickly recognized those monster lords, since they were the ones who invaded us in the past few years. The Zombie Lord, Shadow Lord, Creepers Lord, and Lady Phantom. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were all supposed to be dead. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. The huge creepers made a vacuum in space and brought the soldiers in several groups. Then the Zombie Lord jumped towards one, while the Shadow Lord used poisoned arrows from a distance. I wasn't spared from this battle, as the Lady Phantom was flying towards me while letting out more phantoms from the shadow of her wings. We didn't have a lot of information about her, but from what the Mad Prince told us, she was not good in combat, but she was good at trapping people. I soon understood why, when the space around me began to form a barrier, trapping me and my dragon in a box. The dragon tried to break it with its claws and fire breath, but it didn't give up that easily. It was frustrating, but I guess I had to use my enchantments now. But before I could fire up and begin my attack, the Phantom Lady was struck by something big. The dragon and I were taken by surprise, and because of the Lady Phantom darkness, I couldn't quite see what it was. Yes, that's the battle I was waited for. The space returned to normal, and I realized who that person was. The Mad Prince. He was on top of a panther holding a netherite spear in his hands. Since he was having the fun of his life, I decided to ignore him and look over the battlefield. I don't know how they appeared, but the Diamond Squad was also here, fighting with the Monster Lords and the Common Moobs, who were now spewing once again from the portal. While the common soldiers couldn't do a lot against the Zombie Lord, the modified animals seemed to do a great job and even had the upper hand. But the more I looked at the chaos below, the more I felt that something was missing. They haven't spoken a word. Some monster lords are silent, but the huge zombie would have taken any chance given to praise the void. And now that I was looking closer, I realized that they didn't have their intelligence anymore. They were more like beasts with power than dangerous generals. If we kept going like this, we could win in no time. Unfortunately, my celebration was short-lived, as black mist was coming out of the portal, slowly covering the whole battlefield. My people began to cough like they were having dust in their lungs, and even the animals were swinging from side to side to side. Not only that, but it seems that the monsters were given a boost in strength and became even more reckless. Things were getting bad, and then I heard another familiar voice. Oh, they can barely keep themselves awake in the presence of the void. We should finish them in no time and help the Enderman afterwards. Indeed, it seems that he was unnecessarily worried. If I have to do less work, I won't complain. From the portal came the three-headed dragon, and its presence alone was enough to send shivers down my spine. At least from their conversation, I know that Trader is fighting on the other side. That was good since, in the past few months, it was hard to get a hold of him. He was busy with a big project, and nobody had the chance to give him the chat. But it wasn't his job to deal with the three-headed dragon, it was ours. So I took out my chat and wrote to Daniel. You poor imitation of our greatness, how dare you look down on us? It seems that my pet was seen, but not liked. I have one thing to say to you, fall. Then out of the sky, huge netherite arrows came that hit the dragon all over the place. They weren't only 2 like last time, but 10 arrows. And those ones were different as well. Besides their sturdiness, they also had some enchantments or potion effects to do as much damage as possible. This was the secret weapon we've been working so hard in the last few months, and the results were amazing. The floor now had a huge hole, and the temple suffered as well. Fortunately, we kind of expected that, and the soldiers were trained to battle as far away as possible from the portal so the arrows didn't hit our allies. But the victory didn't last long, as the black mist began filled the newly made hole, and soon the dragon was back to life once again. Do they not know the concept of death? Suddenly, I heard a huge explosion above me that made my dragon wobble in panic. The enemy took that opportunity and ripped the space apart to appear right beside me and take the fight close and personal. My dragon was not the same size as the enemy, and 3 heads turned out to be too much for it to defend. So all of us crashed to the ground, making the battlefield more chaotic. But there was some good news at least. The black mist was gone, and the soldiers were good to continue the fight. We expected the first attack to fail, that's why we weren't discouraged. Even though we gave all we got from the beginning, it wasn't enough to kill the dragon, but we now know that the mist from the void could regenerate it, making it impossible to kill. Luckily, the mist was recharging very slowly, so I don't think the dragon would revive again if we managed to kill it now. The problem was that I needed to pin the monster for 5 more minutes to recharge the death arrow, and my dragon was half dead. Well, this is what I've been training for. I took a deep breath and activated all my enchantments on my body, which made me look like a beacon in darkness. The world slowed down and became grey. I could now see the flow of the energy and realized that the dragon had 3 cores inside of it. I took one step, and I was in front of it, and its eyes opened wide in surprise. I raised my fist and punched it in the chest, which made a hole and threw the body backwards. That's the results of my training, so don't dare to look down on me. Fighting with a medium size, God was no joke, and even to this day I couldn't beat it with all the advantages that I have. But either way, I was strong enough to hold my ground, and I wasn't going to waste all the resources that were invested in me. Time for round 2. Chapter 2, 160. World Without Color. POV. Daniel. I finally took a break after working non-stop on this monster project while also ruling over a country. Now that the novelty was gone, I felt that it was just a headache to take care of so many people in this problematic world. And the worst part about this, I couldn't even blame Trader for it, since I did it with my own 2 hands. How I wish I had his freedom right now, but without the responsibilities. I'll see what I can do after this whole mess is over. The past few months were a nightmare, and it reminded me of my college days with sleepless nights for impossible projects, only for the teacher to give me a bad grade because he didn't like the font I used for them. But that was the past, the simple life, while the present has a lot more at stake. After countless experiments, we managed to create 4 types of monsters, or as Mary likes to call them, super pets. The dogs were one of the more interesting test subjects, since they looked more like wolves from my world than this. Our tests showed that they were as dangerous as a soldier with enchanted diamond armor, and when they worked together, the dangers increased even more. I was quite proud of them, and with Steve's help, we managed to grow quite a number of wolves. The next ones on the list were the horses, or as I like to call them, the bicorns. I could say that they had a future to live in the outside world. They are fast, powerful, and very intimidating. If you manage to get one to guard you on your travels, you'll never be robbed again. As long as they recognize you as their master, you can be the best warrior the world has ever seen. And we have 10 of them. If you couldn't tell, they were my favorite part of the project, and Steve didn't even need to interfere that much with them. Next on the list is the Mad Prince Panther, the result of combining the strongest soul humanity could produce against the most agile body we could make. It was an ugly experiment, but we needed to use it, even though it was hard to contain it. I thought the Mad Prince would have the same problem, since I didn't think his cages were better. But it seems that he found someone that solved that problem. That traitor. And lastly, the final monster we created, the Fire Dragon. Steve had to mutate a strong soul to specifically inhabit this body, and that was quite a sight. I first thought of creating a Worden since, in the game, it was stronger than the dragon. But Steve pointed out that a being that powerful would not bow down to us, and it would only become a future disaster. In the end, we decided to create the dragon, not with the purpose of fighting, but to support the hero. We knew that after a certain threshold of strength, the dragon would be smart enough to have its own ego, and I don't think it would take too kindly to be forced to die for us in such a short amount of time. So we made it more like a battery for Mary, since she would be our main attack. After all, she was strong enough to go on toe-to-toe with the 3-headed dragon. Of course, she didn't know about that, since I'm sure she would be against this plan. That's why we had to give the dragon a few other perks, such as its fire breath and the ability to fly. Mary took the dragon for a few tests, and she loved it. But today was supposed to be the big day when the army and the monster squad would merge, making it stronger or much weaker, depending on the humans. It's a good thing the hero was such a smooth talker. Suddenly, a familiar golden door appeared in front of me, and I could see Alex and Steve with a worried expression. Get here, the Void decided to invade the overworld. When I heard that, my eyes were wide with surprise, and I could barely fight back when I was dragged into the White Plains. This wasn't the first time I was here, so I was familiar with the huge command block and the smaller one. I tried to use it last time, but wasn't allowed to my displeasure. But they had the power in this dimension, so I could only listen to them and stay put. Now that I was back here, I saw that everything was the same, except for a big screen that showed the fortress from a bird's view. I could see how a huge portal was opened, and it kept pouring waves of monsters one after another. They were so many that some of them died trampled before they got to the swords. The humans were frozen in shock, but the golems, being machines, quickly went to action, getting rid of the creepers and the other bothersome monsters. After a few moments, the animals woke up and decided to counterattack, soon followed by humans. This was a disaster. Why are they here? Weren't we supposed to have a whole year to prepare? That's why we decided to attack them a few months earlier to take them by surprise. Why did the opposite happen? I'm as confused as you, Daniel. But I can only see 2 reasons why the Void decided to attack. Either she's already healed, or she feels threatened by our progress, deciding to attack while she's still wounded. The wounds she got from the bedrock arrow were severe enough to keep her in one place for hundreds of years. That's the statement she made when she was filled with anger, so I don't think she was lying. So when she mentioned that it would take a year to heal, especially when she was filled with anger, I tended to believe her. For starters, if she attacked us because she felt threatened, that would mean she was watching what we were doing for a while and understood it. So our element of surprise was out the window. Not only that, but it is most likely that she would choose to attack before we were ready, and since we're already finished with the project. That would only mean that Trader was the one not ready for the fight. We have to get in contact with Trader. Where is he right now? Looks like you came to the same conclusion as me. Unfortunately, Trader is now in the Nether, and I have no way of getting in contact with him. I forgot to give him a chat. Perfect. In the most important moment, the key decided to isolate itself. I'm guessing this is also the main reason I'm here, since they are too important to leave the post. Okay, I'll do it. Open a portal to the Nether. Both of them nodded, and then a red door appeared and opened itself, letting me see the Nether. I quickly passed through, feeling the heat of the dimension washing over me. Alexa, it's me, Daniel. The void is attacking the overworld, so call out for Trader. I yelled as loudly as I could, making the pigments from the nearby hill stop and look at me. Fortunately, I didn't attack anyone, so they didn't see a reason to attack me as well. But time slowly passed, and I was getting more impatient and nervous. Did something happen in the Nether as well? Should I go to the main base of Alexa? What about the Mad Prince? Should I text him as well? Just as my mind was coming up with new plans, the space in front of me began to bend, and a blue ally with a huge crown appeared in front of me. You're asking if I need something. Bring out Trader right now so he can defend the overworld like everyone else. Even I was surprised with how impatient I was. But Alexa didn't seem to be bothered by that. Instead, it responded with the same monotone voice. And just like that, it disappeared, leaving me confused about what just happened. After a few moments of nothing, I decided to leave the Nether since the heat was making me lightheaded. Once I passed the small portal, I felt better, and I took a few breaths to prepare for what was about to come. Did you get Trader? Steve asked without looking away from the screen. The army was now fighting back, and even gained some ground, which was good to see. Some of the more powerful soldiers decided to preserve their strength for the stronger enemies, keeping the monsters close to the portal, but not close enough for them to be endangered when the death arrows that are going to hit. I talked with Alexa, and it told me that it would warn Trader about it. If the battle continued like this, I don't think we'll even need to use our secret weapons. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll have it that easy. He's most likely going to use the portal in the Nether then. That would be smarter than going through a whole army of monsters. Right, we didn't have only one way to the end. I forgot that since the attack started from here. We all sat in silence for hours as the fight continued. The monsters kept coming like there was no end to them, and the soldiers were getting tired as time passed. They weren't powerful, but they had numbers on their side. But creating this many monsters consumed energy. Energy that could be better used to make stronger monsters than those ants. After a few tiring hours, the void seems to reached its limit, or at least for the first phase. Soon came the monster lords, back from the dead and hungry for revenge. They still have the same amount of energy, but there's no light behind those eyes, spoke Alex with a calm voice. So they were dumb brutes, not a problem anymore. Later came the final boss, the three-headed dragon with some black mist that was wreaking the army like it was nothing. Suddenly, I got a notification from my chat, telling me to release the arrows. Don't worry, hero, I see the problem as well. Steve told me the coordinates and opened a portal for the signal to go through. Meanwhile, I took another tablet and put the exact coordinates and the time for the release. After one final click, the death arrows were launched, and to my pleasant surprise, they worked quite well. Unfortunately, that feeling didn't last for two, as the monster came back like it was nothing. But the black fog lessened, which meant that we still had a chance. The battle continued. Mary finally activated her enchantments, which made her closer to a god, then a monster. She punched the three-headed dragon left and right, leaving holes in its body that made me wonder if my arrows were even needed at this point. But the three-headed dragon soon showed the strength of the three monster lords. It opened a portal and teleported high above the sky. Then one of the heads began to glow with purple light, and a huge mountain of gravel appeared above the base. This was going to kill everyone on the battlefield if it landed. I looked at Steve, and he nodded his head. Suddenly, the dragon that was supposed to be wounded suddenly got up and flew towards the falling mounting of gravel. Just as it made contact, boom! A huge explosion accurate, which erased the falling mountain and the darkness nearby with a huge shockwave. Everyone was shocked into silence, with only Mary was shouting in despair. The sacrifice wasn't for nothing, as all the energy stored inside the dragon was now rushing towards the hero, giving her enough strength to defeat the three-headed dragon once and for all. What is Trader doing? Alex yawned in shock, which made me turn around. There I saw the huge command block emitting more and more light, like it was about to explode. Then something unexpected happened. Alex and Steve looked at the screen with a look of horror. "I'm sorry, Daniel, we can't save you from this." I turned around to see what scared them so much, only to see the screen frozen in a grey colour. Then the white planes became grey, and I couldn't move anymore. "You died." I opened my eyes, still in shock. I didn't feel anything, and I was dead. How am I supposed to fight something that I cannot see or understand? Another life of mine was gone, leaving me on the last chance. Can I stay here until the disaster settles? But nobody was there to answer my question. Instead, the world turned grey, and the pulsing heart suddenly stopped. I was once again trapped in one place, and I saw that awful message as I gave my last breath. You died. Chapter 2, 161. Father versus Daughter. PIN Violet. Hunter has grown more powerful in the past few months. He grew so fast that I was worried that his soul couldn't keep up and would end up being crushed by his new body. But it seems that the constant stress he had ever since he came to this world made his soul strong enough to hold the body of a god. It's not perfect, but it should be enough to help him in the upcoming fight against Mother. But that was the problem. I didn't feel like he would win for certain, but that he had the chance to win. I've seen the strength of my father, and it's hard for me to see how he could be defeated. My human right now has the necessary strength to fight with him, but I don't know about Mother. From what I've seen, artificial gods are always weaker than the ones naturally born. The system was made, Alexa was made, the Wither was made, and even my human was made artificially into a god. Mother, instead, was born from the void itself, and the whole void is her playground. Of course, that doesn't mean that the natural god could not be defeated by an artificial one. The system managed to do that quite well with the void. But the reason it won was because the dragon didn't have enough experience on how to use her energy in a fight, and the system took advantage of that. Now she was trapped for hundreds of years and had time to train her energy and herself for revenge. Not only that, but she had Father by her side, the smartest human there to help her, so she was ready for what was about to come. There were too many variables stacked against my human, and I wanted to do something about that. We were now in the Nether, in the body of Alexa, one of the gods that I was not getting along with. But I knew how important its discovery was for Hunter, and it could be the key to our victory, so I wasn't going to make a problem for them. The blue ally appeared out of nowhere and spoke out loud, which was a rare sight since it communicated telepathically. I hid myself through space to be undetectable by anyone, god or man, since I still didn't like Alexa. But since it wanted to talk with me, I decided to come out. She already began her attack, but Hunter was nowhere near the end of his goal. He was still in the red mist, trying to harvest the power of the Nether and the Void. He needed absolute focus for this. You don't seem that alarmed by this. Is it because the Nether would be spared? I didn't really care about the overworld, but I knew how important it was for my human, so by default I had to care about it as well. But Alexa was different. Its sole purpose was to make humanity better and not watch it die. That means it had a plan, but I don't know if I would like it as well. I narrowed my eyes in displeasure. I tried to hide those experiments, but it seems that those gave me out instead. As for why I tried to change my body, I realized that I evolved every time I went through something hard and had enough energy around me. But with each form, I was progressing slower and slower to the point that I didn't think I could evolve for another 10 years. And my human needed help now, not in 10 years. So I tried to change my body forcefully with the crystal, but no matter what I did, everything was worse than the current body that I have. I don't know if it was from lack of experience or if Father did something to our bodies so they couldn't be changed by crystals, but I was stuck in place. What about it? That stunned me for a moment. Me and Alexa to fight against Father? I understand why I would do it, but why should you? Isn't Father your creator and the one who has the most authority over you? So it's still the mission that pushes it to this decision. How ironic, the tool my father made to fight the system was now fighting him harder than it did with the system. How do you plan on doing that? Aren't you going to quickly switch sides if you're going to meet him? I narrowed my eyes in suspicion, but I also knew that it was telling me the truth. It was just a part of me that didn't want to accept Alexa, but that part had to be moved aside to help my human. How do you plan on doing that? Didn't you already give everything to my human? What else is there to give? So he was giving me the solution that I was looking for, and I only had to give up my current body. I believed its intentions were good, but I also felt that I would lose a lot if I was going to switch from this body to Alexa. Plus, there was also the fact that it would have control over it after this was over, and I wasn't comfortable with that. Fine, when do you want to make the transfer? Unfortunately, this was the only way I could help my human, so I had to take it. Fine, tell me when he's done. The alley nodded its head and flew into the red mist, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I looked at the red mist below me with a lost gaze when I decided to teleport inside. I didn't want to disturb my human, so I made myself invisible while looking at him from afar. He was floating in the middle of the mist with his eyes closed, and I could feel that something was moving around him. Something tried to get inside his body, but was blocked right as it was about to reach its skin. He didn't have his armor on him this time, so it was easier to see the details happening around him. Not only that, but his presence was heavy in the space, like an obsidian block that would fall on slime. The space was screaming, trying to hold him in one place. That was his obsidian form, and the only reason I thought he stood a chance against the void. It was powerful and heavy. I just hoped that it was enough for what was about to come. Hours passed, and he finally opened his eyes. It's over. I have control over it. Then he stood in silence for a moment as his presence grew more. I see, then it's time for the final battle. And just like that, he flew deeper into the red mist, bypassing the bedrock barrier and going into the void. A voice echoed throughout the mist, so I made myself visible. Suddenly, a huge body appeared in front of me. It had a crown made of nephrite, with one black eye, while the other was golden. I reached my hand towards it and had a single thought. What if I absorbed this body? I've seen my human do it, so why couldn't I? Just like that, I felt like something was traveling through my hand and was being absorbed by my body. The desire to help Hunter grew stronger and stronger, making the pull even more powerful. The giant opened its eyes in surprise and tried to fight back at first, but slowly it accepted its fate, and everything was now in my body. For the next few moments, I felt cracks and pain all over my body. I yelled so loud that the whole dimension was trembling. And the only thing that kept me going was the thought of helping my human, to protect him and not be a burden. After everything was done, I was 10 blocks tall, with a crown made of horns, 3 big eyes, 1 purple, 1 golden, and the last one black. I had a skinny body, but more durable than netherite, and my claws were sharp enough to cut space itself. I felt powerful, I felt ready. I said one last message telepathically, then I teleported into the end. I was surrounded by the void, and I could feel the difference in the air. Suddenly, my eyes shifted towards a certain place, and I saw my human facing Father and the 3-headed dragon. They were about to get into a fight, but Father seemed hesitant to do that, while the dragon was quite eager. I think only Father realized how powerful my human has become. But even with that advantage, I decided to teleport in front of them, taking everyone by surprise. I could feel him hesitating over letting me on my own, but my decision was made, so he suddenly teleported away and nobody could stop him. I guess he was too scared to fight both of us, so he decided to run away. One of the 3 heads spoke with confidence. You should go into the overworld right now. This is not your battle. What? Wouldn't be faster to fight this one Tog hater, then invade the overworld? The middle head asked, confused, but Father looked at it with his huge eye, and it was enough to silence the dragon into obedience. It turned around and flew towards the open portal that I could feel far away. I didn't feel like it was worth for me to stop it, so I let it fly away to ravage the battlefield in the overworld. My daughter, it's been a long time, and you grew quite well since we last met. Even the human managed to exceed my expectations. I was silent the whole time he spoke and tried to observe him with my new eyes. He was huge, and the space was heavy around him as well. His eye was the most powerful tool he had in his body, and the space was especially bent around it. I realized that he was a god of knowledge, and not of fighting, so I stood a chance in this battle. But I had to remember that even the Void lost the battle with all the power she had, so the winner was not decided with that alone. I see you're giving me the silent treatment, a wise decision. But I'm also curious how you managed to grow so fast. Let's see. Oh wow, you absorbed the fake system. I did not even know that was possible, and your soul was strong enough to hold that power. Fascinating. I didn't like it when he knew so much, especially when I didn't figure out my full power yet. So I became invisible and teleported right behind him and slashed him with my powerful claws. I felt his flesh getting ripped apart, then he suddenly dissolved into the void. I can't believe there's something even my eye can't see. I was lucky that I didn't use my real body, otherwise I would have been really hurt. A voice spoke from my left, but I knew I was still unseen since he was still looking for me with his big eye. I teleported once again, still having the same result. This wasn't his real body, but it felt like it was. So what was I hitting? Suddenly he waved his hand and the whole space trembled around him, making me see how it was sliced all over like a web. If one of them hit me by chance, I would have certainly died. He was still powerful in the end and could kill me if I wasn't careful. I don't think I got you with that. Let's see what will end first, your invisibility or my patience. That man didn't even see me as a threat to him. I tried to gather some energy around my eyes in hopes to see where his real body was, only for my leg to be cut off. I quickly teleported away as my leg fell into the void. Of course, I quickly regrew a new one and was wondering if he could see my energy. Looks like I got a leg, but I think I'm getting the hang of this. He said with a smirk, boom. Then I fled the whole void trembling with power. Even with this new body, I felt in danger. I was starting to get worried for my human at this point. But father didn't have that reaction. He even looked proud about something. That's my love. You don't need anyone to tell you what to do. But suddenly his smile froze and his eye was wide open in surprise. No, no! He tried to teleport away, but I sealed the space around us, blocking his attempt. Let go of me. He's going to kill us all. But my responses was to teleport behind him and stab his eye with my energy claw, while whispering in his ear. Then the world turned grey and I died with my father I'm arms. Chapter 2, 162, One Last Battle. I took a deep breath as I felt the energy of the void entering my core. The energy of the system was fighting for its life, trying to get out the void energy, and the only reason it couldn't do it was because of the nether energy. While I was in my obsidian form, I was actually opening a channel to the command block from the White Plains. So when I was in this form, I could type commands with my mind, and they would happen anywhere in the overworld. But that was the problem. I only had that power in the overworld. In other dimensions, I was severely limited. I think this is how the system felt when it lost its authority after the fight with the Void. It was so frustrating to have the ability to bend reality at will, only to be limited by something invisible. So even if it tried, the system couldn't invade the Nether or the End. But that's what I was trying to overcome. By absorbing the energy of the Nether, I was expanding my authority in a new dimension. Normally, that would be an impossible endeavor, but the fact that Alexa gave me permission to do this, and the energy of the Nether was half of the system, it became possible. But that wasn't my final goal. Sure, I was more powerful with extra energy in my battery, but I was still limited by what I could do once I got to the end. So my final struggle was to absorb the energy of the Void, something that was not compatible with my body nor my energy reserves. But the only reason I could even attempt this was because of the Nether energy, since it had a foot in the Void. I tried to gather more of the chaotic energy and coat it with the one from the Nether. This seems to be the only way. The system energy would not spit it out of my body instantly. But as they got closer to each other and tried to mix, a reaction appeared. Some parts of my body exploded or died off. It was painful, but nothing that couldn't be healed. So after I pieced myself together, I decided to try a new strategy. What if I used the nether energy to hold the void energy like a net, not on the exterior, but on the interior as well? After some precise wavering, I managed to do it and absorbed it into my core. That was a big mistake, since the system energy destroyed the void pockets instantly, making me suffer even more. But I finally felt like I was making progress with something. So after I finished my healing, I did the same thing, but this time I put a net over the system energy as well. When the two energies clashed this time, they were much slower, and the danger was less than anticipated. This was the furthest I managed to mix the two energies, and I felt that it was close to the success. With this new discovery, I did more experiments, which were less dangerous than what I had done previously, until I finally managed to connect it all. It seems that the right order was similar to a chessboard, where the white squares were the system, while the black ones were the void. Of course, this was all possible with the nether energy in between. The squares were so small that the clash between the two energies was not strong enough to damage my body, so instead it was absorbed by the nether energy, giving me an almost infinite amount. As I gathered more energy around my core, my mace than my body, I could feel the change on multiple levels. I felt like I grew so tall that I could see what was beyond the fence of my property. I was in the nether dimension, but I could also see the overworld and the end at the same time. Not only that, but I could see some walls higher beyond those dimensions, and I instinctively knew that there was more that I could not see. So I decided to concentrate on what I could see for now. The overworld was a beautiful dimension, filled with the potential to be something greater. Maybe even join the other unknown dimensions. But now, it was like a dying world, since the sole provider was no more. Every world had a god. Some of them you could see and feel, while others were so powerful that they held multiple worlds in their palm, and you couldn't feel its presence. Next was the Nether. While it had a rough upbringing, the discovery Alexa made was enough to make it even more powerful than the overworld. Unfortunately, the attack from the void came too early and would destroy this seed before it could bloom. If only we had 100 more years, the Natha would have been the new ruler of the three dimensions, but it was not meant to be. Finally, there was the end, the dimension that held the void. I could feel that this was an abandoned world, a lonely one. This dimension tried to find warmth from the outside, since its insides were cold. The dragon was hurt, betrayed, and even fell into despair. But now something worse was happening. She felt nothing anymore. She accepted her role as a destroyer and was ready to claim her first victim. I opened my eyes and felt the energies around me react to my will. It's finally over. I have control over it. I saw a link that wanted to connect with me, and I gave it permission. I already knew this, since I could see all the dimensions at the same time, and the one attacking us wasn't the dragon anymore, but Noah himself. He saw how much progress we made and began to get worried. That's why he attacked us with his own army, not the Void's. He was powerful enough to take over the overworld, and this would be a beautiful gift for his crush. At least that's what he was thinking. There are still some weapons we have that can be used against him if things get worse. I looked past him and the three-headed dragons and saw the embodiment of the Void. Then she opened her eyes and looked back at me before closing them again. I knew that this was an invitation, and I had no choice but to accept it, even though we both knew the end result. I see, then it's time for the final battle. With those final words, I let my body fall into the void beyond the bedrock. I kept falling, and the energy of the void tried to corrupt me more and more. But with the help of the nether and the system, I managed to turn that destructive power into something useful for me. I went down some more, and the energy began to get thicker, which forced me to pour more from the command block to keep up. Suddenly, I saw the portal to the end. It was exactly like in the game, with the exception that some black mist was pouring out of it. As I passed the portal, I felt the space shift around me, and I was in the end with the void surrounding me. Not too far from me was Noah and the three-headed dragon, who were surprised by my sudden appearance. "Who are you, and what are you doing in here?" One of the heads asked with a worried voice, while Noah was examining me closely with his giant eye. I didn't want to reveal my true power to him, so I quickly blocked his attempts at scanning. He quickly closed his eye, and I could see purple blood slowly dripping from the backlash. Since I was in the void, I was growing more powerful as time passed by, absorbing the energy around me. Noah could feel that and was increasingly getting worried, while the three-headed dragon was too weak to understand the difference between us. Just as I was about to quickly finish this battle, someone teleported in front of me. It was a tall figure with a black crown on her head and huge wings on her back. But at her level of power, she didn't need those. I instinctively knew she was Violet, and she got this powerful by absorbing the rest of Alexa that was supposed to keep the Nether in balance. She told me I should leave this place since it wasn't my battle. I knew she wanted me to conserve my strength, but they were not strong enough to be a problem for me anymore. Unfortunately, the Ender Dragon was not willing to wait for me anymore, so I had to leave everything to Violet. She was powerful now, but in the same situation as me, with not enough experience. I had to finish my fight quickly. I quickly typed a command in my head, and I was suddenly teleported to the last place I met the dragon. She looked the same as before, sitting on a huge island surrounded by obsidian pillars, sleeping comfortably like there wasn't a war out there thrown in her name. I felt something trying to scan me, but I quickly blocked it. This finally got a reaction out of her as she opened one of her purple eyes. But no, something was different about them. The iris was still purple, but the rest was all black like the void. Then I realized why I felt that she was so powerful. I first thought she was always like this, but no. She was more powerful than ever, and I don't think I had a chance of winning this fight. You accepted the void, haven't you? She didn't respond. Instead, she lifted her head and looked with all of her 5 eyes at me. And that was enough of an answer. What was I referring to when I asked that? As I absorbed the power of the void, I realized something. The dragon and the energy it's supposed to represent were quite clashing in personalities. The energy itself only wanted to consume and destroy, while the body seemed more gentle, curious, and filled with other emotions. That would mean that the dragon was rebelling against her very own nature. That's why she was so weak in the fight against the system, or even when I ran away. She was fighting with herself, first then with me. But it seems that in the past few months she accepted her purpose, and what I was now seeing was the remaining part that fought back. She had clear eyes, but behind that surface I could see endless rage and destruction ready to explode. She was now truly the void. If I want to make a power scale on where she would be, I would say she's at the very top. At the bottom would be the Wither, with the strength to wipe out a city with a thought and easily take over a kingdom. Next would be Mary and the three-headed dragon, capable of taking over the overworld without a problem, since nothing in it is dangerous enough to hurt. After them is Noah, strong enough to create a world, but he lacks the energy to do something to the overworld level. Maya something smaller than the Nether. Violet, Alexa, and the system are on the same level as him, maybe even higher depending in what time of their life we're talking about. And finally, there's me and the Ender Dragon. Capable of destroying worlds without a problem, the space bends at our will, and the only limitation for what we can create is our experience and imagination. But that was the problem. Even if I was on the same level as her, I didn't have enough experience to fight on equal grounds. I found a way to make all the worlds coexist. I hoped I could reach the last sane side of her, but the response I got was disappointing as she got up and prepared for our fight. I'm sorry about what... Suddenly I couldn't see anymore, and my body began to fall into the void. I died. Chapter 2, 163. The End. I died. But that was not how my story ended. I knew I was dead, but it's not easy to kill a god of this caliber, so I quickly regenerated what was lost and looked back at the Ender Dragon with an annoyed look. That wasn't very nice. At least let me finish Spee. Suddenly my head popped again, but this time I tried to move to the side to dodge it with no success. It wasn't that she kept me in place with her space control, but every function of my body suddenly stopped. Then I realized she was locking me in time since she knew that I could teleport away if I was held in place with only space control. I did not even think this was an option. No wonder she looked so healthy. She didn't heal at all. She just rewinded time so far back that she was now at her peak strength. This was going to be an impossible fight, but I had to fight back somehow, otherwise everything would be lost. So after I healed myself once again, I tried to feel the flow of time, but had little success. So, as my next course of action, I took out my mace and shaped it into a giant key. Then I put the giant key into an invisible keyhole and turned to the right. Crack! Just like that, half of the void was broken like shattered glass. I could see the floating island and the obsidian towers sliced so cleanly that you couldn't see the cut. This attack consumed a lot of my energy, so I quickly put my mace back in my inventory to regenerate my strength. But I never took my eyes off the Ender Dragon since I knew this wasn't enough to kill her. This was the power of the upper gods, and we were similarly resilient. Just as expected, the cracked space suddenly disappeared like nothing happened, which meant that she used her time powers once again. But this time, the scale was too big, and I finally managed to grasp how she was doing it. So when she tried to lock me in time again, I separated myself from the past and teleported into a future position where I would dodge the attack. I heard something exploding, and I saw the body from the past fall into the void like a stringless puppet. Since I wasn't part of that past anymore, it wouldn't regenerate, and I was quite surprised that my gamble worked. I think the dragon was equally surprised since she was now looking at me with narrowed eyes. Just as I was about to run away and recharge my battery, she spoke for the first time since I came. Die. She didn't sound angry or desperate. Instead, it sounded like Ruler was giving a new law full of authority, and I felt my very body and soul die in an instant. Suddenly, I woke up once again, but this time filled with the energy of the system, which began to mess up my internal structure, resulting in more destruction. I don't know what happened, but I could see that even the dragon was surprised by the fact that I survived. But as I was quickly placing myself back together, I realized that I was missing something. I lost the mace. I couldn't feel the connection anymore. Instead, I was filled with the system energy. Then I realized I actually died, and the mace worked as a totem to bring me back one last time, like a totem of undying. But that means that this was my last life, and I lost my weapon. I finally managed to stabilize my energies internally when I realized that I had new knowledge in my head. It was the last will of the system, where it accumulated all the knowledge of its life in one attempt to fight back against the void. Now I knew how the system got so powerful, how it created skills and evolved the humans. But most importantly, I knew how it won the fight against the dragon. That was the final weapon of the system, one last ray of hope. And I realized that it wasn't enough. What I was fighting now wasn't the dragon anymore, but the void. Her last attack showed how powerful she actually was since she didn't use it in the fight against the system. I didn't even know if this was her full strength, since she still hadn't moved from her island. I searched through all the knowledge the system had, but found nothing. I searched for a solution in Alexa's database, but there was even less to see. I got so desperate that I searched for something in myself as a final attempt. And I found something. There was a solution. But the price was heavy, and I didn't know if I had the right to make it. I looked at the end dimension and saw how Violet was struggling to keep up with Noah, and the dragon was preparing for another attack. I looked at the Nether and saw how it slowly crumbled like the overworld since it didn't have a god anymore. And finally, the last world, where the most deaths were happening at the moment, and the one that everyone tried to keep it alive, the overworld. I saw the human army fighting against the monster lords and Mary fighting against the three-headed dragon. What was amazing was the fact that we were actually winning that battle. Unfortunately, it was all for nothing if I didn't get rid of the Ender Dragon. I'm sorry, everyone. I hope you'll be able to forgive me for this. The dragon unleashed her attack, which was a huge black hole. If I didn't stop it, everyone inside the void besides the dragon would be dead. So I did. Using all the energy I got from the mace, I stopped the black hole, resulting in a huge explosion that made the void tremble. But I wasn't finished. With the remaining energy, I began my counterattack. Skill creation. Suddenly the world stopped, as the skill was formed into the very being of my soul. Since the skill was made to be complete from the beginning, I used all the energy I had left in my body, and it was slowly killing me since it had nothing as fuel. But once I activated it, something incredible happened. When a human uses his skills, He can bend reality to make small miracles. When a god uses his skill, all dimension would soon feel its effects. And I wasn't connected to only one dimension, but three. Not only that, but the way my body worked was that I would use the system energy and the void energy to get more energy from their clash. So now I was reaching new heights that were previously thought impossible, and the dragon realized that as well. No! But it was too late. Once the skill was activated, it couldn't be stopped. I began to absorb the energy of the void in large quantities, making my skill more hungry and powerful. This resulted in absorbing the essence of the world, making it lose color, leaving everything gray. The void tried to attack me with powerful attacks, but it was all absorbed by my skill. Time, space, and matter were all going towards me, making me stronger than anything that I'd ever seen. But there was a price for having such great power. The world turned grey, and it wasn't only the void that suffered this fate. The overworld had the same fate together with the nether. As the three worlds became grey and lifeless, I was all alone with unlimited power. I grew so big that I could see beyond the walls that were too tall for me. Countless worlds were before my eyes, all with different laws and rules that they strictly followed. Fortunately, they seemed to have a protective shield that my skill couldn't overcome, so I wasn't about to end the whole existence of life. It was fascinating to watch and also saddening that I had ended the lives of my own friends to get to see this. I looked some more around, trying to get inspired and get ready for my next step. Crack! I heard a crack, but decided to ignore it for now. I looked some more and realized who was the creator of the system. He was so big and powerful that he was the constant source through all the worlds. He was the god of the gods, and I was not worthy to even look at him. But instinctively, I knew that he knew about my situation and was saddened for me. At least I wasn't truly alone. He knew I would end up like this, but I was the only hope for this world. He gave as much help as the world allowed it to do, and now I was about to do the final step. I looked back at the nothingness that I left behind and began to collect all the souls that were supposed to leave in the afterlife. Some came from the animals, others from the humans, and I could even see the souls of the monsters. I looked at each one of them, and in one touch, their whole life flashed inside my mind. All their sad moments, all their happy moments, and even the events that changed their entire life. I looked at Bobby's soul and saw how much he struggled throughout the school, in his exile, and when he was the ruler of the kingdom. I could feel deep love for his wife and daughter, which brought a smile to my face and tears to my eyes. I could even feel his worries for me in the last moments of his life, which was even more crushing for me. I looked at Froggy, who was beyond grateful to me for making him who he is today, even though he couldn't get this far if he wasn't hard-working. Even in his last moments, he had hope in me that I would save the day, which crushed my soul even more. Mary had the soul of a warrior who fought with everything she had until the end, sure that she was saving the next day. More souls passed through my hands, some were happy memories, some were sad stories, and some of them were bored or scared. And finally, I arrived at the last soul, and the one that I was the most afraid of. Violet's soul, the one who believed the most in me, the one who was ready to give up her life for me, and the one whose love I didn't deserve. I'm sorry. I can't return that love. I quickly put the soul with the others, not wanting to look further. The souls of all the three dimensions were now in my grasp. Crack! Now came the next step. I looked at the emptiness and used my huge amounts of energy to create a new world. A world where there won't be a limit on its people. A world where you wouldn't be afraid to live in another dimension. A world that would accept even the Ender Dragon as a friend. Slowly the world from my mind began to take shape. It wasn't too different from what they knew, but there were some key differences. There would be an open portal to each dimension that everyone could use. There would be a system for everyone involved, from humans and brutes to even the Endermans. This system would be different from what they're used to. They wouldn't be limited to 4 skills. Instead, they would be able to make their own skills and develop them further through hard work. The more skills and power they gain, the closer they would be to the final goal of my system, and that was to become the god of this world. A being so powerful that it would lead this world towards the others and join the wider ecosystem of this reality. Crack! After the world was done, it was time to put the souls that were so precious to me. I first put the animals. Some were already in this world, while others I created myself for diversity. Next were the sapient beings, each in their own dimensions, and with the system that would introduce them to the new life. Of course, they would all have their old memories of what happened. The ones who died in battle would be revived with the ones that I've killed. The monsters that were smart were given another chance. Some of them would be born as an Enderman, while others would be born as humans. Of course, they would not have their memories until they would grow up. Then they could choose if they want to be peaceful or leave their previous life. That would be the same fate for the other criminals. I knew how important it was to have a solid base, so I took those variables out of the equation for the rapid growth of each civilization. Daniel would also suffer the same fate as them, since he would ravage the place to be at the top. He would be born as the son of a humble family, and will learn humility that way. He would get his memories back when he would be 18, when the world would be far enough to face him in case he would go rough. Noah and Solomon would have the same fate. The Ender Dragon I decided to give in human form. If she wants to gain more strength, she would gain back her original body. To fulfill her greatest wish, she would be a normal girl between the humans until she would grow old enough to unlock the rest of the memories. So everything would be under the supervision of the new system, and the one we would help it all would be a modified Alexa, fulfilling its final wish as well. When I arrived at Alex and Steve, I was conflicted. I could remake them into the system, but both of them didn't want that. They were very sorry about the disaster they brought to the overworld as the system, and didn't feel deserving of forgiveness. I knew I couldn't change their mind without changing their personalities, so I decided to make something just for them. I created another smaller world and gave them the power of the command block. This world was an exact replicate of the Minecraft world, but they would be the first two players to shape it as they will. Slowly, other souls that want to retire would be sent here, and they would be their caretakers, so for the rest of their lives they could atone for their mistakes by building the perfect world. Finally, only one soul remained. Violet. I striped her last form, and though for a while I knew I couldn't be with her, the body and the soul that I have were not strong enough to hold so much power. What I was now doing was stopping the time and created everything at once. Once time resumed, I would be dead. A cheap price for what I was doing, but I knew that it would sadden a lot of people. And one of them was Violet. She would not be able to move on if she has memories of me. So I had to make the hard decision of removing everything from her and get her to the base form. Not a lot of people know about her, or her relationship with me, so I don't have to modify a lot of memories. But I was very regretful that I had to make something like this. After it was done, I sent it into the world, gentle as a feather. I was ready to start time once and greet my fate when suddenly something stopped me. A though came into my mind, and I knew it wasn't from me. I look up towards the God of all gods and gave my thanks. I created another body and stored it into my soul. Then I took a piece of that soul and opened a portal. Unfortunately, my skill could not be stopped anymore as it became part of me. So even if I made myself a new body on this world, the skill would absorb more and more of this world until it would kill me, or I would kill the world. But there was a solution and the answer to my dream. I could send that body back to my original world, where the skill doesn't have anything to absorb, since it doesn't have any of the elements that I'm made of. The skill would be stuck, and I could live a normal life, hopefully back with my family. I opened the portal, sent that piece of soul, and quickly closed it. Then I resumed time, and everything was created at once. Crack. The final crack ape-read on my body, and I slowly dissolved into the world that I created. In the end, I was part of the world that I came to love. The end.